Dragon Ball Daily Gift Pack Chapter 1 to 20. 1. Travel through the world of Dragon Ball and open the bronze level package. Planet Vegeta, formerly known as Planet, was inhabited by peace-loving Planet, who was later invaded by Saiyans, renamed Planet Vegeta, and was eventually destroyed by Frieza. Recalling the introduction of Planet Vegeta in the Island Country animation, Dragon Ball, in the previous life, and then watching the Saiyans with tails passing by around him, Suyi's face burst into a wry smile. After crossing, he crossed into the world of anime Dragon Ball. He has watched the anime Dragon Ball, watching Goku grow up step by step. It is undeniable that he really likes the anime Dragon Ball. However, liking does not mean that he really wants to come to this world. The combat power was good in the early stage, but in the middle stage, all kinds of combat power collapsed, so it shouldn't be too scary. Glancing at the swaying tail behind him, Suyi sighed. Although he is also a Saiyan, but he is not the protagonist. Just a silent inferior warrior with only 10 combat power. At this level of strength, he might be considered a little master on Earth, but on Planet Vegeta, he was a scum that could no longer be weak. He walked towards his residence with 1,000 sorrows. The inferior warriors have the residence area of the inferior warriors, so on the way back, he did not see any powerful characters. Ding! The daily login package system is bound. 10% bound, 30% bound, 70% bound. When Suyi entered his room with only a few square meters, a sweet and pleasant voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Daily login package system. Goldfinger. Fuck. The golden finger of the protagonist in the previous life novel. Suyi was stunned for a moment, and then his face showed ecstasy. He could not have imagined that he actually had a golden finger. System, what is the daily login package system? Suyi hurriedly locked the door, then sat down beside the bed and asked a question. The host can communicate with me with my mind. The sweet and pleasant voice of the system continued to sound. The daily login gift package system, as the name suggests, will randomly distribute a gift package every day. The gift package level is divided into black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, master, grandmaster, king. Hearing the level of this gift package, Suyi deducted a wave of 666 in her heart. Nima, it seems that the creator of this system is still a loyal player of LOL in the previous life. Can I get the login package today? Suyi no longer thought about it, and hurriedly communicated with the system with her mind. Yes, Master Host. Hurry up and give it to me. Suyi's heart was hot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a bronze level login package. As the system's sweet and pleasant voice sounded, Suyi saw a backpack grid from some games in his previous life appeared in front of him. There is a yellow gift bag lying in the first grid, which is the bronze level login gift bag. Open. Suyi looked at the yellow login gift bag for only 2 seconds, and then opened the gift bag directly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the bronze level boarding package and obtaining the following items. Super Fairy Beans X50. Washing Marrow and Cutting Pulse Dan X1, Celia's Battle Maid X1. Super Fairy Beans. Washing the Marrow and Cutting the Maiden. And what about Celia's Battle Maid? Suyi couldn't tell how he was feeling at the moment. This Nima, these things are too low in terms of feeling. In the system space package, in the first compartment lies Super Fairy Bean X50, in the second compartment lies Shiswifa Maiden X1. And in the third compartment lies Celia's Battle Maid X1. Sighing, Suyi glanced at the introduction of these 3 things. Super Fairy Beans. As long as one eats one, the injury can be quickly recovered, and any disease can be eliminated in an instant. Washing the Marrow and Cutting the Maid. Improve your physique and deepen your bloodline ability. Celia's Battle Maid. A battle maid with 1 million combat power. One-time consumable item. 100 million 100,000 million, 1 million. Looking at the long string of zeros behind it, Suyi counted. 1 million combat power. What the hell? Just don't be too arrogant. Even if this combat mate is only a one-time consumption item, it is a very life-threatening existence. This bronze-level gift package is too fierce. Suyi was shocked, really shocked. At the current stage, Planet Vegeta has not been destroyed, which means that the plot of Dragon Ball has not yet fully unfolded. At present, the most powerful person on the highest surface should be Frieza in the first form, with a combat power of 530,000. And this Celia's battle mate is almost twice as much as Frieza. How terrifying is this? 2. Powerful washing marrow and cutting pulse pill. The belief of invincibility has just come into being. You know, this is the bronze level package. If this randomly got silver, gold, platinum or even above gift packs, would it be abnormal? Unimaginable. Even if he imagined it, he couldn't imagine it. This thing is against the sky, limiting his imagination. Master Host, the higher the gift pack level, the lower the chance of randomness. Today's bronze level gift pack is your first time to get it, and it has improved a notch invisibly. So, you can see this is the top one of the golden packages. The system's sweet and beautiful voice sounded in Suyi's mind, which made him suddenly stunned. However, even if this is a gold level gift package, it's pretty cool, okay. In short, with this daily login package system, I have unlimited plasticity and growth. Suyi felt a burst of arrogance in his heart. He believed that he would definitely grow into the most powerful character in this Dragon Ball world. Behind, there is no one. System, how do I take this washing mare pill? Suyi asked. The host can take it directly from the system space. The system wizard replied. Good. Suyi didn't waste any more time, and directly took out the Zisui Cut Maiden from the system space. A brown pill with golden light appeared in his hand, and Suyi's eyes flashed with a strange brilliance. This thing is the first step in his rise in the Dragon Ball world. Raising his head and opening his mouth, Suyi took it directly. Master Host sits on the bed and waits for the effect of the pill to exert its force. The sweet and melodious voice of the system elf resounded in his mind. Good. Suyi nodded, manipulated the tail behind his butt to wrap around his waist, retreated to the bed, closed his eyes and sat down with his knees crossed. A minute passed without feeling anything. 2 minutes passed without feeling anything. 3 minutes passed, still no feeling. At the 5th minute, Suyi frowned and was about to speak. At this time, a feeling of dryness suddenly rose in the body. Hot. It's hot. My God, my body is about to explode. Ah. ... Suyi finally felt it, but it was so uncomfortable. Master Host, please go through this painful period of time. This is the effect of the pills. The sweet and melodious voice of the system elf eased Suyi's pain a little. Although his face was distorted, he could feel that his power was rapidly rising. Cool. 5 minutes later, when the pain in the first stage was over, Suyi let out an extremely comfortable roar. System, what is my current combat power? Suyi opened his eyes. He knew that the efficacy of the Zisui Cut Maiden had not yet passed, but he already knew that he had undergone some substantial changes, so now he was eager to know how much his fighting power was. Drip drip. The host's combat power is being tested, please be patient. Go back to the host, the current first stage drug effect has transformed your physique by 10 grades. The current combat power you have is 100. Only 100. Suyi frowned, this is still a scumbag. After all, on planet Vegeta, there are countless Saiyans with 1000 combat powers. With only 100 combat powers, they should not be too insignificant. However, soon he no longer thought about it. Because, the second stage efficacy of Zisui Maiden and the pain of transforming the body have already impacted. Ah. It hurts. It hurts. But it's cool, because I'm improving my strength. All the pains are paving the way for great strength. What is Frieza, what is God of Destruction, and what is King Quan, the master of all universes? I, Suyi, will eventually be invincible in this Dragon Ball world. I don't know how long the pain lasted, but Suyi gritted his teeth and persevered. I don't know how much time has passed, but after Suyi waited for all the medicinal effects of washing mare and cutting vessel to be absorbed, he woke up. A golden light burst out from the dark eyes, and Suyi's temperament contracted and restrained, looking like an ordinary inferior Saiyan. However, Suyi clenched his fist tightly and felt the powerful energy in his body. He knew that he was not an ordinary inferior Saiyan. System, tell me what my current combat power is. Suyi asked very calmly. 3. 10,000 combat power, killing intent from Capo. DDD, the host's combat power is being tested. Go back to the host, your current battle is 10,000. Quote. The sweet and beautiful voice of the system elf came, Suyi's eyes narrowed, and a smile appeared on his face. The combat power of 10,000 is indeed a standard for a macho at this stage. And don't forget, his current physique has been transformed by Zisuivimaiden, not to mention unlimited potential, but at least it is much stronger than that inferior Saiyan bloodline. Knock knock knock. At this time, the door was knocked. Mosa, I have a mission. A rough voice rang from outside the door. Okay, I'll pack up and turn with you right away. Suyi responded, and Mosa was naturally his name in this life. However, this name is really ugly, or his Dawaxia name sounds comfortable. Said to clean up. In fact, Suyi just stayed in the room for a while before going out. When he came to the hall where he left the mission, Suyi met with several Saiyan companions in his memory. Mosa, why do you feel that you are not the same as before? A scar-faced Saiyan approached Suyi. His name was Nabas, a low-level warrior, but with a combat power of more than 500, he was the captain of this low-level warrior team. Illusion. Suyi smiled lightly, his predecessor was also so indifferent, so it did not cause any doubts. It should be, but this time you have a mission, you have to save some snacks. It is said that Capo will also go out for this mission. It's our direct boss. Another Saiyan also leaned over and said in a low voice, Mosa, you have to be careful. This guy is too insidious. Don't worry, I'll take care. Suyi sneered when he heard the name Capo. This Saiyan had a grudge against his predecessor. Logically speaking, a medium warrior with 1,000 fighting strength Capo wanted to die. Simple things. But I don't know why, this Capo didn't make a move, and kept Mosa alive until Suyi's arrival. Before the change, Suyi was naturally panicked. As for now, Suyi said that it was good that he didn't take the initiative to trouble this guy. Soon, a group of Saiyans came over. At the head is a Saiyan who looks very young, and he is Capo. A mid-level warrior, at the age of 16, he already has 1,000 combat power. Mosa, hello. Capo squinted to look at Suyi, and said hello without smiling. Suyi glanced at him lightly, ignoring it. This kind of person is just scum. He. Seeing Suyi's attitude, Capo laughed grimly. This time is different from usual. Today's mission is to go to other planets to plunder resources. As for plundering resources, there must be some casualties. So, a low-level soldier, doesn't he die when he dies? Thinking of this, the cold smile on Capo's face became even more serious. Now he doesn't bother to pay attention to this guy's attitude, everything will wait until he reaches his destination. Hope you can survive this mission. Capo passed in front of Suyi, whispered something, and left with a big laugh. Mosa, you. Nabas came over with a look of hesitation on his face, and said with fear, how about? Quit this mission. No. Suyi shook his head and waved his hand casually. Mosa, wear face is important. The other Saiyans in the squad also persuaded them. Suyi was slightly moved by this. Honestly, he has absolutely no sense of belonging to this planet Vegeta, let alone these strange Saiyans. Now, he really felt it. This is friendship, this is partnership. Don't worry, I don't do anything I'm not sure about. Suyi turned around and glanced at Capo's back, and said with a smile, "He wants to kill me, and I. It's not bad." Hearing this, Nabas and the others were shocked and looked at Suyi in disbelief. At this moment, Nabas suddenly thought of something, reached out and pressed the combat power detector mirror he was wearing. Drip drip. The combat power detection mirror sounded, and then 5 numbers appeared on the plane. 10,000. Hiss. Seeing this number, Nabas gasped, with a shocked look on his face. "Moza, how did you manage to rise to this level in such a short period of time?" Not only was Nabas shocked, but several other Saiyans looked at Suyi in shock. "I've never been a lower fighter from start to finish." Suyi was very calm, no one could see any emotion on his face, and he let the system elf hide his combat power, and said indifferently, "Now, you can probe my combat power again." Nabas frowned and probed Suyi's combat power again. Drip drip. The combat power is 10. How is that possible? Several Nabas exclaimed. Nothing is impossible. Suyi laughed. Yes. With this daily login package system, anything impossible can be transformed into everything possible. 4. The day before the destruction of planet Vegeta. Buckley Planet. This planet was born from abuse. The Saiyans also valued this point when they invaded this planet this time. Sharing abusive resources with Saiyans. Non-existent. Lord Capo, this time the invasion is entirely up to you. It is said that there is also a master with 1,000 combat power on this planet. All the Saiyans on the mission this time have arrived on this planet by spaceship. At this time, on a high mountain, a large group of Saiyans led by Capo are looking coldly at a big city below. Don't worry. Capo nodded arrogantly, patted his chest, and said coldly, "Okay, we've reached the place, Moza, get out of here for me." Swish swish. Hearing the voice, everyone turned their attention to Suyi, and those who did not understand his strength had strong sympathy in their eyes. This guy is absolutely dead. No one thought this Moza could survive. Yeah, here we are. Suyi walked out of the crowd with an indifferent expression, one step at a time, and the momentum on his body gradually increased. Drop drop drop. More than one person's combat power detector was sounding, and everyone looked at Suyi in shock. This guy who used to be very humble and lowly in the past turned out to be a powerful warrior with a combat power of 10,000. Oh my god. Moza, how could he be a young genius with 10,000 combat power? Compared to Moza, what is Capo's 1,000 combat power? It's too strong. I feel that Moza can easily crush Capo with one hand. ... Whispers rang out, and most people held their breaths at this moment. Moza, how brave. You dare to hide your strength. How can you be allowed to live when King Vegeta knows about it? Capo was actually terrified, but his face was very calm. He knew that if he didn't suppress this guy with this, he would only be waiting for death. However, what he did not expect was that Suyi was very decisive. Stepping out, Suyi clenched his fists and arrived in front of Capo. Boom. With a punch, the Capo was directly blown up on the spot. It's too weak, and even this little strength dares to threaten me. Suyi's eyes were full of indifference. A large group of Saiyans surrounding Capo glanced at each other, and then their bodies trembled. The 1,000 combat power of Capo was blown up by Moza with one punch. Those of them with a maximum combat power of only a few hundred, couldn't they be killed by a single finger? Suyi swept his eyes back indifferently. All of these Capo's dog legs lowered their heads. If he wants to kill these people, it is just a matter of a few breaths. However, it is not necessary. Now, he is not even afraid of that King Vegeta. So, is he afraid of these people snitching? You can do your own business. Suyi waved his hand indifferently. Capo and the group of dog legs would invade if they could. Yes. This group of Saiyans are some people who are greedy for life and fear of death. Seeing that Suyi was not ready to take action against them, they hurriedly escaped from this place. Nabas walked over with a look of amazement on his face. Mosa, you are so powerful. If I remember correctly, you are only 15 years old this year, right? At the age of 15, you have reached 10,000 combat power. It won't be long before you surpass King Vegeta. At present, the strongest player on planet Vegeta is King Vegeta, with a combat power of 12,000. Suyi smiled casually when he heard this. He knew about King Vegeta's combat power, and a combat power of 12,000 might be unattainable in the eyes of these people. However, in his eyes, the weak is like a reptile. It won't take long, just lift your foot and you can be trampled to death. I'm going to practice on the spot, you can find a time to leave on your own. Suyi said. Also, if you can't go back to Star Vegeta, try not to go back. Soon, Frieza will destroy Star Vegeta. After saying this, Suyi left directly. Having said that, it can be regarded as a return for his concern for these people before. It is not up to him to decide whether to listen or not. Day by day, Suyi gave himself a very hard training plan on this planet. Every day, he can draw a daily login package, but his luck should be used up last time, and the package drawn during this period is considered a black iron level package. Fortunately, these black iron level gift packs in the gravity room were included, so his combat power did not stagnate. Now I can rub King Vegeta on the ground at will. Suyi felt the power in his body and smiled. He calculated the time, and in 3 months, he became stronger step by step and solidified his foundation. The progress was not fast, but the victory was steady. System, tell me my current combat effectiveness. Suyi was about to leave and walked into his spaceship. He asked in his heart. Drip drip drip. The host's current combat power is 15,000. The sweet and beautiful voice of the system elf sounded, making Suyi smile even more. In 3 months, the combat power has increased by 5,000 points. This progress is terrifying. Although in front of the real powerhouse, this combat power is probably not enough. However, his foundation is solid enough. With a combat power of 15,000 points, Suyi believes that he can easily hit a person with a combat power of 20,000 points. Let's think about it. Where are you going? Suyi thought about it, going back to planet Vegeta. No. This decision is very bad, although he currently has Celia's battle made, but this is a one-time consumption item, save Star Vegeta. For a planet without any sense of belonging, he is not so virgin. So, go to Earth. Suyi's eyes narrowed, perhaps going to Earth is indeed a very good choice. After calibrating the coordinates of the Earth, Suyi set off directly. The spaceship slowly rose, and eventually disappeared into a spot of light on the planet. I haven't drawn today's gift pack yet. The system will show me what level of gift pack I can get. Inside the spaceship, Suyi spoke indifferently. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you will get a random platinum level login package. The sweet and beautiful voice of the system elf sounded. Platinum package. Very good. Open it for me. The indifference on Suyi's face turned into a surprise at this moment. Ding! Today's package is open. Akatsuki Motto in Tokyo Ghoul World X1. Evolves Super Saiyan once, and Super Fairy Bean X100. With the sweet voice of the system elf, Suyi saw a large group of spaceships passing by him outside the glass window of the spaceship, which made his eyes narrow. This is Frieza's army. 5. Set off on Earth, and try the earthquake resistance of the spacecraft with Akira motto. My people, I am King Vegeta, you who are on your mission must hurry back to Star Vegeta as soon as possible. At this time, a voice appeared on the spaceship, which was an order from King Vegeta. Hearing this, Suyi took another look at Frieza's large group of men outside the spaceship, and he whispered softly. So this is the day before planet Vegeta was destroyed. However, if Star Vegeta is destroyed, it will be destroyed, and Suyi doesn't care at all. The planet of Buckley is not too far from the Earth. The spaceship is flying, Suyi calculated the time, and it can be reached in a few months without any accident. At present, the Dragon Ball plot has not officially started, and Suyi still has a lot of time to practice after he arrives on Earth. But instead of practicing cultivation, it is better to wait for the time to pass and get a gift package delivered by the system every day. If you get a high-level gift package, you can increase your combat effectiveness by lying down. 3 months have passed quickly, and Suyi has already obtained 90 black iron level gift packs in the spaceship. Don't underestimate these 90 gift packages that are just black iron. Some martial arts, inner boxing, and outer boxing in the novels of the previous life were obtained by him. These were some small boxing skills in the previous life, but in this Dragon Ball world, they are still full of destructive power when practiced. After all, the world is different, and the resulting effects are naturally different. In 3 months, his combat power has risen from 15,000 to 30,000. The combat power has been doubled, but the real strength is far more than that. Master, the Earth is about to arrive. While Suyi was thinking about what had happened in the past 3 months, a pleasant voice sounded inside the spacecraft. Okay, I see. Suyi nodded indifferently. The woman who spoke just now was Akatsuki Mato from the Tokyo Ghoul world, who was summoned as Suyi's maid. This woman is 100% obedient to Suyi, not to mention any simple demands. Even if Suyi told her to die immediately, she would never resist. During the 3-month period, this woman complied with the rules, provided him with meals and cleaned the sanitation in the spaceship, and she felt a bit like a maid. Suyi had naturally watched the anime Tokyo Ghoul in his previous life, and made such a beautiful ghoul searcher his maid. To be honest, it's not really cool. After getting off the spaceship, Suyi and Akatsuki Mato walked one after the other. Master, is the spaceship just here? Seeing that Suyi wanted to leave directly, Akatsuki Mato couldn't help but ask. No, I'm just checking to see if there's anyone around here. The spaceship is still a good thing at present, and Suyi naturally won't throw it away. Akatsuki Mato complied, and then the rules retreated and came to the spaceship to wait. Although she is a character in the Tokyo Ghoul world, she has no sense of disobedience when she comes to the Dragon Ball world. She also has combat power, and, not too low, has reached the level of 300 combat power. Suyi Yukong flew around and observed an area around him. This was a sky dance technique. He had a combat power of 30,000, and the Earth's gravity was not large, so he could easily use this ability. After scanning for about 10 minutes, I asked the person again, and Suyi probably knew where this place was. West. The city where Dragon Ball heroine Bulma lives. The Dragon Ball plot has not yet started, and Bulma is probably only how old is he now. Therefore, Suyi didn't have the intention to find one of the great beauties in the Dragon Ball world for the time being. Back in the spaceship, Akatsuki Mato was dressed in a ton office girl's suit, especially the pair of long black silk legs, which was simply fascinating. It is undeniable that during these 3 months, Suyi has indeed been heartbroken more than once. Why don't you try the vibration on the spaceship with Akatsuki Mato today? Suyi's eyes flashed, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Feeling Suyi's fiery gaze cast on him, Akatsuki Mato's pretty face turned red with a swoosh. As Suyi's maid, she naturally understood what would happen to her. Moreover, this kind of thing is indeed something she has been looking forward to for a long time. The two walked into the spaceship one after the other, and the battle started very quickly. The whole spaceship was shaking, and the beautiful sound of humming came out of Akatsuki's mouth and surrounded the spaceship. 6. The Fear of the Immortal Turtle, Suyi gets a 3-star ball. It has been a month since the last spacecraft shaking incident, and Suyi's combat power has gradually increased, and now it has reached a combat power of 32,000. The increase of 2,000 a month is not too slow. On this day, Suyi came to the island of the Turtle Fairy alone. If he remembered correctly, the old man had a Dragon Ball in his hand. For Su Yi, the Dragon Ball is not too worthy of attention. After all, it is only the Dragon Ball on Earth, and the wish made is not as good as the Dragon Ball on the planet Namek and the legendary Super Dragon Ball. In the past life, as an anime fan who liked watching Dragon Ball very much, Su Yi came to this world. If he didn't summon Shenlong, it would be a lot worse. At this time, the turtle fairy on the island is lying on a chair, basking in the sun, wearing sunglasses, and looking at the magazine in her hand. There are bikini photos of some beautiful women, and the turtle under the chair is lying lazily on the beach. Sleep. Su Yi is coming slowly, and the distance is not far away. At this time, the sleeping turtle suddenly shuddered and woke up instantly. Teacher Wu Tian, do you feel it? The turtle spit out human words and said something in a panic. The turtle immortal slowly got up from the chair, reluctantly glanced at the magazine that he had left aside, then looked up at the sky, and said solemnly, a very powerful air. Call out. When Immortal Turtle's voice just fell, a bright light came from the distant sky. Immediately afterwards, a figure Yukong stood, looking down at them on the island with a downward gaze. This pressure, it feels too powerful. Turtle Immortal only thought that the person who came was a little strong, but now this person is in front of him, it looks more than a little strong, it is comparable to the fairy in the legend, right? Who is your excellency? Immortal Turtle got down from the chair and put his hands on his back, his aura gradually increased. Although he knew that he could not beat this man, he had to resist. I have no ill will towards you. Su Yi saw the turtle immortal with a smile on his face. This bad old man is indeed lecherous, but it is undeniable that he gave too many jokes to the fans of the previous Dragon Ball anime. Call. Hearing Su Yi's words, Immortal Turtle breathed a sigh of relief, and his slightly inflated body slowly let out like a flat balloon. Then why did you come to my Turtle Immortal Island? The Turtle Immortal did not believe that such a terrifying man would come to hang out on his territory if he had nothing to do, and asked out of doubt. I need this. Su Yi's fingers hung on the Dragon Ball on the Turtle Fairy's neck, and took a step forward, and in just one step, he arrived in front of the Turtle Fairy in an instant. Fingers, point on the Dragon Ball in front of Turtle Immortal's neck. Dang dang dang. Immortal Turtle was so frightened that he hurried back several steps and looked at Su Yi with a look of horror. Anyone who suddenly appears in front of him, I am afraid it must be the emotion that Turtle Immortal should have at this time. Don't be afraid, as I said, it's not malicious to you. Su Yi understands the reason why he is too powerful. It is indeed a normal reaction for the Turtle Immortal to be so afraid of him. Woo. I'm sorry, the pressure you put on me is too strong. Immortal Turtle wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, smiled awkwardly, then took off the Dragon Ball hanging from his neck and threw it to Su Yi from a distance. Su Yi took a look and glanced at it. It was a 3-star ball, and the orange light shone around the body of the Dragon Ball. This familiar scene made him smile. Thanks. Su Yi thanked him, jumped, and left Turtle Immortal Island directly. Woohoo! Su Yi left, and the Turtle Fairy and the turtle on the side immediately gasped for breath. When did such a terrifying man exist on Earth? Turtle was shocked. I don't know if you have noticed, this man has a tail. So I guess, he may not be a human. Turtle Immortal guessed. Earth people, how can someone achieve such a powerful strength? ... Su Yi, who had just obtained a 3-star ball, came to the West capital again and asked many passers-by before arriving at the gate of the villa where Bulma lived. Ding ding ding. Su Yi directly rang the doorbell of the villa's gate. Soon, a little girl dragged her hand behind and ran over quickly. Is she Bulma? Su Yi's eyes flashed when he saw this little girl. He has short blue hair and sky blue eyes. He looks no more than 4 or 5 years old. The delicate facial features look like a porcelain doll, which is very cute. However, he would soon no longer have to guess. A voice sounded, and Su Yi completely knew who this little girl was. Bulma, don't run around. A man came out of the villa and waved to Bulma. Suyi looked around and saw at a glance that this man was Bulma's father, Dr. Brive. "Uncle, you are so handsome." Little Bulma waved her little hand at Suyi with a smile at the gate of the villa, and shouted in a milky voice. "Uncle, uncle." Hearing this uncle, Suyi's face darkened instantly. Nima, he just turned 16. 7. Teach little Bulma to practice, Dragon Ball radar detector. At present, Bulma seems to be only 4 or 5 years old, and it seems that there should be about 11 years before the Dragon Ball plot unfolds. Thinking of this, Suyi scratched his head. In 11 years, how many gift packages should be opened? At that time, how far should his strength grow? Simply unimaginable. "Hello, who are you?" Dr. Brive came to the gate of the villa and looked at Suyi suspiciously. He didn't remember knowing him. "Hello Dr. Brive, I need to trouble you with something. Please rest assured, I will give you something that interests you very much in return," Suyi said. Hearing Suyi's words, Dr. Brive frowned, but he was also kind and invited Suyi in. Inside the villa, little Bulma looked at Suyi from time to time. She was already very mature at such a young age. "Bulma, you leave first." Dr. Brive glanced at his daughter, smiled and said something. "Dad tilde." Bulma didn't really want to leave. "Listen." Dr. Brive glared at her, which made Bulma pouted and left. Suyi smiled and looked at Bulma who was leaving. "This girl is really cute and likable now. Dr. Brive, I would like to ask you to help make a Dragon Ball radar detector." After little Bulma left, Suyi retracted his gaze, placed it on Dr. Brive, and said with a smile. "Dragon Ball radar detector." Dr. Brive was taken aback, he had never heard of this. "As long as this Dragon Ball can be detected elsewhere on Earth." Suyi took out the 3-star ball and handed it to Dr. Brive. Dr. Brive took the Dragon Ball and watched it for a while, then returned the Dragon Ball to Suyi, and said with a smile, "This Dragon Ball radar detector should be easy to make, so tell me what you said about the remuneration." Quote. The Dragon Ball radar detector is too simple for him, and now he cares about what Suyi said he would be very interested in. Suyi nodded with a smile, and took out the combat power detection mirror stored in the system space. "This is the combat power detection mirror, you can know the combat power of each one." Huh. Hearing Suyi's words, Dr. Brive's eyes lit up in vain. He hurriedly stretched out his hand to take the combat power detector, then put it on and looked at him. Drop drop drop. If it was someone else, the combat power detector would naturally be able to see the combat power. But now Suyi's strength is too strong, forcibly revealing his strength. I am afraid that the glasses will be directly detected and exploded. "Why can't I see your combat power?" Dr. Brive frowned. "The maximum of these glasses can only detect 10,000 combat power, and my combat power is far beyond the range that he can detect, so it is normal that my combat power cannot be detected," Suyi said lightly. "That's it." Dr. Brive nodded suddenly, then took out a small mirror and glanced at himself. "Good guy, only 1 combat power, how weak is this?" "This is still interesting. Well, I promise to make a Dragon Ball radar detector for you." There is no such thing as combat power detection glasses on Earth, so Dr. Brive is quite interested in this. "Then trouble you." Suyi smiled, got up and shook hands with him. "Come back to me in a week's time." Dr. Brive smiled. In fact, it only takes a day or 2 to make this Dragon Ball radar detector, and it may even be earlier. However, he wanted to study the combat power detection glasses first. Therefore, the matter of the Dragon Ball radar detector will be put aside by him first. "It's okay, I'll wait for the time." Suyi didn't care. When he came to this world, the most thing he needed was time. ... After leaving Bulma's house, Suyi rented a house near here to live, and Akatsuki Junho came with him to take care of his daily life. A week passed quickly. During this period, Suyi had a very good relationship with little Bulma. From time to time, some small things from his previous life that he extracted were given to this little girl. 1-to-1, the relationship between the big and the small is getting better and better. On this day, Suyi came to Bulma's house as scheduled. The little girl was squatting in the outer courtyard of the villa, sweat dripping on the ground. Seeing her serious appearance, Suyi from this angle shook her head and laughed lightly. Bulma in the original book naturally does not know how to practice. To describe it in one sentence, it is naturally, a developed mind and simple limbs. Now, Suyi taught her a previous life's inner strength and mind method, plus some inner boxing. Under his guidance, the combat power has risen from 0 at the beginning to 5 now. Although he is still a scumbag, you must know that it has only been a few days, and Bulma is only 5 years old now. In fact, if you think about it carefully, with her 5-point combat power, it would be perfectly fine to hit 7 or 8-year-olds, or even some weak adults. Brother Suyi, you are here. Suyi appeared behind Bulma, and the little girl had already sensed his appearance, so she stood up immediately, wiped the sweat on her little head, and looked at Suyi happily. Come on, has your practice improved today? Suyi reached out and touched little Bulma's head, and asked with a smile. He is a very powerful martial arts genius. Yesterday my combat power was 5, and today my combat power has reached 7. Little Bulma's sky blue eyes flickered and blinked, and with her arrogant appearance, she couldn't be too cute. Suyi was naturally attracted by the cuteness of little Bulma, and she couldn't help reminding herself, little Bulma is only 5 years old, and little Bulma is only 5 years old. Wait. 8. Summon the dragon, Akatsuki Mato will stay young forever. Following little Bulma to a small backyard of the villa, as she shouted, Dr. Brive in overalls walked out of a room with a radar-like thing. Mr. Su, this should be the Dragon Ball radar detector you want. Dr. Brive handed the Dragon Ball radar detector in his hand to Suyi and smiled. In the past few days, he has concentrated on studying the combat power detection glasses that Suyi gave him. At present, they have been modified by him. Not only can he see the combat power of 10,000. Thinking of this, Dr. Brive took out the improved combat power detection glasses and glanced at Suyi. Drop. Combat power is 33,255. My god, this man's strength is too terrifying. In the past few days, he used the glasses before to detect the combat effectiveness of others. There are 5, 6, and some even 10. Most of these people are all martial arts masters from the West, and those who are stronger than ordinary people are not a little bit stronger. And now, this man named Suyi has reached the combat power of 33,255. So, how does this not shock Dr. Brive? You actually improved this thing. Suyi was a little surprised when he saw his fighting power. Yes. Dr. Brive respected Suyi a lot, a man with more than 30,000 fighting powers. I'm afraid it's not something that an ordinary person like him can provoke. Excellent. Suyi couldn't help but admire that Dr. Brive is indeed one of the best super scientists in the Dragon Ball world. Complimented. Dr. Brive smiled embarrassedly. Drop. Bulma, how do you have a combat power of 7? Dr. Brive tilted his head and glanced at his daughter Bulma. The glasses scanned her combat power independently and found that she had a combat power of 7. Hey, Dad, Brother Suyi taught me to practice. Bulma put her hands on her waist, raised her head and smiled. Girls practice martial arts. You really? Dr. Brive shook his head with a wry smile, really not knowing what to say. Slightly tilde why can't girls practice martial arts? Humph. Bulma stuck out her tongue and hopped out of the backyard. ... After leaving Bulma's house, Suyi, who was holding the Dragon Ball radar detector, naturally started to get busy. Unfortunately, he didn't have the ability to teleport, otherwise it would be the greatest ability to collect Dragon Balls. Along the way, I played with Akatsuki Mato, and then I went to find Dragon Ball, and my life was not too comfortable. A month later, when Suyi returned to the western capital, he already had 7 Dragon Balls in his hands. Come out, Shenlong. At this time, in an open space in the suburbs of Exedu, Suyi shouted out the second line from the Dragon Ball anime in his previous life, and a nostalgic smile appeared on his face. These few words are the longing of the post-80s and 90s. Whoever finishes watching Dragon Ball does not imagine that one day he will be able to collect 7 Dragon Balls, and then make a wish. Now, Suyi has indeed achieved his dream in his previous life and summoned the dragon as he wished. Mortal, say your wish. Shenlong floated high in the sky and looked very majestic, but when his eyes were placed on Suyi, his eyes suddenly stared, and he said in shock, "How is it possible? How can the earth have a person as powerful as you? Where did all this crap come from?" Satisfied with the longing of the previous life, Suyi was still in a good mood. The words seemed heavy, but in fact he just said this in a very relaxed tone. But Shenlong didn't sound like that. His head was full of sweat, and he said in horror, "Sir, please state your wish." Suyi thought about it. Money is really useless to him. Others are generally useless. The key point is that the ability of this earth dragon is limited, and too many wishes cannot be realized. Xiao, do you have any wishes that you want to fulfill? Suyi himself had no needs, so he asked Akatsuki, who was next to him. Hearing that Suyi was willing to give her this wish, Akatsuki Mato immediately burst into tears and was moved. "Master, Akatsuki has no wish, if the only wish is to be by your side for a lifetime." Hearing this wish, Suyi was slightly moved, shook his head and smiled. "This wish does not require a dragon, I can satisfy you. Think about it and see what wish you need." Akatsuki Mato hesitated. To be honest, she really didn't have any wishes. Etc. Akatsuki Mato suddenly seemed to have thought of something, touched his face, and hurriedly said to the dragon in the sky, "Shenlong, I hope I can stay young forever." "As you wish." Shenlong opened his mouth, and a ray of light flashed from it, and finally fell on Akatsuki. "My lord, I retire." The voice of the dragon came, and then I saw a ray of light divided into 7 parts and scattered all over the world. "Master, my skin is fine." Akatsuki Mato, who took out a small mirror, screamed in excitement. Suyi glanced back at her. She was a bit more beautiful now than before, which made a fire in his heart inevitably rise. "Xiao, that cat-eared white silk-made outfit, I think you must be very beautiful in it. Would you like to show me today?" Suyi stepped out, pressed her face to Akatsuki Mato, and whispered a word in her ear. "Listen to the master." Akatsuki Mato bowed his head shyly. 9. 5 years later, I saw Xiao Wukong for the first time. It has been a few months since the last time he summoned Shenlong. In the past few months, Suyi has deeply realized how low the chance of getting this advanced gift package is. It's all black iron level gift packs. Although there are some good things in it, as Suyi's strength is getting stronger and stronger, it is completely useless. In a few months, little Bulma has gradually grown from a weak chicken with a combat power of 7 to a little master with a combat power of 50. If you continue to practice like this, I am afraid that when the Dragon Ball plot begins, this girl will have at least tens of thousands of combat power. At that time, a 16-year-old girl beats up some veteran martial arts masters who have practiced for decades in minutes, which is really funny enough. This is indeed the case. This idea has not come up once. Anyway, Suyi wants to laugh once. At that time, will that old man tortoise immortal still dare to molest Bulma? ... Spring and autumn come, and before you know it, another 5 years have passed. Little Bulma has grown up slowly, and at the age of 10, she already has a height of about 1.6 meters, and because of her practice, she does not look like a 10-year-old girl in all aspects. The beauty embryo gradually grew, and to be honest, Suyi became more and more excited. After all, this is a process of cultivation, which made him a little tormented, and at the same time, he was also looking forward to it. On this day, Suyi estimated the time in his house, and now Xiao Wukong should be 6 years old if there is no accident. At the age of 6, you can basically recognize people. So, Suyi was going to meet this little guy. Mato Akatsuki is now completely integrated into this world. Suyi paid for her to open a convenience store for her. Every day is very fulfilling. Of course, this woman has been practicing in her spare time, and now her combat power has reached more than 15,000. This kind of strength, if you want to destroy the earth, you can easily do it. He flew towards Baozi Mountain, where Xiao Wukong lived in his memory. During the 5-year period, his strength had become so strong that he could capture a planet with his bare hands. Of course, the premise is that his hands are that big. If measured by combat power, Suyi's current combat power is close to 100,000. So, in fact, now that he is asked to face the Emperor of the Universe Frieza, he is not wrong at all. But what is very strange is that he himself feels that his current strength can obviously try to break through the limits of Saiyans and reach the realm of Super Saiyans. But every time he tried, he felt powerless for a while, and he could never find the breakthrough point. After thinking about it, in the end, Suyi felt that the bloodline had not been fully developed, or could it be said, like the rage he needed when he broke through Super Saiyan in the previous Dragon Ball anime. Suyi didn't understand and didn't know, so he didn't think much about it, he just regarded it as the lack of time. Baozi Mountain, this is the starting point of everything Dragon Ball, is where the entire Dragon Ball begins. At this moment, Suyi was floating in the air, and outside a small wooden house, he saw a little boy with a long tail squatting on a horse, with sweat dripping from his forehead on the ground. The color of perseverance. I used to see Wukong on the screen, but now he actually exists in front of me, ha ha ha, don't say it, I'm really excited. Suyi whispered and laughed, this little Wukong's iconic hair, and the tail that swayed at will when he was a child, he believed that anyone in his previous life would be very excited to see it with his own eyes. Because Dragon Ball is not just an anime. It represents the childhood of the post-80s and post-90s. Xiao Wukong's ears are very sensitive, he heard Suyi's thin smile in the sky, and immediately followed the sound. Anyone can stand in the air. Xiao Wukong looked up at the sky and saw that Suyi was actually standing in the air, his face suddenly showed shock. He felt that his grandfather's strength was strong enough. However, he has never heard or seen that grandpa can stand in the air. Call out. Suyi stepped down and instantly reached the ground. Who are you? Xiao Wukong's tail stood up instantly, then took a few steps back, raised his legs in a defensive motion, and looked at Suyi who was smiling vigilantly. Facing Xiao Wukong's vigilance, Suyi smiled, the tail wrapped around his waist came out, and then shook behind him. I am your clan. Clan. Hearing these two words, Xiao Wukong frowned. For him, the word clan is indeed a bit difficult to understand. Goku. At this moment, Son Gohan's voice rang out. Grandpa, it's Grandpa who is back. Xiao Wukong's eyes lit up, and the vigilant look just now disappeared instantly, and then ran away in the direction of Sun Wufan's voice. Ha ha ha. Hearty laughter sounded, and the figure of Sun Wufan appeared in Suyi's sight. Huh. However, Sun Wufan's laughter stopped abruptly when he saw Suyi. Who is he? Sun Wufan frowned, especially when he saw the tail behind Suyi, his brows became even tighter. This eldest brother said he belonged to Wukong's clan, but Wukong doesn't know what clansman means. Grandpa, do you know? Goku asked. Clan. Sun Wufan glanced at Suyi vigilantly, he felt a very strong sense of oppression from this seemingly ordinary man. This is a very powerful man, powerful enough, with one blow. Do not. Just one finger, I am afraid it can stab him to death. Don't be too strict, I have no ill will towards Xiao Wukong, I just came here to see how his life is going. Now it seems that he is very good. Suyi still has to say something on the surface, otherwise it is easy to make people feel suspicious. 10. The gluttonous ghost Wukong. Bulma's first mouth. Su Yi's expression was very sincere. Sun Wufan saw it in his eyes, and when he thought of the man's powerful strength, he nodded with a sigh and said, "Are you here to pick up Wukong?" No, it's best for him to follow you. Su Yi has no plans to take Xiao Wukong to the plot ahead of time. It is always a good thing for him to practice for a few years now. Wu. Hearing Su Yi's words, Sun Wufan was obviously relieved. As a lonely old man with no descendants, from the first day he picked up Wukong, he has completely regarded him as his own grandson. Having been raised for more than 6 years, let alone raising a person, even raising a kitten and a dog, the feeling is absolutely deep. In that case, please come in and sit down. Sun Wufan invited Su Yi into the house. Just as he was about to call Xiao Wukong to catch some fish, Su Yi popped a capsule at the gate and a food house appeared in front of the grandfather and grandson. Big brother is amazing. Is that the magic that Grandpa told me about? Xiao Wukong's eyes widened, and he jumped over happily after 2 somersaults, and was just about to open the door of this gourmet house. Goku. Sun Wufan scolded. You must be polite if you are not allowed to do anything without the master's permission. Oh. Xiao Wukong shrank back aggrieved. Seeing his appearance, Su Yi burst out laughing, pushed the food house away, and beckoned to Xiao Wukong, who looked over at him from time to time as a child. This is what the outside world calls a capsule, and it can put a lot of things in it. Now it's a gourmet house, and it's full of delicious food. Delicious and delicious. Chirp chirp. Xiao Wukong only heard these 4 words in his ears, and then hurried over. Sun Wufan walked over slowly, and the moment Su Yi opened the door of the food house just now, a tempting scent entered his nostrils. But after all, he was already so old, and he was still able to hold back this seductive scent. It really cost you money. Sun Wufan looked at the little Wukong who was eating hesai frantically, and shook his head with a wry smile. It's alright, there are too few remaining clansmen. I can see Xiao Wukong. I am a little older and naturally hope that he can grow up well. These words are indeed Su Yi's sincere words. If he can help Xiao Wukong, he will naturally not be stingy. The two chatted for a while, and they also joined the ranks of Xiao Wukong. This meal lasted as much as 3 hours. Anyway, in the end, Wukong closed his eyes with enjoyment, and lay motionless on a small stone bench outside the room with his stomach stretched out, breathing. See you next time. Su Yi was also about to set off and went back, glanced at Xiao Wukong, jumped, and soon disappeared into Sun Wufan's sight as a light spot. Yeah, has brother Su Yi left? After 2 or 3 minutes, Xiao Wukong came back to his senses after realizing it from the stone bench. He looked at the sky in amazement and murmured, Wukong also said that he wanted him to give me some pointers. Don't think like that. When Sun Wufan heard Wukong's words, his face suddenly changed. Let alone him just now, even his master, teacher Wu Tian, I am afraid that he will definitely not be an opponent. Sun Wukong practiced with him, I am afraid this one can blow him to death. ... Su Yi naturally didn't know what happened next to Baozishan Xiao Wukong's side. At this time, it didn't take long for him to fly back to Exedu's house. Master, Miss Bulma has been looking for you just now. On the sofa in the living room of the house, Mado Xiao, who was watching TV, saw Su Yi coming back, and hurriedly got up from the sofa and said respectfully. Xiao, don't you know my personality after so many years? Don't be too outspoken. Su Yi took 1 step forward, came to Akatsuki, and hugged her into his arms. This was her first woman, and it was a woman who had accompanied him for so many years. Calling him master all the time was a bit exciting when he was having sex, but in reality, there was no need to treat him as a maid all the time. Master, I. Akatsuki Mado lowered her head shyly, she could feel Su Yi's love. However, over the years, she had grown accustomed to being a maid. Don't leave me, call my master and I won't force you to correct, but you are not allowed to be so restrained when you face me in the future. Su Yi said solemnly. Xiao listened to the master. Mado Xiao Nuonuo's voice sounded. Knock knock knock. When the two fell in love, there was a knock on the door. Is Brother Suyi here? Bulma's voice sounded outside the door. Hearing her voice, Akatsuki Shinto shyly ran back to the sofa and sat down, staring at the TV while peeking at Suyi from time to time. Suyi opened the door, and Bulma stood shyly in a lavender dress. Bulma, are you okay? Suyi looked at this girl in confusion. Why is she so similar to Akatsuki's current appearance? Brother Suyi, come out and I'll give you a present. Bulma looked up at Suyi, then lowered her head quickly and whispered. Suyi glanced back at Akatsuki, then followed Bulma out the door. The girl dragged him to the glass window. Now Bulma can also dance in the sky, so he just vacated. Hey, you're wearing a skirt. Suyi reminded. Yes, then, brother and Princess Suyi hug me. As he spoke, Bulma jumped directly onto Suyi and looked at Suyi playfully with a small mouth. Brother Suyi is so handsome no matter what angle you look at, he is so charming. Hearing this, Suyi felt the body fragrance of the girl on Bulma's body. Although this little girl was only 10 years old, she should have developed well. Now hanging on him, it is really a torment. Looking down at Bulma, the girl's long eyelashes blinked, and her blue pupils looked even more charming. Bulma moved her head down slowly. Seeing that her favorite brother Suyi seemed to want to kiss her, Bulma closed her eyes shyly. Seeing Bulma close her eyes, Suyi naturally knew what she meant. The two of them pressed their lips together, and the old driver Suyi slowly guided Bulma how to respond. 11. There is a girl next door growing up, and Wukong is shocked. Brother Suyi, I finally reached 10,000 combat power. The girl's cheerful footsteps and pleasant voice came. Suyi, who was eating fruit at home, heard the sound and came to the door to open the door. Bulma, who is already 16 years old, has completely grown up. In response to that sentence, there is a girl next door who has grown up. Compared with her 6 years ago, Bulma's height of 1.72 meters now shows her long legs vividly. To be honest, Suyi really had more than one evil thought over the years. So beautiful. Every year, this girl's beauty is several times that of the previous year, plus she teases Suyi from time to time. That feeling is really uncomfortable enough. Great. Suyi came back to his senses and sighed in admiration. Bulma was able to reach the level of 10,000 combat power in 11 years, not because of her talent in martial arts, but because of Suyi's guidance and various good things extracted from the gift package. Ha ha ha, brother Suyi, you said that when Bulma reaches 10,000 combat power, you will take me around the world. Now, hurry up and fulfill your promise. Bulma said excitedly. Hearing this, Suyi thought about it. At this stage, the Dragon Ball plot should also be at the beginning, and it is not impossible to take Bulma out. Okay, then go back and pack up. Let's go to the first destination, Baozishan. Suyi nodded and laughed. Xiao Wukong still had to bring him out of the deep mountains. Ha ha ha, don't pack up, because Bulma has already packed up. Bulma jumped up happily. You girl, you are really fast enough. Suyi shook his head and smiled, then took out a mobile phone and called Mato Akatsuki who was in the convenience store. Master. Come back, the convenience store doesn't have to open in the future. Suyi said. Good host. ... The phone hung up, and after a while, Akatsuki Mato came back. Sister Xiao. Bulma. Both women greeted very politely. Go, Baozi Mountain. With a big wave of Suyi's hand, the three came to the balcony and soared into the air, and he led the way to Baozi Mountain. The speed of the flight is still very fast, but it came to Baozi Mountain in a while. At the same time, on a stone in the center of a large river, Sun Wukong was preparing to fish with his tail as bait. Monkey, hey, eat this monkey today. The eyes of a big fish under the river suddenly lit up, and it opened its mouth and jumped out of the water. Drink. As soon as the big fish jumped out of the water, the Monkey King jumped up on the stone and kicked the big fish unconscious. Hey, Eat big fish today. Sun Wukong hurriedly put on his clothes, then jumped onto the river bank with a big fish much bigger than his body, whistling and slowly walked towards the house. Goku. At this moment, a familiar voice came from the sky, causing Sun Wukong to look up. When he saw Suyi who was slowly landing, his eyes suddenly lit up. Brother Suyi. Ha ha ha, I just caught a big fish, and today I invite you to eat big braised fish, Suyi. Huh, why did they feel different from us? Are they monsters? Suyi, Junhu Xiao and Bulma landed, and Sun Wukong turned his eyes around, and his eyes widened in vain when he saw the two girls. In his world, he had never seen a girl. You are the monster. Bulma glanced at Sun Wukong who was carrying the big fish, jumped out and folded his arms and hummed. Little man, of course we are different from you, because we are girls. Girls. Sun Wukong's eyes widened again, he shook his head twice, and then took 2 steps back with 2 strange screams, dropped the big fish in his hands, and put his hands on the outside of his thighs to politely give to Bulma and Jundo Akatsuki. Bowed. Grandpa and big brother Suyi have said that you should be polite to girls. Hello, girls. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Suyi, who was on the side, couldn't help laughing. This Goku is too cute. HMPH, don't care about your impoliteness, just get the braised big fish for us to eat later. Bulma is also a cute girl with an arrogant personality, and she waved her hand lightly. Okay, you come with me. Sun Wukong immediately picked up the big fish on the ground again, spread his legs and ran quickly. As he ran, he looked back. When he thinks about it, I am afraid that only big brother Suyi can catch up to him. Those 2 weak girls will definitely eat dust behind him. However, after he looked back, his thoughts just disappeared in an instant. On the contrary, he paused in midair with his eyes widening and his tongue sticking out, as if he had seen a ghost. How could those 2 weak girls keep following him like a walk? You. Are you also masters? Sun Wukong stopped and shouted in shock. Didn't you see that we were also using the air dance technique? Humph, little man, you are still too weak now. Bulma grimaced at Sun Wukong and hummed. My god. Sun Wukong is really stunned. He has not yet learned the air dance technique. Although his current combat power is much stronger than at the beginning of the plot, he still has not formed a qualitative change. Be scared, Bulma is a very powerful person. Bulma kept her head held high, very proud. Wukong, you will be strong in the future, don't be discouraged. Suyi couldn't help comforting Sun Wukong's face when he saw the somewhat disappointed look on his face. In fact, he can also make Sun Wukong's strength dozens of times, hundreds of times, or even thousands of times stronger than when the Dragon Ball plot began. But Suyi thought about it carefully, and still didn't do it. There are some things that Xiao Wukong needs to experience and grow by himself. That is the most precious wealth. Hearing Suyi's comfort, the loss on Sun Wukong's face immediately dissipated, and then he put on a resolute look, jumped up with his fists and beat the sky, and shouted loudly, Wukong can also grow into a big brother like Suyi. Great people. 12. Embark on a journey, Pilaf Trio. After eating a braised big fish meal at Sun Wukong's house, the group set off on their way. Suyi knew that Sun Wufan had passed away, so he didn't mention it again to make Xiao Wukong sad again. This girl Bulma wants to be as youthful as Akira Mato, so she still uses Dragon Ball as the starting point of the plot, and everyone embarks on a journey. Suyi has a 5-planet in his hand, plus a 4-planet in Sun Wukong's hand, and now he has 2. He didn't care much about summoning Shenlong, and he was completely amused by Bulma, and at the same time he wanted to see these characters in the early stage of Dragon Ball. By the way, Suyi is also going to take Wukong to the Turtle Ferry, which is also the path Wukong should have taken. Half a month has passed. With the light bulb of Wukong, Suyi and Bulma have little time to get close. At most they are limited to kissing and hugging, and further development is actually possible. However, Bulma was still too shy after all. But fortunately, with the existence of Akatsuki, this journey made him not too lonely. There is one last Dragon Ball, where is it? One night, in a building on the outskirts, Su Yegulma Jundoshao and Wukong were sitting around a table, their brows furrowed. For more than half a month, they have collected 6 Dragon Balls. As for the last one, they never saw a light spot on the Dragon Ball radar detector. Strange, shouldn't it be reasonable? Suyi is also very strange. This Dragon Ball radar detector is not broken, how can it not detect the specific location of the last Dragon Ball? Could it be that the radar is broken? Bulma turned to look at the Dragon Ball radar detector and frowned. It shouldn't be possible. When I found the 6th Dragon Ball 2 days ago, it was still fine, and the 7th Dragon Ball did flash around here at that time. Akira Mato said. It's okay, let's talk about it tomorrow. Anyway, it's the last Dragon Ball, and it will definitely be ours. Suyi comforted, then got up from the seat. I'll go to rest first, everyone should go to bed earlier. Good night, Brother Suyi. Good night, Brother Suyi. Good night, Master. The 3 of them greeted each other and entered their own rooms at the same time. However, after a while, Akatsuki Mato changed into a black silk bunny girl and knocked on Suyi's room door softly. Suyi opened the door, and Mato Shao walked in gently. After a while, the beautiful sound of humming and chirping sounded in the house. ... The night was a little deeper, and everyone in the building was in dreamland. At the same time, 3 figures appeared dozens of meters away from the building. King Pilaf, are you sure there are 6 Dragon Balls around here? The 3 figures are tall and short, and the tall one is a woman's voice, asking a question. Nonsense, I'm the most powerful King Pilaf in the world, and there are 6 Dragon Balls left, and I'm definitely near here. The little Pilaf said coldly, okay, stop talking nonsense, follow me. Puff. Before Pilaf could finish speaking, a fart sounded. Fart. A shoe in the trio stared and said 2 words. What did you say? Pilaf jumped up and slapped Axiu on the head, roaring, you actually said that I was farting. No, Lord Pilaf, I mean someone was farting just now. Axiu patted his head with a depressed expression and said in a low voice. Puff. At this moment, another fart sounded. In the dark night, Pilaf's face turned red inadvertently, and he even showed an expression of enjoyment. After a while, he coughed dryly, stared at Axiu and said coldly, you fart. Huh. Ashu was stunned for a moment, and 3 lines of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. That's right, you were farting just now. Usually the first person to smell it, and the first person to say it, is what he's covering up. So, yes, Axiu, you're farting. Naturally, it was impossible for Pilaf to admit that it was actually his fart just now. Huh, it's not me, King Pilaf, it's really not my fart. Axiu suddenly panicked, hurriedly waved his hand and shook his head. Seeing Asho's veto, Pilaf narrowed his eyes and sneered at the corner of his mouth. Then he took out a rocket launcher from behind his butt, and said lightly, I think I need to set off fireworks to celebrate. Also, honestly, you were the one who farted just now, right? How dare you little. Ash was about to cry. Then what do you mean by the fart of the king? You dare to frame the king, HMPH, how could such a noble and educated person fart? While speaking, Pilaf pulled the rocket launcher, and it seemed that it was about to be launched. King Pilaf, it's the little ones, the farts are the little ones. Please spare your life, please spare your life. Asho's tears have already come out, this rocket bomb really hit him, I'm afraid he really has to go to hell. He. Seeing him admit it, Pilaf sneered and took back his bazooka, clapped his hands and said, okay, it's important to be busy, you come with me. Woo. Ashu breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat on his forehead, and then glanced at Xiaowu, who smiled awkwardly and walked forward with Pilaf. Soon, several people approached the outside of the building where Suyi and others were. King Pilaf, there's a building here. Axiu wanted to express himself so that he could redeem his past mistakes. Snapped. Of course the king saw it, do you need to tell me? But Pilaf didn't appreciate it at all, raised his hand and slapped Asho's forehead, looked at the building with a sneer, and said in a low voice, Dragon Ball must be here. Just now the Dragon Ball in my arms flickered. 13. It is impossible for the great King Pilaf to fart. Although Pilaf is ugly, I have to say that he is really good. His science and technology are equally powerful. Bulma's father, Dr. Brive, can easily make a Dragon Ball radar detector, and he can also make it. He even kept an eye on it, which was to block the Dragon Balls that others could sense him. Therefore, this is also the reason why Suyi and the others were able to perceive the position of the last Dragon Ball 2 days ago, but it disappeared inexplicably. Action. Pilaf waved his hand, then turned around in a circle and dropped an all-purpose capsule on the ground. After a cloud of smoke swirled around, he had turned into a night outfit. Ashu and Xiaowu looked at each other and threw an all-purpose capsule on the ground in a similar fashion, and also changed into night clothes. The trio sneaked to the door of the building, and Pilaf was the first to step forward and gently pushed the door. Squeak. The door is open. People today are really big-hearted, and they don't even lock the door. You guys, you must remember this lesson, and you must remember to lock the door when you go out in the future. Pilaf glanced back at the two men, and then walked in slowly. Ashu and Xiaowu watched the surroundings vigilantly from behind, but it was pitch black and they couldn't see anything, so they were just vigilant. Cut. Just as the Pilaf trio were sneakily searching for Dragon Ball, a sneeze sounded. Who? Several people were immediately taken aback. Shish. The whistle sounded, and then I saw a very small figure walking out of the room, in a daze, without opening his eyes at all. Seeing this figure, the Pilaf trio immediately covered their mouths and held their breath. The figure was naturally Sun Wukong, who got up to urinate, pushed open the door, took 2 steps to an open space, took off his pants and started urinating. This kid is so immoral. Pilaf glanced at Sun Wukong and said in a low voice, you are not allowed to learn from this guy. Yes. At this moment, Ashu and Xiaowu were covered in sweat on their foreheads. After all, their existence was almost discovered, and now they were all panicked. Don't be too afraid, this kid is a blind man at night. If we don't move, he will definitely not be able to see us. As soon as he enters, we will steal the Dragon Ball and run away. Pilaf analyzed in a low voice. Soon, Sun Wukong rubbed his eyes and returned after urinating. He did not see the Pilaf trio at first. As a result, just when he was about to enter the room to sleep, a fart sound made him completely awake from the stupefied state. Who? Sun Wukong turned around and glanced at the dark living room, but still saw no one. Sun Wukong walked around, took out a wish-fulfilling stick from behind him, and walked step by step in the direction where the farting sound came from. Hearing the sound of footsteps getting closer, Axiu and Xiaowu were shaking all over. It seems that this kid is going to force the great King Pilaf to take action. Pilaf was a lot calmer. As a big bad guy who wants to dominate the world in the future, how can he be afraid of being discovered for his bad deeds? Remember, I didn't hit this fart. When he was about to make a move, Pilaf seemed to have thought of something again, leaned in front of the two men, and said something coldly. If afraid that they would not believe it, he thought about it again and added, the great King Pilaf, it is impossible to fart. Hearing this, Ashu and Xiaowu smiled bitterly. Boy, take your life. Pilaf took out a machine gun, then took off his nocturnal clothes, jumped to the living room dining table and shot at Sun Wukong, who was vigilantly approaching. Whoa! Sun Wukong was in a hurry for a while, but fortunately, his body responded very quickly. With the flash of bullets, he easily avoided Pilaf's burst of fire. My God! Is this kid a monster? Xiaowu and Ashu widened their eyes and looked at Sun Wukong, who was playing from left to right, in disbelief. Every shot didn't hit him, so it shouldn't be too scary. At the same time, Suyi, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the sound of gunfire. He glanced at Akatsuki, who was in his arms, and said, "An enemy is coming." After speaking, Suyi quickly got up and put on his clothes, opened the door and walked out. It happened that the confused Bulma also opened the door and walked out. "What's the matter? Sounds like gunshots." Bulma rubbed her eyes and turned her head towards the living room with a puzzled look on her face. The firelight made her eyes widen, and she immediately hugged Suyi's arm. "There is a bad guy here. Don't be afraid." Suyi comforted her. In fact, with Bulma's strength now, there is no need to be afraid of these hot weapons at all, but he understands that this girl has never experienced these, so she is subconsciously afraid. "You go back to your room first and see how I teach these guys a lesson." Suyi smiled and pulled Bulma back into the room. At this time, Akatsuki Mato also got dressed and walked out of his room. "Master, do you need Xiao to do something?" Akira Mato asked. "No, Wukong should be able to solve it easily." Suyi walked towards the living room and saw that Sun Wukong had gradually changed from passive defense to active attack. Every time Pilaf shot, he swung the wishful stick in his hand in a circle, easily blocking all the bullets. "The location is too small to exert the full strength of this king. Boy, come with me if you have the ability." Pilaf knew that it might not be good for him to continue the stalemate, and was ready to use a strategy. "I drag them away, and you guys find a chance to steal the Dragon Ball." After that, he turned around and whispered something. "Yes, Lord Pilaf." Xiao Wu and Aishu hurriedly nodded in response. Suyi's ear was astonishing, and he easily incorporated the conversation of these guys into his ears. "King Pilaf, hee, it turned out to be the Pilaf trio." Suyi laughed. These three guys can be said to be the longest living villains in the Dragon Ball world. Moreover, the female character Xiao Wu was even turned positive in the later period and became Trunks' girlfriend. But when it comes to Trunks, Suyi has a strange feeling in his heart. Bulma must be my woman, so will Trunks exist in the world by then? To be honest, Suyi was very curious about this. But no matter how curious he was, he knew that the plot had just begun, and it was too early to think so much. 14. Desperate Pilaf Trio. Sun Wukong was attracted by Pilaf, while Suyi and Akatsuki Shinto stayed where he was. He knew that Goku could easily deal with Pilaf. Maybe it won't kill him, but it's still very easy to drive him away. "Xiao Wu, you treat that man, I treat this woman." Axiu pulled out a samurai sword from behind, and then looked at Akatsuki Mato viciously. He felt that women were usually more bullied than men. In fact, it is true, but Mato knows where as an ordinary woman. With her outstanding combat effectiveness, not to mention killing one of him easily, even 10, 800, thousands of him would be effortless at all. Good. Xiao Wu's strength is not bad, so she didn't choose whether she was male or female. Moreover, this man also looks like he is very easy to bully. Drink. Drink. With two loud shouts, Xiao Wu and Axiu stepped forward to find their opponents and fought. "Xiao, don't use too much force, be careful to kill them directly." Suyi reminded that these two guys are the impetus for many follow-up plots, so he naturally has to remind Akatsuki, so as not to directly kill them without paying attention. That would be embarrassing to die. Good host. Akatsuki Mato nodded obediently. Suyi's order was her lifelong pursuit. That's it, the two of them were playing with Axiu and Xiao Wu. Over time, they also recovered their feelings and tried their best, but in the eyes of others, they were just being played by monkeys. "Xiao Wu, we are not rivals, hurry up and leave." Ashu took a few steps back, and Xiao Wu also took a few steps back, and the two exchanged in a low voice, back to back. "You have to tell King Pilaf, the people in this building are even more difficult to provoke. Dragon Balls, it's hard to take them." Xiao Wu sighed, and then quietly took out what looked like a bomb from her arms. "Look at my ass." Xiao Wu threw hard at Suyi and the two of them, and then the butt bomb exploded in midair, and a fart stench spread throughout the building. It stinks, run away. Xiaowu pinched her nose, turned around and ran out of the building. The great King Pilaf will definitely find his way back, and you guys will be punished after all. Ashu also pinched his nose and said a harsh word, and then fled in despair. This Pilaf trio is really annoying. Suyi frowned and shook his head while covering his nose. This ass bomb didn't do any substantial damage, but in his opinion, it was more terrifying than that kind of substantial damage. It stinks, it stinks, it stinks more and more. Akatsuki Mato frowned, and the whole person was disgusted. Ah, why is it so stinky? Who farts? It's scary. Bulma in the back room also roared and ran out of the room, covering her nose and mouth and complaining. Think of a way to get rid of the stench. Suyi looked at Bulma. He knew that this talented girl could definitely solve the problem. It's still up to the talented girl Bulma to shoot. Tingled her chest proudly and said something. ... When Bulma took action to solve the fart smell inside the building, at this time, outside the building, Sun Wukong was staring at a plane in the sky and shouting, "It's my favorite bird. Damn it. The bird, you are not allowed to fly away. Ah, Ruyi is great, it grows longer. Call out." With Sun Wukong's roar, he saw that the wishful stick in his hand quickly grew longer and stabbed directly into the sky. Boom. The plane in the sky was hit and rolled in the sky, and the screams of the Pilaf trio rang out. King Pilaf, this wild boy is a monster. Axiu curled up and shivered, his face full of fear. Calm down, what's a hairy boy afraid of? Look at my missiles and kill him directly. Although Pilaf was in a panic, in order to maintain his majesty as a king, he forcibly put on EB and reached out and pressed a button on the plane. Puff puff. A fart-like sound sounded, followed by a dozen missiles spraying out from under the plane. Want to attack me? Impossible. Sun Wukong waved the wish-fulfilling stick and shot back all the missiles that were attacking him. Boom. It stinks. It stinks. King Pilaf, did you just put a butt bomb? ... On the plane, several missiles were shot back by Sun Wukong and exploded on the plane. Suddenly, the smell of a lot of ass attacked him. Get out of here first. Pilaf also wanted to die because of the stink bomb, but he knew that he and the others had to get out of this place before they were passed out by the stink. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. Run. Call out. At this moment, Suyi suddenly appeared high in the sky, looking at the Pilaf trio inside the plane with his arms folded and his face indifferent. He raised his hand and punched it out. Boom. The plane crashed, and the screams from the Pilaf trio cut through the quiet night sky. Quack quack. The crows in the woods were alarmed and screamed. The Pilaf trio struggled to the ground with despair, and then fell into a coma under the smell of the fart and some pain from the injury. 15. Summon the dragon, and a year later will be the world's first martial arts conference. The next time they woke up, the Pilaf trio found themselves tied up. Damn it. Pilaf swept the surrounding pattern, and then stared fiercely at Suyi and others. The great King Pilaf will never give up. Sooner or later, you will be counterattacked by us. Axiu is a staunch supporter of Pilaf and said something. Suyi crossed his chest with both hands, looked at these guys with a funny face, and then took out 7 Dragon Balls. Dragon Ball. This king's Dragon Ball. When Pilaf saw the 7 Dragon Balls, a green light suddenly appeared in his eyes. No, this is my Dragon Ball. Suyi shook his fingers, then placed all the Dragon Balls on the ground, and said, "Come out, Shenlong." Following Suyi's call, the entire sky darkened, and lightning bolts blasted across the sky. Soon, a golden light appeared, and the dragon appeared. Whoever collects the Dragon Balls, tell me your wish. Any wish can be fulfilled, but it's only limited to one wish. Above the sky, the dragon's majestic and solemn voice sounded. Bulma, tell Shenlong your wish. Suyi smiled. Shenlong, I want eternal youth. Bulma took a deep breath, Still staying in the shock when the dragon appeared, Suyi reminded her, and then she regained her senses and made a wish. This is so easy. A bright light flashed in Shenlong's eyes, and then it shone on Bulma. Soon, she found that her skin, which was already at its peak, was more supple. Call out. After the wish came true, the dragon turned into 7 rays of brilliance, flew to 7 directions and disappeared. Dragon Ball. Ah, my Dragon Ball. My wish to dominate the world is gone. Pilav's distraught voice came, and Suyi glanced at him, thinking about how to deal with these guys. If he remembered correctly, it should be the 21st World No. 1 Martial Arts Conference in just over a year. Of course he didn't need to participate in this martial arts conference, but Wukong was absolutely necessary to participate. Thinking of this, Suyi shook his head, feeling that he was thinking too far now. Brother Suyi, how do you deal with these guys? Sun Wukong stared at the Pilav trio with a wish-fulfilling stick. Don't kill me. Seeing Sun Wukong staring at them with a bad face, Pilav didn't calm down either, and he said it directly. Just a fat beating. Such a small role, Suyi is naturally a lot more tolerant. And I have to say, he also finds it interesting to have such a small role to add a little fun from time to time. Okay. Sun Wukong put away the wishful stick, kneaded his fists and approached the Pilav trio. Bang bang bang. As expected, after hearing what Suyi said, Fatty beat him up. In the Pilav trio, everyone's face was red and swollen, like a big pig's head. Ha ha ha, they look like 3 little pigs. Bulma pointed at the Pilav trio and laughed. Damn it, when did I, King Pilaf, suffer such an insult? Pilav was furious in his heart. If he hadn't been bound, he said that he would have to find his place on the spot. There is an old saying in the Far East, if you keep the green hills, you won't be afraid of running out of firewood. King Pilav, let's be patient. Xiao Wu said in a low voice. ... Suyi and his party set off, heading towards the Immortal Island. The Pilav trio wanted to take revenge later, and Suyi naturally wouldn't care. The towering dragon, is it necessary to pay attention to the punches of these little ants? Stop and go all the way, watch the scenery, and it took almost 3 days to finally arrive at Guixian Island. This is where the legendary teacher Wu Tian lived. Sun Wukong stared at this small island with wide eyes. This kind of venue does seem to have the feeling of a place where people from outside the world live. Hey, little monkey, you stepped on the old turtle's shell. When Sun Wukong was looking around with his head, an old voice rang out. Sorry. Sun Wukong immediately straightened his body, then lowered his head and glanced. His eyes met the serious-looking turtle, and hurriedly jumped aside. Excuse me, are you teacher Wu Tian? Sun Wukong put his hands together, bowed politely to the turtle, and asked with wide eyes. Teacher Wu Tian, someone is looking for you. The turtle shouted in a loud voice, then turned around and slowly crawled up, but just after taking 2 steps, his eyes suddenly widened, and he slowly looked up along a person's feet. My God, he's the man from 11 years ago. The turtle suddenly jumped high from the beach, then crawled to the ground and called, Sir, respectfully. It's really a turtle, it doesn't know what to call Suyi, so it can only call Mr. Hello, turtle. Suyi smiled kindly at the old turtle, then turned his eyes to a wooden house on the island. At this time, the door had been pushed open, and the turtle fairy should be about to come out. However, the expected turtle fairy did not come out, but a bald little monk came out. This is Krillin. Why did he come here early? But thinking about it carefully, Suyi also felt that he thought about it. Everything has a butterfly effect. His arrival may change the time difference a little, but the final result is actually the same. 16. A battle with Goku a year later. 4/6 for reward and monthly pass. Wow, 2 big beauties. Turtle Immortal also came out of the room. He was so shy, and immediately set his eyes on Bulma and Akatsuki, and the whole person was instantly excited. Cough cough. Turtle coughed twice and reminded, Teacher Wu Tian, be safe, these two ladies came with the gentleman from 11 years ago. Hearing this, Immortal Turtle was startled, then turned his head to look, his eyes fixed on Suyi, and then the whole person's face collapsed at this moment. Hello sir. After so many years, Suyi's aura has become more obscure and difficult to understand, which makes everyone in the martial arts on Earth tremble with fear. He had never seen a master at this level, and he had never felt it. This is Wukong. His grandfather is your apprentice Sun Wufan. I entrust him to you, and Hao Sheng will teach him to practice. Suyi pointed at Sun Wukong and spoke indifferently. Gohan's grandson. Immortal Turtle looked in the direction Suyi's finger pointed, and a young boy was staring blankly at him. That's Rui Bang behind you, It seems that it is indeed Gohan's grandson. Turtle Immortal nodded, but he was very surprised that this gentleman was so powerful. Why didn't he teach this little guy? Don't guess the master's mind. Immortal Turtle raised this idea in his mind, hurriedly bowed to Suyi, and said, Please don't worry, sir, Xiao Wukong can be taught by me. He inadvertently saw the tail behind Sun Wukong's buttocks in the corner of his light, and then thought of Suyi's tail. I am afraid that a fool can guess what the relationship between the two of them is. Keelan, come here and get to know your fellow apprentice brothers. Seeing Suyi nodding approvingly, Immortal Turtle beckoned to Keelan, who was standing dumbfounded on the side, wanting the two disciples to get to know each other first. Hello, I'm Krillin. After hearing Turtle Immortal's words, Keelan came back to his senses, rolled his eyes, jumped in front of Sun Wukong and stretched out his hand. Hello, my name is Sun Wukong, you can call me Wukong. Sun Wukong smiled and stretched out his hand, growing up so big, it was the first time he had contacted people other than Suyi and Sun Wufan so kindly, so he was still very happy. Hello hello. Keelan held Sun Wukong's hand with a smile on his face, and the strength in his hand increased. As a fellow apprentice brother, Keelan naturally thought of himself as a senior apprentice. How can I be a brother? That's not easy, won't it be enough to win this Monkey King? Why is Keelan's hands getting harder and harder? Sun Wukong and Keelan shook hands for a while, and found that his hand was getting stronger and stronger, and he couldn't help feeling strange. Does the stronger the handshake of a good friend show my enthusiasm? Thinking of this, Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, as if he had understood something. We will be good friends from now on. Sun Wukong said this, and at the same time the strength in his hand increased. Ah! Click! Krillin's hand is broken. It hurts. It hurts. Let me go, let me go. Krillin screamed in pain and jumped on the beach. I'm sorry Krillin, my strength is too much, and it hurts to pinch you. Sun Wukong hurriedly let go, took a few steps back, bowed to Keelan, and said something apologetically. Ha ha ha. Suyi and Bulma burst into laughter when they saw this scene. How could they not see that Keelan actually wanted to pinch and hurt Sun Wukong, but he underestimated Wukong, but he was hurt by himself. Well, it's time for me to leave too. After a few people laughed, Suyi became serious and said to Wukong, Wukong, there will be the world's #1 martial arts conference in more than a year, and you remember to participate. Hearing this, Sun Wukong blinked, turned his head and asked strangely, the #1 martial arts conference in the world. What is that? That's not a thing, how should I put it? That you can fight against a powerful martial artist. Suyi explained. Really? The bellicose factor of this little guy, Sun Wukong, is indeed innate, and he has already revealed a little taste at such a young age. Really? Suyi nodded. Then, can I fight with brother Suyi? Sun Wukong looked at Suyi with radiant eyes. This big brother Suyi gave him a very powerful impression since he was a child. When he thinks about it, his grandfather is unlikely to be the opponent of this big brother Suyi, so he naturally has to work hard to become this big brother's opponent. You are still too weak. If you can win the championship this time, I think I will play against you once. Suyi himself will definitely not participate in this world's #1 martial arts conference. With his strength, let alone 1v1, even if all the contestants of the world's #1 martial arts conference come to beat him, it will be a matter of solving the battle in seconds. Championship. That would be too difficult. Sun Wukong lowered his head. He still feels that he is still very weak, and it is impossible to achieve a qualitative change after a year of cultivation. Therefore, the possibility of winning the championship is still not very big. Seeing that Sun Wukong was a little dejected, Suyi shook his head and smiled and comforted him. The Wukong who is easily discouraged is not the Wukong that Suyi knows. Cheer up and believe that he will be able to win the championship. Sun Wukong doesn't believe in himself, but Suyi still believes in him very much. He is familiar with the plot and knows that the 21st Martial Arts Conference in the original book is Jackie Chan, the champion of the Turtle Immortal, and Sun Wukong is the runner-up. If you want to win the championship, you need to defeat Jackie Chan, the Turtle Immortal. For Wukong in the original book, it may be difficult for the Turtle Immortal to defeat, but for Wukong, who has been instructed a little by Suyi in this world, he has the potential to defeat Jackie Chan, who is the incarnation of the Turtle Immortal, in a year. After all, the current Goku is about 30 more powerful than the original at this time. In other words, Wukong's combat power is already at 40 points. Just like the plot, Wukong, who will participate in the world's #1 martial arts conference a year later, will have 110 points more than him in this time period. 110 points plus the current 40 points, that is 150 points of combat power, and this does not add other factors. Therefore, Suyi still thinks that Sun Wukong should be able to defeat the Turtle Immortal with a combat power of 139 points under normal conditions in 1 year. 17. The 21st World's #1 Martial Arts Tournament opens. Yes, I will definitely practice hard. After being comforted by Suyi, Sun Wukong immediately raised his fighting spirit, clenched his fist and said resolutely, "Great." Suyi nodded in approval. After saying hello, Suyi and Bulma returned to the western capital. Suyi's combat power is indeed a powerful and terrifying person at the current stage, but once the follow-up plot gradually unfolds, if he stays in place, he will definitely become a cannon fodder. If he wants to protect the people around him, he naturally has to work harder and practice diligently. A year passed quickly, and Suyi spent all of the year being trained by the devil. Powerful strength is the cornerstone of his support. In particular, this is the world of Dragon Ball. Without strength, there is no right to speak. In the middle and late stages, a person can dominate his destiny. He didn't like this feeling, and he didn't want to see it. So, taking advantage of the fact that it's still early, Suyi doesn't want to waste too much time playing. System, how much combat power do I have now? On this day, Suyi, who had just walked out of the 300-fold gravity room, clenched his fists and asked a question in his heart. Go back to the host, your current combat power has reached 400,000. The sweet and beautiful voice of the system elf sounded. 400,000. He expected that his strength would become stronger and stronger, but he did not expect to reach this level in less than a year. Now, he is confident that at this stage, he can easily press and rub that cosmic Emperor Frieza on the ground. Too strong. Suyi clenched his fists tightly, a strange brilliance flashed in his eyes. He had a very strange feeling that with just one punch, he could easily blow up the entire earth. Not only is my strength improved, but my physical strength is also terrifying. Suyi understands that even if he doesn't use his energy to fight now, he will definitely not lose to a master with 200,000 combat power just with the physical strength he has tempered. It is worth mentioning that, during this year, the login gift packs obtained every day have changed from basically black iron gift packs to silver and gold gift packs every other month. As for the platinum level gift package, except for the day before the destruction of planet Vegeta, the others have never been obtained. Will the gift packs above Platinum give random female characters from other worlds as maids? Suyi thought about this, but he wasn't sure if that was the case. Brother Suyi, Brother Suyi. The crisp and pleasant voice sounded. It was from Bulma. Suyi recovered from her thoughts and looked at Bulma. At the age of 17, she was already extremely beautiful, especially her temperament, which was playful and cute, and revealed a little softness from time to time. Make him very fond of it. What's the matter? Look at you in a hurry. Bulma ran over. Suyi smiled and looked at her. You are really a cultivator. The day after tomorrow is the opening day of the world's #1 martial arts conference. Don't you want to see how Sun Wukong grows? Bulma rolled his eyes at him. In the past year or so, she had found many opportunities to do shameful things with Suyi, but she just couldn't find any chance. Because Suyi has been working hard to cultivate. Anyway, if you are not practicing, you are preparing to practice. In this regard, Bulma is also very helpless. I got out of the gravity chamber just by calculating the time. Suyi nodded and smiled, otherwise I'm afraid he is still practicing. Where's Xiao? Seeing Bulma's somewhat sad eyes, Suyi naturally understood what was going on, turned her head and swept around, and asked a question in doubt. Sister Xiao is cooking, and is going to change the food for you, Brother Suyi. Bulma and Akatsuki Mato get along very harmoniously, and there is no jealousy between the two sides at all. Ha ha ha, this is possible. For more than a year, he basically ate super fairy beans to offset his hunger. Now that Akatsuki Mato gave him a delicious meal, of course he was very happy. The next day, Suyi and Bulma came to the gate of the world's #1 martial arts conference early. Today is registration, tomorrow is the official start. Bulma put her hands behind her back and stepped on the small stones on the ground. What if I also want to participate in the martial arts conference? Hearing this, Suyi shook her head and smiled. With her current strength, it can be said that no original character on Earth can match her. Participating in a martial arts conference of this level is like an adult bullying a child. Brother Suyi tilde. Bulma acted coquettishly. Bulma, be good, don't be a child. Your strength is too powerful, and what if you lose your strength and accidentally kill someone? Akira Mato persuaded softly, if she participated in this martial arts conference, it would be no problem, because she knew how to use strength and know how to measure. Hearing Akatsuki's words, Bulma thought for a while, then pursed her lips and whispered, if that's the case, then fine. Come on. Suyi's eyes suddenly lit up and he said 2 words. What's coming? Bulma was stunned, looked at Suyi, and followed his gaze again, but there was no one who saw the direction he was looking. Goku and the others are here. Suyi smiled and said, this little guy has become stronger after more than a year. More than a year ago, Sun Wukong's combat strength was only 40 points, but now he has reached 300 points. Compared with the combat power of the same time period in the original book, he is more than a star and a half higher. Sun Wukong, where is it? Why didn't I watch it? It's really here. Bulma was surprised. As she swept around and looked back, Immortal Turtle, Monkey King, Kaylin and a few others had already appeared on a street. Although your combat effectiveness is high, you don't know how to use chi. I will teach you systematically when I find an opportunity. Suyi smiled at Bulma and walked towards Sun Wukong and his party. 18. Facing waves with the Sun family. It doesn't exist. Brother Suyi. Sun Wukong, who was wearing a small blue suit and a blue hat, also saw Suyi walking towards him, and immediately jumped up and waved his hand excitedly. Your outfit is really weird. Suyi laughed. Ha ha ha, big brother Suyi, don't you think so too, ha ha ha. Sun Wukong laughed. Suyi glanced at the people who were with Sun Wukong, the turtle fairy in a black suit and black hat, Keelan in the same blue suit and blue hat, Yamcha in a green martial arts uniform, and Pool flying in midair. And the little Baji, Oolong, who looked at Akatsuki Mado and Bulma in amazement. More than half of the original characters in the early days of Dragon Ball have already arrived. Looking at these familiar characters, Suyi has a smile on his face. These characters are all the youth of those years. Hurry up and sign up, or it will be difficult to do after the time has passed. Immortal Turtle urged, then smiled and nodded to Suyi as a greeting. Yeah, hurry up. Krillin ran excitedly. Suyi glanced at it. His eyes were like battle detectors, so he could easily see their combat effectiveness. Goku, 300 points. Turtle Immortal, 139 points. Krillin, 90 points. Yamuti, 80. This year's martial arts tournament champion, Goku, can easily win it. Suyi sighed in his heart. In his previous life, he remembered that when he watched the first martial arts conference, he was so excited when he saw Xiao Wukong stealthily learned all the Jackie Chan moves of the Turtle Immortal incarnation. Especially when the Turtle School Qigong wave spewed out, goosebumps all over his body. So cool. He could only think of these 3 words to describe it. Soon, several people who had registered their names met with Suyi again. Brother Suyi, have you eaten yet? Sun Wukong proposed. If you haven't eaten, let's go have a big meal together. Are you rich? 500,000 Sony. That the Turtle Immortal one in the game was eaten by this kid for 480,000 Sony. Hearing this, Sun Wukong blinked his eyes, then turned to look at Immortal Turtle, and said with a smile, Wukong has no money, but he won the championship soon, and I will have the bonus soon. However, the teacher has it before. Ha ha ha. Suyi laughed. This kid is really confident. But that's true too. At present, Sun Wukong, who has 300 combat power, can be said to have beaten all the characters in the early stage. He thought about it for a while, and the strongest person on Earth should be the god in the sky. If he remembered correctly, now it happens to be the same as Sun Wukong, with a combat power of 300. Next, the group found a place to eat and got to know each other at the same time. After a meal, the atmosphere was very harmonious, and the night was completely dark. They went back to their residences and slept, and the next morning arrived. Suyi started a little later. When he, Mado Akatsuki and Bulma came to the martial arts hall, Sun Wukong, Keelan and the others had already passed the preliminaries. Seeing the orange-yellow martial arts uniforms on these 2 little guys, Suyi smiled knowingly. What Wukong didn't know was that this dress, once worn, would last a lifetime. Wait, where's this kid's tail? Oh. Only then did Suyi notice that Sun Wukong's tail was missing. At first, he was still a little puzzled, but after a flash of inspiration, he suddenly remembered that this kid had changed into a gorilla once before, and then his tail was cut off. However, this time at the martial arts conference, a tail will be born again, and it will become a gorilla. In the original book, it was the Turtle Fairy who solved the trouble. Now, I am afraid that with his strength, he is absolutely unable to compete with the Monkey King who turned into a gorilla. Looks like I'll still have to do it then. Suyi had already anticipated what would happen soon. Brother Suyi, you are here. We have all made it to the quarterfinals. After a short break, Sun Wukong immediately ran out to say hello when he saw Suyi. I know, come on, come on. Suyi cheered him on. Definitely. Sun Wukong waved his fist. Not long after, the quarterfinals officially started. Keelan vs Baryon, Yamcha vs Turtle Immortal incarnation of Jackie Chan, Namu vs Lanfang, Jilang vs Sun Wukong. A group of people watched quietly, and the plot like the original slowly passed, and the semi-finals without any surprises were Keelan vs Turtle Immortal, Namu vs Monkey King. Sun Wukong is crushing from start to finish, conquering the enemy with one move. No way, this is 300 combat power, and there is a huge gap between these shrimp soldiers and crab generals with less than 100 combat power. Soon, The game came to the final. Monkey King vs Turtle Immortal. This is a very hot-blooded point of view in the original work, but in this world, Sun Wukong's strength has reached the level of crushing everything. Look, it's not that interesting anymore. Bang bang bang. On the stage, Sun Wukong and Turtle Immortal fought back and forth, and the sound of fierce fighting continued to sound in the field. Look at my Turtle Qigong wave. Turtle Immortal is ready to take out his unique skills to defeat his beloved disciple. You actually know the turtle-style Qigong wave of Teacher Wu Tian. Sun Wukong looked at the Turtle Immortal in surprise. Silly Wukong, I am the Turtle Immortal. Immortal Gui snorted, but his face was very indifferent. That kind of small tricks can be learned at a glance, what is there to praise? Hearing this, Su Yi, who was outside the venue, secretly deducted a wave of 666 for the old man. He has seen someone else's bee, and this is the first time he has seen his own bee. Don't look down on my teacher Wu Tian's unique skills. Sun Wukong still respects Turtle Immortal. Hearing the Turtle Immortal's words, his face immediately collapsed and he was very unhappy. Humph. Turtle Immortal snorted coldly, but in his heart he was very happy with Sun Wukong's attitude. I'll show you my Turtle Qigong wave too. Sun Wukong in half squat pose. Use your hands to form a calyx shape, then place the calyx hands around your waist. Turtle. Sun Wukong roared loudly. Isn't it impossible? This little guy can also create a Turtle Qigong wave. Immortal Turtle trembled slightly, and hurriedly made the same attacking posture. Turtle. Pi. Gas. Gong. Wave. With the roar of the two, a blue ball of light rushed out of their palms and collided with each other. Seeing this scene, Su Yi shook his head and laughed. Not to mention that Sun Wukong, who is now 300 combat power, is Wukong in the original book, and also used the Turtle Qigong wave to suppress the Turtle Fairy. In this regard, Su Yi thought of another sentence. How do you fight against the Sun family? Absolutely do not know how to live or die. 19. Su Yi's Turtle Qigong wave. The seventh is to ask for the data of various aspects. Goku must be too powerful. Heelin and Yamcha sighed on the side. They thought that Wukong was just a little bit more powerful than them, but now it seems that it is more than a little bit more powerful. The gap is like the distance between the sky and the earth. The outcome is already divided, and then we will see if Wukong will notice the full moon. Su Yi didn't dare to look at the sky. If he looked at the sky and turned into a gorilla, I'm afraid the earth would have to be blown up by him. Soon, the game is over. Sun Wukong won the championship, and Jackie Chan, the incarnation of Turtle Immortal, was the runner-up. Old. Immortal Turtle glanced at Sun Wukong, shook his head and left the stage with a sigh. ... Wukong, you are amazing. On the street, Kaylin and others surrounded Sun Wukong, full of praise. How did your Turtle Qigong wave come out? Why do I feel like you haven't used it before? Kaylin asked in surprise. The two had been practicing together for more than a year, although he knew that Sun Wukong was very powerful. However, I didn't expect it to be so powerful. In particular, that Turtle Qigong wave is too cool. Ha ha ha, that's how it was launched. Sun Wukong compared his movements, then scratched his head and laughed. In this regard, Kaylin looked at each other in dismay, and really didn't know what to say. Where's that old man? Oolong tilted his head and glanced several times, but did not find the figure of Immortal Turtle. Logically speaking, Sun Wukong has won the championship. This old man should be jumping around happily, but he didn't show up. Cough cough. At this moment, Immortal Turtle's cough was heard not far away, and soon he saw the small box he was carrying running over and said to Sun Wukong, Wukong is really amazing. Did Teacher Wu Tian see it? Sun Wukong said happily, I used your unique trick, Turtle School Qigong Bo, to defeat the old Mr. Jackie Chan. I see, there is a bit of the style of my Turtle Fairy. Turtle Immortal praised. Su Yi, who was on the side, held back his laughter. This old man was really tough. The current Wukong's strength is similar to that of the gods, and it can be said that he is currently the most powerful person on Earth. Brother Suyi, can you please give me some pointers? Sun Wukong tilted his head and looked at Suyi with bright eyes. Yes, but it's too late now, and your physical strength has been exhausted. Find a place to eat first and then fight with me tomorrow. Suyi is not in a hurry, he hopes to see the full strength of Sun Wukong. Good, let's eat. In addition to fighting, Sun Wukong probably likes eating the most. At this time, his little face is full of excitement. The next day, a small island vacant lot. Do you think Wukong can beat that big brother Suyi? Keelan Yamcha and Oolong looked at Suyi and Sun Wukong in the field, and whispered. I don't know, but a man who can be valued by Goku must be not bad. Keelan and Yamcha didn't know much about Suyi's strength, but in general it was not difficult to guess that this man was definitely stronger than them. Brother Suyi, I'll take action. Sun Wukong is in a half-squatting position, and he may rush forward at any time to engage in close-range hand-to-hand combat with Suyi. Come on. Suyi seemed very calm, his fighting power surpassed this little guy too much. I am afraid that just standing here and fighting Sun Wukong, this little guy might not be able to hurt him one bit. Drink. Sun Wukong took a step, clenched his fist and blasted out towards Suyi at a flying speed. Boom. Suyi also punched and paired with Sun Wukong gently. Ah! The scream of pain sounded, and Sun Wukong flew upside down. The power disparity is too great. The turtle immortal on the side shook his head. Sun Wukong's strength surpassed him, but if he wanted to fight against this Mr. Suyi, it was really too much to beat. Turtle. Pie. Gas. Gong. Wave. Suyi expected that Sun Wukong might not be able to stand up, and was about to go over to help him up, but when they met, the little guy was already ready to go, and a blue ball of light rushed towards him. Boom. Goku is amazing. Kaylin's face was full of excitement. This kid Wukong is really a fighting genius. There is a strange brilliance in the eyes of the turtle fairy, and it seems that his turtle fairy will show the greatest brilliance in this kid's hands. With this apprentice, what can I ask for? The dust dispersed, and Suyi's figure appeared. Yes, your strength is already very powerful. There was no embarrassment at all. Suyi still looked very calm, stepping out one step, as if moving in an instant, came directly to Sun Wukong in the next second. Sun Wukong was shocked and hurried back. Let you see my turtle Qigong wave too. Suyi put his hands in the shape of calyx on his waist, his breath was gradually rising, and in almost a second or two, a blue ball of light had appeared in the palm of his hand. Suyi pushed forward, and the blue light shone around, flashing everyone's eyes. Boom! The turtle school Qigong wave hit a big mountain behind Sun Wukong, and saw that the mountain was split into 4 parts in an instant, and finally collapsed. Gudong! Seeing this scene, the eyes of everyone led by a mortal turtle widened, their mouths opened into a big O shape, and they kept swallowing their saliva. This power is too scary. 20. +1 for attention from the gods. Ask for evaluation tickets for flowers. Su, big brother Suyi, you, the power of your turtle Qigong wave is really perverted. Sun Wukong also swallowed several saliva and turned back stiffly from the collapsed mountain, completely shocked. Practice hard, and you can do it too. Suyi smiled lightly. Yeah, Wukong will definitely practice harder. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his face full of determination. This duel is over. Suyi is completely respected in this small circle, and everyone knows that this is a super strong. Suyi, who returned to the western city, naturally started his own cultivation, even though he has reached a combat power of 400,000 now. But after the real story of Dragon Ball arrives, this combat power is really not enough to watch. Just the current Frieza, in his first form, he has a combat power of more than 530,000. Not to mention, the follow-up Majin Buu, as well as boss-level monsters such as Sharu. If you want to live well in the Dragon Ball world, the most important thing to live and nourish is to have absolute explosive power. Don't you see what Beerus wants to do in this universe? Of course, although this is also because he is a god of destruction and someone is covering him, it can also show the importance of this strength. The third month of returning to the western capital quickly passed, and Suyi obtained a gold-level gift bag, which increased his strength to 500,000. The powerful Suyi naturally salted fish for a while. He should eat and drink every day, not to mention how nourishing his life is. The first year of the 21st Martial Arts Conference passed quickly, and Suyi Shanyu, who had worked hard for 3 months, took almost half a year to start practicing again. In fact, it wasn't that he didn't want to practice all the time, but because he found that his strength had reached a bottleneck at that time. Logically speaking, he has never practiced any exercises or anything, so there shouldn't be a so-called bottleneck period. However, this bottleneck period actually exists, which makes him feel a little strange. Now that the bottleneck period has come, Bulma also wants to travel the world with Suyi, so she has been salted for more than half a year. At the beginning of the second year, Suyi naturally started various cultivation practices. At the same time, when Suyi was practicing, there was an open space in the temple in the sky. Bobo, is that person a Saiyan? Tiantian asked lightly, leaning on a cane. Yes. Bobo nodded. It's terrifying that Saiyans can grow to such a degree. God sighed. I have noticed his arrival more than 10 years ago, and now it seems that the good thing is that he is not a Saiyan who does evil. If Suyi wants to do evil, let alone him, I am afraid that even if he is a god higher than him, I am afraid that he will have to weigh his own strength. The most important thing is that this man's growth rate is too fast. In more than 10 years, he has grown from a person who can be seen through by him to an existence that he cannot see through and even fear. You don't have to worry, even if he is a wicked person, there will naturally be a great god to surrender. This level is not something we can touch. Bobo pondered for a while and said, Yeah, you're right, in short, don't meet him. God nodded. Dragon Ball Daily Gift Pack Chapter 21-40. 21. Suyi will also participate in the martial arts conference. Time slowed down, and another 2 years passed. I-753, May 7th. On this day, the gate of the Budokan. 3 years have gone by so fast. Suyi, Bulma, and Akatsuki Mato stood at the gate with sighs on their faces, vaguely as if yesterday was the end of the 21st Martial Arts Conference 3 years ago. Bulma is now almost 20 years old, both physically and mentally, fully mature. During the 3 years, Suyi and she have done almost everything she should do. If it wasn't for Bulma who insisted on giving it to Suyi on the day of the wedding, the two would have been busy with everything long ago. However, Suyi is not in a hurry. Anyway, the charm of Akira Junhu is a little deeper every year, and he is also getting bolder and bolder. This makes Suyi really feel like he can't enjoy the charm of this woman all his life. A feeling of, yeah, 3 years have passed so quickly. Bulma also sighed, turned her head and glanced, surprised. I haven't felt Wukong's chi for so long, shouldn't they not come to participate this time? When they parted 3 years ago, Suyi once again made an agreement for Sun Wukong. This time, he will participate in the martial arts conference, and hope that Sun Wukong will also participate. No, with Wukong's character, he will definitely come and fight with me again. Suyi shook his head and smiled, not thinking that Sun Wukong would not come. Come on. After 2 minutes, Akatsuki Mato's eyes suddenly lit up. The eyes of several people turned to the street they were familiar with 3 years ago, and a group of people led by a mortal turtle walked towards this side with a smile. Goku. Suyi raised his hand and waved it. His days are too dark, this little guy can't feel it. If you don't say hello, I am afraid that with his careless personality, you will never see him. Brother Suyi. Hearing the familiar voice, Sun Wukong immediately showed an excited expression on his face. He instantly fixed his gaze on Suyi and ran over at a very fast speed. The speed has become much faster. Moreover, this little guy's combat power has reached as much as 2000. Suyi was really surprised. Although he had given advice to this little guy a lot, his growth in the past 3 years was indeed beyond his expectations. Mr. Suyi. Brother Suyi. Brother Suyi. ... Gui Xianren, Yamucha, and Keelan also came over and greeted Suyi politely. Suyi smiled and nodded as a greeting, then set his eyes on Sun Wukong and said, "Hurry up and sign up, or it will be too late." "Okay, sign up, sign up." Sun Wukong waved his fist, then pulled Kaylin and the others to the place of registration. Suyi smiled and glanced at Immortal Turtle. Seeing that he didn't move, he couldn't help but wonder, Mr. Wu Tian is not ready to take the stage. No, not ready. Ah, what does Mr. Suyi mean? Immortal Turtle replied subconsciously, but he reacted quickly and looked at Su Yedao with embarrassment. Seeing him like this, Suyi shook his head and smiled, and did not continue talking about this topic. Soon, Sun Wukong and others who came back after signing up came back. The preliminaries are about to start, please prepare to enter the field. At this time, a Budokan staff member walked around shouting with a loudspeaker. ... In the martial arts hall. Suyi and others who had drawn lots each fought each other. A qualifier, it's not too easy for them. Soon, the quarterfinals were decided, after the draw. The quarterfinals are Yamucha vs Tianjin Fan, Suyi vs Male Wolf, Keelan vs Dumpling, Bobbitt vs Sun Wukong. The plot didn't change much, that is, in the original book, it was supposed to be the Turtle Fairy versus the Male Wolf, but it became Suye versus the Male Wolf. The first battle begins soon. Yamucha's combat power is around 130, while Tianjin Raya's combat power is around 180. In the original book, this session of the martial arts conference was the champion of Tianjin Fan, and it is conceivable how strong his strength is. The disparity in strength is still a bit big, even if Yamucha, who used the Turtle Qigong Wave, was defeated. In the end, Tianjin Fan fell into a coma. Yamu-Ti, Kaylin and Sun Wukong stared, and hurriedly rushed out of the infield. Host, announce it quickly. Tianjin Fan looked at Sun Wukong and the others indifferently, and said coldly. Oh, good. The host nodded hurriedly, and then announced the victory of Tianjin Fan. Damn. Yamucha has been sent to the hospital. Sun Wukong looked at Tianjin Fan angrily, especially when he saw that he didn't care. He gritted his teeth for a while. I really hope to meet you in the semifinals. Haha, is it just you? Tianjin Fan looked at Sun Wukong with disdain. Please step down, players, the second game is about to start. The host spoke up. Wait. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. ... Soon, the second quarterfinal match continued, with Suyi facing the Male Wolf. This Male Wolf had less than 100 combat power, so naturally he couldn't last a few seconds in Suyi's hands, and he was quickly defeated. Next, Keelan vs Dumplings, Keelan wins. Goku vs Bobbitt, Goku wins. The top four were quickly divided, Tianjin Fan, Suyi, Kaylin, and Sun Wukong. At the same time, the people who faced each other in the finals were also allocated. Tianjin Rice vs Suyi. Krillin vs Sun Wukong. Brother Suyi, I ask you to avenge Yamucha's revenge. Sun Wukong glared at Tianjin Fan, and then bowed deeply to Suyi. Hearing this request, Suyi thought for a while and nodded, yes. 22. Suyi vs Tianjin Fan. Ask for a flower evaluation ticket. After a short rest, the battle gong for the semi-finals officially started. On the stage, Suyi and Tianjin Fan each stood on one side. Suyi's expression was indifferent and could not see any emotion. Tianjin Fan looked at him with a sneer. He was ordered by his master to make the apprentices of Immortal Turtle suffer very serious injuries. Suyi didn't know if he was a disciple of Immortal Turtle, but he only knew that this guy was very close to a mortal turtle's disciple. That alone was enough for him to be ruthless. Brother Suyi, beat him hard. Sun Wukong waved his fist in the martial arts hall, his face full of anger. Suyi tilted his head and smiled at him, then looked at Tianjin Fan. He knows the strength of this guy, 180 combat power. In the original book, it is indeed a very powerful existence. If Turtle Immortal did not transform, he might not be his opponent just by fighting against him under normal conditions. However, now this Dragon Ball world is different from the original. There is one more variable called Sun Wukong, not to mention the biggest variable of him. That kid is really funny, do you think it's up to you? Tianjin Fan knows his own strength and is naturally very confident. Moreover, his eyesight is not bad. On the surface, Suyi seems to be a little master, but he is only a little master. In front of him, there was no wave at all. Well, it's just me. Suyi nodded with a slight smile, hooked his finger at Tianjin Fan, and said, if you can let me use my second finger, then you will win. Whoa! As soon as Suyi's words came out, it was like 1,000 waves were shaken by a single stone, and all the audience outside the arena who were watching the arena immediately caused an uproar. This guy is too crazy. Oh, I hope you won't be too embarrassed when you fall down later. Tianjin Fan smiled coldly, leaned over and rushed over the moment the words fell. Drink. This guy is very fast, like a phantom. A punch came out, not actually from the front, but from behind Suyi. Brother Suyi, be careful. When Sun Wukong saw this scene, he subconsciously shouted in worry. Suyi shook his head and smiled, raising his right index finger slightly, and then facing the back. Boom. When the fist and the fingers collide, according to common sense, the fist must be more powerful. However, is Suyi's existence common sense? Not really. Suyi didn't exert any strength at all, and the shock force directly bounced Tianjin Fan away, screaming in pain in midair. Good. So strong. Sun Wukong is no longer the one he was 3 years ago. He has grown a little taller, and his eyesight has become more and more amazing as his strength increases. In the face of Tianjin Fan's punch, Sun Wukong thought about himself 3 years ago, and I'm afraid it wouldn't be good for the next punch. Brother Suyi is great. Brother Suyi beat up this swollen guy. Master, come on. ... Bulma started shouting outside the venue, and Akatsuki Mato could not help but follow her when she saw her roaring so excitedly. Hearing the cheers from the two women to him, Suyi took time to turn his head to glance at them outside the arena, and waved at them with a smile. Damn, how dare you be distracted and say hello to a woman when you are fighting against me? Whether it is bearable or unbearable, Tianjin Fan felt that he was insulted, and rushed over immediately, clasping his left and right hands together, and then suddenly jumped up when he was more than 10 meters away from Suyi, facing from top to bottom. Suyi came with a bang. Hearing the movement above, Suyi raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and still stretched out a finger to lightly touch it. Fingers versus fists. Boom. Bang. Fist complete defeat. Tianjin Fan flew out, lying on the ground and seemed to have passed out in a coma. The battle scene that changed so quickly made the host stunned for the first time, and it took several seconds to walk to the edge of the ring and start counting. 1, 2, 3. ... Counted to 6, Tianjin Rice on the ground coughed twice, and then slowly got up from the ground. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his face slowly turned pale. This man is so strong. It was the first time for Tianjin Fan to meet someone as powerful as Suyi. He always thought that he had no opponent. Now it seems that he is completely a frog at the bottom of the well. How do you want to continue? Suyi smiled at him. He knew that Tianjin Fan's confidence had been destroyed by him. Now, more of a self-denial. Although you are strong, never say no is my life motto of Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan's eyes widened, then jumped into the sky, put his hands on his forehead, and roared, "Sun Fist!" Ah! As soon as Tianjin Fan's Sun Fist came out, a burst of intense light appeared in front of most of the people who were staring at the arena, followed by a brief blindness for a few seconds. Don't underestimate these few seconds. In front of a real expert, these few seconds are enough for a person to die many times. Sun Fist. Hee hee. Suyi chuckled for a while. This move is indeed quite powerful, but he is not an ordinary person. 3 years ago, he had a combat power of 400,000. Now 3 years later, he has changed more than once. Now, with a fighting strength of 1 million, he is unparalleled in the world. According to the plot, Frieza, who is currently in his first form, is nothing but scum in his eyes. How could a small Sun Fist hurt him? 23. In the final, Suye vs Sun Wukong. 4/6. Suyi stood right in the center, without evading his gaze, looking directly at Tianjin Rice in the sky. This guy can dance in the sky, so he can stay in midair for so long. However, he is not the only one who can fly. Suyi's body slowly got off the ground, and under the shocked gazes of several people wearing sunglasses, he slowly floated into the air and looked at Tianjin Fan. How can you not be affected at all? Tianjin Fan became more and more shocked. Moreover, this man could actually dance in the air. Also, how do you know about my Hexianliu's air dance? He found that he could not see through this man more and more, or, from the beginning to the end, he did not see through this man. Thinking of this, Tianjin Fan had a wry smile on his face. It was the first time that he had lost so thoroughly and so unbearably. There is no ability to resist. Tianjin Rice, come on. At this time, the voice of the eliminated apprentice Dumpling came from outside the arena. Never say never. Tianjin Fan's eyes lit up in vain, and his fighting spirit was high again. Even if he loses, he has to lose with the backbone. God refers to the power. Tianjin Fan roared angrily, concentrated all the energy in his body on his fingertips, and released it all in one breath. Call out. A dazzling light shone out from his fingertips and went straight to Suyi. Too weak. In the face of Tianjin Fan's attack, Suyi just smiled and shook his head, still stretched out a finger and flicked lightly at the void, only to see where Tianjin Fan's God finger technique came from and where did he return to. Went. Boom. The roar sounded, and Tianjin Rice fell from the sky. Tianjin Rice. Quote. Seeing this, Dumpling flew over in a hurry. Outsiders are not allowed to come up when the game is not over. The host hurriedly shouted. We abstain. Dumpling roared loudly. He was an orphan since he was a child, and he always regarded his brother Tianjin Fan as his own brother. This time, he would rather lose than Tianjin Fan's death. Since that's the case, this match is won by Suyi. Congratulations to him for successfully advancing to the finals. The host pondered for a moment, and then shouted. Suyi glanced indifferently at Tianjin Fan, who had already fainted, and then walked into the martial arts hall. Brother Suyi, thank you. Sun Wukong hurriedly stepped forward and thanked him. It's alright, it's your showdown with Krillin next. Come on. Suyi waved his hand and smiled. I abstain. At this moment, Kaylin, who had been keeping his head down, suddenly said. Hearing this, Sun Wukong was startled, but Suyi was not too surprised. Because, compared to Monkey King, Kaylin is indeed much less courageous, and he is also very unconfident. In addition, the strong impression of Sun Wukong has taken root in his heart, so it is normal for Kaylin to surrender directly this time. Krillin, how are you? Sun Wukong scratched his head strangely. Wukong, I know my own strength. You are far superior to me. Forcing a fight with you is a waste of time. It's better for you to fight with Suyi brother. Krillin touched his bald head and smiled awkwardly. Is that so? Well, okay. Sun Wukong didn't know what to say, so he could only nod his head. The two walked out of the martial arts hall side by side and came to the ring. The excitement is coming, the next is the match between Sun and Kelling, please wait and see. Seeing the two come out, the host roared excitedly. Ho ho ho. The spectators outside the arena were aroused by him, and they all roared very excitedly. Hello that host, for some reason, I abstained from this game. Krillin looked around embarrassedly, and then shouted to the host. Huh, Kling, you want to abstain. The excited host was stunned when he heard Klein's words, and said in surprise, you know, you have a chance to compete for the championship. Kaylin interrupted his next words with a wry smile. Wukong and Suyi, which one can I beat? So, let's not waste time and let them go to the finals. After saying this, Kaylin jumped off the ring and slowly walked towards the area where Immortal Turtle and the others were. Cut. Coward. I thought it was so powerful, but it turned out to be not a coward. ... There was a jeering sound from the onlookers outside the arena, and when Kaylin heard this sentence, his heart was cut like a knife. But what can be done? His personality is indeed like this, leaning towards the cowardly and very unconfident side. Krillin, are you okay? Oolong sighed, knowing that Kaylin was in a very low mood now. Turtle School Qigong Wave. Boom. At this time, Sun Wukong in the ring put a turtle-style Qigong wave against the sky, and the sound of the explosion attracted everyone's attention. It's so cool. Most people stopped taunting Krillin, but a few were still whispering. If anyone calls me my friend, don't blame me for being rude. Sun Wukong glanced around with a cold face. His voice was not loud, but everyone present heard his voice very clearly. Player Sun, you can play well. Come on, give me the microphone. On one side, the host in the corner of the ring smirked and said to Sun Wukong. Here you are. Sun Wukong casually threw the microphone in his hand away from the host, and then returned to the center of the ring with a single jump. Suyi in the martial arts hall slowly walked out with his hands on his back. The 22nd World No. 1 Martial Arts Finals officially begins. Suyi vs Sun Wukong. 24. Goku without any resistance at all, 5/6. Brother Suyi. Sun Wukong put his hands together and bowed to Suyi. Come on, let me see how you've grown in 3 years. Suyi smiled. Good. Sun Wukong raised his head, looked at Suyi with bright eyes, took 2 steps back and raised his legs, clenching his fists and ready to go. Suyi nodded and stood there so calmly, not moving. Sun Wukong walked around and stared at Suyi vigilantly. He found that Brother Suyi was standing there so calmly, but he couldn't see the slightest flaw. Time passed by, and a lot of sweat beads had appeared on Sun Wukong's forehead. What the hell? Why don't you start the fight? The audience outside the stadium scolded. It was the first time the host encountered such a situation, so he couldn't help but wipe the sweat on his forehead with a small towel, and explained awkwardly, it's okay if you don't move between the masters. Once the shot is amazing, everyone wait quietly. These two will definitely give us a very exciting duel. Hearing the host's words, the audience outside the venue calmed down a lot. Drink. Sun Wukong roared and rushed towards Suyi quickly. Bang bang bang. Suyi dealt with the punches in a row without any panic. Ah da 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 da. The speed of Sun Wukong's punches is very fast, at least 20 or 30 times per second. It is difficult to see the speed of his punches with the naked eye. Suyi still responded calmly, as many punches you throw, I will block as many punches. Wukong, big brother shot. Suyi smiled slightly, and punched out casually. Boom. Sun Wukong struggled and was directly blasted away. Wow. This scene made the audience outside the venue instantly excited. Suyi stepped out like a stroll in a leisurely courtyard, and in an instant, he arrived in front of Sun Wukong who flew out, and then gently raised his hand and slapped it with the palm of his hand. Boom. A deep pit was formed on the ground of the ring, filled with smoke and dust. Suyi put his hands behind his back and looked into the deep pit calmly. Sun Wukong's chi is still there, and he didn't pass out of a coma or anything. So strong. Player Suyi's strength is really strong. After a few breaths, Sun Wukong was suppressed, and the host explained excitedly. I thought that Wukong would not be Mr. Suyi's opponent, but I never imagined that he would have no resistance at all. Outside the arena, Immortal Turtle's eyes flashed a strange light, and he said solemnly. He is aware of the strength of Sun Wukong now, and he will definitely crush him countless times. With this level of strength, he can't take advantage of Suyi at all. No. It should be said that there is no resistance at all. Where is this Mr. Suyi sacred? How could it be so scary? Turtle Immortal really can't figure it out. Goku, come on. Keelan and the others are cheering for Sun Wukong. At this time, on the ring, in the deep pit. Boom. Ah, it hurts to death. Sun Wukong jumped out of the deep pit, rubbing his head and grinning. Seeing this kid's appearance, Suyi couldn't help laughing, and said, Wukong, we're fighting now, don't. Turtle. Pie. Gas. Gong. Wave. Before Suyi finished speaking, Sun Wukong directly hit a turtle-style Qigong wave, and the blue light ball blasted out, with amazing momentum. So powerful. Outside the field, Immortal Turtle's eyes narrowed. It can be seen from this turtle Qigong wave that he knew that he still underestimated the strength of Sun Wukong. This kid is so strong. Boom. In the face of Sun Wukong's strongest blow, Suyi still seemed very casual. He just waved his hand and directly bounced the turtle Qigong wave away and exploded high in the sky. Brother Suyi, I'm behind you. When Sun Wukong's voice sounded, Suyi raised his brows. At that moment, he didn't catch the boy's anger. Boom. Sun Wukong punched Suyi firmly on the back. My god. This punch did hit Suyi, but, under the shocked eyes of everyone outside the arena, Sun Wukong. He actually flew upside down. This man's body is too tough. Turtle Immortal was stunned. What kind of defense is this? Okay, I have almost understood your strength. Suyi turned around with a fatherly smile on his face, and instantly reached behind Sun Wukong, who flew out backwards, caught him, and then threw him out of the field. Player Suyi wins. Congrats to him for winning the 22nd Martial Arts Conference. More than 10 seconds after Sun Wukong flew out of the arena, the host finally came back to his senses and roared while holding the microphone. Brother Suyi is too strong. Sun Wukong got up from the ground and came to Suyi with a wry smile and scratched his head. He originally thought that his 3 years of practice did not seek to catch up with Big Brother Suyi. At least he would be able to let Big Brother Suyi take action for a while. As a result, everything was so ruthlessly crushed. He believed that if Brother Suyi really wanted to defeat him, it would only be a matter of a second. Suyi smiled without saying a word, and he felt tired of saying, hard work, you can do it. Moreover, Sun Wukong is indeed growing step by step, at least he is many times stronger than him in the original book. The 22nd Martial Arts Conference just ended. Suyi, who received the bonus, invited Sun Wukong and the others to have a feast. As a result, 500,000 sonis was not enough. In this regard, Suyi didn't feel anything at all. Anyway, he was not short of money at all. 25. Xiao wants to give the master a baby 6/6. At the end of this martial arts conference, Suyi did not return to the western capital immediately, but instead lived temporarily in the immortal island of Guixian. As for Bulma and Akatsuki, they went back. He is going to give Wukong a devil-like training. At present, Wukong's combat power is more than 2,000, and Suyi's goal is to make this kid reach at least 10,000 combat power in 1 year. A year later, the result of the devil's training surprised Suyi. This kid, Sun Wukong, not only achieved his goal of 10,000 combat power, but surpassed his combat power of about 5,000. In other words, a year later, Sun Wukong is already a little master with 15,000 combat power. This kind of strength is also a very powerful master on the former planet Vegeta, let alone this Earth. Yes, you are growing very fast. When leaving, Suyi was full of admiration. It's all because of the guidance of eldest brother Suyi. Sun Wukong does not take credit, and is very grateful for Suyi's training. It's your own hard work, I'm just telling you how. If you're not willing to work hard, you can't grow so fast. So, you should thank yourself for the most part. Suyi laughed. Okay, it's time for me to leave. 2 years from now, there will be the world's #1 martial arts conference. When that time comes, you can participate if you want, and if you don't want to, just practice hard, and you must not slack off. Yes. Sun Wukong put his hands together and bowed respectfully to Suyi, who flew away. After a day, Exedu. Bulma's home. Brother Suyi, when will we get married? Bulma leaned into Suyi's arms and asked shyly. Marriage. Suyi was startled, then pondered. At present, the initial plot of Dragon Ball is almost over, and when the 23rd Budo tournament ends, it should be the time when the second generation of Piccolo is born. It won't be long before the plot of Dragon Ball Z is about to go. Raditz arrives, followed by Vegeta, Team Ginyu, and the final boss Frieza. It is necessary to get married as soon as possible. Suyi nodded. Then, when are you getting married? Bulma got excited when she heard Suyi's words. When the 23rd Martial Arts Conference is over, we will get married. In 2 years, it was enough for him to grow to a very strong point. To be honest, his current strength is limited to be the king and hegemon in this small dungeon in the early stage. A year ago, he had a combat power of 1 million, and now he has a combat power of about 1.5 million. With 1.5 million combat power facing the first form, Frieza in the second form can be crushed, but what about Frieza in the third form and the fourth form? If he remembers correctly, Frieza in the fourth form has a maximum combat power of more than 120 million, and he can easily crush him. Bulma is waiting for brother Suyi to marry me. Bulma got close to Suyi's face and gently kissed his cheek. Her face flushed red, she was very excited now. Because, in 2 years, she will marry her favorite brother Suyi. Call your husband in advance to hear it. Suyi took Bulma into his arms, and also texted her back, teasing. Yeah, are you calling now? Bulma's pretty face turned even redder. She buried herself in Suyi's arms, and called out in a very low voice, Husband Tilda. This voice is very soft, very charming, very attractive. Immediately, Suyi carried Bulma upstairs and came to her room. Suyi has endured for so many years, and naturally he will not endure it for another 2 years. Except for the last step, everything that needs to be done is naturally done. An hour later, when the two came out again, anyway, there was a little white water stain on the corner of Bulma's mouth. Seeing her shy expression, it was not difficult to imagine what she had done to Suyi in the room just now. I'll go back first. If you study something, remember to combine work and rest. Arriving at the gate, Suyeon patted Bulma's forehead, and then went back to the house he bought. Okay, brother Suyi, you have to do your best. Bulma waved her hand and watched Suyi's back slowly go away. It's not that Bulma never thought of living with Suyi, but she was afraid that she would not be able to control herself, so she gave herself to Suyi in advance. It is precisely because she loves Suyi so much that she wants to give herself to that most sacred night. That way, she feels that it is the greatest fulfillment. After returning home, Suyi was attracted by Akatsuki Mato dressed up as a beautiful cook. He was planning to start practicing, but he couldn't help but get busy with Akatsuki Mato in the kitchen. 2 hours later, the battle was over. Master, Xiao wants to give the master. At this moment, on the bed in the bedroom, Junto Xiao snuggled in Suyi's arms and whispered shyly, Xiao wants to give birth to a baby for the master. Have a baby. Hearing this, Suyi blinked, and at this moment, his heart suddenly rose for a while. You must know that after all, Suyi is now in his 30s, but his strength is too strong, and his appearance has always maintained the appearance of when he was 18 or 19. Perhaps. Could really have a baby. I have no objection, Then, Akatsuki needs to work harder. Suyi said with a smile, and then got busy with Akatsuki motto once again. 26. Goku has grown taller. Resentment +1 from Krillin. When you are busy, time naturally flies very fast. 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye once again. IG 756. On May 5th, Suya Bulma and Mato Akatsuki came to Guishan Island together. In 2 days, the 23rd World's #1 Martial Arts Conference is about to open. They are here to participate in the Martial Arts Conference with Turtle Immortal and the others. During the past 2 years, Suyi and Mato Akatsuki have basically been busy with business when they are free, for more than 2 hours at a time. Sometimes they are busy every day for a month, but that's it. The two still haven't gotten a baby in the past 2 years. This did make Suyi a little disappointed, but after seeing Akatsuki, who was even more disappointed, he could only comfort her. Mr. Suyi is here. With the cry of the turtle, everyone in the Guishan house ran out. At a glance, Suyi saw Turtle Immortal, Kaylin, Yamcha, Oolong. A lot of familiar characters. Where's the kid Wukong? Suyi didn't see Sun Wukong and didn't feel his anger, so he couldn't help asking. He has been practicing alone for 2 years, and now I don't know where he is. However, I reminded him a long time ago that May 7th is the opening moment of the 23rd World Martial Arts Conference. He should not miss it. Turtle Immortal said with a smile, the apprentice is better than the blue, and no one will be unhappy as a master. Okay, when are you going to hit the road? Suyi asked casually. If Guishan Island goes to the venue of the Martial Arts Conference, how about a day's time is enough if you take a plane? Don't worry, Lanchi made the meal, and Mr. Suyi happened to be here. Let's have a meal together and let's go. Turtle Immortal invited. Yes, Brother Suyi, Lanchi's craftsmanship will definitely make you full of praise. Krillin also shouted. Over the years, this little guy has grown a little bit taller. But according to Suyi's memory, it seems that this guy has always been this tall. And the current Wukong should have completely grown into a big Wukong, which is also the appearance of Wukong in the second half. Time flies really fast. Suyi sighed inwardly, and walked in with Bulma and Akatsuki Gento along with Immortal Turtle. Soon, after the meal was over, Suyi was indeed full of praise. Bang! Just when a group of people were discussing about leaving, a woman with yellow hair patted the table. You said just now that you're done eating, where are you going? When the voice came, Suyi looked over and laughed immediately. This woman is the irritable Lanchi. Huh, me, we're going to the big city. The Turtle Immortal sneered. The old lady is going too. Lanchi raised her legs, stepped directly on a stool, and glanced coldly at the group of Turtle Immortals. Lanchi, didn't you say that the air in the metropolis is not good for women's skin? Why are you? Shut up. Lanchi glared at Kaylin, who had just started speaking, and said coldly, my mother likes the hustle and bustle of the big city, this is the way an urban beauty should live. Hearing this, Immortal Turtle and the others looked at me, I looked at you, and looked at each other for a while. In the end, he could only take this irritable woman to the helicopter. ... IG 756, May 6th, at the gate of the Budokan. Why isn't this guy Wukong here yet? It was raining today, and everyone stood at the gate with umbrellas and waited for the arrival of familiar people. Krillin kicked a stone under his feet and muttered softly. Do you want to meet Wukong so much? Do you want to show off your cultivation achievements to him? Tianjin Fan laughed on the side. Since he was knocked unconscious by Suyi 3 years ago, Immortal Gui has guided him on the right path. Although he no longer worships Immortal Gui, the relationship is already a master-disciple relationship. HMPH, I just want to see how Wukong's strength is. The current Kling's strength is good, it has reached more than 600, which is much stronger than the original. Ha ha ha. A group of people laughed and talked. At this moment, Lan Chi with long purple hair suddenly saw a person, blinked her eyes, and said hesitantly, "That person. Is that Wukong?" Hearing Lan Chi's words, everyone's eyes turned to the direction of her finger. A man about 1.8 meters tall was walking towards them with an umbrella. "Is it Goku?" A mortal turtle frowned, somewhat uncertain. Because this man's chi and Wukong's chi are not the same. While everyone was guessing, Suyi smiled and nodded. "It is indeed Wukong, he has grown taller and stronger." With a restrained breath, Sun Wukong's combat power has reached as much as 35,000. You know, Wukong 2 years ago only had a combat power of 15,000. In just 2 years, he has grown to this point, and his talent is no less powerful. "Brother Suyi, long time no see." The man with the umbrella had come over, and then showed his face. Who was it if it wasn't Wukong? However, because his head was wrapped in a white turban, they didn't recognize Turtle Immortal for a while. Suyi is naturally very familiar with the grown-up Wukong, so he recognized it at first sight. "Long time no see, Wukong. Your strength is much stronger." Suyi smiled at him and nodded. "Ha ha ha, I thought I could catch up with big brother Suyi, but now it seems that I can't." Sun Wukong scratched his head and laughed. At this time, the rain gradually subsided. "Goku, it's really Goku." Goku and Cool's eyes widened, and they shouted in disbelief. "Ha ha ha, what's wrong? I'm not Goku or who?" Sun Wukong came to the immortal turtle, bowed respectfully, and said, "Grandpa Turtle Immortal, long time no see." "It's Wukong. It's really Wukong. He's grown taller." The Turtle Immortal looked excited. "Isn't it Grandpa that you guys are getting shorter?" Sun Wukong took off the white turban on his head, and his iconic hairstyle popped out. Others who were not too sure about it immediately recognized it and laughed happily. However, when he heard Sun Wukong's words, Kaylin folded his arms and snorted coldly. "It's obvious that you have grown taller yourself." "Haha, speaking of which, I have indeed grown a little taller." Sun Wukong smiled embarrassedly. "Hurry up and sign up." Suyi reminded later. Yes, hurry up and sign up." Turtle Immortal hurriedly said. Sun Wukong nodded and ran towards the place where he signed up. "It's incredible that the kid has grown to this point now." Turtle Immortal turned around and looked at Wukong's back, his eyes full of relief. 27. The 23rd Budo Tournament qualifiers begin. On the same night, in the hotel dormitory, Keelan and Sun Wukong each lay on a bed. Kaylin suddenly got up and glanced at Sun Wukong, who seemed to be thinking about something, and said, "That Wukong, the cultivation of the heaven must be very strict, right?" Keelan had heard that Sun Wukong practiced in the Temple of the Heaven, so that's why he asked this question. "Well, it must be strict." Sun Wukong tilted his head and said to Kaylin, who gradually showed a smile on his face, "By the way, Kaylin should have become a lot stronger now, right?" Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Kaylin laughed. "Hey, Wukong, don't let your legs go weak when you fight with me." "Ha ha ha, I wish I could see it sooner." Sun Wukong laughed. "Ha ha ha." Kaylin laughed again, gave a thumbs up, and sighed. "There will definitely be a lot of powerful characters in this martial arts conference, so let's do our best. It's not just that they are getting stronger. Yamucha, Tianjin Rice, and Dumpling have all been practicing. How could their strength remain at 3 years ago?" Sun Wukong casually replied a word, then looked at the fan spinning on the top, frowned, and thought to himself, "The son of the great demon King Piccolo will definitely appear, but I don't know what his strength is." After so many years, it is naturally impossible for Sun Wukong to have done nothing. During the period when he first practiced alone, he has done a lot of things. Among them, the first generation of the great demon King Piccolo was defeated, but this guy spit out an egg. As a martial idiot, Wukong naturally doesn't think too much. He is naturally very happy to have a powerful opponent. Therefore, he did not directly kill the great demon King Piccolo back then. At this point, Wukong, who went to the celestial realm to practice in the future, took the risk that he did not destroy the egg spit out by the great demon King Piccolo at that time. Otherwise, the god Sama will also die. Goku, what are you thinking? Krillin called Sun Wukong twice. Oh, I wonder if it will be sunny tomorrow. Sun Wukong tilted his head and smiled, then looked out the window. The rain that stopped in the afternoon started to fall again, even bigger than before. Yeah, the weather has been weird lately. Kalen got up and went to the window to take a look outside, then turned his head and shouted, but found that Sun Wukong had fallen asleep, and was stunned for 2 seconds, then shook his head and smiled. ... When Sun Wukong slept in the past, Tianjin Fan and Yamcha were very serious waiting for the arrival of tomorrow. For them, what they wanted most was to be able to defeat Wukong. Soon enough, the night was over. Suyi woke up early the next morning. He had Bulma and Akatsuki by his side. The 2 girls were tormented by him in the middle of the night last night. Although he still didn't take the last step with Bulma, he really enjoyed it. After a while of her waiting, it was a comfort. Well, let them sleep a little longer. Suyi glanced at the time. It was only after 8 in the morning. He remembered that it seemed like 4 o'clock when he slept in the middle of the night last night. Although it was harmless to sleep for only 4 hours with the strength of the 2 women, he thought about it for a while, but he still didn't wake them up. Going out, Suyi happened to meet Wukong and Keelan, who came out of the room, and at the same time Tianjin Fan and Yamcha came out of the other 2 rooms. Good morning, everyone. Suyi said hello. Good morning, brother Suyi. They all call Suyi the same as Sun Wukong in Tianjin Rice. After saying hello, the group went out of the dormitory door together. Ah, sure enough, it's sunny, ha ha ha, it's such a good weather today. Sun Wukong stretched a comfortable waist and smiled. Compared to Sun Wukong's ease, Keelan and the others were honestly a little dignified. Their purpose is to let Sun Wukong see their growth. After all, at this stage, except for Suyi, Sun Wukong has the deepest influence on them, and they all want to prove their strength in front of him. A few people chatted for a while, and Gui Xianren and others also went out of the dormitory door. Where's Bulma and Sister Akira Mato? Sun Wukong asked a strange question. Suyi coughed twice in embarrassment, and the immortal turtle on the side glared at Wukong and said, "Don't ask so many children." Huh. Sun Wukong was dazed, he didn't understand why he asked this question. It's okay, they're still sleeping in. Suyi waved his hand and took the lead in walking towards the martial arts hall. He remembered that there was an early morning stall at the gate, and now he just got up, and his stomach was still a little hungry. This time, Suyi did not participate in the martial arts conference. With his strength, there is absolutely no need to participate in this level of competition. It is too boring. After a group of people finished their breakfast, they entered the martial arts hall. As the previous champion, Suyi was naturally known by the staff in the martial arts hall, so even though he didn't participate, no one stopped him. As for the immortal turtle, who originally wanted to follow him, he was directly stopped. Do you know who I am? I am. Immortal Gui was just about to reveal his identity, but as soon as he said the words, he immediately shut up, and then sneered at a few people around him, followed Lan Chi Oolong and the others out of the martial arts hall. Soon, the qualifiers for the 23rd Budo tournament began. Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he turned his head to glance at the past, and a green-skinned man entered his line of sight. That ruthless look, he is the great demon King Piccolo. Kaylin and the others followed his gaze, their eyes widened, and an incredible expression appeared on their faces. Big Demon King Piccolo. Suyi also looked over, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The plot is moving forward step by step towards the future. At the same time, he was getting more and more excited. Because there are countless future powerhouses. And his strength is also growing slowly, and now he has 3.5 million combat power. In addition, it is reasonable to say that his combat power already has the foundation of transforming into a Super Saiyan. However, he tried many times and still couldn't transform. Is it a lack of anger? Suyi frowned, remembering the Monkey King in the Dragon Ball anime in his previous life, who turned into a Super Saiyan because of Krillin's death. 28. This big devil is a bit arrogant, please ask for evaluation tickets and flowers. In any case, this Super Saiyan can be transformed sooner or later, so Suyi is not too concerned about the problem of not being able to transform at present. Goku, is he the great demon King Piccolo? Krillin was shocked. Yes, he is the Piccolo Demon King. However, he is not the Piccolo Demon Lord from before, but a second-generation Piccolo Demon Lord. Sun Wukong frowned and said, his breath is very strange, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. Of course, the current Piccolo is not a strong person for him, but for Krillin and the others, it is also considered a bit strong. Suyi, who no longer thought about it, also glanced at Piccolo, feeling a little strange. Logically speaking, according to the current stage of the original work, Piccolo should only have a combat power of 260. Now it seems that it has reached a combat power of close to 1000. Is it because of the butterfly effect? Suyi frowned and thought about it carefully. At this stage, Killin and the others are also much stronger than those in the original book. So, Piccolo also has his own opportunities. He should have noticed the gazes of Sun Wukong and the others. Piccolo glanced at Sun Wukong, narrowed his eyes, and sneered. Be careful when you meet him. Although he doesn't dare to kill you, he will definitely do it. Sun Wukong reminded. We understand. Kling and the others nodded heavily. Although their strength is much stronger than in the original book, Piccolo's strength is also much stronger than in the original book. If they were told to forcefully confront each other, they would definitely die. Soon, the qualifiers officially started. In about a few hours, the preliminaries were over. The final quarterfinals are assigned as follows. Mechanical Taobaibai vs Tianjin Fan, Chi-Chi vs Sun Wukong, Bic vs Killin, Dumpling vs Yamcha. It seems that due to the butterfly effect, the gods did not participate in this martial arts conference from the lower realm. Suyi saw all this and nodded secretly. At noon, at lunchtime after the qualifiers, Suyi and his party found a restaurant and started eating. Bulma and Akatsuki Mato naturally followed, because they got up and arrived at the Budokan as early as 11 o'clock. Soon, lunch was over, and everyone returned to the martial arts hall after a short rest. At about 2 o'clock, the quarterfinals officially started. The first game, Dao Baibai vs Tianjin Rice. Not surprisingly, Tianjin Rice won. When it came to the second game, Suyi smiled at Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi on the stage. If there is no accident, Chi-Chi will soon say his name, and then Sun Wukong will also recall his promise and finally marry Chi-Chi. For Suyi, when he watched anime in his previous life, from the audience's point of view, he was indeed very indifferent to this woman. But from a wife and mother's point of view, he has to say that this is a great woman. Why are you so angry all the time? The two confronted each other and did not start fighting immediately. Sun Wukong stared blankly at Chi-Chi across from him, and said a word without a word. Touch your own conscience, Sun Wukong. Chi-Chi glared at Sun Wukong. What's wrong with me? Sun Wukong was even more confused, he had no impression of this woman at all. I will never forgive you. Gigi gritted her teeth and looked at Sun Wukong. I still don't understand what you mean by that. Sun Wukong scratched his head, very speechless. Did you make a mistake between me and others? You can't be wrong, you are Sun Wukong, right? Chi-Chi looked directly at Sun Wukong and said coldly. Hearing this, Sun Wukong frowned, staring at Chi-Chi and thinking. Fight, what are you mumbling about? At this moment, there were shouts from the outside. Cough, the two of you have finished chatting, the second game officially begins. The host coughed twice and said. Drink. As his voice fell, Chi-Chi moved her feet, ran quickly, and punched and kicked Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong kept dodging, but he didn't shoot at her, and said, "Have you seen me somewhere? Or, did we know each other before? Drink." Kiki didn't answer him, and kept attacking. Sun Wukong was really helpless and said a few more words. "I'm so angry because you can't remember anything." Kiki suddenly stopped, with a look of grievance on her face. Seeing her like this, Sun Wukong was suddenly stunned. Suyi held his forehead with one hand, indicating that Sun Wukong was a very standard straight man in his previous life. Usually this is the kind of man who pays attention to orphans. Stupid people have stupid luck, ha ha ha. Suyi also laughed. Soon, the two of them started talking again. However, as Sun Wukong's fist style exerted his strength to knock Chi-Chi out of the ring, Sun Wukong knew everything later. Suyi took the lead in applauding, followed by the host, and some passers-by all applauding. "Brother Suyi, we are getting married soon." At this time, Bulma snuggled up beside Suyi and said very happily, "As soon as this martial arts conference is over, we will get married." Suyi nodded with a smile, and glanced at Akatsuki Mabe, who he said of us included Akira Mabe. In his eyes, Akatsuki Mato, who has been with him for more than 10 years, is not a maid drawn from a gift bag, but his real woman. Soon, the third game began, Beak vs Kling. His own strength is not enough, and Kaylin is still very unconfident, so he quickly lost. To the surprise of Sun Wukong and the others, this guy turned out to be all the way, and he didn't attack Kaylin ruthlessly. "Thank you for your mercy." Krillin swallowed several saliva and bowed deeply to Bic. "Huh." Piccolo snorted coldly, folded his arms and flew back into the sky. Seeing this scene, Suyi shook his head and smiled, and secretly said, "This Piccolo is a bit arrogant." The third game is over, the fourth game begins, the next two players please come on stage. At this time, the host roared. Next, the duel between Dumplings and Yamcha is much more interesting. Because the strength of the two is not much different, so the two sides fought back and forth, making the audience outside the field happy from the beginning to the end. In the end, it was Yamcha who came out on top and won the competition. Just like that, the top four were decided. Soon, the game continued. Semi-finals, Tianjin Fan vs Monkey King, Bic vs Yamcha. Needless to say, after the two games, the final match is naturally Sun Wukong and Piccolo. At first, Sun Wukong didn't fight Piccolo with much force, and after a little bit of force, he directly beat Piccolo to autism. "Your strength is too strong, I am not your opponent." Proud as Piccolo, he had to bow his head in front of Sun Wukong. "You are also very strong. If you practice hard, you will definitely be able to catch up in my footsteps." Sun Wukong thought for a while and said such a sentence. Suyi, who heard this outside the venue, shook his head and smiled, glanced at Bulma, whose eyes were sparkling, and naturally understood what she was thinking at the moment. "Bulma, Akatsuki Mato, let's get married." 29. Become a Super Saiyan. Ask for flowers and evaluation tickets. It has been more than a year since the 23rd World #1 Martial Arts Conference, and Suyi and Bulma Junhu Akatsuki have been married for more than a year. At that time, Suyi married two women at the same time, but it was a sensation. Although the world is not monogamous, there is basically no such thing as a man who can marry two women at the same time. But people who know Suyi think about it carefully. It seems that there is nothing wrong with such a good man marrying two women. "Husband, why is it that I still haven't conceived your baby after so long?" Akatsuki Mato is okay. As for Bulma, he struggles with this problem basically every day. "Probably the reason why I am too powerful." Suyi wasn't very sure either. All three of them had checked their bodies, so naturally it was impossible for them to be infertile. So, the rest may only be because he is too powerful. I really want to give my husband a strong baby." Bulma is very disappointed. In her eyes, the first major event in life is to marry her favorite brother Suyi, and the second major event in life is to give birth to a strong baby for his favorite brother Suyi. This kind of thing can't be rushed, we should have it. Akatsuki Mato comforted. In fact, if she didn't take measures in the early years when Yi-Chu was not so strong, I'm afraid she and Suyi's child would be 7 years ago now. 8 years old. Maybe she's actually pregnant now. Suyi smiled. He has been resting for the past few days, so he is basically planting seeds every day, several times a day. In fact, it may not be possible that the two girls are really pregnant now. Okay, I'm going to practice for a while. You guys, take good care of your body and wait for your husband to come back and pamper you. Suyi left the house with a smile, and directly teleported to Sun Wukong's house in Baozishan. As for how he can teleport, it's very simple, just find all the Dragon Balls and make a wish. Wukong, I'm here to test your cultivation achievements. Suyi roared from a distance. At the same time, Sun Wukong's eyes lit up in vain while he was eating the barbecue. He hurriedly dropped the barbecue in his hand, and quickly ran out of the door and flew towards Suyi in the sky. This guy, really? Kiki tidied up the table, shook her head and smiled bitterly. An hour later, Sun Wukong, who was completely exhausted, collapsed into an open space, gasping for breath. Suyi glanced at him and smiled. He didn't restore his strength to Super Fairy Bean. He walked a little further, and then fully exploded his momentum. God, Brother Suyi's aura is too terrifying. Sun Wukong, who was still lying on the ground resting, felt this shocking situation, and suddenly a carp jumped up from the ground and looked at Suyi in the distance. At this time, Suyi was wearing lightning all over his body, and Sun Wukong saw at a glance that his dark hair turned golden yellow every 2 seconds. Could it be Brother Suyi? Can he transform into a Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong's eyes widened. He remembered the legend of the Saiyan family that Suyi told him not long ago, Super Saiyan. And now, doesn't Suyi look a bit like the Super Saiyan he said he transformed into? On Suyi's side, he is now between a Super Saiyan and a normal state, and he really wants to completely transform into a Super Saiyan. But he just couldn't transform into success. It felt like something was missing. Is it anger? No, I don't feel the reason for anger. I need fetters, and only fetters can make people want to have more power. Suyi gritted his teeth and roared a few times, thinking that if he was not strong enough, he would not be able to protect Bulma and Akatsuki, let alone his future children. Roar. The more she thought about it, the more Suyi desired power, and the whole person let out a roaring roar. Crackling. Brother Suyi, he. When Sun Wukong in the distance saw Suyi who had completely transformed into a successful one, he couldn't help but be stunned. Has he successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan? Super Saiyan 1, I finally transformed into a success. Suyi clenched his fists tightly, and his face was full of excitement. The Super Saiyan who has longed for so many years, and now he has finally transformed into a success. You must know that as early as a year ago, he had reached the minimum standard of 3 million combat power to transform into a Super Saiyan, and now he has reached 5 million combat power before he successfully transformed. Really, it's so hard. Brother Suyi, is this a Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong hurried over and asked in surprise. Yes, this is Super Saiyan. Suyi turned around. Golden hair, light green eyes, golden flames ignited all over his body, and lightning flashed around. Too powerful. Sun Wukong couldn't help but marvel. Brother Suyi, what's your current fighting strength? 250 million. Suyi asked the system. The system replied to him, and then he replied to Sun Wukong. Hi, 250 million. Sun Wukong sucked in a breath of cold air. At present, his combat power is close to 50,000, and he already feels strong enough. Now it seems that Big Brother Suyi, who turned into a Super Saiyan, has reached a combat power of 250 million. How terrifying is this power? 250 million sounds scary, but in fact, it's not that powerful in front of the real powerhouse. Su Yi smiled, returned to normal, and said to Sun Wukong, you can also become a successful Super Saiyan, and practice hard. Is there anyone stronger than you, Su Yi? However, Sun Wukong noticed Su Yi's words. Yes, there are heavens outside the sky, and there are people outside people. There are too many strong people you don't know. In the future, you will recognize these people. Su Yi nodded. Hearing these words, Sun Wukong showed determination and longing on his face, and clenched his fists and said, I must practice hard. My first goal is to transform into a Super Saiyan like Big Brother Su Yi. That day won't be too long. Su Yi smiled slightly. 30. Full Power Super Saiyan 1. 5/6. Back at Exodu's house, Su Yi suddenly thought of something and patted his forehead. He really forgot one very important thing. What he got can evolve a Super Saiyan once, but it has not been used yet. If I used it once as a springboard and felt the power in it, maybe I might have broken through Super Saiyan 1 sooner. Su Yi smiled bitterly, her mind sinking into the system space. Evolve a Super Saiyan once. 1, 2, 3, 4, Super Saiyan God, Red, Super Saiyan Blue. Seeing this introduction, Su Yi was shocked. He remembered, it wasn't like this at the beginning, right? Host, you didn't read the introduction back then. The system reminded me. Didn't I see it? This made Su Yi a little embarrassed. After thinking for a while, he asked, then can I choose one of these states to evolve once or what? Normal into 1, 1 into 2, 2 into 3. And so on. The system replied. Understood. Su Yi nodded, so it seems that this platinum level gift package is indeed a good thing. So don't worry, the current enemy, Super Saiyan 1, can be easily dealt with. Su Yi laughed. At the current stage, the strongest is Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe, with 120 million in the fourth form. When he turned into Super Saiyan 1, he had a combat power of 250 million, and the gap was heaven and earth. However, it will take more practice to exercise the durability of Super Saiyan. Su Yi understands that it is still very difficult for him to transform into a Super Saiyan in the early stage, and he needs to constantly train himself so that he can maintain the Super Saiyan state all the time. In fact, his current Super Saiyan realm is only at the first level of Super Saiyan 1, followed by the second level, the third level, and finally the fourth level, which is full power. The Super Saiyan 1 in the full power stage can maintain the special state of the Super Saiyan form for a long time, which is the most ideal Super Saiyan state. The energy is the same as the normal Super Saiyan, still 50 times the normal, but compared to the other states of the Super Saiyan, the advantage of full power is that it overcomes the Super Saiyan's large physical consumption in battle. Weakness. It can maximize the Super Saiyan's super combat power, and avoid the energy loss that ordinary Super Saiyans will produce even if they don't fight, and the character is relatively calm. So, even if Su Yi has transformed into Super Saiyan 1, there is still a long way to go. Practice hard. Only with strong strength can you protect the person you want to protect. Su Yi's eyes were firm, and he clenched his fists and looked at the sky. ... Next, Su Yi completely entered into devil training. After the first month of returning to the western capital, the normal combat power increased from 5 million to 5.3 million. The second month, 5.5 million. In the third month, 6 million. Just like that, a year passed quickly. Sure enough, only practice can become stronger. And all the realms of Super Saiyan 1 have been completely absorbed by him. Now he finally understands the reason why he couldn't transform into Super Saiyan 1 before. It's because he has been laying the perfect foundation all the time, and now it shows that he has accumulated a lot. Today, Su Yi in Super Saiyan 1 state has reached more than 500 million combat power. This strength, more than 2 words can describe terror. Su Yi, who was considered to be out of the customs, met with Bulma Junhu Shao, and thought about the current era, IG 758. Goku has a child. When Suyi heard what Bulma told him, he was stunned for a moment, and then thought for a while, it was true. In the original book, Son Gohan was born on a May day in IG 757. It is now IG 758, and Son Gohan should be almost a year old. Let's work hard too. Suyi laughed and hugged Bulma and Akatsuki Mato back to the bedroom and started to get busy. Just like that, another year has passed. There are still almost 2 years before Raditz arrives on Earth. With a normal combat power of 20 million, he is already looking forward to the imminent arrival of the plot. I-759, the 21st of October. On this day, Suyi brought Bulma and Junhu Akatsuki to Guishan Island. This was a party initiated by Suyi, and everyone was ready to meet and exchange martial arts. As soon as the news came out, everyone immediately agreed. Suyi is here. When Suyi arrived, everyone greeted him. At Suyi's invitation, everyone was not too strict with him, and directly called him Suyi. He didn't have the air of a strong man at all, and was very peaceful. Long time no see everyone. Suyi, Bulma, and Akatsuki Mato also greeted each other with smiles. Where's Goku? Suyi swept around, but did not see Sun Wukong. That kid Wukong. As soon as Keelan opened his mouth to say a few words, the sky in the distance heard Sun Wukong's cry. Everyone, here I come. Ha ha ha, say Wukong, Wukong is here. Suyi couldn't stop laughing, and soon, Sun Wukong came with one of his sons, Sun Wufan, and Chi-Chi didn't follow. Hello, Grandpa Guishanren, Uncle Keelan, Uncle Bic, Uncle Tianjin Fan. Gohan jumped up and greeted everyone. This is Uncle Suyi, Aunt Bulma, Aunt Junhu Xiao. Sun Wukong introduced the three of Suyi to Xiao Wuhan again. Sun Wufan greeted him politely, and then hid behind Sun Wukong and hugged his leg to glance at Suyi from time to time. He could feel that this Uncle Suyi was very powerful. As the first meeting, my uncle naturally wanted to give Gohan a meeting gift. Suyi smiled slightly, stepped forward, spread out his backhand, and a fiery red fruit appeared on the palm of his hand. This is the spiritual fruit he obtained in a golden gift bag, which has the effect of enhancing blood. He naturally has better things, but better things don't mean more suitable things. Therefore, Suyi didn't give much. Moreover, a spiritual fruit that strengthens blood is a real panacea for Sun Wufan of this age. From what Suyi thought, after this little guy eats it, his strength should be able to reach tens of thousands of combat power within a year at most. You know, the current Sun Wukong is only more than 100,000 combat power. 31. At the beginning of the Dragon Ball Z plot, Raditz arrived ahead of schedule. This little Gohan has an infinite future. Suyi laughed, and suddenly his eyes narrowed. At the same time, Sun Wukong also focused his eyes, tilted his head to look at the sky. A meteor slowly passed by, and finally fell into the sea. This is... Raditz is here. Suyi was startled. Logically speaking, shouldn't there be 2 years before the plot of Dragon Ball Z? How could it be 2 years earlier? It's the breath of the people of the same race. Sun Wukong said solemnly. He heard Suyi say that most of the remaining Saiyans are evil Saiyans. It should be Raditz. Suyi said indifferently, looked around, and soon a Saiyan wearing a Vegeta battle suit, a combat power detection goggles in his left eye, and a long black flowing hair flew over. Kakarot, my good brother. Raditz folded his arms and looked down at Sun Wukong. The appearance of the two is still somewhat similar, and Sun Wukong also saw it, and frowned. What do you want to do? Sun Wukong doesn't understand why he came to Earth. Kakarot, Prince Vegeta is going to invade a planet recently, and he needs manpower, so I came to you specially. Raditz raised his hand and tapped the combat power detection glasses on his left eye, and found that the highest of the group was only 1000 combat power of Sun Wukong, who was holding Sun Wukong's leg on one side, and suddenly sneered, I didn't expect you to give birth. A good son, he has 1,000 fighting power at such a young age. Monkey King and Sun Wukong look exactly the same when they were young, and it is not surprising that Raditz can see at a glance that he is the son of Sun Wukong. Oh! Sun Wukong laughed, revealing his breath a little. Drop drop. What? As Sun Wukong showed some momentum, Raditz found that this guy's combat power gradually increased from 4 to 500, and finally reached 3,000 combat power. How is that possible? How can you possibly have 3,000 combat power? Raditz's expression changed, but he remembered that this guy had a combat power of 2 when he was born, a low-level warrior who really had no potential. Now that so many years have passed, this guy has not only surpassed him, but has reached a combat power of 3,000 points. How can this not shock him as a big brother? 3,000 combat power. Sun Wukong shook his head and smiled again, revealing a little more imposing manner. Boom! The astonishing aura directly made Raditz's eyes widen in fright. 10,000 combat power. Raditz exclaimed. No, still rising, still rising. 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, 50,000. My God, 100,000. Kakarot, how did you cultivate so that Saiyans can reach a combat power of 100,000? Raditz fell from the sky, and his mentality at the moment could not be stabilized. His situation was like a relative of a nouveau riche visiting a relative who he thought was very poor. When you show your financial resources, when you are ready to pretend. But it was horrifying to discover that an antique bottle in the house of this poor relative was equivalent to half of his net worth. Now, Raditz feels that way. I'm sorry, brother, I don't have the consciousness to do what Saiyans like to do. Sun Wukong said lightly, if you live safely on Earth, maybe I will. The last 5 words, teach you to practice, were interrupted by the jealous Raditz. What are you? The scum who was born with a combat power of 2, dared to pretend in front of me. Boom. But with 1,500 combat power, do you want to put it in front of us? Krillin made a strong shot, and a shockwave directly knocked Raditz down. Krillin. Sun Wukong said quietly. After all, Raditz is his elder brother. Even if he is ruthless, he is still his elder brother, so he doesn't want to kill this elder brother unless he has to. Wukong, I understand. Kaylin smiled. Now his strength is much stronger than when he was in the original book. Although his combat power has not broken 10,000, he still has a combat power of 7 or 8,000. It's not too easy to beat Raditz, who is a little 1,500 strong fighting force. Damn, damn, damn. Raditz roared. He was very unwilling, and his anger broke out at this time. I saw his combat power slowly rise from 1,500 to 3,000, followed by 4,000, 5,000. Ah, I'm not reconciled. Raditz kept roaring, and his combat power kept rising, and finally reached a combat power of 10,000. So powerful, so powerful. Raditz, who suddenly reacted, was slightly startled. He found that his combat power had increased by 8,500 in just a few minutes. Suyi watched all of this indifferently, and he understood the characteristics of Saiyans being stronger if they were angry. As if right now, if something makes him super angry, maybe he still has a chance to break through the realm of Super Saiyan 2. However, this kind of thing, just think about it. He'd rather not jump into the realm of Super Saiyan 2 quickly than get angry. Baldhead, you hit me just now, right? Raditz looked at Krillin angrily, and an energy ball blasted out with lightning speed, hitting him directly in the chest. Puff! Krillin flew out, spitting out a large mouthful of blood in the air. Krillin! Sun Wukong roared. HMPH, scum! Raditz snorted coldly, jumped, and flew away. His strength has increased, but he understands that 10,000 points of combat power is not Sun Wukong's opponent, so he should endure the thought of killing Kaylin, but he still forcibly endured it. It's not a big problem, don't worry. Suyi came over, took a fairy bean and handed it to Sun Wukong, asking him to eat it for Kaylin. Soon, Krillin's injuries were fully recovered, and his combat power also broke through to 10,000 combat power at the same time. No matter which world, the word, break and then stand, can be reflected. Suyi tilted his head and glanced at the direction where Raditz fled, and frowned. He is a little strange now, why this Raditz came to Earth 2 years earlier. 32. Raditz, die. Ask for evaluation ticket flowers. Weird is weird, but Suyi didn't care much. In his eyes, such a scum-like character is nothing more than something that can be trampled to death with one foot. Soon, the party went on as usual. A group of people also forgot about Raditz's arrival, and spent the first day happily eating, drinking, and having fun. The next morning, Suyi and Sun Wukong stood calmly above the sea. Yesterday you should have seen Raditz's increased strength. Yes, the more angry we Saiyans are, the stronger our strength will be. Suyi pointed to Sun Wukong. Now, imagine that you are not strong enough to protect the important people around you, causing them to be killed by powerful enemies. Hearing this, Sun Wukong scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Brother Suyi, I naturally understand the truth of what you said, but if you really asked me to visualize such a scene, I really couldn't imagine it. This guy Sun Wukong's personality is like this. It is really difficult for him to increase his strength in this way, unless he really reaches that kind of crisis moment. Suyi held his forehead with one hand, expressing helplessness. Since this is the case, he can only crush this kid to increase his strength. So, every day that followed, Sun Wukong slowly increased his strength while dying. A month has passed, and on this day, Raditz arrives again. The difference is that this time, his strength has increased to 12,000 combat power. Suyi expressed a little strange about this. The strength of this guy's growth from childhood to adulthood is not as much as the growth in this month. What? Asked wrong. Kakarot, I'm coming to you for the last time. If you want to leave with me, you can leave. If you don't want to, I can't help it. Raditz came with a kind smile, and it seemed that he really wanted to befriend Sun Wukong. Brother, I'm sorry, I'm now an Earthling, not the Saiyan I used to be. Raditz is kind, and Sun Wukong is naturally very happy, welcoming him, and asking Sun Wuhan to call him uncle. Uncle. Sun Wufan shouted obediently. Good nephew. Raditz glanced at Sun Gohan, with a kind smile on his face, holding a candy in his hand, he waved to Gohan, come here, uncle, let him give him a hug. Seeing this scene, Suyi narrowed his eyes. If he guessed correctly, this Raditz wanted to kidnap Sun Wuhan and make Sun Wukong obey him. In other words, his goal is Sun Gohan, a hybrid Saiyan with unlimited potential. Thinking of this, Suyi was just about to take action against this guy, but after thinking about it, he suppressed the idea of taking action again. If this Raditz is not dead, how will Vegeta and the others come to Earth? So, let him kill himself. Go to Uncle's place. Sun Wukong is still too kind, and he easily thinks that Raditz really came with a kind heart. Seeing his son look over, he smiled and pushed him. Sun Gohan hesitantly walked towards Raditz. He was still very afraid of life at such a young age. Soon, he came to Raditz. Kakarot, no matter how powerful you are, it is useless without a smart brain. Ha ha ha. As Sun Gohan came to his side, Raditz's kind eyes instantly became violent, and he reached out and grabbed Gohan, and laughed out loud. Gohan. Sun Wukong's face changed and he roared. Dad. Sun Gohan burst into tears, very scared. Even though he is already a little master with more than 1,000 points of combat power, in fact, he is only 2 years old, after all, he is still a child. Raditz, if you dare to hurt Gohan, I will kill you. Piccolo stood up and looked at Raditz coldly. For Piccolo, Sun Gohan is his apprentice, just like his godson. After all, this little guy has been by his side since he could walk. Ha ha ha, do you dare to touch me now? Raditz glanced at Piccolo with disdain, and sneered, strength doesn't mean everything, I'm IQ crushing you scumbags. Hearing this, Suyi stretched out his hand and plucked out his ears, showing a little displeasure on his face. This guy is indeed enough to die. Call out. Originally, Suyi was not going to take action, but since the fire was all on him, it was no wonder he took action. I saw an afterimage flashed by, and then I saw Son Gohan disappearing into Raditz's hands. Boom. You. Raditz's eyes widened, then clutching his throat, he collapsed in disbelief. Dad. Sun Wukong ran behind Sun Wukong in fear, hugged his thigh and cried. It's all right, don't be afraid. Sun Wukong comforted himself and thanked Suyi one after another. Suyi waved his hand, glanced at the guy's body, thought for a while, and took a bottle of bone water from the system space. This is a small item in a certain black iron gift bag, a must for killing people. In front of Raditz's body, Suyi dropped 2 drops of bone-melting water, and the others didn't even look at it. Huh, where's the guy's body? Kling and the others looked surprised. Only Piccolo glanced at Suyi fearfully. Not to mention the strength of this man, the method of destroying corpses and destroying traces is no different from the cruel methods of his demons. Okay, this Raditz should have a companion. That Vegeta may be the boss behind him. It shouldn't be long before he arrives on Earth, so remember not to fall for it again. Suyi clapped his hands, attracted everyone's attention, and reminded. These Saiyans are evil, we must never trust them in the future. Sun Wukong said solemnly, the arrival of Raditz this time has given him a very profound lesson. Fortunately, there were no major problems. Otherwise, Sun Wukong really has to pay a heavy price for his kindness. 33. Luli was born, a shock from Vegeta. After Raditz, the first Saiyan to come to Earth, died, almost half a year passed smoothly. A good thing happened to Suyi, that is, Bulma is pregnant. That's right. The hard work day and night finally made Bulma pregnant. As for Akatsuki, it is a pity that she is still not pregnant. Soon, another 9 months passed. Suyi became a father. Husband, what's the baby's name? Bulma looked at Suyedao with a smile while holding a newborn baby. Looking at the baby in Bulma's hands, Suyi laughed. This is a baby girl, very cute, with dark eyes exactly like Suyi's, glancing strangely at the adults around. Name, let's call it Su Luli. Suyi thought for a while and named her daughter. However, what makes him very strange is that since his daughter was born, her fighting power is not high, as if she is an ordinary person. No way. Suyi was a little unsure, this girl shouldn't be so weak logically. You must know that his normal combat power is now more than 25 million, and there should be a lot of S cells in his body. Logically speaking, his daughter does not say that she can transform into a Super Saiyan if she is older than the future Sun Wushan or Trunks. But it should be a bit of a fighting force anyway, right? This is only a combat power of 5, which is too fake. Suyi complained in his heart, if Bulma didn't know how to practice, he wouldn't feel anything. The key point is that Bulma's current combat power is also 200,000 to 300,000, which is not too weak. Weird thing. Suyi frowned and shook his head. He didn't think about it anymore, and shook his head with his daughter. Other thoughts were also occupied by the joy of being a father. A month later, her daughter Su Luli can already speak. 2 months later, Su Luli was able to walk. 3 months later, the fighting strength began to show, and the little guy directly broke out with a fighting strength of 10,000, which almost scared the little guy's nurse to tears. ... And just like that, another year or so passed. Daughter Su Luli is only a little over a year old. Judging by her height, she is no different from a 3-year-old or 4-year-old child. The most important thing is that the strength of the little girl is extremely terrifying. At just over a year old, she has surpassed Sun Wukong, who has more than 200,000 combat power, and has reached more than 300,000 combat power. You know, this is only 1 year old. 1 year old, more than 300,000 combat power. What is this concept? Simply appalling. So, is this accumulation? However, compared to little Trunks and Sun Wushan who will appear in the future, his daughter Su Luli's fighting power is still much less. However, he was very pleased to be able to reach this point at the age of 1. Not long after, Su Yi brought the little girl to Guixian Island. This was the second party. This time, it was suggested by Sun Wukong. The real reason for this kid was naturally that he wanted to fight Su Luli. Naturally, it was impossible for Su Yi to agree. Although Su Luli's combat power was high, he always regarded the little girl as the jewel in his hand, and did not teach her any martial arts at all, so she only had combat power, and did not know how to fight. However, it's good to get acquainted. After spending some time in Turtle Immortal Island, this day, when everyone was still barbecuing, 2 rays of light crossed the sky, and 2 Saiyans wearing Vegeta's star battle suits arrived. Su Yi took a look and recognized the 2 Saiyans. One is a bald and strong man, Naba, with a combat power of about 4,000, he is considered a small master. But this level, in front of today's Z warriors, is undoubtedly not the level of a rookie. Another is Vegeta. Unlike the 18,000 combat power in the original book at this time, this guy is actually close to the 40,000 combat power. It seems that it is indeed slightly different from the original. Su Yi felt Vegeta's fighting power, and secretly said in his heart, "Kakarot, where's Raditz?" Vegeta glanced indifferently at Sun Wukong on Turtle Immortal Island and asked calmly, "Who are you?" Sun Wukong doesn't know him, only that he is a Saiyan. "I am Vegeta, the noble Saiyan prince." Vegeta lowered her head and looked at Sun Wukong with a downward gaze, glanced at the others, narrowed her eyes, and said coldly, "As a noble Saiyan, you are so gregarious with these lowly earthlings." Quote, "What happened to the earthlings?" Krillin said coldly. "Huh." Hearing Krillin's words, Vegeta turned his eyes to him, raised his hand and stretched out a finger, and a laser wave appeared at the tip of his finger, hitting Krillin with a bang. Boom. With Krillin's strength, he was naturally unable to compete, so Sun Wukong shot the laser wave away in time, and it exploded in the distant sea area. "Huh, Kakarot, your combat power seems to be a bit good." Vegeta's eyes lit up, and the moment Sun Wukong took action just now revealed some breath, and he noticed that it was an aura of nearly 2,000 combat power, which made him very happy. Because, a subordinate with 2,000 fighting strength brought him far more than a tiny bit of benefit. Drip drip. Vegeta reached out and tapped the combat power detection glasses on his left eye, and soon, Sun Wukong's combat power appeared in his glasses. Huh, only 1,325 combat power. After getting this combat power figure, Vegeta frowned. The combat power detection glasses started beeping again, and different numbers appeared in the glasses again. 10,000. A full 10,000 combat power made Vegeta's face change. How can your combat power be changed at will? Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong in shock. 34. Powerful physical strength. Ask for evaluation ticket flowers. Humph. Even if you have 10,000 combat power, you are nothing but scum in front of me. Vegeta was taken aback and sneered forcefully. Why do you Saiyans have the same temperament? Don't you remember? Krillin stood up and looked at Vegeta coldly. Oh, it seems that Raditz died at your hands. Seeing that Sun Wukong's combat power is as much as 10,000, in Vegeta's view, it should be dead at the hands of this person. Hee. Looks like you want to follow in that Raditz's footsteps too. Tianjin Fan sneered and said something. I have trouble with Kakarot, and the rest will be handed over to you. How could Vegeta tolerate these humble earthlings ridiculing him and speak out loudly? As ordered. Naba responded respectfully, then dived down, holding a laser cannon in his hand, and bombarded Krillin and the others. On the other side, Sun Wukong watched all this indifferently. He knew the strength of Krillin and others. It was not too easy to fight a Naba with a combat power of 4,000. And he, Playing with this Vegeta is also easy and can't be easier. Soon, the battle officially started. Kaylin and the others drew their punches and figured out that it was Bik who shot them. Each of them had a combat power of more than 10,000. Naba, who had beaten 4,000, could just hang and beat with his eyes closed. Soon, Piccolo scrapped Nappa. Damn, how can you people on Earth be so powerful? And you, Kakarot, how can you be so powerful even as a low-level warrior? Vegeta, who was fighting Sun Wukong, roared, because he found himself being beaten by the inferior Saiyan, Kakarot. How can this not make him angry, the arrogant Prince Vegeta? I'm not convinced. Why, how can you, a little reptile, be so powerful? Vegeta stepped back a few steps, roared, and the aura all over her body exploded. 40,000 fighting power. 50,000 combat power. 60,000, 70,000, 80,000. ... After more than a dozen breaths, the full 120,000 combat power shocked Suyi, who was on the side. How could this guy grow so fast? All of this now is too different from the original. Suyi's eyes narrowed. He understood, or this is the world of Dragon Ball, but because of his presence, this anime world has turned into a real parallel world. Perhaps the general plot trend is the same as the original, but the individual differences are definitely different. Just like now, Vegeta, who should only have 18,000 combat power at this stage, was stimulated at this moment and has reached 120,000 combat power. This is an obvious plot difference. Vegeta has become stronger at the current stage, so what about Frieza? Will this Cosmic Emperor also become stronger? Suyi pondered. Even the fourth form of Frieza in the original novel only has a combat power of 120 million. With the power he has now transformed into Super Saiyan 1, he can completely crush this guy. Now, he began to doubt whether Frieza in this world was several times or even 10 times more powerful than the original book. This is indeed a question worth pondering. After all, he is not absolutely invincible now. The Saiyan bloodline, Shining, is destined to be led by me, Vegeta, to become the pinnacle of this universe. Vegeta roared, and the final combat power was fixed at as much as 150,000. However, it's still not enough. Suyi knew that Sun Wukong's combat power was at least 200,000, and Vegeta's combat power was only 150,000, so it was absolutely impossible for him to be his opponent. You are powerful. Sun Wukong was in awe of this Vegeta. He did not say that this person was very powerful, but felt that his spirit was very strong. But, you are still not my opponent. Vegeta, the former planet Vegeta has been destroyed, and now we need to find a new planet to settle in. I think the Earth is very good. It is better for you to be on Earth with me. Go to practice. Sun Wukong wants to assimilate this proud Saiyan prince. What kind of rubbish place is this worthy of me to live in? Ha, Kakarot, it seems that the comfort has made your battle blood as a Saiyan gone. Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong sarcastically. Sun Wukong shook his head and smiled. He knew that he couldn't make Vegeta assimilate. If that's the case, let's go back to where you came from. Sun Wukong is kind by nature, and he naturally does not want to kill if he cannot kill. As for his older brother, Raditz, he didn't kill him. Moreover, if he doesn't kill him, then Gohan will naturally have a life crisis. If it was him who made the move, I'm afraid he would also make a choice. Boom. While Sun Wukong was thinking, Vegeta had already attacked. The two punched against each other, and the surrounding space shook a bit. What a powerful physical strength. Sun Wukong and Vegeta flew backwards at the same time. The two of them fought with pure physical strength in this blow. Unexpectedly, they were evenly matched. I am stronger than you. If I beat you with chi, I would bully you. Why don't we fight with the strength of our flesh? Sun Wukong suggested a sentence. Hearing this, Vegeta's eyes narrowed, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The noble Prince Vegeta was actually given alms. Ah. However, if you want to fight with the power of the flesh, then you can fight with the power of the flesh. Vegeta thought to himself, Sun Wukong is stupid, he is not so stupid. He was calculating how to kill this guy with one hit. That's it, Vegeta searched for a long time and couldn't find a chance to kill with one hit, so he and Sun Wukong began to deal with the power of the flesh. After a while, Vegeta's eyes suddenly lit up, and a flash cannon blasted directly at Sun Wukong, followed by a continuous Qigong wave bombarding Sun Wukong wildly. Die, die, die. Vegeta roared and laughed wildly. Goku. Krillin and the others stared, with worried expressions on their faces. 35. Fierce little loli. Ask for evaluation tickets and flowers. The smoke dissipated quickly, revealing a deep pit. Vegeta floated in midair, folded her arms across her chest, and looked down with an indifferent look, the corners of her mouth raised slightly, looking extremely cold. Damn. Krillin rose into the air and punched Vegeta. Just you, scum. Vegeta smiled coldly, and a shock wave was thrown out, hitting Krillin and bouncing him into the sea. Krillin. Yamcha roared, and the scar on his face wriggled, looking very fierce. Go. A group of people rose into the air one after another, killing Vegeta. Dad, why didn't you do it? Su Luli held Su Yi's hand on the side, tilted her head and asked crisply. Hearing her daughter's words, Su Yi smiled. If they lose so easily, that's really disappointing to me. Uncle Sun Wukong, are they so powerful? Su Luli blinked her beautiful big eyes, a little dazed. In her eyes, she could not feel the pressure at all. Because her fighting power is even more terrifying than everyone except Su Yi. Of course, Luli, watch it slowly. Su Yi nodded. Su Luli watched with wide eyes, and her eyes suddenly lit up when she saw Kaylin and the others using the turtle Qigong wave. She felt that this blue ball of light was so beautiful. Slowly, Su Luli let go of her father's hand, then jumped to the side, and Kaylin's hand movement flashed in her mind. Turtle. Pie. Gas. Gong. Wave. Drink it. Along with her movements, a ball of blue light appeared in the center of the little girl's palm, rushing towards Vegeta in the sky. Feeling this momentum, Su Yi turned his head and was stunned. Keelan, Piccolo, Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, and Vegeta, who was about to slaughter these earthlings, were also stunned in the sky. This girl, she almost killed Kaylin and the others. Su Yi quickly came back to his senses, and in a flash, he arrived in front of the turtle Qigong wave released by Su Luli, and slapped it lightly, sending it flying. Woo! 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 Krillin and the others gasped for breath one by one. Good guy, he was almost killed by a little girl who was over a year old just now. Su Yi, your daughter is too powerful. Krillin smiled wryly. He is already a big man in his 20s, but today he was almost killed by a little girl who was over a year old. If it spreads out, it's really shameful to die. Su Yi coughed twice, a little embarrassed. To be honest, this is the reason why he doesn't teach this little girl how to fight. He is afraid that when this little girl goes to school, if someone provokes her, wouldn't that destroy the earth? Gudong. Vegeta over there also came to his senses, and cold sweat fell on his forehead, and it was useless to wipe it. So horrible. This little girl. Vegeta glanced at Su Luli on the beach and finally landed on Su Yi. When she saw the tail on his waist, her eyes narrowed. This guy is actually a Saiyan. Wait, daughter. Vegeta once again put her eyes on Su Luli, and then on Son Gohan who was on the side, her eyes narrowed. Not a pure-blooded Saiyan, the potential seems to be much higher than that of a pure-blooded Saiyan. Thinking of this, Vegeta's eyes flashed, as if she knew something. Call out. On Su Yi's side, move to Su Luli. Dad, Luli, did Luli do something wrong? Su Luli pouted and said a few words, with an aggrieved look on her face. It's all right. Seeing the little girl's appearance, Su Yi couldn't say anything. She reached out and rubbed her little head, then picked her up and let her sit on his shoulders. Vegeta, you are such a fool. At this time, Sun Wukong from the deep pit flew out, with some dust on his face, looking a little funny. Humph. Vegeta glanced at Sun Wukong, leaned down and flew down, grabbed the half-dead Naba who was beaten on the ground, and left Guaxian Island directly. Why did this guy run away? Sun Wukong was about to give Vegeta a good beating, but as soon as he came out of the pit, he ran away. He's afraid. Kaylin coughed twice, and glanced at the little girl sitting on Suyi's shoulder with fear. He always thought that Sun Wufan was perverted enough. Result. As a result, this 1-year-old little girl is even more perverted. Sun Wukong was dazed and didn't understand what was going on. Keelan pulled Sun Wukong aside and whispered a few words. What? Luli was able to use the turtle Qigong wave so soon. So, the aura of destruction just now was created by this little girl. Sun Wukong exclaimed, just now he was awakened by this energy, because he had been knocked unconscious by Vegeta before. Brother Suyi, what is Xiao Luli's fighting power? Sun Wukong only knew that Su Luli was very powerful, but he didn't expect such a little girl over a year old to be so powerful. More than 300,000. Suyi smiled lightly. More than 300,000. The eyes of Kaylin and the others almost fell. People are more mad than people. I'm afraid Xiao Luli will soon be able to transform into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong is envious. Since the last time he saw Suyi transformed into a Super Saiyan, his only pursuit now is to become a Super Saiyan. It's hard to say. Suyi is also not sure whether Xiaoluli will soon control the method of transforming into a Super Saiyan. After all, no one can guarantee this. Maybe not. With the precedence of Sun Wushan and Trunks in the previous Dragon Ball world, Suyi felt that there is still a great chance for this option. Little girl should have inherited quite a few S cells in his body. In short, no matter whether she can or not, the potential of the little girl is at least very terrifying. 36. About to travel to Namek, crazy before parting. The gathering in the immortal island of Guaxian ended soon. Sun Wukong and others were stimulated by the little girl's fighting power, and they each found a place to practice. As for Sun Wukong, Suyi recommended a place to him, that is, to go to the Northern Realm King to practice. Anyway, the relationship between Tianshan and Sun Wukong is good, and with his recommendation, he can easily go to the King of the Northern Realm. Don't look at Sun Wukong's strength at this time as much stronger than the original, but things like Zhuangquan are still very useful to him. The days passed slowly, and it had been 4 or 5 months since the last Guaxian Island gathering. Suyi, who was getting stronger and stronger, also gradually began to salt fish, because he found that his bottleneck period had arrived again. So, he also started the first year of his dad career. Picking up the little girl to and from school every day is the first task point, and the second task point is to tell the little girl a fairy tale from her past life every day. This is for him who accidentally opened a black iron gift bag, which contains the complete works of fairy tales. Naturally there is no pressure to tell stories. And just like that, the first year has passed. The little girl is now considered a 3-year-old child according to her virtual age. And her combat power has risen from more than 300,000 a year ago to more than 500,000. You know, this girl just eats and drinks every day. She has never been able to have such a terrifying increase in combat power after practicing once. Even Suyi himself is envious of this talent. On this day, Suyi picked up the little girl on time and returned home from school, but received the news. Piccolo is dead. Not only Bic died, but also Yamcha, Tianjin Rice, and Dumplings were all killed. Still can't escape the plot of the original book. Suyi was slightly shocked when he got the news. He thought that Piccolo and the others in the Dragon Ball world might be able to escape this disaster after they became stronger, but they still died just like the original plot. Who killed it? Vegeta. Suyi asked Bulma. The news was exactly what she told him. It's not Vegeta, it's an alien creature that is very powerful. According to what Vegeta and Sun Wukong said, it seems to be called Team Genuit, right? Bulma thought for a moment and said, Jinuit team. Hearing the name, Suyi was slightly startled. Dude, how did these guys come to Earth? If he remembered correctly, the current plot should be that Vegeta did something wrong, slaughtered Piccolo and others one by one, and then Sun Wukong defeated this guy. Then, it was Sun Wukong and others who set foot on the Namek planet to find Dragon Balls, in order to revive these Z warriors who died. Now it seems that the overall trend of the plot has not changed, and it is still the small plot that has changed a lot. I see, so what did Wukong say? Did he hit the door directly, or what? It doesn't matter to Suyi. In his eyes, the members of the Jinuit team are nothing more than a bunch of scumbags. If he wants to kill them, it's just a matter of minutes. It's too simple. Goku wants to go to planet Namek to find Dragon Balls. He has asked me to make a Dragon Ball radar detector. Bulma was talking, and went to the side of the cabinet and turned it around. Soon, a long-lost Dragon Ball radar detector was delivered to him. Well, remember to hand it over to him when you meet him. Good. Suyi took over, threw the Dragon Ball radar detector into the system space, and then looked at Bulma. The little girl from more than 10 years ago has grown up and is a mother. Of course, this is his daughter's mother, but also his wife. After so many years, the relationship between the husband and wife is still like glue, and the love is incredible. The interaction at night, of course, is also more and more open as Bulma grows older. This time, I should go to planet Namek with Goku and the others. Luli will trouble you. Suyi took her into his arms and smiled. What you said, Luli is the flesh that fell from my body, and she even said things like trouble to me. Bulma put her arms around Suyi's waist, then squeezed him lightly, and said in a low voice, you must be careful. I don't want to be a widow for you at a young age. Ha ha ha, it doesn't exist. Suyi laughed and picked up Bulma directly and carried it on his shoulders. Based on what he knew about Bulma, I'm afraid he died. If he couldn't be resurrected, he would definitely choose to accompany him to die for love. He won't let Bulma die, so naturally he won't allow himself to die. No matter how strong the person he met, he would never die at the hands of this person. This is his biggest commitment to Bulma. Hey, you put me down. I hate it. Luli is still at home. Suyi, be quiet, don't make too much noise. Tilda. It was said that the movement should not be too loud, but in fact, in the end, Bulma's voice was even louder, making Xiaoliu's pretty face in another room who was teaching Xiaoliu to play the piano to be read until now. It's been almost an hour. Mother Xiao, what are my father and mother doing? Why does my mother's voice sound painful and comfortable? The little girl innocently tilted her head to look at Akatsuki, whose face was flushed, and asked a question. Akatsuki Mato didn't know how to explain it for a while, but after thinking about it for a while, he finally had to say, children don't need to know too much about adults, darling, then Mother Xiao will teach you how to play in the second stage. Okay. Children's curiosity comes and goes quickly. Soon, a pleasant piano playing sounded in the room, but the voices of Suyi and Bulma were overshadowed. More than an hour later, footsteps came from outside the room, and then Bulma, blushing, came to the door with soft legs and knocked gently on the door. Sister Xiao, Suyi has something to talk to you about. Hearing this, how could Akatsuki Mako not know the meaning of it? It's been so many years, and now her pretty face is blushing. She nodded shyly, got up and left the room. As for Bulma, she walked in and began to test the little girl's practice results. After all, the two of them should have switched classes with each other. After a while, Akatsuki Mato's voice, which seemed painful and comfortable, made the little girl ask the same thing again, and Bulma naturally said the same thing to deal with the little girl. Before leaving this time, it was indeed a little crazy. Afterwards, Bulma and Junhu Akatsuki handed over again, and finally Suyi left the western capital and flew to Guixian Island. Sister Xiao, will my husband be okay? Bulma watched Suyi's back disappear into the night sky and said worriedly. Master will be fine, Don't worry. Mato Akatsuki knew how powerful Suyi was, so naturally he wouldn't be too worried. I hope so. 37. Draw today's gift pack and arrive at Namek. At this time, on Turtle Immortal Island, Suyi felt the breath of Sun Wukong and used teleportation to arrive. Brother Suyi. Sun Wukong was not surprised by the sudden arrival of Suyi, and said hello calmly. Suyi nodded and swept around. Piccolo, Tianjin rice, yamucha, and dumplings were all gone. At this time, Kaylin's face was full of grief. As someone who fought together, he didn't die, and everyone else died. This is the most uncomfortable for him. Kaylin, don't blame yourself too much. Only by practicing harder can you avoid this accident. Suyi glanced at him and comforted. Hearing this, Kaylin sighed deeply, nodded but did not speak. I know the coordinates of Namek, you can go with me. Suyi walked out of the Guixian house and went to the beach to get his spaceship out of the system space. Boom. The spaceship landed on the beach, kicking up a puff of dust. Wow, is this the spaceship used by aliens beyond Earth? Oolong ran over, the two pig ears flapped, and his face was full of amazement. Suyi came to the spaceship, reached out and tapped the plane twice, and then saw the door of the spaceship slowly open. Let's go, time waits for no one, get it all sorted out as soon as possible. Suyi said lightly, and then directly entered the spaceship. Kaylin chatted with Sun Wukong, Turtle Immortal and others for a minute or two, and then walked into the spaceship. This spaceship has been improved by Suyurang Bulma, Gravity Room, Food House, Leisure House. There are many miscellaneous ones that can be played or practiced. Let's find a room to stay in later. Let me introduce you to the location first. This is the Gravity Room, you can practice. This spaceship doesn't look like much, but it's actually quite unique. It uses space folding technology to allow a small spaceship to accommodate a lot of things. It's amazing. Krillin kept exclaiming. Bulma is indeed a genius. Suyi nodded in agreement. Is this a spaceship made by Bulma? Krillin was shocked and felt very incredible. That's pretty much it. This ship wasn't like this before, but it was improved by Bulma. Wukong, are you going to enter the gravity chamber? Suyi explained to Kaylin, but after a glance, he saw that Sun Wukong was preparing to enter the gravity room. Well, I have to practice hard and try to increase my combat power when I reach planet Namek. Sun Wukong is very firm and authentic. Okay. Suyi nodded. On one side, Kaylin was also stimulated by Sun Wukong. He, who was going to eat something first, also followed Sun Wukong into the gravity room. Gravity chamber was closed, and Suyi adjusted them a 50 times gravity chamber outside. Because they probably hadn't used the gravity room to practice much, Suyi adjusted it a little bit smaller. Anyway, it would take at least a month to go to planet Namek, and they would be able to bear more weight in the future. Wukong and Kaylin were practicing, while Suyi went back to his room to get today's gift bag. Back in the room, Suyi sat down on the bed and lost his mind. The system space backpack was full of things. Although most of them were small things, they could still be useful at critical moments. System, get me today's login package. Suyi said lightly. Ding, today's login gift package has been sent. Please pay attention to the host to check it in the package. The sweet and beautiful sound of the system sounded. Good. Suyi glanced at the package, and an extremely dazzling gift package sat quietly in the last space of the package. This is. Suyi saw this extremely dazzling gift bag, his eyes suddenly widened, his mind attached to the gift bag, and got the information of this gift bag. Diamond level gift package. Immortal first stage, open the system exchange mall, reward 100,000 exchange points, and open the mission mode. Suyi was stunned when he saw the diamond level gift package information. System, what's going on? Suyi came back to his senses and asked a question. The body of immortality, as the name suggests, cultivates to the highest realm, immortal and immortal. The System Exchange Mall is a kind of welfare reward. With exchange points, you can exchange items of corresponding value. Task mode means that the host will receive a task randomly dispatched by the system next, and you will get exchange points for completing the task. The system's sweet and beautiful voice sounded in Su-Yi's mind. Hearing these words, Su-Yi blinked, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Although the diamond gift package this time is only an immortal body that is of substantial help to him at present, the following points will be of great help to his future. Yes, can I look at the system mall? Su-Yi was impatient and asked. This requires the host to wait a while for the system language to be upgraded. The system replied. Okay, you can upgrade, let me know. Su-Yi was not in a hurry. The host needs to be reminded that during the system upgrade, the daily login package will be temporarily stopped. But please rest assured, the host will give you an equivalent reward after the upgrade is successful. The system continues. Good. Su-Yi nodded. He was really looking forward to the upgraded system more and more, and he was even more looking forward to what would be in the system mall. For the next month, Su-Yi also worked hard to cultivate. He can feel that his strength is growing terribly every day, and the first stage of the immortal body has been completely absorbed by him. He didn't use any defensive power, and just stood there and bombarded Qilin and Sun Wukong with the turtle Qigong waves, not to mention hurting him, even if he lost a hair. The body of immortality is indeed powerful, as if the indestructible magic of King Kong is general. Su-Yi remembered Zamasu from the Dragon Ball anime in the previous life. This guy is the immortal body who made a wish on Super Dragon Ball. He was curious about the difference between his immortal body and the immortal body that made a wish to Super Dragon Ball. Will he also be able to heal his injuries on his own? In short, Su-Yi is still looking forward to this undead body showing its true metamorphosis ability. In this way, the spacecraft was extremely close to the Namek planet, the speed slowed down, and after a day or two of gliding, it finally landed. 38. The Elder's Commission, get the first Dragon Ball. After getting off the spaceship, Su-Yi and the others glanced around and felt that the gravity was not much different from that of the Earth, and the flight could still fly. The air is much cleaner than the Earth. Krillin took a deep breath and said in surprise. There are too few people in Namek, so there is no pollution. Su-Yi explained. Also, there is no industrialization here. How can the air not be better than the Earth? In fact, it's not that industrialization is not available on Namek, but because they once felt the consequences of industrialization, and now they rarely use the power of technology. Krillin scratched his head and smiled, feeling embarrassed that he didn't understand anything. Let's go, the Dragon Ball radar detector has detected the exact location of Dragon Ball. Su-Yi took out the Dragon Ball radar detector and glanced at it, and found that the 7 places were separated. He understood the plot and knew that the 7 elders were keeping the Dragon Balls. If you want to get the Dragon Ball, you must compete with the 7 elders in wisdom or force. Moreover, if nothing else, Su-Yi knew that he and the others should soon encounter Frieza's army. As for whether it was the Genuit team, he didn't dare to confirm it, because there were exceptions to everything. After putting the spaceship into the capsule, the 3 of Su-Yi set off. It didn't take a while to reach the place where the first Dragon Ball was. This is a small village, their buildings are low with round or blister-shaped windows, and the overall shape is somewhat like an abalone or snail shell. When they came to the gate of the village, 2 Nameks who were more than 2 meters tall stared at them coldly with javelins. It looks very similar to Piccolo. Sun Wukong laughed and went up to say hello. Hello, my name is Sun Wukong. I'm from Earth, we came here to get Dragon Balls. Go away. Sun Wukong's smiling face did not make the 2 Nameks greet each other with the same smile, but looked at Sun Wukong with disgust. Seeing this, Sun Wukong was at a loss. Dragon Ball has been snatched away by you outsiders, not to mention, and injured our elders, what are you still thinking? Another Namekian spoke up. Hearing this, Su-Yi raised his brows. It seems. Has someone come to snatch it? Hey, we're not bad people, and... Sun Wukong wanted to say something. The two Namekians glanced at Suyi and interrupted coldly. That person is a Saiyan, the same person as the guy behind you, so you still say that you are not an accomplice. Is it Vegeta? Sun Wukong fell silent for a while. Well, it should be this guy. I didn't expect him to reach Namek before us. Suyi's eyes flashed. This guy naturally ran over in the original book, but what he didn't expect was, how did he know the exact location of Dragon Ball? Could it be? This guy also has a Dragon Ball radar detector on his hands. Thinking of this, Suyi narrowed his eyes. Naturally, the Dragon Ball radar detector cannot be given to him by Bulma, so it may be the Pilaf trio on Earth. Wait. Suyi suddenly thought of something, took out the Dragon Ball radar detector and glanced at it. Dragon Ball is still in this place, so Vegeta has not left. Or, the Dragon Ball in Vegeta's hand is fake. Otherwise, Vegeta doesn't actually have a Dragon Ball radar detector at all. I need Dragon Ball very much because a friend of mine is also a Namekian and he was killed, so I want to resurrect him. Sun Wukong pondered for a while, and went forward with the organization language, and said very sincerely, originally we also have Dragon Balls on Earth, but my friend is the avatar of the gods on Earth. When he dies, the gods will die, so Shenlong naturally can't summoned. There are Nameks on Earth too. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, the two Nameks who were guarding the door looked at each other with shocked expressions on their faces. After thinking for a while, one of the Nameks said, if this is the case, please wait a moment. The Namek's attitude changed suddenly. He bowed, then turned and walked towards the village. After a while, an older Namekian was helped out. Suyi looked over. The old man's turbid eyes shone with the light of wisdom, as if he could easily see through the heart. That's right, they're right. If I don't expect it, the people of Earth's race are descendants of Kadaz. The Namek elder nodded and glanced at Suyi. He could feel the huge energy in this Saiyan. This kind of strength can easily destroy their Namek planet. Likewise, since he possesses such power, he does not bother to lie. Under the tough attitude, no one dared to resist. Bring the Dragon Balls. The elder was very aware of right and wrong, and turned around and waved. Soon, a young Namekian took a Dragon Ball and sent it over. Suyi glanced at it and saw that it was about the same size as a Dragon Ball on Earth. No matter it was the color or the number of stars on it, it was no different. Thank you, Elder. Sun Wukong was overjoyed and hurried forward to get the Dragon Ball. Wait a minute, although I will give you this Dragon Ball, I hope you can help me deliver a message. The elder stopped him. His wise eyes swept over Suyi, and then said to Sun Wukong, if you help me send a letter to my Namekian Great Elder, I will give you the Dragon Ball. No problem. Sun Wukong didn't even think about it, he just agreed. Give it to him. The elder nodded and smiled, then took out a letter from his sleeve and handed it to Sun Wukong. After Sun Wukong took the letter and kept it properly, he took over the Dragon Ball with a smile on his face. He took a closer look, and it turned out to be a 4-planet. This is Grandpa who blesses me in heaven. Sun Wukong grinned, very happy. 39. Collect all 6 Dragon Balls, and the Genuit team will appear. Next, Suyi took Sun Wukong and Kaylin to find 5 more villages each, and collected 6 Dragon Balls very easily. This level of ease makes Suyi feel a little incredible. Because no one can stop it. Even this guy Vegeta has never appeared once. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon. Suyi still felt that it was not normal. When he was about to go to the last point to get the Dragon Ball, sure enough, someone stood up. Monkey King, hand over the Dragon Balls, maybe I'll beg King Frieza to spare your lives. Vegeta appeared, holding a Dragon Ball in his hand, which seemed to be the last Dragon Ball. However, Suyi knew that this guy was holding a fake Dragon Ball, which was useless at all. Vegeta, you are so nasty. Frieza destroyed the planet Vegeta, and you are still working for him. It's really stupid. Sun Wukong said loudly. He knew that there were other people hidden around him, and the person with the highest combat power was the same as him, and he normally had a combat power of around 500,000. Oh, don't eat and drink fine for toasting. Die. Vegeta shot, and a shock wave came over. In this regard, Sun Wukong naturally knocked these attacks away very easily. Drink. Vegeta roared, and the momentum burst out in an all-round way, and the combat power was soaring, from about 200,000 to about 35. Vegeta, you are not my opponent. Let those who are hiding nearby come out. Sun Wukong doesn't look at Vegeta with a straight face at all. He normally has a combat power of 500,000. If he is in a state of bursting gas, he can definitely break through 1,000,000 combat power. Giggle. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Vegeta clenched his teeth, his face full of humiliation. It seems that he is a very noble prince of the Saiyan family, but now he is not a Saiyan opponent with low-level warrior potential. How can he not be angry? The most important thing is that this inferior warrior still looks down on him. Die, scum. Vegeta roared, and the momentum burst out again, from 350,000 combat power to about 400,000. Not enough. Not enough. Vegeta clenched his teeth. He has realized a lot recently. Anger is the fastest way for Saiyans to increase their strength. And now, he is the most angry moment. 450,000, 500,000, 550,000. Vegeta's combat power was growing, and finally stopped at around 630,000. At this time, from the feeling, he is no longer inferior to Sun Wukong. However, the feeling is just a feeling. After Sun Wukong exploded, the combat power of up to 1,000,000 directly made him stunned. How is it possible? How is it possible? Kakarot is an inferior warrior. Why is he so powerful? Vegeta couldn't stop exclaiming. When he thinks about it, he has reached such a powerful level and has caught up with this guy. Now, with the explosion of Sun Wukong, he finds that he is still far behind. How can he not be arrogant and arrogant? Saiyan Prince extremely lost. Vegeta, you Saiyans really should be strangled in the cradle of growth. A tall man with purple skin, 2 black horns on his head, and wearing a combat uniform stood up. He is the captain of the Genuit team, Ginyu, with a combat power of about 120,000 in the original book. Now, when the general characters are higher than the original combat power, he is also normally higher than the original, and the normal combat power is as much as 500,000. Captain, is it necessary to talk so much to these scumbags? Kill it. Kill it all. Get the Dragon Ball as soon as possible and take it back to King Frieza. A man with an orange-red pineapple head came out with a cold smile on his face, glanced at Sun Wukong and the others indifferently, and said coldly. He is a member of the Genuit team, called Lickum, and his normal combat power is about 200,000. Under the explosive gas, it should be not much different from the current Vegeta. In the original work, he also has overwhelming strength over Vegeta at this stage. As for now, Suyi glanced at it. I am afraid that Vegeta, who is in a state of rage, can destroy this guy with one hand. Lickum, shut up. Are you the captain or Captain Ginyu the captain? Several more members of the Genuit team came out, and no one's combat power was less than 100,000. Seeing this, Suyi should probably be able to guess the combat power of Frieza in this Dragon Ball parallel world. The fourth form should have a combat power of 5 or 6 billion. 5 to 600 million combat power is still not enough for Suyi, who has transformed into Super Saiyan 1. You must know that Suyi's combat power under normal conditions is already about 20 million. After this transformation, the combat power has increased by nearly 50 times, and the combat power is more than just 2 words to describe the horror. Stop talking nonsense, go ahead and kill Vegeta. Ginyu glanced coldly at Vegeta, who was in a state of exasperation, and a look of fear flashed in his eyes. He has always watched the growth of this bastard, and the most important thing is that King Frieza takes him very seriously. This made Ginyu very upset, thinking that Vegeta would one day replace him as Frieza's new favorite. What's more, let this guy grow up, maybe he will become stronger when he sneaks up, and King Frieza can't restrain him anymore. That's the most terrifying thing. Hey, obey, I wanted to kill this arrogant little monkey Vegeta for a long time. Lickum laughed, shook his head, and made a crackling sound. The battle is imminent. Suyi took a few steps back, ready to watch the play. This level of battle does not require him to take action, he believes that Sun Wukong can handle it alone. Wukong. As for Krillin, he felt the incomparably powerful aura from these people in the field, and his legs suddenly softened from fright. Although he knew that this group of people were the ones who killed Piccolo, he was timid and unconfident by nature, so he couldn't help but be afraid. Seeing him like this, Suyi shook his head and smiled. It seems that no matter how powerful it is in the original book, I don't know how many times, this disposition can't be changed, and the timid is still so timid. 40. The ancient Chinese boxing method, the power of Bajiquan. Keelan, stand with Big Brother Suyi. Although these people are very powerful, I prefer to accept challenges. Sun Wukong was full of fighting spirit, and without guarding against counterattack, he attacked Ginyu, the captain of the Genuit team. His target is this person who seems to be equivalent to his fighting ability. In other words, in his eyes, only this guy can fight against him. Bang bang bang. Soon, the two confronted each other. Suyi leisurely opened a capsule, got a table and 2 stools, and said to Kaylin, have some snacks, let's watch the show. Talking, take out another capsule, which is full of some snacks, melon seeds, peanuts or fruits. This. Kaylin had a wry smile on his face, but he also knew that with the great god Suyi here, Wukong naturally couldn't have anything serious, so he gradually calmed down. Goku is really getting stronger and stronger. Krillin ate peanuts, then took 2 sips of beer and sighed. Seeing him like this, Suyi almost burst out laughing. To be honest, on this occasion, they were drinking beer, eating melon seeds, eating peanuts and chatting, and on the other side, they were fighting to the death. To be reasonable, the style of the painting was really wrong. The point is, this guy Kling was really misled by him. Cough, Wukong is going to win without any accident. Suyi got up and took a look. Ginyu's strength is good, but Sun Wukong's strength is much stronger. Not to mention, Suyi has instructed Sun Wukong more than once, and has taught this boy all kinds of middle-level martial arts in his previous life. So, don't look at Sun Wukong's combat power bursting state as only about 1 million, but the real combat power is definitely far more than that. For example, a boxing method used by Sun Wukong at this time is the Bajiquan method that has been passed down in ancient China for a long time in the previous life. Bajiquan is a bunt boxing method, and its movements generally pursue the style of sturdy, unpretentious and rapid force. This kind of boxing emphasizes on the tactical technique of taking every inch and opening it hard. It really has the characteristics of enduring, helping, squeezing, leaning, collapsing, and shaking. Bajiquan exerts force on the heel, runs on the waist, and runs through the fingertips, so it is extremely powerful and has the characteristics of martial arts. Therefore, Bajiquan is known in the traditional Chinese martial arts circles as writing has Taiji to make the world safe, and martial arts has Baji to set the world. Now, with a set of punches from Sun Wukong, Ginyu, who was in a state of exploding gas with about 1 million fighting power, was no longer human, and he was paralyzed on the ground like a dead dog. The captain is not even this guy's opponent. Seeing this scene, the rest of the Ginyu team were shocked, and one by one they stopped dealing with the furious Vegeta and returned to Ginyu. Run! Lickum and the others didn't dare to stay any longer. They couldn't beat a Vegeta for a long time. There is still a person who can beat Captain Ginyu in this place. It's scary to think about it. Run! How could Sun Wukong let them escape? Boom! Ah! The morning sounded, and all the people were killed by this attack from Sun Wukong. Suyi clapped his palms. There are Bajiquan in close combat, and turtle qigong waves in distant combat. The strength of this Dragon Ball parallel world Wukong cannot be said to be weak. Just like him, this kid is currently in a state of bursting gas with a combat power of 1 million, and it is no problem to casually beat a master at the level of 3 million or 4 million. Brother Suyi, Bajiquan is so powerful. Sun Wukong, who destroyed the Jinuit team, came back and looked at Su Yedao excitedly. At first, he thought that these ancient boxing techniques would not increase his strength too much, but now it seems that as his strength increases, the power of this Bajiquan can also become stronger and stronger. Suyi smiled without saying a word. This Bajiquan is just a martial art from the Black Iron level gift package, and there are countless martial arts stronger than him. If those legendary powerful martial arts were born, how terrifying their power would be. Unimaginable, to be honest, even Suyi himself can't imagine it. Wukong, your powerful boxing technique was taught to you by Suyi. Kaylin was stunned for a moment. He thought it was Sun Wukong who learned it from the king of the Northern Realm, but now it doesn't seem to be the case. Yes, it was Suyi's elder brother who taught me. Not only that, but also Taijiquan. He taught me the profound martial arts of static breaking and immutability. Sun Wukong's face was full of excitement. Just now, it was his first time to experience the powerful power brought by Bajiquan. There is also a set of Taijiquan that he has learned and has never used. Moreover, he remembered Suyi's tone at the beginning, and his evaluation of Taijiquan was far higher than that of Bajiquan. Therefore, now Sun Wukong wants to try the power of Taijiquan even more. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Kaylin had an envious look on his face. Krillin, if you want to learn, I can teach you. Sun Wukong treats his friends very sincerely. Seeing the envious look on Kaylin's face, he immediately opened his mouth and said. But. Kaylin glanced at Suyi and saw that he looked casual and careless, and asked in a low voice, will Suyi disagree? Brother Suyi. Sun Wukong hurriedly turned his head and looked at Suyi expectantly. I want to teach both Taijiquan and Bajiquan to Kaylin and the others, is that okay? Suyi waved his hand and said lightly, I don't care who you teach me. This is just a trail, he doesn't care how many people will. Moreover, this is also a promotion of his ancient Chinese martial arts culture in another world. Thinking about it carefully, he is extremely happy to do so. Thank you, big brother Suyi. Sun Wukong and Kaylin expressed their thanks in unison. Both sets of boxing techniques can create a genre, so just leave it to them to arrange their own arrangements. Both of them couldn't help feeling that Suyi is really a great and selfless martial arts master. This is the end of the exchange. Vegeta is still in a state of rage, looking very terrifying. How does he solve it? Vegeta on one side of Krillin's finger. Never mind him, this fellow is also a poor man. Sun Wukong sighed, and he could see that Vegeta also carried a lot of things, and many times, he couldn't help it. Vegeta angrily stared at Suyi and others away, but did not dare to make a move. He knows his strength and is far from being able to fight against Sun Wukong. Not to mention confronting another Saiyan with a deep and terrifying breath. I will surpass you, Kakarot. As a contemporary, Vegeta naturally took Sun Wukong as his goal of surpassing. As for Suyi, he thought about it, but he understood that it was one step at a time. He also believes that one day, he will lead the Saiyan race to the peak of the universe and become the first race in the universe. Dragon Ball Daily Gift Pack Chapter 41-60. 41. The Kind Elder, Frieza is here. Suyi, Sun Wukong and Krillin went straight to the 7th Dragon Ball, where the Great Elder of the Namekians lived. Hello, my name is Sun Wukong. The other elders asked me to send a letter to the First Elder. I hope to meet the First Elder. As before, when he came to this village, he was stopped by the Namekian guards at the gate. Sun Wukong naturally took out 6 letters and handed them to the guards. The 2 guards looked at each other. One of them took the 6 envelopes that Sun Wukong handed over, then gave the other a wink, turned around and trotted into the village. After waiting for a while, the Namekian ran out and greeted Sun Wukong and his party. Soon, in a palace, an elderly Namekian sat on the upper seat, who was the great elder. "You are friends of the descendants of Kadaz, I already know." The elder's old voice came from the upper seat, and his tone was kind. "At the same time, I also know the purpose of your coming. Don't worry, I will give you the last Dragon Ball." "Thank you, great elder." When Sun Wukong heard this, he was naturally very happy. "Tien, bring the 7 planets." The great elder shouted softly. As ordered. A very young Namekian saluted respectfully, then trotted out of the palace, and after a while, came back with a small wooden plate. "For these guests." The elder smiled. Tien answered and walked up to Sun Wukong with a small wooden plate, and said with a smile, "Dear guest, please accept these 7 planets." "Thank you, Tien." Sun Wukong took it with both hands and thanked him happily. Ho ha ho ha ho. Sun Wukong had just received the 7th Dragon Ball, and a strange laugh came from outside the palace, followed by a short stature, with hands on his hips, blood-red eyes, purple-black lips, and 2 lines of blood and tears under the eyes of his face. The man with the bright purple shell walked in. Suyi glanced back and raised his brows. "This guy is Frieza." The most commonly used fighting form of this guy is pale skin. 1 foot has 3 toes, and the sound of footsteps when walking will make a squeak sound. On the surface, it looks like a monster. However, just such a monster, the villain in the Dragon Ball world, in the hearts of many anime fans in his previous life, apart from Goku and Vegeta, he is probably the 3rd most popular character. In the previous life, Suyi didn't have any bad feelings towards this Frieza, but he didn't have any good feelings either, and he was in half and half of his senses. "Huh, Saiyan, you make me feel a little dangerous." Noticing Suyi's gaze, Frieza also shifted his gaze to him. The moment the two looked at each other, the Emperor of the Universe was beating wildly, inexplicably, with a sense of crisis. "Impossible, I am the Emperor of the Universe. In this universe, except for the sleeping adult, I am an invincible existence. No one can provoke my power." As soon as this feeling appeared, Frieza shook her head and shook it off, telling herself that it was an illusion. Suyi glanced at him indifferently. The system has not been upgraded yet. When Frieza didn't reveal his breath, he couldn't feel the fighting power of this guy. However, it is expected that from the fact that he can feel the crisis in himself, it can be seen that he is probably more than the combat power in the original work. "Who are you?" Sun Wukong didn't know Frieza, and when he turned around and felt the breath on his body, a solemn expression appeared on his face. Ho ha ho ha ho. Frieza glanced at Sun Wukong, covered his mouth and laughed, then took 2 steps closer to him, raised his brows, and said in surprise, "Why do I think you are very familiar?" Suyi was not surprised when he heard this. Back then, Monkey King's father, Bardak, showed his face when Frieza destroyed Star Vegeta, and the 2 father and son were basically carved out of the same mold. Therefore, Frieza feels that it is normal for Sun Wukong to be somewhat familiar. "I don't think you're familiar." Sun Wukong snorted coldly. What he felt from Frieza was evil, only evil was left. Therefore, he naturally didn't have any good feelings for this guy. "Okay, little monkey, I'm too lazy to say anything to you. Now, give me all the Dragon Balls on your body immediately, or I'll kill you." Frieza is so domineering by nature. With his hands on his hips, he looks at Sun Wukong with an extremely arrogant attitude. "Huh." Sun Wukong sneered, took out the Dragon Balls from the small wooden plate, and then took out the remaining 6 Dragon Balls, then jumped to the Big Elder, and said, "Big Elder, I will ask you to take care of the Dragon Balls." "A moment. Child, be careful." The first Elder glanced wisely at Frieza. From this person, he felt the power and the monstrous killing intent. "Don't worry, Elder, my strength is very strong." Sun Wukong smiled confidently, or in his eyes, there was no such thing as a huge disparity in combat power. If he can fight, he will never retreat. This is Sun Wukong. This is Kakarot. Brother Suyi, Wukong, he. Krillin asked worriedly on the side. He always felt that this strange guy who just came in gave people a feeling of trepidation. The disparity between the two is indeed a bit big, but Goku's potential is great, and he may be able to catch up. Suyi glanced at Kaylin, and he actually wanted to say, according to the plot of the original book, if you want Sun Wukong to evolve into a Super Saiyan, you have to sacrifice a bit. However, this kind of words can also be thought about in the heart. After all, it is too shocking. Phew, that's good. I also believe in Goku's strength. Krillin breathed a sigh of relief. Goku should get involved with Frieza. You will find a chance to summon Shenlong later, and let Piccolo and the others resurrect first. Suyi reminded him. Also, the dragon of the Namek planet needs the Namek language to be successfully summoned, so you can ask the elder to summon it. Good. When Krillin heard this, his eyes lit up. Well, you go. Suyi nodded, glanced at the fact that Sun Wukong and Frieza were fighting, shook his head and smiled, and walked out of the palace quietly. Just now, during his induction, he sensed the breath of a little guy. At this time, this little guy is on the verge of death. If he doesn't take action, I am afraid that in a few minutes, his body will really be cold. 42. Are you the Super Saiyan in ancient legends? Go out of the palace, then out of the village. Walking a few steps at the gate of the village, Suyi's right index finger and middle finger put a little bit between his eyebrows, and the teleportation activated, instantly reaching a small hill 1,000 meters away. Down the mountain, a group of people were looking at Vegeta and Son Gohan with an indifferent look. This little guy was dying, lying behind Vegeta. As for Vegeta's return to normal, his physical strength was severely exhausted, and his combat effectiveness had dropped more than a little, so he was not a match for these people at all. Vegeta, King Frieza has arrived on Namek. Be smart and kill yourself as soon as possible to save our time. This team is also a general under Frieza, but in Suyi's view, it seems a little strange. Because the fighting power is very strong. However, he never saw this group of people in the Dragon Ball anime in his previous life. That is, these guys are characters derived from this Dragon Ball parallel world. If it wasn't for my lack of physical strength, I would definitely kill you all. Scum. Vegeta spat out a mouthful of phlegm and said coldly. Call out. A wind sounded, and Suyi suddenly appeared in front of Sun Wukong, who was lying on the ground. Taking out a super fairy bean, Suyi put it into Sun Wukong's mouth. Soon, I saw that Son Gohan was back to normal, and his combat power was stronger than before. Uncle Suyi. When Sun Wukong saw Suyi, he immediately became excited, pointed at the group of Frieza's men, and said coldly, they have a Dragon Ball in their hands, which they snatched from Uncle Vegeta. Hearing this Uncle Vegeta, Vegeta's body trembled, then turned back and glared at Son Gohan, and said coldly, who is your uncle? Uncle Vegeta, you. Sun Wukong blinked and said with a smile, if it wasn't for your uncle, you desperately protected me, I would have been killed long ago. Hearing this, Suyi raised his brows and glanced at this Vegeta, it seems. Compared with the current stage of the plot, his temperament is still somewhat different from the original. Humph. Vegeta saw Suyi's astonished look, and folded her arms around her chest and turned back, snorted coldly, but didn't speak anymore. The Dragon Ball in Vegeta's hand was robbed, right? Suyi suddenly remembered what Sun Wukong said, smiled and shook his head. If that's the case, then the Dragon Balls in their hands are fake. Fake. Son Gohan and Vegeta exclaimed together. That's right. Suyi nodded, took out a super fairy bean, and threw it to Vegeta. This is a super fairy bean. After eating one, you will be fully restored. As a Saiyan prince, you must not be reconciled to this group of weak people. Ridiculed by their scum, kill them. Essentially, if Suyi could not make a move, he would try his best not to make a move. It's not that he is afraid of the butterfly effect, but because he is lazy. Yes, he is lazy and salty. Waste a few seconds to kill a few ants-like characters, he might as well eat a few more melon seeds. Vegeta took the super fairy bean, narrowed her eyes, turned around slowly, and stared at the group of Frieza's men who were a little flustered, with a cold smile on the corner of her mouth. After raising his head and eating the super fairy bean, Vegeta roared and his state recovered. He only felt that a surging power existed in his body. Now, it's time to release. Drink. In an explosive state, Vegeta's combat power soars. Escape. Vegeta's stamina recovered, and the group of Frieza's subordinates could not be his opponent. Escape. Vegeta smiled sternly, a shock wave and a life, and soon, this group of people was slaughtered by him. Glancing at Suyi and Son Gohan, Vegeta flew away directly. Uncle Vegeta is a cold-hearted man. Sun Wukong said, if it wasn't for him, I would be dead. Suyi smiled, did not speak, and teleported him back to the vicinity of the village. At this point, Sun Wukong and Frieza have already started fighting. On one side, there are Bic, Tianjin Rice, and Yamuti. He knew that although the dragon on the planet Namek could have 3 wishes, if he revives people, he can only revive 3 people. Therefore, dumplings have not been resurrected for the time being. But the problem is not big. As soon as Piccolo is resurrected, the gods on Earth will also be resurrected. So when the time comes, go back to the Earth to find the Dragon Balls on the Earth and summon the dragon to revive the dumplings. Gohan. Suyi and the others came, and Piccolo also saw them, but it was very strange how Son Gohan came to Namek. I was in Uncle Vegeta's spaceship. I thought he didn't know, but I knew I had sneaked into his spaceship. Son Gohan embarrassedly touched the back of his head, and smiled awkwardly. Vegeta. Piccolo and the others were still stunned when Vegeta wanted to kill them. Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Vegeta is actually not bad. As he spoke, Son Gohan said what happened just now. Hearing this, Piccolo and the others looked at each other in dismay, but they didn't expect this Saiyan prince to be such a cold-hearted man. Speaking of which, Piccolo, doesn't this Vegeta have a virtue with you? Krillin burst out laughing. Who is virtuous with him? Piccolo glared at Krillin, who wouldn't admit this fact. Boom. Just as a few people were talking, Sun Wukong, who was on the side, was knocked to the ground by Frieza. Goku. Seeing this, Kaylin and others exclaimed. Scum. Frieza glanced coldly at Piccolo and the others. Just now, he knew that Shenlong had been summoned, and now he was so angry that he was ready to kill. Hey, it's really powerful. Sun Wukong flew out of the deep pit on the ground, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, which he wiped off, revealing a smile of enjoyment. There's no denying that Frieza is powerful, but compared to Suyi's invincibility, he is not invincible. Therefore, Sun Wukong thinks this is a very good opponent. Drink. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, flew in midair, roared loudly, his combat power was soaring, 600,000, 700,000, 800,000. In the end, it came to 1.5 million. Huh. Feeling the momentum, Frieza narrowed her eyes. 1.5 million combat power. Is this still the Saiyan nation he knows? Could it be that you are the Super Saiyan in ancient legends? Frieza frowned and asked. 43. Sun Wukong fought Frieza, the system upgrade is complete. When he thought about it, the race of Saiyans had been suppressed by him for so many years, and he had never seen a person with a fighting strength of more than 30,000. First, there was a variable like Vegeta, and now, there is a variable like Sun Wukong. And Frieza shifted her gaze and glanced at Suyi, who took out the beach chair from the capsule and was lying on the side watching the play, her eyes narrowed, casting a dangerous light. And this Saiyan who gave him a sense of crisis, he always felt that this race really had great potential. If it is not removed as soon as possible, I am afraid that it will be really difficult for him to discipline him in the future. The battle is imminent. Frieza's cold smile floated across the sky, and he saw his breath soaring strangely. Suyi, who was lying on the beach chair, took a sip of juice. Seeing this scene, He raised his brows and said to himself, is this the second form of evolution? Suyi felt that the first form of this guy has a combat power of about 1 million, and the second form should be at least 2 million. Sure enough, Frieza's transformation was completed soon. In the second form, he was much taller, very similar to his father's normal state of King Kurd, and his combat power reached more than 2.3 million. Ho ha ho ha ho. Now, come and die, little monkey. Frieza hooked his finger at Sun Wukong and laughed. Bang bang bang. Sun Wukong felt Frieza's powerful strength, and immediately punched his fist twice with excitement. Instead of retreating, he flew forward to prepare for hand-to-hand combat with him. Bajiquan. Seeing Sun Wukong make his move, Keelan's eyes lit up on the ground. He knew the power of Bajiquan, so he was very confident in Sun Wukong at this time. Bajiquan. What is that? Piccolo and the others looked blank, not knowing what this Bajiquan was. Keelan introduced it from the side. After listening to the introduction, Piccolo and the others turned to look at Suyi, who was lying comfortably on the beach chair, with amazement in their eyes. This man, ever since we met, has always been in a mysterious posture, unable to see through him at all. At this time, the battle in the sky has become more and more intense. Although Sun Wukong's combat power is lower than Frieza in the second form, he relied on Suyi to teach him the ancient Chinese boxing method, Bajiquan, and barely fought Frieza. Monkey King 4, Frieza 6. The little monkey is indeed quite powerful. Frieza laughed, and with a flick of her tail, it hit Sun Wukong, sending him flying to the ground. I really don't have the heart to kill you. If you become my slave, how much benefit will it create for me? Frieza floated down and came to Sun Wukong. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Sun Wukong coughed several times, spat out several mouthfuls of blood, and slowly got up from the ground. At this time, he had returned to normal. We can't let Goku fight alone. Piccolo's eyes narrowed, and he flew to Frieza's place. An energy cannon hit him, attracting his attention. Green scum, do you want to die too? Frieza turned around and looked at Piccolo grimly. Frieza. Sun Wukong suddenly roared, and the turtle Qigong wave bombarded out. Scum. Frieza slapped it casually, and the turtle school Qigong wave was slapped away by him and bombarded towards Piccolo and the others. Ah! The exclamation sounded. Piccolo and the others were hit by the turtle Qigong wave from Sun Wukong. Although they didn't die, they were also seriously injured. Suyi slowly got up from the beach chair. If Sun Wukong couldn't solve it, he would naturally choose to take action. However, he is not in a hurry to shoot. He wants to wait, waiting for Sun Wukong to explode and grow rapidly. Perhaps, this time is his chance to become a Super Saiyan. Although, his current combat effectiveness is not high. Big Elder. At this moment, Naru, who was standing at the gate of the village, looked at Frieza who was laughing wildly from a distance, and clenched his teeth. You are not an opponent. If you go, you will die. The Elder sighed. If they die, our Namek will be destroyed by Frieza. Nilu lowered his head, then bowed respectfully to the Elder, and flew towards the field. Huh, another little reptile came over to die. Frieza saw Naru flying over from a distance, flicked his fingers calmly, and a shock wave hit him, sending him directly to the place where Piccolo and the others were unconscious. Seeing this scene, Suyi looked strange. Is this Frieza doing a good deed? He is familiar with the trend of the plot and naturally knows that Nilu will sacrifice himself to make Piccolo's strength. Isn't Frieza fulfilling Piccolo? Thinking of this, Suyi shook his head and laughed. He lay down on the beach chair again. Sun Wukong's breath rose again. Coupled with Piccolo who was successfully assimilated in a short while, he believed that he could still force Frieza out. The third form, or the fourth form. At that time, let's not talk about whether or not to fight. At least these two guys can still grow up in this battle. That is a good thing. However, Suyi, who was lying on the beach chair, raised his head slightly and glanced at a figure on the top of the mountain not far away. This guy was Vegeta. If the three of them join forces, they should be able to last for a while. Suyi yawned and sank into the system space with his hands on the back of his head. Because of the system, the upgrade has been prompted just now. System, don't forget the compensation rewards for a period of time after the upgrade. Suyi reminded, for fear that this system was a black-hearted system. He didn't remind him, so he deliberately ignored it as if he didn't know. Hearing this, the system was speechless for a while. After a while, the system replied, "The compensation reward has been delivered to the host's package, please pay attention to check it." Okay. Suyi nodded and checked in the system space. There are several panels in front of him. First, the system mall space. Second, the task space. Third, wrap the space. Very simple, just 3 panel spaces. How about this task space? Do I take the initiative to choose tasks to do, or does the system take the initiative to release tasks for me? Suyi clicked on the panel option of the task space, took a look and found it was empty, which could not help but feel strange. The mission space is currently being improved. Please wait a moment, host. The sweet and beautiful voice of the system sounded, making Suyi really unable to complain. But soon, he saw the changes in the task space, and a small window popped up with tasks written on it, but only the top task title was flashing with gold. So, only the top task can be accepted? Suyi asked, and the answer he got was exactly what he thought. Kill Frieza and reward 10,000 exchange points. Task title, it's that simple. However, when Suyi opened it, the contents of the extra tasks inside made his eyes light up. 44. Anger is not the only way to become a Super Saiyan. Teach Sun Wukong to evolve Super Saiyan to defeat Frieza and reward 100,000 exchange points. The extra task is this. Although he doesn't know the value of the 100,000 exchange points, 10 times the reward is not too high, so he can't help but be moved. But, how do you teach Sun Wukong to transform into a Super Saiyan? Suyi soon discovered a very serious problem. He can transform, but he can't teach people to transform. Anyway, let's take this task first. Suyi was too lazy to think about it, so he took the task first. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully claiming the first mission, with a special reward of 10,000 exchange points. The system's sweet and pleasant voice sounded, causing Suyi to blink, a little dazed, but she quickly regained her senses and felt a wave of 666 in her heart. This system is really a welfare system. The birth of the system is to hope that the host is good. Therefore, you are not allowed to suspect that the system is a black-hearted system. The sound of the system made Suyi's brows twitch. My dear, after this upgrade, the icy voice in the past was actually a little anthropomorphic. Do you have feelings? However, Suyi just smiled and didn't pay much attention to this issue. He entered the system mall space and glanced at his exchange point balance, a total of 110,000 exchange points. 10,000 is the reward just now, and 100,000 is the reward before the system upgrade. Let me see. Boom. Just when Suyi was about to check what good things were in the system mall space, a tremor took his mind out of the system. Suyi got up from the beach chair, then looked at the field, and saw that Frieza had transformed into the third form, and the combat power had reached about 20 million. Well, compared to Frieza in the original book, Frieza in this Dragon Ball parallel world is really much stronger. Suyi had to sigh. If he wanted to save Star Vegeta at that time, I'm afraid he really had to put himself in, and he would die without a place to be buried. Thinking of this, Suyi suddenly remembered that he seems to have a battle mate of Celia, who has a fighting power of 1 million. It's useless at this stage. Suyi thought about it, and asked in his heart, System, do you recycle things in the system mall space? If it is recycled, no matter how many exchange points, he will also earn it. Moreover, the things he gets in the daily login gift package, he may also be able to use it as waste. Therefore, if there is a function of recycling, it would be a great thing. Yes. The sound of the system made Suyi smile. It is good to have it, but I am afraid that it is not. Things that are gradually useless to him can be exchanged for exchange points, which is equivalent to waste utilization. Perfect. Suyi no longer thought about other things, stepped out one step, and came to Sun Wukong in an instant. Another monkey. Frieza withdrew her hands and put her back behind her, looking at Suyi with a sneer. The third form of Frieza is really ugly enough. Suyi just glanced at him before retracting his gaze, placing it on Sun Wukong, who was limp and crawling on the ground, and said lightly, Wukong, if you just die like this, Keelan they will all die. And Sun Gohan, and your loved ones on Earth. Anger is not the only way to become a Super Saiyan. Although, most Super Saiyan transformations are born out of anger. In the previous life, Bardock was angry, Sun Wukong was angry, and even Vegeta was a Super Saiyan who was angry that he was not as good as Sun Wukong. But don't forget. Suyi's Super Saiyan didn't transform out of anger. Rather, fetters. In Suyi's view, a Saiyan only needs a fulcrum to transform into a Super Saiyan. Anger is the fulcrum, fetters, and also a fulcrum. The current Keelan is not dead. According to the plot of the original work, Sun Wukong cannot transform. However, Suyi didn't believe in this evil. This is the parallel world of Dragon Ball, and the plot is roughly the same, but not all. Why can Sun Wukong break through Super Saiyan by anger only after Krillin is dead? Hearing Suyi's words, Sun Wukong pondered. Although his physical strength has been completely exhausted at this time, his willpower is very strong, and he has not fallen down. Because he knew that once he fell, the fainted Keelan, Piccolo, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, and Vegeta would all die. Therefore, he did not dare to fall. The source of strength comes from you, and the growth of external forces is never strong. Only when you are strong can you be truly strong. Suyi said lightly, his voice was very calm. He looked directly at Sun Wukong, reached out and grabbed it, and then spread it out to him. Look, what did I catch in my hand? Sun Wukong glanced at the past with a look of doubt, because he didn't see anything in Suyi's palm. You didn't see anything, did you? Suyi smiled slightly, then turned around and glanced at Frieza, stretched out his hand, and said lightly, guess what he saw? Sun Wukong turned his head to look, and Frieza had a look of horror on his face at this time, and he stepped back again and again, as if he wanted to escape from this place. Brother Suyi, what's going on? Sun Wukong was surprised. Because of my strength, let him fear. Suyi said lightly. Those who understand this will naturally understand, and those who do not understand will naturally understand. Because of his gesture, this is the ancient inheritance of ancient China, Dao. Sun Wukong has practiced Taijiquan, and he doesn't say that he understands Dao Mingwu, but at least he won't understand Suyi's words too much. Only when you are strong can you protect the people you want to protect. Sun Wukong's eyes showed a firm look, and at this moment, his temperament changed. The original Monkey King is just a simple martial arts idiot. If he wants to fight with the most powerful person, even if he dies, he is willing. In this life, the Sun Wukong of this Dragon Ball parallel world grew up with fetters. It can be said that he should be much more mature than the Monkey King in the previous Dragon Ball anime. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of teaching Sun Wukong to transform into a Super Saiyan. Since it is a super perfect teaching, there will be an extra 100,000 redemption points. Friendly reminder. After Sun Wukong defeats Frieza, he will reward another 100,000 exchange points to the host. At the same time that a huge energy surged up from Sun Wukong's body, Suyi's mind came from the system's sweet and pleasant reminder sound. Hearing this prompt, Suyi was stunned. So, can the same task just now be treated as two tasks? Teaching Sun Wukong to be a Super Saiyan is the first, and the second is waiting for Frieza to be defeated. You will get 200,000 exchange points if you talk about it, you won't lose money in blood. Suyi laughed. 45. Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 1. Suyi backed away, watching the system compensation in his system package. On Sun Wukong's side, the momentum gradually increased, and the combat power soon reached 2 million, 2.5 million, 3 million. Boom! When the combat power reached 3.5 million, Sun Wukong's whole body flashed with electric light, and the golden airflow began to rotate. What? Seeing this scene, Frieza was stunned. Isn't the appearance of this guy at the moment the appearance of the Super Saiyan that his ancestors once recorded? No, absolutely can't let him transform successfully. Frieza's face changed dramatically, and he wanted to take a strong shot to kill Sun Wukong. However, at the moment of his attack, Sun Wukong had already moved, and the speed was so fast that he could not detect it at all. Boom! One punch. A punch with golden arrogance slammed into Frieza's face, directly blasting him hundreds of meters away. At the same time, Sun Wukong's hair has completely turned golden yellow, and his dark eyes have also turned into light green, which is extremely powerful. This is... The eyes of the great elders in the distance were about to pop out. It was the first time he had seen such a powerful combat power index. My God, is this a Super Saiyan? On the other side, Sun Wuhan also exclaimed. He heard Sun Wukong say that Saiyans can achieve evolution and become Super Saiyans. At present, he knows that Uncle Suyi can. Unexpectedly, his father Sun Wukong can also do it now. It's so powerful, it's so powerful. Sun Wufan's face couldn't help but be shocked and delighted. Damn, it hurts the great King Frieza. Damn it. Frieza, who was blasted hundreds of meters away by a punch, came to his senses, flew into the air and roared, and then changed again, reaching the fourth form, which is his current final form. Sun Wukong indifferently watched Frieza transform, without intending to interrupt him. He wanted this guy to understand that even if you evolve into the final form, the strongest combat power will never be his opponent. Come on Frieza, let me see the power of your strongest form. Sun Wukong flew, as if teleporting, arrived in front of Frieza in an instant, raised his hand and punched out. This was neither Bajiquan nor Taijiquan. It was such a very upright punch that directly blasted Frieza into the air a few hundred meters away. Too weak, Frieza, your energy, is that all? Sun Wukong flew, and instantly reached behind Frieza who flew out backwards, clenched his fists with both hands and slammed down at Frieza. Boom! Frieza was knocked to the ground, and a bottomless pit appeared. Ah da da da! Sun Wukong roared, and his hands shot down one after another imposing cannon, which belonged to a type of energy cannon, and was very powerful. Boom! The ground was trembling, and Piccolo and the others who had passed out of a coma were all awake. That's a Super Saiyan. Piccolo shook his head and looked up. A man with a golden yellow airflow all over his body was bombarding the ground, and he couldn't help thinking of the Super Saiyan that Sun Wukong had mentioned before. Who is he? I heard Wukong say that only Big Brother Suyi can transform into a Super Saiyan. Krillin also came back to his senses and was shocked. He's Kakarot. Vegeta's eyes narrowed, and her pupils shrank for a while, and she saw who the person in the sky was incarnated as a Super Saiyan was. It was Kakarot who he looked down on. What? It's Goku. Tianjin Fan and the others looked dazed for a while. Such a powerful man turned out to be their constant pursuit target, Sun Wukong. How can we chase after him? Keelan smiled wryly and bowed his head. Although they were very happy for Sun Wukong's strengthening, they, who had always regarded Sun Wukong as the target of chasing, saw this scene, and after all, they were all unhappy in their hearts. Wait, how do I feel Piccolo that you're feeling a little different? Suddenly, Kaylin noticed Piccolo's unusualness and exclaimed, your breath is so powerful. What? Piccolo was stunned for a moment. He didn't feel it himself. How did Krillin notice it to him? I also feel something is wrong. Bic, your strength was only one line above ours before, but now. It always feels more than one line. Yamcha glanced at him and nodded. Because of assimilation. Suyi walked over with Sun Wuhan, and he explained, Nilu is the strongest person in the Namekian people. He was seriously injured just now and chose to assimilate with Piccolo, which made Piccolo strong. Piccolo was stunned for a moment. He didn't know Nilu. This guy sacrificed himself so selflessly and made him. This touched his heart. You can be regarded as a super Namekian now, and your future achievements are limited, not as good as the Saiyans. Suyi glanced at him. Although he said so, the protagonist's halo is still strong and abnormal, and Piccolo's achievements are naturally far less than those of Sun Wukong. Hearing these words, Piccolo was stunned, then lowered his head and clenched his fist, feeling the huge energy contained in his body, and smiled. Practice well. Suyi glanced at him, then turned to Sun Wukong. At this time, he was blasting Frieza with a combat power of nearly 200 million. He didn't find it strange that Sun Wukong was full of firepower today, and it was not worth fighting against the masters of 400 million combat power. A little Frieza was nothing. Moreover, you must know that the Kaiwang fist that Sun Wukong learned from the Northern Realm King has not yet been used. If it is used, it is not enough for Frieza to bear the blessing of 10 times the power of the Kaiwang fist. The combat power is coming to an end, and what Suyi knows is that the Sun Wukong in this parallel world of Dragon Ball easily defeated Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe. However, the defeat was defeated, but he failed to kill him. Suyi had the strength to pursue and kill him, but did not do so, because there was no need to waste this time. As soon as Frieza fled, Sun Wukong fell down, and Sun Wufan hurriedly stepped forward to help him and walked over. Brother Suyi, I did it. I turned into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong was still insisting, and was supported by Sun Wufan to come to Suyi with a smile. I saw it, and I firmly believe that I will become stronger and stronger, and protect the person or thing I want to protect. Suyi smiled slightly, took out a few super fairy beans and sent them down, and soon the group was alive again. Humph, Kakarot, I will definitely surpass you. Vegeta recovered, said those words coldly, and flew away. Ha ha ha, I will never let you surpass me. Sun Wukong laughed and waved in response. 46. A teenager from 20 years later. The Namek incident is over for the time being, and Frieza's escape doesn't need much attention. However, Suyi knew that Frieza and his father, King Kurd, would come to Earth to prepare for revenge against Sun Wukong within a year at most. But at the same time, Suyi also knew that the boy from the future would appear in a year, and easily slaughtered the father and son. This is the original plot of the Dragon Ball anime, but there is a very important point, that is, Bulma is now Suyi's woman. So, will Trunks show up? This is a question that Suyi has always been very curious about. Back on Earth, Piccolo was resurrected, and the gods were naturally resurrected. Sun Wukong took the Dragon Ball radar detector and easily found 7 Dragon Balls in half a month, and then resurrected the dumplings. It is worth mentioning that this guy Vegeta also came to settle on Earth in order to surpass Sun Wukong, and as time passed, he gradually integrated into the circle of Z warriors. This guy basically comes to Suyi to be abused once every day, and the strength of Vegeta is indeed getting stronger and stronger. After all, every time Suyi wanted to solve it quickly, he simply and rudely beat up Vegeta, and slowly he couldn't handle this guy with one move. Time passed by day, and one day after a year, everyone gathered on Guaxian Island and was eating barbecue. At this time, a very powerful chi suddenly appeared in the air. Suyi frowned. Could it be? Did Trunks really show up? How can there be such a strong chi? Sun Wukong was shocked. Even after he turned into a Super Saiyan, his chi was not strong enough. Moreover, this air is very familiar. There is a sense of homology. Go and see. Suyi was also very curious. Her index finger and middle finger were brought together a little on her forehead, and instantly disappeared in place. Let's go take a look too. Sun Wukong also used teleportation to get close to the powerful chi, and during this year he also learned the powerful magic skill of teleportation. Piccolo and the others looked at each other, got up and flew to the place where the powerful chi existed. As for Bulma, the female dependents and children stared at each other with big eyes, and finally started to make barbecued meat by themselves. On Suyi's side, he saw a machine floating in the air, and under the machine sat a boy with a sword on his back. Who is he? Sun Wukong arrived after him, glanced at the boy with the sword on his back, and asked suspiciously. I don't know. Suyi really didn't know who this young man was. Looking at the back, it was indeed Trunks, but he didn't think it should be Trunks. Uncle Wukong. The answer was quickly revealed. The boy with the sword on his back stood up and turned around, and saw that Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, but when he saw Suyi, his brows instantly knitted together. He didn't know Suyi, but he knew that this person was also a Saiyan. You know me. Sun Wukong pointed to himself, blinked his eyes, and looked shocked. Yes, Uncle Wukong, I'll tell you more about it later. Now please take the pills my mother made for you. Trunks dodged and arrived in front of Sun Wukong in an instant, then spread out his hands and took out a bottle of medicine, smiling. Seeing this, Suyi's eyes flashed. This kid is really Trunks. Then, who is this kid's mother? Just then, Vegeta and the others arrived. Dad, Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin. Trunks turned his head and saw Vegeta and the others' eyes suddenly lit up, and hurriedly stepped forward to say hello. Dad, Dad. Vegeta was stunned when she heard this dad. Yes, Papa. Trunks nodded. Suyi folded his arms behind his chest and looked at this Trunks with a surprised look. Could it be? Is this Trunks or the son of Bulma and Vegeta in another dimension? Thinking of this, Suyi's eyes narrowed. As a very possessive man, he would never allow such a thing to exist. Where did my son come from? Vegeta looked blank. He had just found a girlfriend on Earth, and he wasn't married yet. How could he have such a big son? Ha ha ha. Trunks laughed. I'm Dad, your future son. I'm from 20 years later. Who is your mother? Suyi came over and was about to ask, but Vegeta asked for him. My mother's name is Elu. Who is the girlfriend you have now? Trunks will say it all. Hearing this, Suyi paused and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Trunks was not the son of Bulma and Vegeta in other dimensions. Looks like it's really necessary for me to marry this Earth woman. Vegeta said solemnly. The strength of Trunks made him completely sure that the potential of the mixed-blood Saiyan is really stronger than the potential of the pure-blooded Saiyan. Trunks smiled wryly and shook his head. His father, as always, was cold-hearted and warm-hearted. In fact, he couldn't really love his mother Elu, but he always called him the woman of the earth. Okay, tell me now, will the future me surpass Kakarot? Vegeta folded her arms across her chest and asked in an extremely cold manner. Hearing this, Trunks took a deep breath with a melancholy expression on his face. The future you has always been on par with Uncle Wukong, but... Boom! When Trunks spoke, a roar sounded in the sky, which made everyone look up and see that a huge spaceship was slowly landing in this clearing. This is Frieza's spaceship. Vegeta's eyes narrowed, and her expression changed suddenly when she recognized who owned the spaceship. Oh, Frieza. Sun Wukong suddenly became interested. He is not the one he was a year ago. He was able to smash Frieza a year ago, and he was much stronger after this year, so he was naturally more confident in defeating Frieza. No, more than one Frieza. Vegeta's face showed a look of fear, and a Frieza was far from being able to make him feel fear, because he also sensed a familiar aura. That's Frieza's father, the Kurdish king. 47. Super Saiyan 2, Big Shock. Earth, Saiyans, Sun Wukong. At this moment, inside the spaceship, Frieza gritted his teeth and said these few words. There is a Super Saiyan in the ancient legend, and it must be wiped out. King Kurd spoke coldly next to Frieza. His strength was even more terrifying than Frieza, and he felt that he could easily remove the Saiyans from Frieza's mouth. Father, Sun Wukong will be finished by me. Frieza bowed respectfully, and a year later, he began to practice, and he was several times stronger than a year ago. Now, He has absolute confidence that he can kill Sun Wukong. King Kurd didn't speak, just looked at him calmly. The spaceship slowly descended, and soon, King Kurd, Frieza and many of his men got off the spaceship. It's quite a coincidence. A group of people got off the spaceship, and Frieza grinned when she saw the group of people in front of her. Frieza, are you here to die again? Sun Wukong stepped forward and said coldly. Sun Wukong. The enemy was very jealous when they met, and Frieza only had Sun Wukong in his eyes at this time, and could not wait to kill him on the spot. Frieza. On one side, Trunks smiled faintly, stepped forward, took out the divine sword from his back, pointed at Frieza and King Kurd. I heard about you, but today is the day when my father and I reminisced about the old days. So I don't want to start killing people. If you are smart, you better be obedient. Boom. Before Trunks finished speaking, Frieza fired an energy cannon. Naturally, this sneak attack was useless to Trunks, so he easily waved his hand and flew away. It seems that you are indeed impatient. Trunks sneered and shook his head, stepped on his feet, his momentum rose, and he directly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Seeing Trunks transform, Vegeta stared with a look of inconceivable expression on his face. You must know that he has been tortured for a year, which is why he has a small chance of becoming a successful Super Saiyan, and his son, so young, has easily mastered the method of becoming a Super Saiyan, and even more so. I don't know how many times stronger than him. How can this not shock him? The battle started quickly, and with Trunks' strength, Frieza was slaughtered in a dozen or so breaths. As for the Kurdish king, he was horrified and called out not to kill him. As a result, he was slaughtered by Trunks directly. Too strong. Too strong. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exclaimed at the same time when they saw this scene. Change to Sun Wukong to fight Frieza and kill him. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to kill Frieza so easily. Perhaps. Only the elder brother Suyi can easily kill Frieza and his son, right? Suyi seemed very calm about Trunks' strength. This Trunks had a combat power of over 500 million. However, he was too decisive to give Frieza a chance to continue transforming and killed him directly. In fact, even if Frieza was transformed, he would definitely not be Trunks' opponent. Uncles, I'll talk to you later when I go back. Trunks returned to normal and smiled in front of everyone. Back at Guaxian Island, Suyi finally understood. In the time and space of Trunks, Elu was not a profession in the current time and space, but a scientist, and in that time and space, the woman Bulma did not exist. Although Suyi was very surprised by this, he didn't care too much. As for why Trunks didn't hide his identity like the previous Dragon Ball plot, Suyi also understands, because these are two worlds, and they can't change each other at all. Hearing the unchangeable news, Trunks was naturally extremely disappointed. It's very simple, we will follow you to your world. Just when everyone was at a loss, Suyi suddenly said a word. Hearing Suyi's words, Trunks finally set his sights on the Saiyan who did not exist in his time and space. This uncle, do you mean to let you follow me to the future world to destroy the two androids in my world? Yes, let us go to your world and kill them. Suyi nodded calmly, just now he received a sound from the system. This is a very rewarding quest to help Trunks obliterate the Cyborg 17 and Cyborg 18 of his time and space. The most important point is that he can transform into Super Saiyan 2. He wanted to feel the power of this level, so the Android 17 and Android 18 in Date's time and space barely let him get over his addiction and at the same time earn an exchange point. Uncle, your strength. Suyi's confidence made Trunks frown. You must know that the Monkey King and Vegeta he knew were already the peak strengths among the Saiyans. Sun Wukong didn't say anything because he died of a heart attack. His father Vegeta was also extremely powerful, but there was absolutely no resistance in the hands of those two androids. So in fact, this time, he focused on finding Sun Wukong to cure his heart disease. As a result, he was told that the two time and space belong to two worlds completely and cannot influence each other. Naturally, he is completely stupid. Now, Suyi's proposal is indeed acceptable. However, in this era, will they be the opponents of those two androids? My strength. Hee hee. Suyi chuckled twice, then his eyes narrowed, and a powerful momentum surged at this moment. Boom. Super Saiyan 1 Phase 1. Boom. Raise the momentum again. Second stage. ... When the Super Saiyan came out with full power, not only Sun Wukong and Vegeta were shocked, but Trunks from the future was also shocked. Are you a Super Saiyan with full power? In this era, you are already able to control it so skillfully. Trunks was really shocked. In his time and space, he knew that the only person who could achieve this state was the dead Sun Wukong. Now, this Suyi can control it at such an early time. How strong should he be in the future? Unimaginable. Unpredictable. Boom. When everyone was shocked, Suyi smiled, and his momentum rose again in vain at this moment. This is Super Saiyan 2. 48. System task. Teach Trunks to practice. Different from Super Saiyan 1, Super Saiyan 2 is based on Super Saiyan 1. The arrogance becomes jet-like instead of flame-like, and Suyi's golden hair is more erect at this time, when emitting energy lightning flashes all around. My god, what form is Suyi, big brother? Sun Wukong was the first to cry out, but he was not so excited when he first transformed into a Super Saiyan. 2, who saw Suyi, was completely speechless with excitement. This is Super Saiyan 2. Quote. Suyi was very calm. At this time, his combat power exceeded 10 billion. After all, his combat power under normal conditions is already close to 100 million. The 100-fold increase in Super Saiyan 2 can easily make his combat power exceed the 10 billion mark. Why don't you exist, Uncle Suyi, in my time and space? Trunks suddenly burst into tears. If Uncle Suyi existed in his time and space, he would definitely be able to easily protect everyone from being killed. Trunks, as a descendant of a Saiyan prince, I won't allow you to cry. Vegeta said solemnly. Vegeta. Sun Wukong pulled him and glared at him. Kakarot, I am teaching my son. Vegeta glared back at Sun Wukong very strongly, and said coldly, especially in your time and space, you can't cry. Crying is a symbol of weakness. As a man, you must not be weak. Understand? Dad. Trunks glanced at Vegeta with a choked sobs. He hadn't heard this kind of scolding from his father for a long time, and he still missed it for a while. Raise your chest. Take me to your world. Vegeta gritted her teeth, her eyes full of icy colors. Good. Trunks wiped away tears, stood up from the stool, and took out the capsule that contained the time machine, only to hear the time machine appear on the ground with a bang. Drip drip. Just as a few people were about to board the plane, the time machine suddenly started to ring, and then the plane flashed red, as if to remind something. What's the matter? Trunks was taken aback, but his mother hadn't told him the problem would arise. Is there not enough fuel? Suyi took a closer look, rubbed her chin with her hand and thought. Impossible. Trunks was stunned again. He remembered that his mother Elu had brought him enough fuel for the round trip. How could it not be enough? It's okay, it shouldn't be enough to support all of us to go to your world. You don't have to worry too much. Let Bulma study this thing. It should be able to produce fuel. Suyi must have no idea about the time machine, but at the first moment he thought of Bulma, a scientific genius, and said, during this time period, Trunks, you should also practice under me. Naturally, it was impossible for him to agree to teach Trunks for no reason. The reason was naturally a mission issued by the system, within a month, make Trunks' overall combat power exceed 1 billion. At present, Trunks' combat power is 500 million, which means that it is indeed a big challenge to increase this kid's combat power by 500 million within a month. Of course, the system will issue such a task, and Suyi understands that it can definitely be accomplished. So, he immediately took it. But Trunks hesitated. Snapped. Seeing Trunks' hesitant expression, Vegeta immediately rushed up and slapped him on the back of the head, then smirked and respectfully said to Suyi, "Mr. Suyi, what you say is what you say. This kid can be under your command." After practicing for a period of time, it is really a blessing that he has cultivated in several lifetimes. Seeing this, Sun Wukong and the others covered their mouths and snickered. With this appearance of Vegeta, I am afraid he will only show this attitude in front of big brother Suyi. Suyi nodded indifferently, put the time machine on the ground back into the capsule, and walked out of the Guixian house. "Dad, time in the future world." Snapped. "Shut up." Although Trunks knew that Suyi was very powerful, but due to the lack of time, he still preferred to go back by himself first. "Dad, Trunks was really at a loss, not understanding why Vegeta beat him again and again. "This is a huge opportunity. Do you know how far I have achieved after training with Mr. Suyi for a year?" Vegeta's expression of hatred is not steel. In fact, it is training, but in fact, it is better to be beaten. Suyi only gives pointers when he is in a good mood. That's how it is. In 1 year, he has also reached the current level, with a normal combat power of about 5 million, and a Super Saiyan transformation to a combat power of 250 million. Isn't this the point? Trunks scratched his head and muttered softly. Snapped. With another slap, Vegeta trembled in anger, and said, "A year ago, I only had 500,000 combat power. Do you understand this concept?" "What?" Trunks was once again shocked. In just 1 year, his father Vegeta had grown from a man with 500,000 combat power to 5 million combat power, and he could transform into a Super Saiyan. "Who is this Uncle Suyi?" "Got it." Vegeta smiled coldly, pointed at Sun Wukong, and continued, "It's not just me, it's Sun Wukong, Piccolo and the others. In a sense, they are all Mr. Suyi's apprentices. Without Mr. Suyi, we would never have been able to make us powerful at the moment. I knew I was wrong." Trunks took a deep breath and bowed deeply. In his time and space, there was no one who could teach him. Now, there is a powerful Saiyan who does not exist in his time and space, and this is completely his chance. And he actually wanted to reject this opportunity. Wait for Mr. Suyi's next visit on Guixian Island. You will definitely benefit from this practice. Vegeta said coldly. Yes. Trunks' eyes were full of determination. He was extremely eager to grow up quickly, and even more eager to become stronger and stronger. Fortunately, all this is not too long ago. 49. Suyi vs. Trunks. Please ask for a flower evaluation ticket. At this time, the West capital Bulma's home. "Bulma, look at this machine, can you understand it?" Suyi directly sensed Bulma's breath and teleported, so he didn't go back to his home directly to find Bulma. "What machine?" Bulma, who was busy in the scientific research room, didn't turn her head back and responded casually. Suyi came behind her and hugged her, put a sigh in her ear, and said with a smile, "How do you know if you don't look?" "Ah, are you trying to trick me again?" It was the old couple who had been married for so many years, and Bulma couldn't help being shy every time she was teased by Suyi. While talking, Bulma turned back, the two met their lips, and then they couldn't help but start to get hot. An hour later, Bulma hummed and patted Suyi's chest lightly, and said shyly, "Look, where is there a machine to show me, and you've tricked me again." In the past, it was impossible for Bulma to be busy with Suyi in the scientific research room, because in her opinion, scientific research is also a sacred thing. However, he still couldn't stop this stinky guy from doing his mischief. "Ha ha ha, let's take a shower first, this time I do have something to tell you." Suyi picked up Bulma and walked towards the bathroom. Soon, the two returned to the central area of the research room after taking a shower. "Well, this is a time machine, developed by a scientist from a parallel time and space for 20 years. Suyi dropped the capsule in his hand, and a time machine appeared on the ground with a bang. "Time machine." Bulma, a person who likes to study these things, his eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. He hurriedly stepped forward a few steps to board the time machine, and couldn't help but admire. It's amazing. 20 years later, someone has actually developed the time machine that came out as beyond imagination. Husband, where did you come from? Quote. Suyi pondered for a while and told the story of Trunks. Like this. Bulma jumped off the time machine, rubbed her chin with her slender hand, snapped her fingers, and said with a smile, I think I need to do some research. I think it should be no problem to understand this time machine. Good. Suyi still believes very much in Bulma's ability. After all, Bulma in the previous animation is the maker of this time machine. The matter of time machine fuel was naturally in a hurry for the time being, and Suyi returned to Guixian Island again. Where's Trunks? Suyi, who came to Guixian Island, asked. Not only Trunks was not on the island, but even Sun Wukong and others were not on the island. Goku and the others went to practice, and Trunks should have gone with them. A mortal turtle lay comfortably on the beach chair and responded casually. Now he is not so restrained in front of Suyi, knowing that Suyi is a very peaceful man. Although his strength is extremely powerful, he does not have the air of a strong man at all. Okay. Suyi closed his eyes and felt the breath of Sun Wukong and the others, and soon found their breath on a small island in the south. Call out. The index finger and the middle finger were pressed together and lightly on the forehead. Suyi used teleportation to directly reach the small island in the south within 1 second. Drink haha. As soon as they arrived, Suyi looked up and saw that the 2 Super Saiyans in the sky were fighting fiercely. It was Sun Wukong and Vegeta, the 2 old enemies. Kakarot, your strength is much stronger. The sound of Vegeta's roar came. Vegeta, your strength is not bad. Sun Wukong's roar also came. These 2 guys. Suyi held his forehead with one hand and shook his head to express his helplessness. Since this guy Vegeta was abused and became stronger here, he basically seldom pestered him anymore, because the object turned into a guy called Sun Wukong. Both of them are belligerents and fight a few rounds almost every day. Krillin and the others were also fighting against each other, and only Trunks was left watching the battle between Sun Wukong and Vegeta in the sky. His combat experience is also extremely rich, and it can be seen that his father Vegeta has always been at a disadvantage. In this regard, Trunks couldn't help but marvel. As expected of a legendary man, he is indeed very powerful. The footsteps sounded, and Trunks looked back and saw Suyi's arrival. Hello, Uncle Suyi. Trunks bowed slightly to Suyi. Follow me. Suyi glanced at him and flew to a high altitude not far away. Trunks was slightly startled, then followed Suyi to the sky. Transform into your strongest Super Saiyan state. Suyi put his hands behind his back and spoke lightly. Good. Trunks nodded and obediently transformed into a Super Saiyan. Suyi frowned. This kid's realm is in the 3rd stage of Super Saiyan. The strength growth at this stage is indeed very strong, but the most important point is that the consumption is too large, and the speed is too slow. You fought me with all your might. Suyi said lightly. Huh. Trunks looked shocked, not understanding what kind of special training method this was. However, he was only stunned for a moment, then bowed politely to Suyi, then took out the divine sword behind him and rushed up. Dang dang. Facing Trunks' sword swing, Suyi blocked his attack with just one finger. Good. So strong. Trunks had a look of surprise on his face. The sword that he stabbed with all his strength was easily resisted by this Uncle Suyi. Suyi exerted force on his hand, no longer defending, but pointed out a finger very quickly. A golden light emerged from his fingertips, and instantly poked Trunks' throat. Have you seen your own inadequacies? Suyi withdrew his hand, restrained his aura, returned to his normal appearance, and asked lightly. Trunks came back to his senses and returned to his normal appearance. He swallowed and nodded. My speed is too slow. Suyi nodded in praise, and then burst into aura. This is the second form of Super Saiyan 1. He said, this form is also very powerful, but it consumes more. If you can instantly kill the enemy, then you can use it. If not, it's better to just use the first form. Then Uncle Suyi, how do you control the full power of Super Saiyans at will? Trunks asked. Overcome the excitement when transforming into a Super Saiyan, keep your mind calm, and move the Super Saiyan in a normal form. Suyi thought for a while and gave a slightly pertinent explanation. In essence, the full power of Super 1 is no different from that of ordinary Super Saiyan 1. It is also a 50-fold increase in strength, but the difference is the problem of consumption. To use an adult analogy, men who have taken Dolly pills last longer than men who have not taken Dolly pills. And full power is equivalent to a man who has eaten a powerful pill. Hearing this, Trunks shook his head with a wry smile. With the environment in his world, how could he be at peace? Therefore, the state of full power is really difficult for him. 50. Come to the world 20 years later. On the shelves at 6 p.m., break out. Take your time, it's no use rushing. Suyi said lightly. Yes. Trunks nodded with a wry smile. Next, I will give you 2 sets of boxing and devil training. Within a month, I will increase your combat power to more than 1 billion. As Suyi finished speaking, Trunks' training camp officially began. It is very difficult to increase combat power by 500 million a month. However, it is this kind of challenge that makes Suyi very passionate, not to mention that the reward for this task is 200,000 exchange points. You must know that an ancient Chinese boxing technique like Bajiquan has only 500 points of exchange, so you can imagine how noble this exchange point is. The next time, Trunks is basically 2 points and 1 line. When I woke up in the morning, I was beaten by Suyi Fatty, and after eating super immortal beans, I continued to be beaten by Suyi Fatty. Then, hundreds of times the gravity chamber. And then, 10 times time house. This 10 times time house was obtained by Suyi spending 200,000 exchange points in the system mall space. A month passed quickly, and Suyi's own strength was also growing every day. Every day, the gift package was sent as usual, and the useful ones were kept. Basically, he let the system recycle and convert them into exchange points. On this day, a group of people gathered on a small island in the south. Uncle Suyi, I feel that my strength has reached a peak. Compared to a month ago, Trunks' temperament was completely different. He was restrained and no longer as sharp as before. 1.1 billion combat power has indeed exceeded my expectations. Suyi nodded, took out a capsule and threw it on the ground. This was the time machine that Trunks was riding. All this is thanks to you, Uncle Suyi. Trunks was very grateful and had great respect for Suyi. Haha, it's time to go back to your world. I also want to see how strong those 2 androids are. Suyi smiled. According to the original work, number 18 has a combat power of 3.5 billion, and number 17 has a combat power of 5.5 billion. This strength is extremely terrifying to Sun Wukong and others, but to Suyi, who has more than 10 billion combat power, he is completely 2 scumbags. The 18th and 17th of the future world seem to be evil, and the 17th and 18th of the present world should not be too bad. Suyi thought about it. When he watched the original anime, he was in a panic. Wukong was in a diseased period, and Vegeta and Date were all reckless. Fortunately, only Monkey King is in the eyes of number 17 and number 18, otherwise Vegeta and a group of people will be buried in the hands of the 2. This time, the fuel is very enough for Suyi and others to go back and forth a few times. Those who are finally determined are Suyi, Sun Wukong, Vegeta and Trunks who travel to the world 20 years later. Soon, the time machine will start. Call out. The time machine flickered and disappeared into the clearing just like that. At the same time, in the time tunnel. Is this the time tunnel? Sun Wukong looked at the colorful scene around him curiously, and started talking. Shut up, Kakarot. Vegeta folded her arms across her chest, closed her eyes and drank in a deep voice. As if Sun Wukong didn't hear Vegeta's voice, he leaned against the glass of the time machine and looked out. At this moment, a white light appeared, stinging their eyes slightly sore. When he recovered, he had arrived in the world 20 years later. Is this the world 20 years from now? Sun Wukong opened his eyes, jumped off the time machine and glanced around. The dilapidated floors were full of ruins, and no one was walking at all. Giggle. Trunks clenched his teeth, his body trembled, and a tyrannical aura seemed to be about to burst out of him. Suyi glanced at him lightly, and the latter became agitated and calmed down immediately. Here they come. Trunks' aura had disturbed the 17th and 18th of the future world, and Suyi also noticed that there were two very powerful chi rushing towards them. 3.5 billion. 5.5 billion. It's no different from the combat power in the original. Suyi nodded secretly. Soon, two figures appeared in the sky. It was the brothers and sisters on the 17th and 18th. 3 more Saiyans. No, 17 stroked his hair and laughed. Yeah, 3 more Saiyans who don't know how to live or die. 18 also picked up his hair, nodded and smiled. Monkey King and Vegeta were like enemies, but Trunks was angry and said solemnly, Number 17, Number 18, after today, there will be no more of you two. Ha ha ha, is it just you? No, 17 laughed wantonly, raised his palm and sent a shock cannon at Suyi and others. Several people easily avoided. Trunks took out the divine sword behind him and transformed into a Super Saiyan state, which is a state of full power. After a month of training, he has been able to control this realm at will. Get stronger. No, 17 had an expressionless face. For him, Trunks' 1.1 billion combat power was still scum. If he wanted to kill him, he should not take it too easily. Drink. Trunks rushed into the sky and swung his sword very fast. However, just like Suyi resisted him before, Number 17 easily blocked all his attacks with one finger. Leave this kid to me, and leave the other 3 to you. No, 17 said lightly. On the 18th, he didn't say a word, and immediately went to kill Suyi and the others. Boom. Sun Wukong and Vegeta looked at each other, and then burst out with momentum, transforming into a Super Saiyan. As for Suyi, after thinking for a while, he also transformed into a Super Saiyan 1, and then said, Goku, Vegeta, leave this woman to me, and you can help Trunks. Only by fighting against the strong can Sun Wukong and the others increase their strength. No, 18 has a combat power of only 3.5 billion. Although it is also extremely powerful for Sun Wukong and Vegeta, in general, it does not have as much strength as Number 17. Moreover, Suyi really wanted to get up close and personal with the goddess of his previous life. No, 18, formerly known as Lazuli. Even though she is evil in this future world, she is still the same person after all, it's just because of her character. Hello, Razuri. Suyi chatted with Number 18. Hearing Suyi call out her name, Number 18 was slightly taken aback. While on the 18th, Suyi moved. Instantly moved, reached behind her, and punched out. There is a saying how to say it, the goddess of sex, there will never be a strong pleasure from hitting the goddess. Now, Suyi just wants to say, which madman said this sentence, there is no pleasure at all. One punch. With just one punch, Suyi knocked Number 18 to the ground and passed out. Number 18. When the 17th saw that the 18th was instantly knocked down, he frowned and glanced at Suyi, who had returned to normal, and found that things were not simple. Even him, he also felt that the strength of this man was very powerful. 51. Powerful Artificial Man Number 17, the last chapter of the free chapter. Fighting with us and having fun. Humph. Vegeta snorted coldly and punched Number 17 in the abdomen, directly blasting him hundreds of meters and hitting an abandoned building. Is this level on the 17th? It's too weak. Vegeta said lightly. Dad, don't take it lightly. Trunks knew the horror of Number 17 and hurriedly said. Boom! At this time, a huge shock wave rushed from a few hundred meters away. In the blink of an eye, he instantly arrived in front of the three of Sun Wukong. After the aftermath, Vegeta in the sky had fallen to the ground, and Sun Wukong and Trunks were still forcibly supporting. Let me come. Suyi flew over and transformed into a Super Saiyan full power state. Brother Suyi, this is a test. I want to have a good fight with this guy. Sun Wukong turned his head to look at Suyi excitedly, and pleaded, I know myself, if it wasn't for his opponent, I would definitely leave in time. Seeing this boy's resolute expression, Suyi thought for a while, nodded and said, be careful. To be honest, the risk factor of Sun Wukong's battle against 5.5 billion number 17 is still very high. After all, this is not 3 years from now. For Sun Wukong, this is the plot of the 17th 3 years ahead of schedule. But think about it, there is no harm in letting Sun Wukong fight number 17. He knows his enemy and knows himself, and he will not be in danger in 100 battles. After 3 years, his original time and space may be able to easily defeat number 17, and he will not need to shoot anymore. Thinking of this, Suyi rubbed his chin. He must touch the number 18 Leslie in the Dragon Ball parallel world 3 years later. Now what he hopes is that this woman will never be fascinated by this guy Keelan for no reason, then he is really uncomfortable. Taking a few steps back, Suyi was not ready to intervene for the time being, waiting for Sun Wukong and Trunks to operate. Inadvertently, he glanced at Vegeta lying on the ground, shook his head and smiled. This 10,000 years old second child is probably the most embarrassed. However, compared to the plot of the original book, he is at least much better now. After all, according to the original book, this guy can't transform into a Super Saiyan yet. Battle continued. 17 feet's strength was indeed strong. Suyi felt that only Super Saiyan 1 might not be able to eat this guy 100%. Against Monkey King and Trunks, plus a Vegeta who soon woke up and fell into a state of rage, number 17 seemed to be at ease, and there was no trace of panic at all. In this way, a few people were fighting on one side, and Suyi also started busy with his own affairs. He had 250,000 exchange points in his hand and was going to visit the system mall. Going down a row, there are exercises, martial arts, weapons, medicinal herbs. There are so many things, Suyi is a little dazzled. To be honest, Suyi doesn't look down on these exercises at all, even though it can bloom more powerfully in this Dragon Ball world. After all, these are all ancient practice methods left over from ancient China in previous lives. It's not the Juyong magic in martial arts novels, or the magic that hangs the sky. Therefore, this actually didn't help Suyi much, and it wasn't as good as the strength he gained from his own cultivation. However, if you can really cultivate your own power, these exercises are naturally enough. Suyi rubbed his smooth chin, and his eyes were full of thought. For him, there is no useful way of cultivation, but if it is given to people in this world, it may be possible to cultivate slowly. But that will have to wait until the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. Suyi thought about it again, and then discarded the idea. In his previous life, he might need to cultivate his own strength. In this Dragon Ball world, it is completely unnecessary. A person is strong, and he can withstand thousands of troops. It would be great if this exercise could have those exercises in the novels of the previous life. Suyi suddenly had this idea, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he proposed, System, this system mall is too incomplete, there should be exercises or martial arts from various fantasy fairy tales in previous lives. The host's proposed system has been received, and the system mall is currently in the initial testing stage. It may or may not be available in the future. The system replied. Okay. A thought is better than no thought, so Suyi is not in a hurry. After walking around in the system space, Suyi exchanged a little elixir plus a little medicine pill and then returned it. A total of 10,000 exchange points were spent, which was not too expensive. At this time, the battle in the sky was drawing to a close. Suyi looked up and saw that the three of Sun Wukong were knocked to the ground by number 17 one by one. Next, you are the only one left. No, 17 put his eyes on Suyi. A playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, hooked his fingers at him, and said lightly. Ha tilde. Suyi stretched a comfortable waist, looking extremely lazy. However, at this moment, he transformed into Super Saiyan 1, used teleportation to arrive in front of number 17 in an instant, and punched out. On the 17th, he was blown away. Suyi smiled faintly, and a teleportation turtle Qigong wave shot out, hitting him firmly. Is it that weak? Suyi came to him and said indifferently. If the 17th was simply killed by him, then he really looked down on this guy. 5.5 billion combat power, but that's it. Cough. It's really powerful. After so many years, you are the first person to hurt me. On the 17th, he got up and stepped back, disappearing in Suyi's sight. Boom. 2 seconds later, Suyi raised his hand and punched the right side, hitting number 17's face, directly denting the bridge of his nose. However, number 17 is an artificial human after all, and the concave bridge of the nose quickly recovered. What an incredible man to know where I am. No, 17 clapped his hands, and soon, the momentum suddenly erupted. 5.5 billion combat power, 6 billion combat power, 6.5 billion combat power, 7 billion combat power. Huh. Suyi frowned. This guy's 5.5 billion combat power is not his end. After a while, the combat power of number 17 had reached 10 billion, and it did not stop, but continued to rise. And, the combat power of number 17 stopped at 15.5 billion. In just 10 seconds, the combat power has increased by 10 billion. Suyi looked at number 17 solemnly. This guy looks different from the previous one. If he used to look like a handsome young man, now he looks like a young man with a slightly swollen body and a lot of aging appearance. This is my ultimate form, you can call me Super 17. Quote. No, 17 spoke indifferently, with the aura of looking down on everything. Super 17. Hearing this, Suyi was stunned. Shouldn't this super number 17 be the fusion of two humanoid number 17s in the world of Dragon Ball GT? Moreover, if it was really that Super 17, how could it be so weak? Therefore, this Super 17 and the Super 17 in his impression are by no means the same person. However, the combat power of 15.5 billion is indeed a bit tricky. Suyi was dignified and very excited. There is no doubt that super number 17 is a strong enemy, but isn't this an opportunity to practice? 52. Suyi vs Super number 17. The first chapter is listed for subscription. Come here and die. Super number 17's face was expressionless, and he hooked his fingers at Suyi. Huh. This arrogant gesture made Suyi sneer. Teleportation was activated, and it arrived in front of Super 17 in an instant. Boom. Suyi punched out, but was directly stopped by Super 17, grabbed his fist and twisted it hard, then raised his hand and punched it out. How strong is the combat power of 15 billion? Now, Suyi realized it. Super number 17 bombarded his abdomen, causing his internal organs to roll around in a circle, and he couldn't hold back a mouthful of blood. Scum. Super 17 smiled coldly. For the first time in so many years, Suyi's anger can be imagined. However, his more, 260, is excitement. Finally, someone can compete with him. Very well, it must have improved me a lot after this battle. Suyi used teleportation to retreat dozens of meters, stretched out a hand to wipe the blood that overflowed from the corner of his mouth, and gasped. In the state of Super Saiyan 1 full power, he had 50 times the normal combat power. Now, he can feel that his normal strength is growing normally and slowly, and after a while, after he exploded again, he is already in the full power state of Super Saiyan with a combat power of 6 billion. Seems to be a man's arm in front of the Super 17 with 15 billion combat power. Do not. But don't forget, Suyi's many trump cards. Taijiquan, Bajiquan, Yi-Yang Finger. If you use it repeatedly, not to mention defeating super number 17, you can at least hone yourself. Therefore, what he is actually playing is this attention, to hone his own strength. The strength is a little stronger, and it is indeed the race of Saiyans. Super number 17 laughed, but there was no sign of fear on his face. That's right, 15 billion fighting strength against 6 billion fighting strength, isn't that just killing children? Soon, the two fought. Taijiquan uses static breaking, and responds to all changes by being constant. Bajiquan, fierce attack, bombardment one after another. A Yang Finger. 17 with a combat power of 15 billion with a combat power of 6 billion. 18, Sun Wukong and others who had fainted had already woken up. This is the super fairy bean given to me by Brother Suyi, eat it to recover. Sun Wukong took out a small bag and threw a super fairy bean to Vegeta and Trunks. They quickly ate it, and the three of them were instantly full of energy. Brother Suyi's strength is very strong, and he should be able to solve this number 17. Next, the three of us can't watch a play together. This number 18 is also a disaster. Sun Wukong glanced at number 18 on the side and said coldly. Drink. Trunks rushed forward with the sword in hand, and number 18 dealt with it easily. Trunks, make the attack harder. Vegeta also rushed forward, and the two father and son attacked number 18 from left and right. Sun Wukong pondered for a while, and then he used the Kaiwang fist, and then turned on the Super Saiyan full power state. Now his combat power is blessed by various buffs, which are extremely close to 2 billion. Feeling the breath coming from behind, Vegeta turned around and glanced in disbelief. When he saw that Sun Wukong was so powerful, he suddenly roared and attacked aggressively on the 18th. Boom. When the three of Sun Wukong attacked number 18 in unison, Suyi's side, under the bombardment of one punch, directly beat super number 17 to their battlefield. Number 18, get rid of these three scum as soon as possible. This guy is hard to deal with. Super 17 feet's face was full of gloom. He found that his 15 billion combat power could not suppress this 6 billion. No, now Suyi's combat power has steadily increased to 7 billion. The more you play, the more difficult Super 17 feels. He consumed too much, and his combat power was gradually declining. And this Saiyan seems to have no consumption at all. His combat power does not drop but rises, and the more he fights, the more fierce he is. Good. No, 18 nodded, and when he exploded, he also transformed into a super number 18. The two sisters and brothers shot at the same time, directly blasting the three of Sun Wukong, and then attacked Suyi in unison. In this regard, Suyi just smiled coldly, not in a hurry to transform into Super Saiyan 2. He felt that his potential at the current stage had not been fully realized. Super Saiyan 1 at full power is far from his limit. Set a small goal, use these two guys to train your hands and train your combat power in Super Saiyan 1 state to reach 10 billion. In this way, his normal combat power is 200 million combat power. At that time, the combat power of Super Saiyan 2 will be increased by 100 times, that is, the combat power of 20 billion. Bang bang bang. The three people fought, causing bursts of explosions. This exaggerated scene made Sun Wukong and others speechless for a while. With the speed of their naked eyes, they couldn't see the scene of Suyi and the three of them fighting, which shows how powerful this is. I really don't know how Brother Suyi cultivated, he will never catch up with him. Sun Wukong couldn't help but be amazed on the side. From childhood to adulthood, he used Suyi as his goal to chase, but he found that no matter how he chased, he could only watch the back of this big brother and try to catch up. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Vegeta gritted his teeth for a while. Why didn't he keep trying to chase after Sun Wukong's back? But he was always thrown away, which made him not angry. At this moment, above the sky, Suyi's shockwave attacked Super 18, and she saw her flying upside down and hitting a dilapidated abandoned building. Ah! The screams of pain sounded, but Suyi 4.0 was unmoved. If this 18 is not the evil 18, maybe he will pity the fragrance and cherish the jade, but he understands that if the 18 in this era is kind, he may face the destruction of the whole world. He is not the savior, but he cannot see such evil people exist in the world. Of course, it may be said that the main reason is naturally because he kills the 17th and the 18th, he will receive a high exchange point reward. Kill a person and get 100,000 exchange points. This, he has no reason not to do it. Boom. When the combat power of his Super Saiyan 1 full power reached 10 billion, his eyes flashed, his gas exploded in vain, and lightning crackled all over his body. This is Suyi's Super Saiyan 2. 53. Things in the future world will be resolved. Chapter 2 for subscription. Okay, don't waste time with you guys, just die. Who turned into Super Saiyan 2, became more flamboyant, raised his hand and hooked his finger at Super number 17 in the sky, saying indifferently, "What are you?" Super number 17's gloomy face looked terrifying. He raised his hand and shot at Suyi with Qigong cannons. "Oh, scum." Suyi sneered. The number 17 in the future world was originally much weaker than the number 17 in the main time and space. Don't look at this as a mutated Super number 17, but in front of him in Super Saiyan 2 state, it still looks too much. If the small is powerless. Without wasting any more time, Suyi pressed forward with the Qigong cannon fired by Super 17, and at close range, a vitality slash directly cut Super 17 in half. It's easy to see who the scum is. With a wave of Suyi's hand, another Qigong cannon wiped out the slashed Super number 17. Next, according to the law, Super number 18 was also wiped out by him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The reward of 200,000 exchange points has been delivered to your account. Please pay attention to check it. If you have any questions, please inform the system immediately. The sweet and beautiful sound of the system sounded. Suyi responded lightly. If nothing else, his exchange point at this time was about 400,000. However, he still entered the system and glanced at it casually. The balance was 398,000, which was normal. So I ignored it and returned to Sun Wukong and the others. How much power does Super Saiyan 2 grow? Sun Wukong asked excitedly. 100 times. Suyi replied and looked at Trunks. At this moment, the young man showed a relieved smile and bowed respectfully to Suyi. Thank you, Uncle Suyi. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid the world will be destroyed in the hands of androids 17 and 18 in the future. Suyi waved his hand, returned to normal, and said lightly, this time the matter has been resolved, and then you need to practice hard yourself. I understand. Trunks' face was full of determination. Suyi nodded with satisfaction. The future world is another time and space, and what happened naturally cannot be changed. Unless Trunks finds Super Dragon Ball. However, this thing is far from what he can think about with his strength now. Go back. Suyi asked Trunks to take out the time machine, and the four of them got on the time machine again and returned to the time and space world of Suyi. Goodbye, Uncle Suyi, Uncle Wukong, and Dad. Trunks took a deep look at the three of Suyi. A small drop of tears fell from the corners of his eyes, and then started the time machine and left. Trunks left. Vegeta let out a long sigh, glanced at Sun Wukong, and snorted coldly, see you in 3 years, I must surpass you. Mr. Suyi, I went to practice. After that, Vegeta flew away from the island. Vegeta, see you in 3 years. Sun Wukong smiled and waved his hand in the direction Vegeta left, with a relaxed expression on his face. Brother Suyi, I have to work hard to cultivate. After Vegeta's back disappeared completely, Sun Wukong turned back and said to Suyi. Well, let's go. Suyi nodded. After 3 years, this place will gather. Suyi glanced around, revealing an inexplicable smile. If he remembered correctly, This small island was the one where the 17th, the 18th, and the 16th were born 3 years later. Good. Sun Wukong nodded and used teleportation to leave the island. Suyi thought for a while, and also teleported back to the western capital. There are still 3 years before the start of the android plot, and these 3 years must be enough for him to transform into an extremely terrifying existence. At that time, even a complete Sharu would be nothing. Back home, the little girl felt his anger, and hurriedly dragged Akatsuki to run over. Daddy, Daddy. The little girl is now 3 years old and looks no different from a 7-year-old girl. Suyi squatted down slightly, the little girl jumped into his arms, rubbed her little head lightly, and said with a smile, "Is Luli obedient?" "Luli is obedient." The little girl tilted her head and smiled. "It's so nice." Su Yexiang took a sip of her, then hugged her and stood up, looking at Akatsuki, who came over and took her hand. After so many years, this woman is not at all old-fashioned. 18 or 19-year-old girls. The little girl has been taken care of by you in every possible way. Over the years, your cultivation has slowed down. Su Yi whispered, "When the time comes, I will get you a kung fu technique to practice, and you can increase your strength without being too tired." What he said was naturally waiting for the classification and evolution of the exercises in the system mall. When he came back, he had already received a prompt from the system and was in the process of an emergency upgrade. Although this urgent upgrade option cost him 10,000 exchange points, the rich and powerful Suyi didn't care much about the 10,000 exchange points. As long as the upgrade can be exchanged for what he wants, it is worth the money. "Okay, thank you, Master." Akira Mato nodded. Snapped. 693. When Suyi heard the master, he reached out and patted her little pee-pee, glared at her, and said, "In the future, just like Bulma, call her husband." Hearing this, Akatsuki Mato bowed his head shyly, and called out to her husband in a very low voice. "It's too low to hear." Suyi held back a smile and said something. "Husband." Mato Akatsuki looked up at Suyi, shouted, and ran away with a flushed face. It was the first time she called Suyi's husband in so many years, and she called it in front of the little girl, which made her a little embarrassed. "Ha ha ha." Suyi laughed. "Bah, Dad and Xiao's mother show their love in front of Luli." The little girl stared at her beautiful big eyes and complained full of jealousy. In response, Suyi laughed again. ... As the days passed, Suyi's combat power grew at a leaping rhythm. Soon, 3 years have passed. On this day, just as Suyi was about to set off from home to head to the small island in the south, he received news from Guixian Island. The energy of Yamuti has been absorbed by people, and nearly died. Hearing this news, Suyi's eyes narrowed. After thinking for a few seconds, I already understood that it was an artificial human being born. 54. Cyborg 19 and 20. Chapter 3 listed. When Suyi felt Guixian Island, Yamucha had a look of panic and was talking to the Guixianren and the others about what he had just experienced. After a while, Sun Wukong and Vegeta also came to Turtle Immortal Island. After a group of people said hello, just as they were about to start a conversation, a powerful energy burst out near the Immortal Island. Is this a provocation? Vegeta's eyes narrowed, projecting an extremely dangerous light. 3 years later, his strength has grown to a very powerful level. With a normal combat power of 100 million, he has become a Super Saiyan 1 with a combat power of 5 billion. Now, he felt that if he met the 2 androids in the future again, he would definitely be able to easily crush them to death. Being a father, stop being so irritable. Sun Wukong snorted, then scratched his head and said, but the future Trunks said that there will be androids after 3 years. Are the 2 androids who almost killed Yamucha this time? Trunks had been born a year earlier and nothing had changed. Kakarot, I think we should fight and let me see the results of your practice in the past 3 years. Vegeta folded her arms and spoke indifferently. Hearing this, Suyi suddenly recalled a very important thing and said, Wukong, have you taken the heart disease medicine that Trunks gave you 3 years ago? Heart medicine. Sun Wukong blinked, and the others hurriedly turned their attention to him. Don't you forget where you put it. Seeing the embarrassed look on Sun Wukong's face, Kaylin exclaimed. Hey, it seems like this. Sun Wukong scratched his head embarrassedly, then patted his chest and said with a smile, I think it's fine. The body is very strong. The corner of Suyi's mouth twitched. This kid is really big-hearted and doesn't pay attention to his own illness. You know, it is this disease in the original book that makes Sun Wukong absent from the first half of the plot of the android. Let me see if there is any medicine for heart disease in the system space. Suyi naturally didn't think that Sun Wukong still remembered where his heart disease medicine was placed, so his mind entered the system space and began to search for heart disease medicine. However, there are too many varieties. I'm so stupid, ask the system and you're done. Suyi shook his head and asked in his heart, System, which heart disease medicine is suitable for Wukong? Ding, searching for the host. Suyi waited for a few seconds, and soon, a small red pill popped up in the system mall. 100,100,000. Zeros behind this small red pill. Suyi counted it and his face darkened. This heart disease medicine is actually worth 100,000 redemption points. System, you must be too pitiful. Suyi complained, it was just a small pill, why would it be so expensive to sell 100,000 points? The price is clearly marked in the system, and the old man is not deceived. The system's sweet and pleasant voice sounded, but it sounded a little weird to Suyi. Okay, you're ruthless, you can kill me when you get the chance. Suyi gave a thumbs up. Fortunately, in the past 3 years, he has drawn a lot of valuable gift packages and exchanged things that were useless for him. Now he has a total of 1.3 million exchange points in his account balance, and he can be considered a little rich. It is worth mentioning that, 3 years ago, after the emergency classification of exercises in the system mall was upgraded, he saved enough exchange points to exchange for a copy of Juyong Divine Art. In this upgrade, the previous low-level exercises are still there, but there are more exercises in the martial arts world. Juyong Divine Art, Zixia Divine Art, Beiming Divine Art. In short, there are a lot of various exercises. No need to know, just startled. In just 2 years of cultivating this Juyong Divine Art, his strength has soared from the previous normal of more than 200 million combat power to as much as 1 billion. Strength is such a thing, the stronger it is, the higher the difficulty will naturally be. Therefore, he has increased his combat power by nearly 800 million in the past 2 years, which is definitely a very terrifying standard. This is heart disease medicine, take it. Suyi took out the small pills in the system space, brought a small white jade bottle with him, and handed it to Sun Wukong. Yeah, so I put the heart disease medicine with you, brother Suyi. Sun Wukong was still being lectured by Kaylin and others, and his eyes lit up when he heard Suyi's words. Well, fortunately I remembered. Suyi nodded, this Sun Wukong is really big enough. But it's okay, Sun Wukong helped him explain, so he didn't have to explain where the heart disease medicine came from. Soon, Sun Wukong took the medicine for heart disease, and his eyes moved left and right, but he didn't find anything wrong with him, so he couldn't help scratching his head. Look, I already said, my body is great. Yes, how could there be a heart attack? Woo. After eating it, everyone can feel at ease. As for whether they really have heart disease, they don't care. At least prevention is good. At this moment, the 2 auras near Guixian Island burst out again, and then the surrounding sea area shook. Earthquake. The turtle shouted outside the turtle fairy house. This is unbearable. Vegeta snorted coldly and flew straight out of the turtle immortal house in the direction of the movement. Hey, Vegeta, how can you get there first? He, but you seem to have forgotten that I have teleportation. Sun Wukong showed a smug smile and disappeared directly on the spot, Zhao Hao apparently using teleportation to arrive at the battlefield. Everyone approach me, put your hands on me, and I will use teleportation to take you there. Suyi glanced at Piccolo and the others, who were also eager to move, and said a word. Hearing Suyi's words, Piccolo and the others hurried over. Even the old man Turtle Immortal approached, and seemed to want to join in the fun this time. Call out. When everyone was close to him, Suyi used teleportation to bring everyone to the battlefield. They came a little late, and Vegeta was already seen fighting a gray-skinned, chubby man in the clearing of the island. The androids 19 and 20 is the guy from Dr. Gross. Suyi saw the people who were fighting with Vegeta and an old man who was arguing with Sun Wukong, and instantly recognized them. 55. Razorly's heart panicked. Chapter 4 listed. By the time Suyi recognized the two androids, Vegeta had already killed the android number 19. Kakarot, why didn't you kill this guy and keep chatting? Who was slaughtered by the android number 19. Turned around and frowned when he saw that Sun Wukong was still talking to Dr. Gero. Sun Wukong sighed and shot at Dr. Gro, instantly knocking him to the ground. Sun Wukong, why are you so powerful? Dr. Gross was incredible. As he expected, he was already very powerful, and killing Sun Wukong must be a simple matter, but now the reality is a slap in the face. Dr. Gro, you don't appreciate the chance to live. Sun Wukong raised his hand, ready to kill him. At this moment, a cloud of smoke appeared around Dr. Gross, and then he saw him rise from the ground and fly into the distance. Chase. Vegeta glared at Sun Wukong and flew after Dr. Gro. Soon, a small island in the south. Isn't this small island the one you made an appointment with Mr. Suyi? Vegeta chased after her, her brows furrowed. Vegeta, where's the Grobo 990 scholar? Sun Wukong and the others arrived late, and when they saw the rolling mountains on this small island, their brows also wrinkled. I don't know. Vegeta snorted coldly. Follow me. Suyi stood up, and as he sensed, a very obscure aura fluctuated in front of him. Everyone followed behind Suyi, and soon, they arrived in front of a stone gate. It's not just Dr. Gross in here, there's a 17th, an 18th, and a 16th. Suyi stepped forward, touched the stone door, and punched it open. You actually came after me. Dr. Gro looked at Suyi and the others coldly, and then ordered number 17 and number 18, kill this group of people for me. Hearing Dr. Gro's words, number 17 and number 18 glanced at each other, and an indifferent smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. As ordered. On the 17th, he stepped forward, but he didn't shoot at Suyi and others. Instead, he punched Dr. Gero's abdomen, directly piercing his abdomen. Yeah, I'm sorry, I seem to have made a mistake. No, 17 smiled embarrassedly. You, big. Dr. Gross turned his head and looked at Cyborg 17 with an angry expression. What am I? I've said it all, I typed the wrong person. No, 17 took a few steps back, smiled and shook his head. After Dr. Gru roared a few more times, he flew over and kicked him out, kicking his head away from his neck. Hi. Seeing this scene, Krillin and the others suddenly took a deep breath. He was so cruel to the father who made him. Krillin exclaimed. Hearing this, number 17 glanced at him indifferently, then jumped over and directly smashed the mechanical head of Dr. Gro who was still talking. Me. Kling was stunned when he saw number 17 hook his finger to himself. No, 17 smiled and nodded. Ah, why is it always me who wants to die? Kaylin wanted to cry without tears, and jumped on the spot several times. Sent to death, what are you afraid of? Vegeta smiled grimly. 18 from the very beginning. Although this woman is very cool, but unlike number 18 in the future world, she is full of evil spirits. Well, that's the goddess Lazuli that I like. Suyi laughed heartily. Seemingly sensing Suyi's gaze, number 18 shifted his gaze to him. The two looked at each other for a few seconds, and Suyi gave her a gentle smile. Seeing this smile, Inexplicably, number 18 felt a little warm. Number 17, don't kill in vain, our target is Sun Wukong. No, 18 hurriedly turned his eyes away from Su Yi, and said a word in a very calm tone. Hearing this, number 17 turned around and glanced at number 18, then pointed at Sun Wukong, and said speechlessly, isn't this Sun Wukong? Huh. No, 18 looked in the direction of number 17's finger, and the person beside Su Yi was indeed Sun Wukong. However, looking at it, she found that her eyes involuntarily turned to Su Yi again. Yeah, why is this man's eyes so gentle, does he know me? On the 18th, she met Su Yi's very gentle gaze again, her pretty face couldn't help but blushed, and she couldn't help but panic inexplicably. No, 17 glanced at number 18 strangely, took a few steps back and came to a coffin-like thing, and said lightly, I heard that this guy is stronger than us, let me see how strong he is. Boom. On the 17th, just as he was about to push the coffin away, Vegeta directly attacked with a Qigong cannon. Hey, you are too much. Krillin complained, and this Vegeta made waves when he disagreed, and he didn't remind him, it would be life-threatening. The cave fell into rubble. The blow seemed amazing, but it didn't hurt number 17 and number 18 at all. Boom. Outside the arena, number 17 kicked open the coffin board and said indifferently, number 16, wake up. Click. Soon, the android number 16 got up from the coffin, glanced around blankly, and finally fixed his eyes on Sun Wukong. The purpose we were created by the doctor is to kill Sun Wukong, you should understand that. Channel 17 out. No, 16 was silent, as if he couldn't speak. Hey, are you very strong? No, 18 first glanced at Su Yi secretly, then frowned at the tall and strong number 16. From the data point of view, they did not feel the power of this 16. No, 16 glanced at number 18, but did not speak, his eyes turned to Sun Wukong again. Why are you talking so much? Artificial humans are evil, just kill them all. Vegeta took a step, transformed into a Super Saiyan state, and charged towards the three androids. Su Yi also prepared to remind, but the battle had already started completely. In this regard, he thought about it for a while, thinking about it or not, it would be better to let Vegeta and Sun Wukong and the others hone and temper in the battle of life and death. The most important thing is that Sharu will attack soon. With the strength of Sun Wukong and the others, if it is not for him, I am afraid they will be killed in minutes. Thinking of this, Su Yi looked back at the boy Sun Wufan. He remembered that the Sharu arc was the time period when the mysterious Gohan appeared. Moreover, he is also the first Saiyan to reach Super Saiyan 2 status in Dragon Ball world. Su Yi heard that the old man at this time in his previous life originally wanted Sun Wufan to replace Sun Wukong as the protagonist, but the image of Wukong was too deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. It seems that for now, let the plot follow the original for the time being. Su Yi pondered briefly, and was not ready to directly solve the problem. 56. A monster with a lot of people's anger. After eating, continue to write. Sun Wukong and Vegeta are indeed powerful, but they are still not the opponents of these three androids. Soon, the two of them lost one after another. However, what surprised Su Yi was that when Sun Wukong was defeated, the three androids did not choose to attack them again. Sun Wukong's strength is too weak. No, 17 stroked his hair and said lightly. Yes. No, 18 nodded to answer. His eyes drifted to Su Yi again inexplicably, the two looked at each other again, and number 18's heartbeat speeded up a lot again. Su Yi stepped forward and stepped in front of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Sun Wufan ran up and fed the super fairy beans to the two of them to eat. Damn it, why are these three androids stronger than the androids in the future? The recovered Vegeta was furious. He thought he could easily kill the three androids, but in reality he slapped him hard. Sun Wukong must die, this is the original intention of our birth. On the 18th, seeing Su Yi guarding Sun Wukong in front of them, he said with a cold face. Drink. Suyi didn't say much, and directly transformed into Super Saiyan 1, suppressing the current atmosphere with absolute aura. So powerful. No, 16 finally spoke, with a look of shock on his face. You are not my opponent, and I don't want to kill you. The artificial humans of this time and space are not evil, and they have never killed innocent people, so Suyi naturally will not obliterate these 3 people. Moreover, Sharu is currently secretly developing. Find out this little thing earlier, and maybe solve this incident sooner. Hearing Suyi's words, number 16, number 17, number 18 looked at each other, as if thinking about something. Finally, number 18 stood up and gave Sun Wukong a cold look. You're lucky. After speaking, number 18 sneaked another look at Suyi, then flew away with number 17 and number 16. The gods are looking for me for something. Piccolo suddenly received a message from the gods in the heavens and left. Suyi knew what was going on. The gods should have known about the existence of Sharu, and understood that what the earth needs now is not gods, but people with real power. Only when the two become one, Piccolo is a true Super Namekian. Think about it carefully. After the two are combined into one, Piccolo's strength is greater than Super Saiyan 1 and less than Super Saiyan 2. After Piccolo left, Suyi and others were about to leave, but a ripple suddenly appeared in the sky, followed by a time machine. This is the time machine of Trunks in the future. Vegeta frowned. Soon, Trunks of the future world jumped out of the time machine. After he greeted everyone, he said with a very serious expression, the bodies of the 2 androids in the future world are gone. What do you mean? Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment. He remembered that the androids in the future world had already been killed by Suyi. The 2 androids are indeed dead, but only the clothes are left, and the bodies are gone. Trunks said solemnly. Hearing this, Suyi's eyes flashed, and he knew that Sharu must have absorbed the androids of the future world in the future world. However, the dead can also absorb it, which made Suyi a little surprised. While chatting, a group of people flew towards Guixian Island. Trunks put the time machine in the capsule and flew to the sky half a step later, but at this moment, he suddenly felt a very strange air coming from somewhere on the island. Glancing at the people who had already left the island, Trunks hesitated, but left with Suyi and the others. After returning to Turtle Immortal Island, Suyi did not directly tell about Sharu. He knew that everyone would naturally see this Sharu soon. Soon, 3 days have passed. On this day, Piccolo, who had returned from the heavens and was one with the gods, passed by a city, but he sensed a very familiar chi, so he hurriedly flew over. When he thought it would be a familiar person, what entered his line of sight turned out to be a green-skinned monster. How does this monster have the chi of Wukong? Piccolo's eyes widened, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Save me. At this moment, the monster was holding a middle-aged man in his hands. His face was full of fear, and he waved at Piccolo, wanting him to save him. Piccolo glanced at him indifferently, ignoring it. I am the richest man in the city. If you save me, I will give you all my property. The middle-aged man roared. Ask for flowers katakana middle. Noisy. The monster let go of the middle-aged man, who slowly crawled towards Piccolo, and within a few seconds, the sharp point of the monster's tail stabbed directly into his back. Grumpy. Piccolo saw that this middle-aged man was directly absorbed by the monster, and soon he was left with only empty clothes. Vic, it's your turn. The monster calmly looked directly at Piccolo, and said a word. Piccolo was in a cold sweat and looked at this monster. Drink. The monster squatted down, clenched his fists and roared, his aura burst out. What the hell is going on here? Piccolo was shocked. Why is the chi in this monster exactly the same as his own? 0. Are you surprised? The monster asked calmly. Who are you? How did you know the name Piccolo? Also, why do you have Wukong's chi, and mine? Piccolo exclaimed. Because I am your brother. The monster is Sharu, he said lightly. It's not just you and Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Yamcha, and Tianjin Rice that I have all the anger. After finishing speaking, Sharu burst into aura again, turning into Vegeta's aura. Who the hell are you? Tell me quickly, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Piccolo said coldly. There's no need, because you'll be my food soon. Sharu, as calm as always, moved his feet and killed Piccolo. At the same time, Guixian Island. Vegeta. Sun Wukong suddenly narrowed his eyes and shouted. You feel it too. Vegeta's eyes narrowed. Go. Sun Wukong ran out of the Turtle Immortal house and teleported towards the city of Bic. At this time, in Suyi's house in the western capital, he was teasing the little girl, but suddenly he felt that several chi came from the same place, and he suddenly thought of Shalu. Lu Li, play by yourself. Dad has something to do. Suyi put down the little girl in her arms, then put her index finger and middle finger together a little between her eyebrows, and disappeared directly in place. 57. The complete Sharu. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. On Piccolo's side, when he heard Sharu say that he was about to be his food, he suddenly laughed. You, what are you? After Piccolo laughed, he stepped forward, clenched his fists with both hands and roared, and a powerful aura erupted from him. What? Sharu felt this momentum, and the whole person was stunned. As Piccolo's momentum burst out, Sharu's body trembled uncontrollably. How is it possible? How is it possible that you have such a powerful force? Sharu exclaimed in surprise. How impossible? Piccolo moved, and in an instant he arrived in front of Sharu, and punched him straight away. Immediately afterwards, he stretched out his hand and sprayed a magic light cannon at Sharu. Rumble, 860. Ah! Sharu's screams of pain sounded. This guy's strength is too strong. Sharu's immediate thought was to escape, riding the dust all over, and riding Piccolo without noticing, he flew away from this place. Want to run? Piccolo sneered, just about to chase, but unexpectedly suddenly lost Sharu's field of vision, which made him stop and glanced around suspiciously, not understanding why this guy suddenly disappeared. Soon, Suyi and others came one after another. What's the matter? Sun Wukong frowned and looked at the city, which has basically become a waste city, and said coldly. It was made by a monster with our chi. He is very strong, but he is not my opponent. Piccolo said in a low voice. Are you still an android? Trunks of the future world speaks out. I don't know, but from the fact that he can absorb energy, it feels like he is also an android. Piccolo guessed. Hearing this, everyone had solemn expressions on their faces. Will this new android unite with those three androids, will it cause a very terrifying disaster to the Earth? Thinking of this, Vegeta gritted her teeth and said coldly, if I were stronger, I would definitely kill those androids. Hearing this, Suyi glanced at the guy indifferently, knowing that he was upset that he didn't kill the three androids. However, he understood the temperament of this fellow Vegeta. This is just a small rant, so Suyi didn't care too much. If Vegeta really had an inflated mentality because of his strength, Suyi said that he would naturally let him understand what a gap is. Come with me, I think I know where this guy is. Suyi waved his hand and flew into the sky. If there is no accident, this Sharu is from the future world of Trunks, then obviously, this world also has this Sharu's infancy stage. He can think of this, and Sharu in the future world may also be able to think of this, so he only needs to go to the graduate student of Dr. Gero on the southern island to find him. Soon, the group arrived on this small island in the south. Here again, isn't this where Dr. Gro's institute is located? Trunks of the future world frowned. Do you feel it? Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes. His perception was different from ordinary people, so Vegeta and the others didn't sense it for the first time, but he felt it. What? Such a powerful chi. Piccolo wanted to ask what was going on, but suddenly he was in the central area of the island. It was the powerful breath from Dr. Gero's research institute that made his face suddenly change. It seems that this guy has evolved. Suyi felt some of the momentum that had just erupted. Just revealing this little bit is 10 billion combat power. If it really broke out, how powerful should this Sharu be? In the original work, Sharu at this stage has a total combat power of 60 billion. However, from this point of view, Suyi felt that this guy was probably more than 60 billion. What a powerful force. Is it really the same person as the monster just now? Piccolo looked shocked. Not long ago, he could easily kill the guy, but after only 10 minutes passed, he was able to easily defeat him. This is too incredible. Boom. When everyone was shocked, Sharu, who was promoted to the full body, appeared in everyone's sight. Monkey King, Vegeta, Krillin. Shalu swept through everyone in front of him, and finally fixed his eyes on Suyi, frowning. Who are you? Why is there no information about you in the database? Suyi glanced at him indifferently. The future world is a different time and space from this world, so it is naturally impossible for this Sharu to know himself. Even if he absorbed Sharu in the infant state of this time and space, it would be useless. Because Dr. Gro's plan to steal cells was never implemented on him. You must know that over the years, Suyi has been very low-key, and has basically never made a move. Therefore, this Dr. Gru did not steal his cells, nor did he store any of his data. Brother Suyi, what is this guy's fighting power? Sun Wukong asked solemnly. System, what is the combat power of the complete Sharu? Suyi also asked the system. Ding ding ding. Under testing. The current full combat power of Sharu is 80 billion. The sweet and beautiful sound of the system sounded. 80 billion combat power. 20 billion stronger than the original book, but was a little surprised. This was too weak. Compared to the host, the complete Shalu's 80 billion combat power is indeed weak, but for Sun Wukong and the others, it is extremely powerful. 1.3. The system explained. Suyesa smiled and nodded. It was indeed like this. Sharu with 80 billion combat power is indeed weak and weak for a variable person like himself, but for Sun Wukong, who has a maximum combat power of 10 billion at the current stage, it is a terrifying existence at the level of disaster. 80 billion combat power. Suyi no longer thought about it, and told Sun Wukong their Sharu's combat power. Don't look at him as if he has been communicating with the system for a long time, but in reality, only a few seconds have passed. What? This monster has a combat power of 80 billion. Hearing Suyi's words, everyone's expressions changed dramatically and they exclaimed. 58. Expansive Shalu, 80 billion combat power. Hanging with one hand. You must know that the combat power of Sun Wukong and others is only 10 billion at the highest. The gap between 80 billion and 10 billion is just a difference of more than 70 billion in combat power, but an unmeasurable gap. What are you going to do to fight this guy? Was a look of horror on Kaylin's face. It's Suyi. I'm afraid he might not be the opponent of this monster. Hearing Kaylin's words, Suyi smiled lightly without explaining anything. Action. I am afraid that this complete Sharu will be easily killed in minutes. After all, in his Super Saiyan 2 state, a 100-fold increase would be a battle of 100 billion. Not to mention, he doesn't just control a Super Saiyan 2 at the moment. Sharu pressed over, his face full of playfulness. In his eyes, these people are just a group of food. Although he couldn't see through Suyi, he didn't think that Suyi could fight against him in complete form. Do you want to be my food one by one or what? Shalu came to Suyi and others, and the distance between the two sides was only about 100 meters. This guy folded his arms and looked arrogant, and everyone present was not looked down upon by him. Monster, stop being arrogant. Vegeta roared angrily, and his momentum burst out in full force. In Super Saiyan 1 state, his combat power was 5 billion. My name is Sharu, you can call me King Sharu, Prince Vegeta. Sharu blinked, then looked elsewhere, raised his brows, and laughed. it seems that the androids of this world have arrived. 3 androids, great. As he spoke, Xiao Shen came out and licked his lips with an obsessed look on his face. To this day, he still remembers how delicious he was absorbing the Super 17 and Super 18 of the future world. In addition, the 2 sides are from the same root, and the strength of growth is doubled. Shish. Soon, 3 air-breaking noises sounded, and the androids number 16, number 17, and number 18 flew side by side. Who are you? Why do I feel the aura of the same root in you? Also, why do you have a congenital suppression of me? Android number 17 looked at Sharu solemnly. He could feel a very powerful oppression from this monster. Robot number 17, 15 billion combat power. Tisk tisk, if I absorb you, it will definitely increase my combat power by at least 10 billion. Sharu looked at the android number 17 with glowing eyes, not to mention how excited he was. Huh. No, 17 smiled coldly. If he couldn't beat him, could he still be unable to run? Therefore, he did not have too much fear. Sharu's eyes were placed on number 18 again, and a lustful look flashed in his eyes, and he didn't know who this attribute was inherited from. The end, he turned his attention to number 16 and frowned. Number 16, your strength is shocking. All in all, after absorbing you and this number 17, my combat power will be at least 100 billion. 100 billion. Hearing this astonishing number, everyone except Suyi showed shock on their faces. This number is really scary enough. Qilin Tianjin Fan and the others laughed wryly. Their current combat power is not even 2 million, let alone 100 million. Tianjin Rice is almost the highest, with a combat power of 1.8 million. It's not too cruel by comparison. Okay, don't waste my precious time, let's absorb the 2 androids of the same origin. As for number 18, Chili. Sharu's licked his tongue and said excitedly, be a woman for me. Scum. When the 18th heard this, a gloomy expression appeared on his face. When Su Yedong heard this, he stepped forward and instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. With a combat power of 100 billion, Sharu turned around and stared at Su Yi in horror. So powerful. Sun Wukong and others felt Su Yi's breath, and their eyes lit up in vain. Scum. Su Yi teleported forward, put one hand directly on Sharu's head, and passed through the holes in the mountains all the way. Big Brother Su Yi is still Big Brother Su Yi. Sun Wukong sighed, if you can beat this Sharu with one hand, I'm afraid it's at least at the level of 100 billion combat power. Vegeta swallowed a mouthful of water, cold sweat dripping from her forehead. Recently, his strength has grown a lot, and his mentality has gradually expanded. Now it seems that even if his strength increases by 100 times, I am afraid that in front of Su Yi, he will be killed in seconds. Damn, why is there such a powerful man as you? Shalu couldn't stop shaking, and Su Yi pressed his head with one hand, and he had no strength to resist at all. The scum must have the consciousness of the scum. Su Yi said indifferently, I won't kill you directly. Wukong and the others need to be tempered. You are a very good whetstone. Killing will definitely kill this Sharu in the end, but before that, Su Yi naturally has to maximize the meaning of his existence. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Sharu didn't dare to resist at all. He felt that the current strength was far from the limit of this man. Therefore, if he doesn't want to die, he must be a dog. Su Yi smiled coldly, what if you were the boss of Dragon Ball World at this stage? People outside the plot of him are unreasonably hammering you every minute. 077, go away. Su Yi held Sharu's neck and threw it away hundreds of meters away. Call out. Sharu, who was thrown away, ignited a monstrous anger in his heart. The fear just now was not faked, it was indeed that he was very afraid. However, how could he just accept his fate? I must find an opportunity to absorb these few androids. If I only need to absorb one, plus other energies, maybe I will be able to break through the combat power of more than 100 billion. Sharu was burning with revenge in his heart. He knew that he had to endure it. If he couldn't bear it, death would surely await him. Su Yi, who was in the same place, looked at Shalu who fled here, and there was a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Even if he didn't have mind-reading skills, he could still guess the mental activity of this guy at this time. Resentment, anger, revenge. These emotions are bound to exist. However, is Su Yi afraid? Impossible to fear. You come, I will kill. No matter how strong you are, you can't match my strength. Because even if you are getting stronger, I am not getting stronger. 59. Razori's Strange Eyes. 8th more on the shelves. Back in front of Sun Wukong and the others, Kaylin asked in a low voice, is that monster Sharu dead? They couldn't see Sharu fleeing from their angle just now, so that's why they asked this question. Not dead, this guy is a very good grinding stone for Wukong and you at this stage, so I'm not going to kill him directly. Su Yi was very direct, telling them his purpose. Hearing this, Kaylin and other weak people's faces changed dramatically. Ha ha ha, brother Su Yi, I like this method very much. The excitement on Sun Wukong's face was simply a great benefit for a belligerent like him. Giggle. Vegeta gritted his teeth for a while. As a Saiyan prince, he was afraid of a scum, and he looked down on himself very much. I must practice hard, the next time I see this scum, I must kill him. Vegeta roared furiously in her heart. Vic, isn't there a spiritual time house in the heaven? I think you should have the right to let Wukong and the others go in and practice for a while. Su Yi set his sights on Piccolo. This man is now one with the gods, and his combat power has already exceeded the 10 billion mark. He is a very terrifying existence. Hearing Su Yi's words, Piccolo was slightly startled, but he was actually a little curious about how he knew. However, he knew that Sun Wukong had entered the spiritual time house and practiced. So, maybe Sun Wukong told Su Yi. Thinking like this, Pic nodded. Yes, I have the authority to let Wukong and the others go into practice. However, time can't stay in it for too long. It's all right. Su Yi waved his hand. He knew the bugs of this spiritual time house at various time periods. A year in the spiritual time house in the heavens is only equivalent to 1 day in the outside world. Therefore, it has become a veritable gold medal training place. The body of the person who enters it will also grow normally, as if it has really experienced such a long time. Sun Wukong once entered a month when he was young and couldn't stand it. However, a person can only enter 2 days in a lifetime, otherwise the exit will disappear and never come out again. P.S. Wukong once said that the same person can only enter the spiritual time room twice in a lifetime. These 2 times do not refer to the number of times, but it means that you can only go in for 2 years, and you can go in and out regardless of the number of times as long as you go in for less than 2 years. Bug appeared in the Boo chapter. Because according to the setting of the Android arc, at most 2 people can enter the spiritual time house at the same time, while in the Boo arc, 4 people enter at a time, later became 3. There was also a bug in Dragon Ball Super. Goku and Vegeta stayed in it for 5 years, ignoring the original settings. At this point, Su Yi didn't understand what was going on at this stage. In short, even if they can only practice in it for 2 years, it is a very good opportunity for them to practice. Sun Wukong and the others left and were taken to the heaven by Piccolo. Su Yi pointedly reminded him to go with Sun Wufan. In this space, the little guy Sun Gohan is the real son of destiny. Among the Saiyans, he was the first person to break through Super Saiyan 2. Moreover, in the state of mysterious Gohan, according to the original work, it is not a combat power of 100 billion to 200 billion, but a terrifying combat power of between 900 billion and 1 trillion. Facing him in this state, let alone Shalu, even Su Yi was hanged and beaten every minute in the face of him. Fortunately, Gohan in this state is too rare to see once, otherwise the protagonist of this Dragon Ball might really have to be him. What's your name? There were only Su Yi and the androids left on the island. When they were about to leave on the 16th, the 18th hesitated and flew towards Su Yi, her pretty face rosy for a second, and asked in a low voice. Su-yi. Su-yi smiled and looked at her. The woman's golden hair fluttered in the wind, her eyes were tender, and she looked very charming. Su-yi, my name is Leslie. No. A teen reached out and stroked her hair, then glanced at Su-yi shyly, hearing number 17 feet's shouts behind her. She seemed to be embarrassed. She hurriedly turned around, but she was still a little reluctant, and turned back to face her. He said, remember me, my name is Leslie. Good. Su-yi smiled and nodded. He didn't need her to remind him. He also knew her name and could remember her name better. Goodbye. Razori waved her hand, then followed number 17 and they went away. Su-yi watched her back disappear from sight and couldn't help but smile. He knew that there was no hurry. Although Leslie seemed to have an inexplicable affection for him, he still understood that there was no rush, so take your time. The goddess of the previous life will still be my woman after all. Su-yi waited for this woman, but for many years. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to come to Earth directly at the beginning. Leslie, the woman, is one of the biggest reasons. After picking up her emotions on the spot, Su-yi instantly moved back to her home in Exedu. System, I need to upgrade the time house. Back in his training room, Su-yi spoke directly to the system in his heart. Ding. Order received. Ding. Spend 200,000 exchange points to upgrade the time house. Ding. The upgrade is complete, and 10 times the time has increased to 20 times. Within a few minutes, a series of sweet and pleasant reminders from the system sounded in Su-yi's mind. Very good, while others are improving, I can't fall behind. After all, I will eventually be invincible to this man in the parallel world of Dragon Ball. Su-yi felt a sense of arrogance in his heart. As a traverser who controls such a powerful system, he is more familiar with the general plot trend of this Dragon Ball world. If he can't be invincible in this world, just by a piece of it. Tofu was hit to death. However, it is worth paying attention to his exchange point, and more exchange points will definitely be needed to exchange things in the future. Don't look at the fact that he still has 1 million exchange points, 1.2 million before, but it cost 200,000 to upgrade the time house just now. In fact, this million exchange points can be exchanged for any ordinary points. Gone. It seems that if you have time, you should go out and hang out. Maybe the system will release some quests with very good rewards. With this thought in mind, Su-yi slowly entered the state of cultivation. The update is sent. God rewards hard work. I will try my best to update. I hope the brothers who subscribe will not abandon me. Click on automatic subscription for me. I will never be a eunuch. Not only because I like Dragon Ball, but also because I want to prove take yourself. I can definitely make more people like this book. 60. Z Fighters has all exploded. During the practice, time naturally passed quickly, and a few days passed quickly. In a few days, dozens of days have actually passed in Su-yi's time house. After dozens of days of practice, Su-yi's normal combat power reached as much as 1.5 billion, and when he transformed into a Super Saiyan 1, the combat power was 75 billion. Super Saiyan 2 has 150 billion, and Super Saiyan 3 is 600 billion. With this kind of strength, if it takes a while for Sharu to come to the plot of Majin Buu, I am afraid that his combat power will be close to 1 trillion in the state of Super Saiyan 1. However, all of this is not easy to say. The plot time of this Dragon Ball parallel world is not impossible if it is advanced. In short, Su-yi is naturally happy to see the increase in strength. After leaving the practice room, Su-yi took a bath and came to Bulma's research room. Since the last time this woman saw that time machine, she immediately began to study it excitedly. She has always refused to admit defeat, and made a vow to develop a time machine, and it should be better than Nank's time machine. In this regard, Su-113 naturally supports it. Still, he said he had to relax when it was time to relax. After arriving in the research room, With Bulma shyly beating Suyi's chest, he teleported back to his home with her arms around her. Bulma, Mato Akatsuki, Suyi. The three-player game has officially started. About 2 hours later, after the two women begged for mercy, Suyi ended the battle. The three of them chatted and the two girls fell asleep. Suyi got up lightly and left the bedroom. Brother Suyi. As soon as he came out of the bedroom and came to the backyard to take a few breaths, the communication device on his body rang, and Suyi connected. What? Is there a situation? Suyi heard his tone a little dignified and couldn't help but say, a few days have passed, you should have also gained a lot of strength from the spiritual time room in the heavens, right? The strength has indeed increased a lot, but Sharu has been slaughtering for the past 2 days and has slaughtered several cities. Sun Wukong was not happy with the growth of his own strength, but felt that if Shalu continued to kill like this, it would not be long before everyone on the earth was killed by him alone. It's okay, with Dragon Ball, all those who died in this disaster can be resurrected. Suyi smiled and comforted. Hearing this, Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment, then patted his forehead, and suddenly said, yes. There are also Dragon Balls. However, it is not a way to let Sharu kill like this. Moreover, our strength has grown to a limit. If you want to break through the bottleneck next, I am afraid there is only a battle between life and death. Is it so impatient? Suyi laughed and said, it seems that you are very confident in your own strength. It's not like that, mainly because if we don't experience a life and death duel, I'm afraid it will be difficult to increase our strength. Sun Wukong smiled bitterly. This is indeed the case. They have practiced in the spiritual time house of the heaven for 2 years, and their combat power has increased geometrically. But this kind of practice that lacks life and death struggle and training can be said to be like a flower growing in a greenhouse, and it is useless. Therefore, it still needs to be tempered between life and death, in order to deepen and consolidate the combat power that has been cultivated in the greenhouse. Well, that makes sense. Suyi nodded. Since that's the case, then I'll take you to find Sharu. This time, I won't take action unless I have to. Since Sharu is used as a whetstone, Suyi will naturally not easily shoot. Even if Sun Wukong dies, he will not shoot. Every Dragon Ball fan probably wants to witness how the mysterious Gohan was born, right? He, of course, is no exception, and it can be said that he is very much looking forward to the moment when the mysterious Gohan is born. Most importantly, he didn't know if he could try to decipher that realm. If he controls that mysterious realm, what level of strength should he reach? Incredible. Unimaginable. ... Without further chatting, Suyi left a message for Bulma and the two girls and immediately came to Guaxian Island. Monkey King, Vegeta, Piccolo and others have gathered together. Compared with the depression and fear of Kling and others a few days ago, these guys' faces are at least a lot calmer now. Especially this guy Vegeta, with the arrogant look on his face. Even if he doesn't know his current combat power, it's not hard to guess that his strength must have grown by leaps and bounds. Mr. Suyi, I would like to ask your advice. The arrival of Suyi made the arrogant expression on Vegeta's face go down a lot. At least, in front of him, this proud Saiyan prince was very respectful. Okay. This kid has a good attitude, and Suyi just happens to want to see how far his strength has reached. Soon, the two flew to a small island 1,000 meters away from Guaxian Island. I don't know how long Vegeta can hold on to Suyi. Krillin and the others whispered on the side. Dad, his strength is getting stronger and stronger. I think he should be able to transform into Super Saiyan 2 soon, right? Trunks of the future world said to the side. It's still a long way off. How difficult it is to transform into Super Saiyan 2, so he doesn't agree with Trunks' statement. Hearing Sun Wukong refuting him, Trunks scratched his head with a blank expression on his face, and asked, Uncle Wukong, do you have a chance to transform into Super Saiyan 2? I'm just as far away. Sun Wukong shook his head. He also tried to transform into Super Saiyan 2 when he left the spiritual time house in the heaven. The result was no less than hundreds of times, but he couldn't find the feeling of breaking through the limit at all. Therefore, he just wanted to fight Sharu as soon as possible. Maybe he broke through himself in the decisive battle of life and death. Trunks fell silent, and looked at Vegeta, who was playing Super Saiyan 1 in a normal state on the court, his face slowly showing shock. He saw that the normal Uncle Suyi actually pressed the Super Saiyan 1, and the combat power reached 40 billion. Father. My God, has Uncle Suyi's strength reached such a terrifying realm? Trunks exclaimed. Dragon Ball Daily Gift Pack Chapter 61-80. 61. Iron Head Baby Vegeta. The 10th update is on the shelf for automatic subscription. Trunks thought that his father with a combat power of 40 billion would be able to easily suppress the normal Uncle Suyi, but it turned out that his father was suppressed and beaten. This, how not to shock him? Trunks, sometimes it's not what it looks on the surface. Sun Wukong didn't think that Vegeta was being beaten by the normal Suyi. What he saw was that Suyi was feeding Vegeta, and Vegeta also burst out with all his strength to confront Suyi. Isn't it shallow for a veteran like Sun Wukong? Piccolo put his arms on his chest and explained to Trunks lightly. Suyi is feeding Vegeta, this is just foreplay, wait for the real battle to come. Boom. Just then, there was an explosion in the sky. Boom. Vegeta was knocked down on a mountain by Suyi, who was in a state of explosive gas, causing a burst of dust. Uncle Bick, is this also a trick? Trunks swallowed and pointed to the mountain where Vegeta fell, shocked. Piccolo was speechless for a while, and there were several beads of sweat on his forehead. Just as the barrage on one side said when he watched the Dragon Ball anime in his previous life, Piccolo's embarrassed face turned green at this time. On the other side, Sun Wukong also laughed twice. He was too embarrassed to speak again. He really didn't expect that an ordinary burst of gas would be able to knock out Vegeta with a combat power of 40 billion. Brother Suyi's strength is indeed strong. Judging from the real experience, it seems that his combat power is real, while our combat power is a little vain. After a while, Sun Wukong didn't see Vegeta get up from the ruins of the mountain. He smiled wryly and shook his head and said a word. The outcome was already decided, and Suyi easily overwhelmed Vegeta with the full power of Super Saiyan 1 and a combat power of 40 billion in an ordinary burst of gas. Boom. No, it's not over. A powerful momentum suddenly burst out from the mountain, and was crushed by Suyi with just a burst of gas. How could such a proud Saiyan prince like Vegeta admit defeat like this? A smile appeared on Piccolo's face. Although this fellow Vegeta was a little arrogant and felt a little bit of a fight, his talent and self-esteem were indeed terrifyingly strong. In the sky, Suyi looked indifferently at Vegeta, who was flying up from the ruins below. His body was shocked, and he turned into a Super Saiyan 1 and raised his hand and slapped it down. Boom. Like slapping a mosquito, Suyi's slap easily slapped Vegeta hundreds of meters away. A few seconds later, Vegeta rushed over with a burst of momentum. Suyi didn't lift his eyelids, slowly raised his hand, and slapped it again. The same plot reappears, and Vegeta is shot hundreds of meters away again. The third time, the fourth time, the fifth time. Just like that, Vegeta, who has come here 13 times, has been in pain all over his body, and his actions are slower each time. By the end, his Super Saiyan state has disappeared, all relying on his stronger self-esteem. He pride forced it to fly in front of Suyi. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help but look at each other in dismay. Even Suyi was speechless for a while. This Vegeta's head is too iron. The iron-headed baby in Dragon Ball world. Vegeta, the iron-headed baby, I will serve you. You should eat this super fairy bean and take a rest. On the 35th time, Vegeta, who had no strength at all, fell halfway in front of Suya. Seeing this, he teleported to him and gave him a super fairy bean. Soon, this guy jumped up and down again, and just about to fight again, he was knocked unconscious by Suyi's punch. Carrying Vegeta to Sun Wukong and others, Trunks hurried over to take Vegeta to support him, and looked at Suyi with adoring eyes. Wukong, do you want to point me to you? Suyi couldn't help but ask when he saw Sun Wukong looking at him seriously. Actually, I really want to. But... come on then. Suyi didn't wait for Sun Wukong to say more, and carrying him to the sky was a fat beating. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. As for why Suyi was so active, it was entirely because of a task assigned by the system, to beat Sun Wukong, and before Vegeta was stunned, beat him once and be rewarded with 1,000 exchange points. He beat Vegeta 35 times just now, rewarding a total of 35,000 exchange points. This task is so rewarding. In his opinion, Sun Wukong's combat power is higher than Vegeta's, and he must be able to resist beatings a little bit. At least he has to get 50,000 exchange points from him, right? 20 minutes later, it turned out that the high-strength Sun Wukong was indeed resistant to beatings. Before fainting, he was beaten by Suyi 65 times. The 65,000 exchange points plus Vegeta's 35,000 exchange points were in hand, and his balance of 1 million exchange points returned to 1.1 million once again. 0. Beautiful. Suyi glanced at Piccolo and the others. The latter group immediately retreated more than 100 meters, for fear that he would suddenly want to give him some pointers. Seeing their gesture, Suyi shook his head. He was training Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Don't you see that these two guys have increased their combat power by at least 100 million in such a short period of time? However, the system didn't announce the task of beating Piccolo and the others, so Suyi didn't take the initiative to trouble them. He glanced at the fainted Sun Wukong, thinking that he should wait 2 days before taking them to find Sharu. Before that, he had to find out the specific location of Sharu. Bring Wukong and the others back. Let them relax for 2 days, and I'll go find out where this fellow Sharu is. After saying this, Suyi directly used teleportation to disappear in place. It's horrible. Piccolo and the others glanced at Sun Wukong with a bruised nose and a swollen face, thinking of Suyi's brutality, and their bodies couldn't help shaking. I was thinking even more in my heart, if the punch hit me, would I die in the third punch, or would I die in the second punch? Or, can't even take a punch. In a word, Suyi's strength was once again deeply imprinted in the hearts of all Z warriors, and it will never be forgotten for a lifetime. 62. Sharu, who is going to hold a martial arts tournament. 11th more. At this time, in a city in the north, the entire city fell into chaos. Monster. Run away. Damn, why does such a monster appear? Monster. Don't come near me. Ah. ... Screams and terrified voices rang out. Suyi watched all this indifferently with his hands behind his back in the sky. Shalu has no other way to improve his strength for the time being. He can only absorb the energy of ordinary people to improve himself. In fact, Suyi understands that this guy has Saiyan cells, and he can completely break through his current combat effectiveness. However, no one reminded that this guy has no such mind for the time being. Sharu, after so many days, your strength is still so weak. Suyi teleported to Shalu, who saw his face suddenly changed. 093, hurriedly threw away a human being in his hands, and then crawled to the ground. After so many days passed, the pressure on Suyi Guang under normal conditions was unimaginable, so he immediately admitted and fell to the ground, not daring to have any thoughts of resistance at all. However, Shalu's heart was roaring wildly. Suyi. Sooner or later I will absorb you and make you tremble under my feet. Suyi looked at his trembling body indifferently, and smiled coldly. is your little mind moving at this time? Thinking that one day you will kill me. Then absorb me. No, do not dare. Sharu's body trembled again, and his lowered head was full of shock. He couldn't imagine how this guy knew what he was thinking at the moment. I still know something about you, don't deny it. If you want to absorb me, then try your best. Su Yi is not annoyed. I am afraid that only he himself understands the invincible loneliness at the current stage. Sharu has the potential to be his opponent and has a better chance of pushing him beyond his limits. The possibility of Super Saiyan 4. Therefore, after Super Saiyan 3, he can only march towards the realm of Super Saiyan God, or the Super Saiyan Blue realm. Thinking of this, Su Yi suddenly recalled the chance that he could transform into the next level Super Saiyan realm. Perhaps, can he use that precious opportunity to transform into a Super Saiyan God? Or the realm of Super Saiyan 4? Let's talk later. Su Yi thought about it for a while, but decided not to rush to use that opportunity. After all, this opportunity is only one time, and once you use it, it will be gone. Sharu raised his head, glanced at Su Yi, and said tentatively, I want to hold the world's first martial arts conference. Huh? Su Yi raised his brows. Did he still move towards the plot of the original novel? I have a Saiyan militant factor in my cells, so I want to hold the world's #1 martial arts tournament. You can also participate. Sharu's eyes flashed, and he said very sincerely, of course, I have a purpose, kill them, absorb them, maybe I can have the power to match you. At this moment, Sharu's mind also became smarter, and he knew that facing a man like Su Yi, that is to be honest with each other. Yes, if you kill them, I won't stop them. Su Yi doesn't care, there is something like a bug like Dragon Ball, he is naturally not afraid that Sun Wukong and others will die. Moreover, he did not feel that this Sharu could pose a threat to them. It's even possible that Sharu doesn't need him. Hearing Su Yi's words, Shalu suddenly became excited. See you on that island in the south in 2 days. Su Yi glanced at him indifferently, and used teleportation to leave. After Su Yi left for a while, Shalu got up from the ground, his eyes narrowed, a cold smile appeared at the corners of his mouth, and he whispered, Scum. Sooner or later I will let you understand that the great Sharu is your life. An existence that cannot be provoked. ... At this time, on Guixian Island, Su Yi spread the news that Shalu wanted to hold a martial arts conference. I'm not participating. Krillin immediately waved his hand and shook his head to reject this battle. Nonsense, as an ordinary Earthling, with a combat power of barely over 1 million, with these aliens, monsters, and perverted combat power with a combat power of over 10 billion. I am afraid that before the shot, a shock wave hits him, and he is easily smashed into scum. Well, the martial arts conference this time is very dangerous. It's better that you don't participate, Keelan. Su Yi nodded in agreement and looked at Sun Wukong and Vegeta who had already woken up. This time, Wukong, Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, Trunks, please participate in this battle. And us. At this moment, an uninvited guest suddenly came to the Immortal Island. It was the android number 16 and them. Da da da. The sound of footsteps sounded, and 3 people walked in outside the Guixian house. We will also participate in the martial arts conference this time. The speaker is android number 17, his personality is more cheerful, android number 16 and 18 are a bit dull. Of course, number 18 lazily looked at Su Yi with the same tenderness. Are all 3 of you going to participate? Su Yi glanced at lazily. This woman was wearing a punk black and white outfit today, with her slightly short blonde hair, she was simply stunning. That's right. No, 17 nodded. Lazuli, don't participate, women can stand behind men and be protected. Su Yi said lightly. Hearing this, the audience was stunned. Lazuli blinked her beautiful big eyes, and when everyone's eyes swept over, her pretty face suddenly turned red with a swoosh. You, Su Yi, you. The woman lowered her head and called Suyi's name in a low voice, intermittently, and she knew she was very shy just by hearing the tone. Suyi smiled indifferently. He understood that he had to be direct with a woman like Lazili. Come behind me and let me protect you from now on. Suyi stretched out his hand and smiled slightly. 5.0. As soon as these words came out, Lazili's body with her head bowed trembled for a while, then she raised her head and glanced at Suyi softly. She bit her lip in a blink of an eye. Her cheeks were ruddy in vain. She turned around and ran out Shy Turtle House. In this regard, Suyi scratched his head. It was indeed beyond his expectation that Lazili would be so shy. With all eyes on him, Suyi coughed twice and said lightly, in that case, add 2 androids number 16 and number 17. This battle is about your future. Within 2 days, you will be. It's better to have some tacit understanding. How about the rules of battle? Sun Wukong asked a question. It's very simple. You gang up on Sharu alone. Suyi smiled. 63. The way of Tai Chi is to break with stillness, and to respond to all changes with no change. Gang fight. Sharu, alone. Hearing Suyi's words, Kaylin and the others wanted to laugh, but couldn't. Obviously, this is a sad story. The strength of Sun Wukong and others is well known. These monsters need group fights to fight against Sharu. Isn't this one-on-one abuse to be out of the shadows? Huh. As arrogant as Vegeta, he just snorted coldly, and did not object to the rules of Suyi's martial arts conference. If he really asks him to fight Sharu alone, I am afraid that he will lose in minutes. Okay, there are still 2 days left. Everyone try to run in as much as possible. Suyi said with a smile, and these 2 days, let me take the place of Shalu and give you the first training. As soon as these words came out, Kaylin and the others were stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Piccolo with a stiff face, and secretly laughed. Not long ago, they heard Piccolo say that he didn't want to be trained by Suyi when he died, and the result came so soon. Can I not participate in this martial arts tournament? Piccolo hesitated for a moment, then raised his hand and shouted. Suyi instantly fixed his gaze on him, narrowed his eyes, and said with a smile, Vic, do you think it's possible? Wait a minute, you will be the first to imitate me to fight. Piccolo, Monkey King, Vegeta, Trunks, Son Gohan, Cyborg number 16, Cyborg number 17, these guys are all quest points for him to earn exchange points. Can Suyi let them not participate in this martial arts conference? Obviously not possible. With a total of 7 people, Suyi wondered that this training would not only increase their combat power by a notch, but would at least allow him to earn 200,000 to 300,000 exchange points. The best of both worlds, just don't be too pretty. Hearing Suyi's words, Piccolo's face turned green instantly. Of course, his face was green in itself, but it was much greener now than before. Soon, a group of people came to a small island not far from Guixian Island. 2 days are quite tight. Suyi is going to take a one-on-one beating. No, train them one-on-one first, and then let them unite and fight against him. With his current strength and full blast, he can easily deal with these guys one-on-one. If they unite, I am afraid that he will need to transform into Super Saiyan 2. The first one, Piccolo, was directly beaten about 20 times within 10 minutes. The second, Vegeta, was beaten 30 times within half an hour. Third, Trunks. Soon enough, the first round of beatings was over. The 250,000 exchange points arrived in the account, and Suyi saw that this group of guys with bruised noses and swollen faces were extraordinarily kind. Everyone distribute the super fairy beans, and then unite to besiege me together. Suyi distributed the super fairy beans, and the whole person became serious. The teaming of 7 people is a small challenge for him. A small challenge for him in Super Saiyan 1 state. A group of people regained their strength and slowly flew into the sky one by one. Suyi looked at them calmly, very calm. The first one who couldn't hold back his shot was Vegeta. He rushed over quickly and punched Suyi continuously with both fists. Both his momentum and strength were very powerful. However, in Suyi, it was blocked with great ease. Although everyone on the side saw Suyi slowly retreating in the sky, they all understood that this was not Vegeta pressing Suyi to fight. So easy. At this time, Suyi was in this posture. Facing Vegeta's attack, he seemed very calm. It's my turn. After defending for a while, Suyi calmly punched. Boom. Vegeta confronted him and also punched. Ah. With this blow, Vegeta flew upside down. Are you watching a play? Suyi glanced at Sun Wukong and the others, his face gloomy. If I were Sharu at this time, wouldn't the first Vegeta who rushed up was already dead? Hearing Suyi's scolding, Sun Wukong and the others finally came back to their senses and hurriedly attacked him. As for Trunks, he ran to Vegeta with a super fairy bean. I can still fight, and the super fairy beans can be kept first. Vegeta flew out of the ruins of the mountain, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, but his expression was much more determined, and Suyi, who stared at the sky and calmly dealt with the other 5 people, was full of fighting intent. Go! Vegeta drank and immediately rose into the sky. Trunks on the ground was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly put away the super fairy beans, also soared into the sky, and went straight to Suyi to attack. Boom! Boom! The sound of various Qigong cannons detonating the audience sounded. Suyi responded calmly, without a trace of panic at all. Breaking with stillness, and responding to all changes with no change, this is the way of Tai Chi. The faster you are, the slower he is. As the saying goes, in the world of martial arts, only fast is not broken. But in front of Tai Chi, the higher you are, the faster you will lose. The way of Tai Chi is very stable in the state of mind and is famous for protracted battles. 7 people besieged one person and fought for more than 10 minutes. Suyi didn't consume any physical strength. Instead, Sun Wukong and the others were breathing heavily, sweat all over their foreheads and backs. Your strength is indeed good, but the degree of cooperation is not enough. Just like now. Boom. Suyi's eyes flashed. His 5 fingers were squeezed together, and he attacked suddenly, hitting Sun Wufan in the nearest neutral position, and then 4 fingers bent to shock Wufan's chest, and then clenched his fist and slammed Sun Wufan directly. Gohan flew a few hundred meters and charged away near the mountains. Gudong. Seeing this scene, Kaylin and the others who were watching below swallowed a mouthful of saliva involuntarily. This is the real martial arts, physical strength, and the use of Qi. The power caused by it is so terrifying. Quickly defeating Sun Wuhan, Suyi moved behind Sun Wukong with a teleportation, and blasted out a Qigong cannon, which also blasted him hundreds of meters away. Companion, you want to protect your back. Vegeta, you can't. Suyi's figure turned again, an indifferent voice sounded in Vegeta's ear, and then a shock wave came, which also blasted him out. In just a few breaths, only 4 of the 7 people besieging Suyi remained. This is still my Super Saiyan 1 state, you guys, too weak. Suyi shook his head and sighed. He thought that these 7 people would be helpful to his Super Saiyan 1 state, but it didn't. You must know that Sharu's strength is barely able to force out his Super Saiyan 2, but these guys can't even beat his Super Saiyan 1, what are they doing to deal with Sharu 2 days later? Martial Arts Conference 64. As soon as Super 2 comes out, I will accompany Shaoluli to hold a parent meeting. Hearing Suyi's words, everyone was silent for a while. At this moment, a powerful momentum burst out. It's Vegeta. Also, Sun Wukong, and Sun Wufan. Ah da 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 da. Sun Wukong, Vegeta and Sun Wufan rushed over and started punching and kicking Suyi. Suyi still resisted calmly, punching back from time to time. Go! Piccolo rushed forward with a warlike expression on his face. For a time, 7 people besieged again. This time, with Suyi's scolding before, everyone became more serious, took care of each other, and shot at Suyi at the same time. Under the joint attack of the changed people, Suyi was calm from the beginning, but gradually felt a little more difficult. However, he still can't force him to transform into Super Saiyan 2 state. The 8 people fought for about half an hour. Suyi stepped back more than 10 meters, spread out his limbs, and roared. The powerful momentum directly shook everyone away more than 10 meters away. Super Saiyan 2. Everyone's eyes narrowed, and the fighting intent on their faces became much deeper. Lightning wrapped around his body, crackling and crackling. Suyi glanced at Sun Wukong and the others indifferently, and then moved in front of them in an instant. In the blink of an eye, all 7 of them were blasted to the ground by him. This time's training is over. I will practice on my own tomorrow. Follow me to find this fellow Sharu the day after tomorrow. After blasting Sun Wukong and others, Suyi did not continue to shoot. After saying a word, he disappeared into the sky out of thin air. Suyi is not going to pay any attention to the follow-up matters. Although the 7 people are not the opponent of his Super Saiyan 2, it is strong enough to be able to force out his Super Saiyan 2. At least, if 7 people besiege Sharu, there should be no problem. Unless, this guy Sharu has evolved again. Thinking of this, Suyi, who returned to Exodu's house, thought again. Sharu can indeed evolve in the follow-up. For example, Sharu is completely runaway. This state is similar to the 3rd stage of Super Saiyan 1. Although the strength has increased a lot in all aspects, the speed is too slow. Sharu in this state is not too strong. Suyi believes that Sun Wukong and the others can deal with it. Next, the evolution is Lightning Sharu. In this state, Sharu's combat power is on the top of the table, and there is also lightning entanglement all over his body, which is equivalent to Super Saiyan 2. In fact, Suyi knew that Sharu in this state was stronger than Son Gohan of Super Saiyan 2. Therefore, Lightning Sharu's combat power should be greater than or equal to Super Saiyan 2. Daddy. At this time, Suyi, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room at home, heard the cry of the little girl Luli. What's wrong? Suyi recovered from his thoughts, looked at the precious daughter who was running towards him, with a smile on his face. Dad. Xiao Luli jumped into Suyi's arms, and then rubbed her little head against his chest. After a few seconds, she looked up at him with big eyes and said, "The school is going to hold a parent-teacher meeting, Mom. I don't have time with Xiao's mother." So. Hearing this, Suyi blinked. Bulma didn't have time, he thought there was a possibility. But this real household Akatsuki didn't have time, and he really didn't believe it. Seeing her daughter's sky-blue eyes blinking, she knew her daughter Mo Ruofu. How could Suyi not know the little girl's plan? She definitely wanted to accompany her by herself. Well, okay, what time is it today? Suyi thought for a while, and felt that she really hadn't been with Xiao Luli for so long, so she smiled and nodded. Oye, Dad is so nice, moi tilde. The little girl excitedly leaned over and kissed Suyi's face, then jumped down and turned around in a circle. She looked like a porcelain doll in a white princess dress, delicate and lovely. ... Exodu, a kindergarten named Carrie. At this moment, Suyi took the little girl's hand to the door of the kindergarten. The West is a big city with very good development. Economically, it can be said to be one of the most developed big cities on Earth. People come and go, cars come and go, and many luxury cars are parked at the gate of the kindergarten. Luli. Just as Suyi was leading the little girl to enter the kindergarten, a young boy's voice sounded. Hearing this voice, the little girl frowned, but it was as if she hadn't heard it. Did someone call you? Suyi was slightly startled, and turned to look. A young boy ran over with a mature man's hand. Luli, we meet again. At the age of 4 or 5, this little boy looks extravagant, and he should be a rich second-generation family with very good family conditions. Looking at the little girl at this time, her face was full of excitement. Suyi casually glanced at the parents of this little boy. He was about 40 years old, and he was a kind of old man. Looking at the little boy's doting face, he couldn't tell the brand of his clothes, but it must not be bad. Shiro, I said, no one is qualified to call me Luli except my parents. The little girl said with a sullen face, and didn't even put her eyes on the little boy. Hearing this, the little boy laughed twice, and the middle-aged man on the side frowned. He glanced at the little girl and found that the little girl was indeed very delicate and cute, and suddenly raised his eyes slightly to look at Suyi. Dressed up as an ordinary person, without any protruding points, and there is a tail around the waist, it looks like a monster race. Such a person would be the parent of such a little princess. Impossible. Immediately, the man's eyes lightened a lot, and he said lightly. Be careful when you talk. Hello, and it's an honor for my son to like your lady, do you know? In words, this man regarded Suyi as a servant of the little girl. Hearing this man's words, Suyi's few big black question marks appeared in his forehead. Are ordinary people in the Dragon Ball world so full of superiority? Also, what the hell is that lady of yours? Suyi blinked, met this middle-aged man with an overwhelming sense of superiority, and then hooked his fingers at him. What are you doing? You know what? It's very impolite to point your finger at someone like that. I'll tell you. The man's face was gloomy, and he spoke coldly, but just halfway through the telling, he was punched in the stomach by Suyi and held back. I'm sorry, I'm a rude person and don't have so many rules. If you upset me, then I'll beat you up. Luli, go. Suyi smiled and looked at the middle-aged man who was crying in pain and looked like a shrimp, and walked into the kindergarten with the little girl's hand. In a sense, this man should be glad he survived. After all, as an ordinary person, it is indeed a great luck to be punched in the hand of the strongest man on earth and not die. Of course, this punch took hundreds of billions. No, it should be said that it was more than a trillion strength. Anyway, no matter what, it is enough that this is a lucky ordinary person. 65. The Charm of Akatsuki Motto, Chapter 14. The little girl brought her to a classroom. Suyi saw at a glance that there were many people who were not of the human species. This should be considered a beast. This kind of human being is still common in the Dragon Ball world, and it does not cause any panic. Soon, I found a place to sit down, and after a while, the middle-aged man and the little boy I met at the school gate walked in. Gloomy eyes glanced at Suyi. The man pulled the little boy and sat down in the front row. During the parent meeting, Suyi teased the little girl from time to time, and the time just passed. In about 40 minutes, the parent-teacher meeting was over. Today is the holiday time. As soon as the parent meeting is over, the class will not continue. The father and daughter walk out of the kindergarten holding small hands. Hey! As soon as they walked out of the kindergarten, a werewolf, a tiger man, and a bear man clenched their fists and walked forward with a crisp sound of crack bang bang bang. Boy, come and chat with the three of us. The werewolf grinned, showing sharp teeth, sneered and hooked his fingers at Suyi. You are not allowed to bully daddy. The little girl immediately broke away from Suyi's hand, and opened her small hand to stop the three orcs. Yo-ho, she's a cute little girl. Hee hee. The tiger man laughed when he saw the little girl's cute appearance. 713 Pop. Second child, we are here to trouble this kid. The bear man on the side reached out and patted the tiger man on the head, and glared at him. Oh, yes. The tiger man patted his forehead, then turned his head and glared at Suyi, and said coldly, Boy, let you leave here with us within 3 seconds, otherwise, you will be forced to walk away. Hearing this, Suyi raised his brows and said in surprise, If I don't go with you, will you let me eat and walk away? This is really funny enough. Moreover, threatening Suyi. I'm afraid it's not dead. Ah. The three orcs looked at each other and were choked by Suyi's words, not knowing what to say for a while. Stop talking nonsense, are you going with us? After a few seconds, the orcs who were not very smart glared and roared. Go away, you rascals. Before Suyi could speak, the little girl activated the father guarding mode, stepped forward and slapped it out. Under the sarcastic laughter of the three BFBB orcs, a wind blew out. Ah! The screams sounded, and the three orcs were directly blown into the sky by the wind. Huh! Seeing this, Suyi was even more surprised. How could this little girl control her chi and slap her palms? Humph! See if you bad guys dare to trouble Luli's favorite dad. The little girl raised her hand and scratched her little Chong's nose, and snorted coldly. Seeing this girl's cute appearance, Suyi smiled knowingly, reached out and hugged her into his arms, and then immediately moved away from the kindergarten door under the shocked eyes of others. At the same time, at the entrance of a small alley next to the kindergarten, the middle-aged man who was punched by Suyi before took out a small towel and kept wiping the cold sweat on his forehead. As an upper-middle-class person in the Western capital, he knew that there were experts from outside the world. Now, Suyi, who suddenly disappeared from the public, is undoubtedly not such an expert in his eyes. I actually provoke a master of this kind of existence. It's over, what if I'm worried about it? The man kept gulping, and he couldn't wipe off a single drop of sweat. Naturally, Suyi didn't know about the worries of such little people. At this time, at home. Although the little girl only stayed with him for such a short time today, her whole spirit was different. She was humming songs all the time, obviously very happy. In this regard, Suyi kept an eye on it. It seems that he still has to make time to spend more time with the little girl in the future. Not only the little girl, but Bulma and Akatsuki Mato also want to accompany her more. Well, when Sharu is solved, there will be a vacuum period for a while, and the family will go on a trip. Suyi thought about it and quickly decided. The little girl obediently went to the piano room to practice the piano, and Akira Mato quickly walked down from the second floor. Today, she is wearing an OL professional suit and a pair of shiny silk stockings wrapped around her long legs. It's not too perfect. Why do you feel like you're trying to tempt me in this outfit? Suyi coughed, his eyes swept from the feet of Akatsuki to her face, and he sighed. Ah, who is deliberately tempting you? Junto Xiao took a sip, walked over slowly, sat down beside Suyi, and whispered, I don't need to waste much when I think about cultivation, so I helped Bulma manage the company. Hearing this, Suyi laughed, leaned close to her ear and blew a soft breath. Do I have to find a chance to visit your office? The meaning of this is obvious. Akatsuki Mato understood. His heart naturally trembled, his long eyelashes fluttered a little, and the beauty was indescribable. He glared at him with a charming look, and softly said the word, bad. Men are not bad, women are not loving. Xiao, I'm going to be a bad person today. Suyi laughed loudly, got up and hugged Akira Mato before teleporting back to the bedroom. After a while, the sound of humming came, which perfectly matched the tune played by the little girl in the piano room, which seemed even more beautiful. After an hour, the battle was over. Junto Xiao snuggled in Suyi's arms and whispered, Lord Husband, why do you think I haven't conceived your baby yet? Although Akatsuki Mato treats the little girl Luli as her own daughter, she is not her own after all. Don't worry, with the lifespan obtained by our practice, there are at least a few hundred years, so much time is enough. Suyi himself didn't know why. It was also possible that the two of them were not destined to have a child for the time being. Maybe when the fate came, Akatsuki Mato would naturally become pregnant. Akatsuki Mato responded softly like a cat meowing, and then slowly retracted into the bed. Hi. Immediately afterwards, Suyi sucked in a breath of cold air and sounded in the bedroom. 66. Terrifying Super Saiyan 3. 2 days passed quickly. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, Suyi got up and washed and came to Guixian Island. Immortal Turtle and the others hadn't gotten up yet, and they all slept like dead pigs. Especially this guy Oolong. That snoring is not too scary. When no one was there, Suyi ran to a nearby island by himself and began to transform into a Super Saiyan 3 state. As a result, Sun Wukong and others were alerted in a short time. To her calf, and her face changing a bit, all of them were instantly stunned. Is this really Uncle Suyi? Trunks and Son Gohan looked at Suyi in Super Saiyan 3 form in shock and exclaimed. Suyi saw this group of guys, return to normal, came to them, and said with a light smile, looking at your casual appearance, it really doesn't feel like a decisive battle is going to be at all. Brother Suyi, what was your transformation just now? Sun Wukong hesitated again and again, and finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked. Super Saiyan 3. Suyi smiled and didn't hide it. Super. Piccolo widened his eyes and opened his mouth in disbelief. Saiyan 3. On the other hand, Son Gohan was also shocked when he took Piccolo's words. How many forms does Super Saiyan have? After Sun Wukong was shocked, he excitedly asked. This is. Suyi was not very good at speaking for a while, thought for a while, then shook his head and said, these will be known when you reach this point. Moreover, the form of Saiyans is not fixed. For example, it is possible that I can transform into a Super Saiyan. People 3, it's also possible that you can't transform into Super Saiyan 3. Quote. This kind of thing is really difficult to explain, it is better to wait for the plot to slowly go down, and they will naturally know that they have reached that state themselves. Okay. Sun Wukong is no longer entangled, nodded, and his heart is even more determined to practice hard and transform into Super Saiyan 2 as soon as possible. Let's go, the people are almost here. The android number 16 should know the specific location. Let's go to the venue and wait for them. After Suyi said this, the eyebrows disappeared directly in place. Sun Wukong followed suit, with the same eyebrows, and disappeared in place. The remaining group of people stared at each other, and finally flew away from the island reluctantly. Soon, on a small island in the south of Guixian Island, Suyi floated in the air with his hands behind his back, looking down at a large open space below. He searched for a minute or two, and finally decided to use this open space as the arena for the decisive battle. System, exchange for a magic circle for me. Suyi sank into the system mall space and asked the system to exchange a magic circle for him. 100,000 exchange points to exchange for a one-time magic circle. Even Suyi, who thinks he has a lot of money, is also a little bit painful, and he is very reluctant. But thinking about it carefully, he still felt that it was worthwhile to exchange 100,000 exchange points for the safety of the entire Earth. After all, what if these guys burst out with some amazing strength and accidentally blow up the Earth? So, there is always no harm in taking precautions. Soon, the magic circle fell, shrouding the entire island in it. Now, let alone 100 billion level of combat power, it will destroy the Earth. It is a 10 trillion combat power level, I am afraid that they will not be able to destroy the Earth. After a while, Piccolo and others came one after another, and the androids number 16, number 17, and number 18 also came. When everyone is here, Sharu is the only one left. Drink. Suyi's aura exploded all over his body, and when he transformed into Super Saiyan 3, his combat power exceeded the 600 billion mark, which was unparalleled. Too strong. Androids number 16 and number 17 are trembling, and their eyes are full of blankness. Why is the Saiyan race so powerful? As for number 18 lazily, she looked at Suyi with glowing eyes, and she became more and more obsessed with this man. There is no woman who doesn't worship a powerful man, let alone this woman has a little interest in Suyi. From the end to now, from Lazili's expression, anyone could see that he was obviously deeply attracted by Suyi. Sharu, get out of here. Suyi roared angrily, the sound was like thunder, which made everyone in the vicinity startled, and hurriedly covered his ears and cast a speechless look at Suyi. This voice, if it is a timid person, I am afraid that it is really possible to be frightened or scared of a heart attack. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Call out. 3 seconds after Su Yi's voice fell, a sound of breaking through the air instantly sounded, and a figure flashed over. Lord Su Yi, I am here. This figure is Sharu. At this time, he looked bland, without the tyrannical feeling he had a few days ago. His breath was restrained, and he felt very calm. This kind of thing belongs to the category of not breaking out, and when it breaks out, it is absolute terror. Su Yi noticed Sharu's slight changes. He saw the fear in this guy, but he lost the previous fear. So, does this guy have any trump cards? Okay, everyone has arrived, let's start the fight. This small island is currently shrouded in a magic circle, and in this, he is basically an overlord. So, in fact, no matter what trump card this Shalu has, Su Yi is not panic at all. More than 600 billion combat power can't suppress you. Bro. Is it not enough to suppress you by means of suppressing people with more than 1 trillion combat power? With a wave of his hand, the passers-by such as Kaylin were detached from the magic circle that was shrouded in it. This scene made Sun Wukong and the others slightly startled. It was Sharu, and at this moment, his heart was stunned for a while. Immediately afterwards, an inexplicable panic rose from beneath him. This Su Yi's method is really amazing. Su Yi, your hand is too amazing. Kaylin exclaimed constantly on the side. Before he came, he had thought about whether they would be implicated in the aftermath of the battle if they watched the battle. Now, Su Yi's hand has directly relieved those who watched the battle from worries. Su Yi smiled and didn't explain anything. For something worth 100,000 points, if he didn't get arrogant, he would probably die even more painfully. Soon, the atmosphere on the field became much more dignified. Standing in their respective positions, Sharu was surrounded by himself in the middle. The battle seems to be imminent. 67. Sharu without any flaws. The atmosphere was deadlocked for about 2 or 3 minutes, and no one of the 8 people started the first time. Just like the fight against Su Yi 2 days ago, Vegeta couldn't hold back his violent temper and made a strong shot. Vegeta moved, and Trunks moved immediately. In an instant, Sun Wukong, father and son plus Piccolo also linked up. Scum. Facing Su Yi, Shalu was just a dog, he dared not to bark in anger, and this anger only dared to be angry in his heart. However, in the face of Vegeta's scum, he naturally swelled too much. Vegeta rushed over, Sharu just took a step forward on the ground, and punched out, and then I saw his figure turned into several lines. This is the afterimage fist, a small trick of Xiao Wukong. Boom. Vegeta was punched and instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 1 under the pain, and then charged up again. Vegeta, be steady. 630. Piccolo snorted. Vegeta, who was already impulsive, snorted coldly, and did not listen to Piccolo at all, and attacked forcefully. However, in front of Sharu, all attacks seemed weak. Don't forget, Sharu has Vegeta's cells and naturally knows them very well, so he basically knows a few of everyone's flaws. Boom. While dealing with Vegeta, Sharu still had time to fight with Trunks who rushed over from the side, and even had time to avoid the turtle Qigong waves released by Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan on the side. For a while, there was a deadlock in the field. The situation is not optimistic. Off the field, Krillin frowned. Although his strength is not comparable to anyone on the field, he is still a veteran with rich combat experience, so he can still see and analyze the situation on the field. Just like against Su Yi 2 days ago, their combined strengths do have the possibility of being able to compete with Sharu. However, the lack of fit is the first point. The second point comes from Vegeta, who is too inflated with self-confidence. In a word, this guy is the kind of person who is reckless. Goku, take a step back, let Vegeta and Sharu consume it and see if they can grind him. Piccolo suddenly persuaded them. Anyway, they have super fairy beans. As long as they don't have the qualifications to kill them in an instant, it will cost money. When Sun Wukong heard Piccolo's words, he frowned, thought for a moment, nodded and stepped back. In an instant, the 6 people gathered together. Since Vegeta wants to be his hero, let him be. Perhaps, they saw the flaws of this Sharu from the side, and maybe they would win by uniting. Outside the arena, Suyi raised his brows when he saw this scene, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. To be honest, Piccolo's command made him look a little different. This wave of command made him see the wisdom of this guy Piccolo, using the convenience of Super Fairy Bean to kill Sharu fearlessly. This is the first point. The second point, Vegeta procrastinated by himself, although it was only a little time, maybe they could let them see the flaws of this fellow Sharu. Good, good. Suyi nodded and praised, this commanding ability is indeed worthy of praise. Everyone looked towards the field, Vegeta and Sharu looked at each other. Sharu, show your true strength to fight with me. If you dare to underestimate this uncle, be careful and kill you directly. Vegeta is very arrogant and authentic. Oh, little reptile, dare to provoke me. Sharu smiled coldly, not irritated by Vegeta's words. He knew that Vegeta was a man, and his bravery was just an illusion on the surface, he just always wanted to crush him with absolute strength. From the arrogant words just now, it is not difficult to see that this man is trying to anger himself on purpose, so that he can reveal his flaws after being angered. But, is Sharu stupid? Obviously not stupid. Vegeta rushed up again, with golden flames all over her body, and her whole body looked like a god of war. Bang bang bang. The two punched against each other, one pressing aggressively, the other guarding calmly. Too weak, too weak. Sharu defended Vegeta's attack with only one hand, taking time to try to disturb his mood with sarcastic words. The effect is obvious, Vegeta fell into a state of rage, punching harder than punching, and a Qigong cannon consuming more energy than a Qigong cannon. That fool. Piccolo shook his head and smiled bitterly when he saw Vegeta, who was attacking very fast. This guy really can't make the plan, and it's ridiculous enough. In the center of the field, Sharu probably didn't want to play with Vegeta anymore. He raised his hand and punched it out. It was just a very simple punch. However, the bombardment hit Vegeta, and it blew him out directly. Call out. Teleport. Sharu actually used the ability to teleport, and in the blink of an eye, he reached behind Vegeta, who flew out, clasped his hands together, and smashed Vegeta's head hard. Boom. Vegeta was fired like a cannonball, and then fell to the ground with a bang, causing a burst of dust, and a bottomless crater appeared on the ground. Dad! Trunks roared, and instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan state, pulling out the divine sword behind him and killing Sharu. Beat the big ones to the small ones, oh, scum. Sharu sneered and shook his head. Instead of retreating, he moved forward, easily fighting the divine sword swung by Trunks with one finger. Dang dang. As if the sound of metal colliding sounded in the field, everyone saw that sparks were sputtering in the sky. Sharu's physical strength should not be underestimated. Piccolo squinted his eyes and analyzed it, and exclaimed in a cold voice, I really haven't seen any flaws in this guy so far. Perfect. These two words emerged from the bottom of Piccolo's heart. At least, in their eyes, this Sharu is very perfect, just like Suyi, who is also invisible to him, 360 degrees, and there is no dead angle at all. It's terrifying. Android 17 finally opened his mouth and said the first sentence. His face was full of fear, he never felt. No, this guy Sharu is the second person he feels hopeless. 1.6. The first one was Suyi, who was outside the arena at this time. What to do? This guy has absolutely no dead ends, how do we break this guy? Son Gohan asked. Hit hard. After waiting for a while, Trunks in the sky was hit by a shock cannon from Sharu and fainted, and Sun Wukong said solemnly, Gohan, save Vegeta and Trunks and let them put down the super fairy beans. When the 7 of us gather to besiege this guy, we will definitely be able to find a flaw in him. Since he couldn't find a flaw, Sun Wukong's idea was to make a flaw even if he fought. In short, if it doesn't work once, then twice, if it doesn't work twice, then 3 times. The second update is sent. Today, work hard for the 6th update, and look forward to the 7th update. Still the same sentence. Subscription is not good. Update it to make up. Work hard. This book will definitely not be a eunuch. 68. Number 16 who died blocking damage. Wake up, Gohan. Sun Wukong turned into a Super Saiyan and started to drag the time, and Piccolo and others followed him to cover him. Son Gohan listened to his father's words and hurriedly flew to the place where Trunks fell to the ground, quickly fed him a super fairy bean, and then headed towards the position of Vegeta in the deep pit. Flew over. However, when Sun Wukong arrived, Vegeta, who was covered in injuries, flew out of the deep pit, glanced at Sun Wukong coldly, and said indifferently, eating super fairy beans is cowardly. It is absolutely impossible for Prince Vegeta to eat this super bean. Quote. After saying this, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged into the sky. Boom. In less than 3 seconds, Vegeta was shot down again. Getting up with difficulty, Vegeta came to Son Gohan with a gloomy face, spread out his hands and said coldly, give me super fairy beans. This reversal made Sun Wukong's eyes widen, and his face was astonished. Give me super fairy beans. Vegeta's voice was much colder. Oh, okay, Uncle Vegeta. Sun Wukong came back to his senses and hurriedly took out a super fairy bean and threw it to Vegeta. Cluck bang, cluck bang. Vegeta took it and put it in his mouth and chewed it. Soon, all the injuries on his body were gone, and his mental state and strength were 25% better than before. Chopsticks, I'm going to kill you. Vegeta's low voice sounded, as if roaring, angrily declaring her oath. Seeing this scene, Su Yi, who was outside the venue, burst out laughing. True fragrance, scene of a boy surnamed Wang in the previous life. Naturally, other people don't know about this stock, and it's a little strange why Su Yi suddenly laughed. Su Yi, do you think Wukong and the others have a chance to win? Krillin took a deep breath and asked a question. At present, the only person who has an authoritative voice is Su Yi, so he wants to hear this man's point of view. I don't know. Su Yi shrugged, he really didn't know what the outcome of this battle was. According to the plot of the original book, Sharu will definitely die. However, judging from the current development, it really doesn't look like you can kill this guy in one go. It may even be possible to reveal Sharu's real trump card. I'm afraid it's Sun Wukong and other 7 people who died, right? However, all this is not easy to say. Seeing that Su Yi was not sure, Kaylin and others naturally fell silent, no longer asked anything, and focused on looking at the arena. In the field, Sharu easily coped with the siege of 7 people, and everything seemed so calm. This is not difficult to see. This guy's strength is indeed different from what it looks like on the surface. You must know that although Sharu at the current stage has evolved into a complete body, his true strength has not yet erupted. That's it. At present his apparent combat power is also a terrifying existence at the level of 80 billion. With more than half an hour before the siege started, Sharu should not want to play anymore. He burst out with momentum, and shot suddenly. No one could resist his seemingly light fist. In an instant, everyone was defeated. The first one, who to kill first? Sharu, who landed from the sky, carried his hands behind his back and slowly walked towards the 7 fallen people. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Su Yi outside the arena, worried whether he would make a move. However, when he saw that he did not move, Sharu laughed. Su Yi, Wukong and the others are defeated. Seeing Shalu walking towards Sun Wukong and the others, Keelan's expression changed suddenly, and he hurriedly turned his head and shouted to Suyi. Suyi glanced at him and ignored it. Suyi. Yamauchi also shouted anxiously. Don't be noisy. Tianjin Fan glanced at the expressionless Suyi, scolded him aloud, and said calmly, Suyi will not sit idly by. He believes that Wukong and the others will burst out in a desperate situation. Hearing this, Keelan and Yamauchi closed their mouths and looked nervously at the arena. Da da da. The sound of Sharu's footsteps fell in the ears of everyone in the field, like the footsteps of the god of death. No, this should indeed be the footsteps of the god of death. The sound of falling every step made the unwillingness on their faces deepen. In the end, Sharu walked for about 3 minutes before arriving at a distance of about 100 meters. The first. Sharu stretched out his finger and swept past the 7 people like a king, and finally turned around twice, and his finger was assigned to Sun Wufan. It's you. Sharu stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, with a wicked smile on his face. At the same time, his fingertips lit up with a ray of light. Gohan. Sun Wukong tried his best to stand up, trying to block this attack for Sun Wufan. However, he found that he couldn't raise his body, so he could only watch Sharu's attack unleashed. No. The attack came out, and Sun Wukong roared. Boom. A dazzling light flickered, followed by an explosion. Number 10, 16. After more than 10 seconds, the fog generated by the explosion dissipated, revealing a tall figure, which was the android number 16. And he blocked Son Gohan with his own body. You are still young, you shouldn't have suffered such a scene, so you can't die. Cyborg number 16 showed a loving smile, and reached out his hand as if he wanted to touch Gohan's head, but before he could touch it, he fell to the ground with a bang. Scum! How dare you sabotage my goal? Seeing this scene, Shalu's face darkened instantly. He stepped forward, and in an instant he arrived in front of the fallen android number 16, stepped down and smashed his head. Seeing this scene, Gohan's eyes instantly turned red, and tears couldn't stop collapsing from his eyes. Cry, little reptile, I'll let you cry a little longer. Shalu laughed wildly in the sky, very arrogant. Ah! Little Gohan bit his lip tightly, crouched down on the ground and roared, and he slowly got up with strength, and the momentum on his body gradually increased. Climbed up. Yes, the potential of the little reptile is really great. However, you are about to die. Sharu sneered and stretched out a finger, and the fingertip flashed a dazzling light again. Outside the arena, Kaylin and the others' faces changed dramatically, and they shouted angrily, Gohan, run! Run! Suyi heard their roars, and when he saw this scene again, his eyes narrowed, and the corners of his mouth evoked a playful sneer. Do run! However, the one who ran should probably be this Sharu. Because, a terrifying and powerful aura had already risen in Gohan's body. I'm going to kill you. Boom! As Son Gohan roared, he instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. However, the Super Saiyan that Son Gohan transformed into this time is different from before. At this moment, there were lightning bolts all over his body, and there was a crackling sound. Seeing this scene, the pupils of everyone on and off the field shrank. This is 2 that Suyi once showed. 69. Gohan is powerful, hunt down Sharu. Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta, who was on the side, saw this scene, his eyes widened, and he roared in disbelief, why? How can such a small child be transformed into Super Saiyan 2? In comparison, the potential of this Son Gohan is not much stronger than that of his son Trunks. Gohan. Son Wukong was also very shocked, but he was more happy and relieved in his heart. His son surpassed himself. As a father, this is indeed a very happy thing. Sharu. At this time, Sun Wufan's expression was extremely indifferent, and he was not at all like the usual him. He walked slowly and heavily towards Sharu, with electric lights flashing all over his body, which would set off a little god of war. Suyi nodded and laughed from the sidelines. At present, the strength of Son Gohan's outbreak is far greater than the 100 combat power increase that Super Saiyan 2 should have. Although it is not the realm of mysterious Gohan, his transformation is still stronger than ordinary the Super Saiyan 2. It seems that in the initial setting, the old man really wanted Gohan to replace Goku as the protagonist. Suyi was amazed. The setting of Sun Wukong during this period is undoubtedly not the template of the protagonist who will be pushed all the way. He believed that if it wasn't for the influence of Wukong so deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, the lunch that was thrown into the cold palace would not have been reduced to a wild game in the follow-up. If it becomes the protagonist, it is more likely to be the name of Shenthan. A pity indeed. Suyi sighed inwardly and looked at the field again. At the current stage, Son Gohan easily suppressed the complete Sharu without any difficulty at all. Bang bang bang. He punched Sharu flesh with a punch, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Too powerful. Is this really Gohan? Everyone was shocked. The strength of Son Gohan in Super Saiyan 2 state is too terrifying. Escape. Now I am not his opponent. Sharu panicked. He knew that his strength was definitely not the opponent of Son Gohan in Super Saiyan 2 state at this time. Damn it. A hairy boy actually made this king want to escape. Sharu roared in his heart, but he couldn't do anything no matter how angry he was. Facing Son Gohan, who was in a state of rage and Super Saiyan 2, he was as powerless as he was facing Suyi. Gohan, Sharu wants to escape. Diaresis. Piccolo suddenly exclaimed, reminding Son Gohan. He can't escape. Son Gohan has absolute confidence that Sharu can't escape, because he is very fast and can easily catch up with this guy. However, Son Gohan forgot a very important point: Sharu will move instantly. Therefore, after Sharu released a smoke-like shock cannon, he directly used teleportation and disappeared in place. But it is worth mentioning that no matter how this Sharu escaped by teleportation, he could not do without Suyi's magic circle and could only curl up on this small island. Damn! Sun Wukong roared, turned around and came to the corpse of the android number 16, bowed deeply. Number 16, I'm sorry, I couldn't avenge you. But don't worry, I will still kill this Sharu. Yes. Soon, Sun Wukong took out the super fairy beans for Sun Wukong and others to eat, and the group of 7 became 6 people, and everyone was a little sentimental for a while. What should I do? This Sharu will move instantly and can easily escape. The recovered people discussed it, and Piccolo frowned. At this time, Suyi's voice came from outside the arena into the arena. This island is the battlefield, and he can't escape. Hearing this, everyone was stunned, and then Sun Wukong's face was filled with joy. At this time, he still maintained the state of Super Saiyan 2, as if his physical strength was infinite, and he did not fall back to normal. Very well, let me hunt down this guy. Son Gohan said calmly. But will this state of yours last for a long time? Sun Wukong asked aloud. Dad, don't worry, I already feel like I can transform into a Super Saiyan 2 realm at will. Son Gohan smiled. As soon as these words came out, Vegeta's face turned gloomy. Thinking that he is a noble Saiyan prince, a man with infinite potential, can't compare to this guy Kakarot enough to make him angry. Now, he can't even compare to the son of this guy Kakarot. Gohan, come on. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, cheering for him. Dad, Uncle Vegeta, Uncle Piccolo, Trunks, Uncle number 17, I'm going to search for Sharu's location first. Son Gohan flew to the sky, and then searched all around. Under normal circumstances, as long as Shalu doesn't reveal his breath, Son Gohan can't find his location, but with Suyi's help outside the field, Sharu's breath is revealed for no reason. Where? Sun Wukong glanced around with a pair of eyes, and sensed Sharu's breath with his heart. In the end, he sensed that Sharu was hiding in a mountain. Boom! Sun Wukong blasted out the shock cannons from his hand, bombarding the mountain wildly. However, Sharu, who was hidden inside, was not forced out. Strange. Did I sense it wrong? After bombing for a long time, Sun Wukong frowned, and his eyes showed doubts, feeling very strange. Logically speaking, with such a big shock, this Sharu absolutely couldn't bear it and wanted to run away. Now, he bombed for at least a few minutes. He blasted this mountain away, and piles of waste rocks gathered together. It would be absolutely dead to be an ordinary person. Here, Vegeta heard the sound, and immediately set off and flew towards Sun Gohan. Seeing this, Sun Wukong and the others looked at each other, thought for a while, and flew over. A group of people arrived, and at this time, Sun Wuhan seemed to have noticed Sharu's hiding place, flew to the waste rock pile, and then calmly sent out a turtle Qigong wave. Boom! The waste rock pile exploded in an instant, and then Sharu's figure huddled in a corner appeared. Diaresis damn! Why can you sense my existence, you stinky boy? Sharu was furious. It was a shame to be chased and killed by a little brat. Now he has closed his breath. How did this guy know his location? Escape. Without waiting for Sun Gohan to react, Sharu dodged and teleported 100 meters away in an instant. Damn it! Why can't I use teleportation to leave this island? Sharu was completely panicked and could not leave the island, so what awaited him must be death. Drag a while, this kid's physical strength is gradually weakening, and I have clearly felt his combat effectiveness is declining. Shalu looked back, Lee's good, gritted his teeth, and used teleportation again, but every time he used it, he found that he could move at most 100 meters, which made him very uncomfortable. So, just like this, one chased, the other fled. Sun Gohan released a shock cannon from time to attack Sharu, and every time he hit, Sharu was in constant pain. About an hour later, Sun Wukong had returned to his normal state and fell directly in midair. Sun Wukong, who had been chasing after him, hurriedly stepped forward and hugged Sun Wukong, looking at his small face with a look of relief on his face. Dad, I'm too weak to avenge number 16. Quote. Gohan closed his eyes and murmured softly. No, Gohan, you did a great job, you are amazing. Sun Wukong praised. Hearing Sun Wukong's praise, Xiao Wufan showed a small smile on his face, and then passed out completely. 70. The tyrannical Vegeta, Sharu returns to his state. Without Suyi's help, Sun Wukong naturally couldn't trace Sharu's specific location, so a group of people guarded Sun Wuhan. What's next? Piccolo looked at the last Super Fairy Bean and said solemnly, if we don't get rid of this guy Sharu quickly, I'm afraid it's not just number 16 who will die, but we can't escape bad luck. Take a rest, Sharu will definitely not be able to fight in a short time. So, keep this last Super Fairy Bean. Sun Wukong thought for a while and said. Okay. The rest of the people also have no opinion. Seriously, I know Gohan's potential is very strong. However, he turned into Super Saiyan 2 earlier than you guys, which really shocked me. Piccolo looked at the sleeping Son Gohan with an incredible look on his face, and couldn't help but marvel. Yeah, I didn't expect Gohan to turn into Super Saiyan 2 before me and Vegeta. Sun Wukong sighed. Huh. Vegeta, who was on the side, snorted coldly and flew away from the place. Very proud, he was naturally unconvinced, and now he was going to find him and kill him while Sharu was injured. Since he is currently at his peak, he is also very confident in killing Sharu, who was injured. Trunks opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he sighed and let Vegeta leave the position where he was searching for Sharu. Dad, he's too strong. Trunks smiled wryly and shook his head. If he wasn't so strong in the future and knew how to be flexible, I'm afraid he would still be alive at this time. Speaking of which, he smiled again and again. ... While Sun Wukong and the others were discussing, on Vegeta's side, he glanced around and finally settled on the top of a big mountain. It's a shame for the noble Saiyan prince to be surpassed by the son of an inferior warrior. Vegeta opened her hands and roared into the sky, her aura rapidly inflated and exploded, much stronger than before. Damn it. Ah. Boom. Vegeta bombarded the energy cannon at the nearby mountains like crazy, and the mountains collapsed. At this moment, a figure flew out from one of the large mountain waste rocks that had been knocked down. Is it Sharu? Vegeta's eyes narrowed, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Feng Shui turns, he was beaten by this scum before, now, it's his turn to take revenge. Sharu, die! Vegeta roared angrily and flew to chase after Sharu. Damn it, it's really maddening me to be dragged away by this little reptile. Sharu looked back at the amazing Vegeta and gritted his teeth for a while. Wait a minute, in more than 10 minutes, Pix cells will be able to recover from my injuries. Then, this reptile will die. Sharu thought coldly in his heart, so now he just needs to avoid the energy cannon launched by Vegeta as much as possible, and run away to delay the time. Chopsticks, wasn't it so powerful before? It's not the point of running away now. Vegeta has now been swept away by anger, plus the previous suffocation, and now he is completely different from him. In other words, his own evil spirit has not dissipated. Otherwise, how could he in the future Buu space be invaded and controlled by Babidi? As time passed, Sharu gradually recovered a lot. His speed also slowly decreased. This guy is fishing. He believed that Vegeta would definitely think he was exhausted. In fact, his state has actually recovered 9 times out of 10, and the injuries on his body are slowly recovering. Hey, Vegeta, it's fun to chase for so long, isn't it? Just wait, in a minute, it's your time of disaster. Sharu is very cautious, and it stands to reason that his current strength is enough to obliterate Vegeta, but he is afraid of Sun Cfec, Gohan in the Super Saiyan 2 realm. Therefore, when he recovers, even if he can't beat him, he can escape. 1 minute passed quickly, and Sharu's state completely returned to its peak. At the same time, Sharu also stopped, folded his arms around his chest, turned around and looked at Vegeta who was chasing after him with an indifferent attitude, and there was a faint sneer at the corner of his mouth, which made Vegeta's heart skip a beat. You recovered. Vegeta exclaimed when she saw that Sharu's injuries had recovered. Oh, you forgot. I have big cells, and the ability to recover from injuries is very powerful. Sharu laughed, stretched out a finger, hooked Vegeta, and said coldly, now, your disaster is here. Call out. The voice fell, and an energy cannon was ejected from Sharu's fingertips. Boom. The speed was so fast that Vegeta didn't react at all, and was blasted hundreds of meters away. A reptile is a reptile after all. Sharu dodged and reached behind Vegeta in an instant, and the palm of his hand pointed at him, and another energy cannon blasted out. Ah! Vegeta screamed in pain, and Sharu, who had recovered, was no match for him. But within a few breaths, he was directly bombarded to the ground, not knowing his life or death. Oops! At the same time, Wukong, who had been taking care of Son Gohan, suddenly changed his face and jumped out of the ground. Vegeta's chi is very weak. This is, on the verge of death. What? Trunks' expression changed, and he also jumped up from the ground. After sensing it carefully, he hurriedly flew in the direction of Vegeta. Trunks! Son Wukong shouted. Uncle Wukong, I have to save Dad. Trunks turned back solemnly. I'll accompany you. Son Wukong glanced at Gohan who was still in a coma, got up and followed Trunks and flew towards Vegeta. Place, Piccolo and the Android 17 stared wide-eyed, not knowing what to do. How about, give the last super bean to Gohan? After a while of silence, the Android 17 opened his mouth and proposed a sentence. Piccolo pondered. At present, apart from Suyi, who is Sharu's opponent, I am afraid that Gohan in Super Saiyan 2 state is the only one left. Suyi, who is trying to train them, is naturally impossible to take action, so if he really wants to live, he must be turned into Super Saiyan 2 by Son Gohan. But, it's the last Super Fairy Bean. If this Gohan doesn't kill Sharu by then, what will happen next? Thinking of this, Piccolo's face changed for a while, and it was really hard enough to decide. 71. Sharu, who was beaten violently, went into a violent state in anger. Boom! The sound of the explosion kept coming from a distance, and three powerful chi were colliding. Piccolo's face became more and more tangled. Finally, as Trunks became weak, he gritted his teeth and hurriedly fed the last super fairy bean to Sun Wu-tilda to eat. Son Gohan woke up from the coma. Uncle Piccolo, Dad, where are they? Sun Wufan jumped twice, and then asked a question. They are fighting Sharu. Android 17 spoke up. Boom. Hearing this, Son Gohan's eyes narrowed, and he instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 1 and flew directly into the distance. Keep up, Piccolo said, and hurriedly followed. After a while, the three arrived on the battlefield one after the other. Dad, you. Sun Wufan saw that Sun Wukong's body was already crumbling, and it seemed that he was about to fall. If it weren't for the unconscious Vegeta and Trunks behind him, he might not be able to support it long ago. Because, he knew that once he fell, not only would he die, but Vegeta and Trunks would also die. Gohan. Sun Wukong looked back at Sun Wuhan in the sky and smiled with relief. Then, he slowly closed his eyes and fell down. Sun Wuhan hurried over, caught Sun Wukong, and then let Piccolo and the others leave the battlefield with the fainted people. Son Gohan. Sharu glanced at Sun Wufan with fear, with a strong killing intent in his eyes. Sharu, I will definitely kill you to avenge number 16. Son Gohan roared. Humph. Sharu snorted coldly and turned to run away. How could Sun Wufan let him escape? He dodged and arrived in front of Sharu in an instant, with a seemingly very simple punch. Boom. Super Saiyan 1's Gohan's suppressing power is not too strong for Sharu, so this punch can easily see the trajectory of the action, and the punch is right at the same time. This punch caused the air to vibrate a bit, and the two of them stepped back 100 or 200 meters. What? Can't you transform into the state you were before? Sharu's eyes flashed and he tried out. If Son Gohan can no longer transform into Super Saiyan 2, then he has absolute confidence to kill this little reptile. Oh, as you wish. Sun Wufan sneered, transformed into Super Saiyan 2 with a burst of gas, and his whole body exploded with electric lights. At this moment, his strength increased by an unknown number of times. Feeling the breath of Son Gohan, Sharu narrowed his eyes. He knew that he couldn't beat Sun Wufan at present, and it was really not easy to escape. Let's fight a containment war. The only advantage, Sharu felt that he had Bix recovery ability cells, and the injury or something should be able to recover very quickly. So, this is his only important point to win. Sharu, who had already made a decision, no longer wanted to run away, but instead killed Son Gohan. A good show is about to start. At this moment, Su Yi, who was outside the arena, carried his hands behind his back, looking at Shalu and Son Gohan who were fighting indifferently, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. He knew that Sharu, who no longer escaped, would gradually increase his strength while relying on Son Gohan to fight. After all, this guy has Saiyan cells in his body, and the most buggy thing about Saiyans is that they will only grow after being abused. Therefore, the next period will be Sharu's most painful period. Bang bang bang. Just as Su Yi thought, even if Sharu in full body state has no power to fight back against Son Gohan in Super Saiyan 2 state. Gohan, he's too strong. Seeing Sharu, who has been beaten and unable to fight back, not only Klein sighed, but everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but sigh. In their eyes, Sun Wukong can be said to be the most powerful person besides Su Yi. On the other hand, Sharu easily crushed Sun Wukong. At this time, he was beaten by Gohan, who was only a few years old. How can this scene not shock everyone? Sharu, you are too weak. Sun Wufan slammed Sharu with a punch, and an extremely indifferent voice entered his ears. Damn, why is this little reptile so powerful? Sharu's anger and fear rose at the same time, and the momentum was also getting stronger and stronger. The second bug of the Saiyans is reflected, that is, the state of anger, and the strength is even stronger. Ha! Sharu quickly retreated a few hundred meters, bent down and clenched his fists and roared. As his roar sounded, Sharu's body swelled up, much stronger than before, and his appearance was much more mature. Reptile, should I thank you? Shalu laughed coldly, and now, he felt a very powerful force surging in his body. Huh! Sun Wukong sneered, still ignoring Sharu. He raised his breath again, and rushed over. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. A punch with golden flame slammed out and hit Sharu directly. Your speed is too slow. Sun Wukong knew Sharu's shortcomings at a glance, and said coldly. Boom. With another punch, Sharu flew upside down. What if the speed is slow? My strength is much stronger than before. Now, I am confident that I can kill you with one punch. Sharu laughed loudly. Sun Gohan's two punches just now didn't cause any damage to him, it just didn't hurt or itch at all. You'll find out later. Sun Gohan rushed over again, Sharu flew into the sky, and the two fought in the sky. Although Sharu's speed has slowed down a lot, it is still unimaginable for Piccolo and the others, so the fight between the two seems to be just flashes of light in their eyes, and they can't see the live battle at all. Suyi, how was the fight between Gohan and Sharu? Krillin asked very worriedly on the side. 6 or 4. Suyi said lightly, and did not say who was 6 or 4. Hearing this, Kaylin's face darkened. He glanced at Suyi but didn't ask any more questions. However, seeing his urgent appearance, Lazili laughed. Hearing Lazili's laughter, Suyi looked back and found that the woman's eyes were on him, which made him a little puzzled. Lazili, are you laughing at me? You are so disgusting. Razari smiled, we only talk halfway through, how do we know who is the 6th and who is the 4th? Gohan 6, Sharu 4. Suyi pursed his lips and said. Seeing Suyi say it, Kyuan and Tianjin Fan suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, but Kyuan looked at Suyi with a bit of sadness. Seeing his gaze, Suyi smiled inwardly, but didn't say anything, and turned back to look at the battle in the field. Both Shalu and Sun Gohan became more and more excited, and their strength became stronger and stronger. But in Suyi's eyes, he saw something different. In fact, the little guy Sun Gohan actually has the absolute speed and strength to beat Sharu, but he doesn't. The realm of Super Saiyan 2 perfectly. The gifted little guy is worthy of being the son of Wukong. Suyi nodded and praised. 72. Completely clear Sharu. The time lasted for another 10 minutes, and Sharu could already see what Gohan was thinking, and with a gloomy face he stepped back several hundred meters and looked at Gohan coldly. Looks like you've seen my intentions. Sun Gohan laughed, if that's the case, I've almost completely mastered the realm of Super Saiyan 2 anyway. Boom. A more powerful aura erupted, and Sun Gohan didn't wait for Shalu to come back to his senses, and instantly rushed in front of him and punched him directly in the abdomen. Damn little reptile, I'll kill you for sure. Sharu was still stubborn, even though he spat out several mouthfuls of blood, he was still very strong and did not admit defeat at all. In this regard, Sun Wuhan just smiled coldly. In this state, he is not only very powerful, but also very inflated. Gohan, don't tell him any more, he has my cells and his recovery ability is very powerful. Piccolo growled on the side. Hearing Piccolo's words, Sun Wukong smiled lightly, and didn't care too much. He turned around and said, May 13 inches. Uncle Piccolo, don't worry, no matter how strong Sharu's recovery ability is, it is still in my hands. Not good. Hearing this, Piccolo shook his head with a wry smile. He is himself, and he naturally understands how perverted his resilience is. Well, I'm not going to waste any more time. Son Gohan turned around and rushed towards Sharu. His momentum burst out, and it seemed that he was ready to kill Sharu. When Son Gohan set off, Shalu sneered and was ready to use his backhand. Since it's not an opponent, then, let's all die together. Thinking of this, Shalu suddenly rushed to Sun Wufan. The crazy look on his face made Suyi frown outside the arena. It seemed that this guy wanted to blow himself up and die together. However, Suyi knew that this guy did not succeed in self-destruction, but instead increased his strength. Here, he was completely tied with Son Gohan of Super Saiyan 2. Little reptiles, die, ha ha ha. Sharu rushed over, roared, and opened his hands as if embracing something, a burst of energy that could destroy the world and destroy the world. Not good. Sharu wants to blow himself up. Not good. Sharu wants to blow himself up. Seeing this, number 17 and number 18 on and off the field exclaimed at the same time. What? Hearing this, Piccolo panicked. Gohan, run. Sharu is going to blow himself up. Piccolo roared hard. Hearing this, Sun Wufan's expression changed. Although he could easily defeat Sharu, if he blew himself up, I'm afraid he really couldn't resist. Die, little reptile, die. Sharu grinned, and his body suddenly swelled up rapidly. Boom. A loud explosion exploded in midair, and then the aftermath dispersed. Boom. Oops. Sun Wufan glanced back and stepped forward to stop him with his own body, but it was of no use at all. After the shock wave of the explosion was overwhelmed, no one escaped this explosion disaster. It's over. Krillin's body trembled, and a sad expression appeared on his face. I don't know if Shenlong can revive Wukong and the others. Tianjin Fan was too rational, and immediately thought of making a wish to Shenlong. Soon, the aftermath of the explosion dissipated, and bursts of dust floated in the air. Wait. Krillin looked at the field, the sad expression on his face instantly turned into an excited expression. They're not dead. Sharu's self-destruction power is not enough to destroy Goku and the others. Tianjin Fan looked over and roared in surprise. Ha ha ha. Krillin and the others on the sidelines were happy. As long as they didn't die, it would be a very good thing. While everyone was rejoicing, Suyi noticed a small thing that looked like an embryo. Without guessing, he knew that this was Sharu. Call out. Suyi dodged, came to Sun Wufan and the others, and started feeding them super immortal beans one by one. Soon a group of people recovered, and their faces were full of surprises. Gohan, you did it. Sun Wukong came to Sun Wufan, reached out and patted his shoulder, and praised, I believe that soon, you little guy will be more powerful than me. Sun Wufan scratched his head embarrassedly and laughed. Suddenly his eyes narrowed, and he turned his head to look at a place. An embryo-like thing was slowly condensing into a person. What? Sharu is alive again. Piccolo looked at it, and his face suddenly changed. He didn't die when he blew himself up, so how could he kill him? Ding! Instantly kill Sharu in the form of lightning, and reward 1 million exchange points. Please note that the host must be instant killed to obtain quest rewards. Just as Sharu was gradually condensing and forming, Suyi's mind suddenly sounded the sweet and pleasant voice of the system. 1 million. Exchange points. WOC. System, you are so generous. However, how many seconds does it count as an instant kill? You have to say a time limit. From Suyi's point of view, resolving the battle within a minute is considered an instant kill. Because, before a minute, it was counted as seconds. Therefore, it is a matter of course that solving the battle within 1 minute is considered an instant kill. Host, your explanation is indeed a bit thick-skinned. Within 3 seconds, if the host cannot kill Sharu in lightning form, the reward will be invalid. The system complained, and then explained it very seriously. Okay, accept. Suyi nodded, thinking back to reality. During the period of communication with the system, Sharu has been completely formed, and the electric light all over his body is crackling. He is almost a Super Saiyan 2 in this form, and his strength is not much different from that of Son Gohan in Super Saiyan 2 state. Is he also Super Saiyan 2? Piccolo saw the lightning flashing all over him, and his eyes were similar to those of Gohan before, all staring at the things in front of him with a contemptuous attitude. What a powerful force! Lightning Sharu clenched his fist. He had an illusion. With a punch, he could directly pierce the entire earth with the power of his flesh. Sharu, you have transformed. Sun Wukong scolded, and just stepped forward and took a step to transform into Super Saiyan 2, but Suyi stopped him and said lightly, "This guy, let me solve it." Solve Lightning Sharu within 3 seconds. Then Suyi naturally has to transform into Super Saiyan 3, so he didn't even think about it. He transformed into Super Saiyan 3 directly, and under everyone's shocked eyes, he launched Turtle Scent Qigong Wave action. At the same time, the system began to count. 3. Turtle. 2. Pi. 1. Wave. ... Boom. Host, although I know you have this strength, you are obviously not playing cards according to the routine. Suyi didn't finish the words, and jumped 2 words at the last second. When he said the word wave, he saw that the Turtle Qigong Wave 3.6 still appeared in his palm, and he blasted away at Shalu. Ah! Sharu's screams sounded, and it was completely turned into fly ash under Suyi's blow. 1 million exchange points, thank you. Suyi grinned, but he didn't need to shout out those words. He also fired out the Turtle Qigong Wave every second. Ding! System rewards have arrived. The system shrewdly replied, and then stopped moving. Suyi didn't care either. If he didn't play cards according to the routine, he really didn't think it had any bad influence. The exchange point has arrived, and the Sharu incident is completely over. Go back and celebrate tonight. Suyi turned his head and found that the atmosphere was a little stiff, which made him lower his head and think for a while, then raised his head and waved his fist and roared. Good. After Suyi's roar, the scene remained silent for 2 seconds, and then there was a loud response from everyone. The chapter of Sharu is officially over. 73. This diamond level gift package is fat. Taking advantage of the afternoon, Suyi took the time to collect the 7 Dragon Balls. This time, the dragon was replaced by the gods, so the dragon could make 3 wishes every day. The first one Suyi promised was to revive all the ordinary people who died in Sharu's hands this time, and the second one was to clear the bombs in Lasley's body on the 17th and 18th of the androids. As for the third wish, he really didn't expect anything good, so he simply chose not to make this wish. Soon, at night, Suyi took the lead in holding a party, and Sun Wukong's heartstrings that had been tense for so long could finally be loosened. So, this party, everyone is very excited. I played until about 3 o'clock in the morning. It is worth mentioning that at this party, Lazuli on the 18th confessed directly to Suyi. This made Bulma and Mato Akatsuki look a little strange, but they were not jealous, and directly expressed their welcome to Razuri to join the big family. To be honest, with the addition of Lasley, the 2 of us can't fight against that guy, so what about the 3 of us? The 3 women came to one side and whispered. 25. Razuri, a young child, was naturally red-faced by the teasing of Bulma and Akatsuki, and kept saying, "Sister, don't be like this." At this, everyone burst into laughter. ... After the party, Suyi, who was full of alcohol, hugged Bulma and Lasley's water snake waist, and even took Akatsuki Mato, who was holding the little girl, to use teleportation to return to Exodus' home. At 4 o'clock in the morning, with a cry of pain and pleasure, Lazuli officially completed her transformation from a young girl to a young woman. Waking up the next morning, Bulma's 3 women were lying on the big bed, and their perfect bodies were revealed in front of Suyi's eyes. Waking up so early. Suyi shook his head, went into the bathroom to wash up, walked out and glanced at the time. It turned out to be only around 9 o'clock in the morning. You know, he had tossed with Bulma and the others for at least 3 hours last night. So, He just slept for a maximum of 2 or 3 hours. This damn biological clock, idiot. Suyi expressed his helplessness. Once he wakes up, it will be difficult for him to go back to sleep, so over the years, he has never experienced the feeling of coming back to sleep. Since he woke up after waking up, Suyi won't be too entangled in this problem. He just ate some breakfast and entered the training room. In the training room, Suyi did not enter the cultivation state for the first time, but began to think about the subsequent development of the plot. If he remembered correctly, 7 years after the end of the Sharu chapter, with the opening of the world's #1 martial arts conference, the Bu chapter officially opened. 7 years is definitely enough for me to grow to a very scary level. Suyi is very confident. Bu is like a child in front of him, and he has no power to fight back. However, if he was asked to resolve the matter, he would naturally not do so. He wants Goku to grow up and grow to the point where he can compete with him. After all, this is the world of Dragon Ball, he is the protagonist, and his growth is definitely very strong. Therefore, it was Suyi's plan to train him to be his opponent. It goes without saying how lonely it is to have no opponents. After starting to practice, Suyi is only one step away from completely controlling the 9 Suns divine art. As long as he has complete control, his physique will be automatically promoted to the 9 Suns divine physique. At that time, he will almost be able to practice the next exercise. With such a heaven-defying thing as a system, Suyi naturally doesn't have to worry about whether the next exercise will conflict with other gods if he practices. Therefore, if he can perfectly control a divine art as soon as possible, he is naturally willing to control it as soon as possible. An hour later, Suyi left the training room. The results of this time's practice were average, but Suyi didn't ask too much for the time being, and came to sit on a stone bench in the backyard. System, I want to receive today's login package. Speaking of which, Suyi forgot to pick up the gift bag because of something happened 2 days ago. When he recalled it later, he was naturally aching to death. The point is, the system didn't remind him. This is the most rigid. Ding! Daily random login packs are being delivered. Congratulations to the host, your random login package today has got a diamond level package. The gift package has been delivered to the host space package, please pay attention to check it. ... A series of system prompts rang in Suyi's mind. It turned out to be a diamond level gift bag. Suyi was stunned for a moment when he heard the system's beep, and then moved his thoughts into the system space in surprise and clicked on the package section. Diamond level gift package. The second stage of controlling the immortal body, Beaming magic, 100,000 exchange points, 10,000 super fairy beans. 660. This diamond level gift bag should belong to the top diamond gift bag, and it contains so many things that it explodes. Compared with the last diamond gift package, it is completely one sky and one underground. What is the second stage of the undead? Suyi is more envious of this thing. As for the follow-up Beaming magical art, to be honest, he is not very interested. After opening the gift package, a lot of system prompts sounded, and Suyi fierily opened the second stage of the immortal body and introduced the functions. Immortal body stage 2. The body is immortal and has 500% healing ability. The introduction is just 2 sentences, very simple. However, Suyi was completely stunned. Fuck, this second stage of the immortal body is too scary for Nima. It was the first time that Suyi had uttered foul language after so many years. From this, it can be seen how shocked he is at the second stage of this immortal body. The 8th chapter, although it is 8 chapters, but each chapter is more than 2,200, some 2,500 words, it can be said that 9 chapters are actually updated. Sincerely ask for a subscription. 74. The cute little loli with double ponytails. He remembered the second stage of the immortal body he had before, which only had a single attribute of 200% healing ability. You know, this single attribute is a very buggy ability. It's like he's got a very serious injury, and I'm afraid it will heal in minutes. Of course, over the years, he has indeed never been injured once. If I had to say it, I didn't rest too much when I faced Sharu last time, suffered a small loss, and was not injured. Don't look at the uselessness of this immortal body at the current stage. In fact, the more you go to the later stage, the more terrifying this immortal body can definitely show. In a battle between masters at the same level, one is afraid of being injured, the other is not afraid of being injured, so everyone should understand the importance of this, right? I don't know if this undead body will have a third stage. Suyi looked forward to it. The first stage has a single attribute, and the second stage has 2 attributes. If this is the third stage, will it have a third attribute? Expect. Suyi, very much looking forward to it. After learning the second stage of the immortal body, Suyi has completely mastered this ability, and then turned to Beiming Divine Art. Beiming Shengong, the highest martial arts of the Xiaoyao school, in Mr. Jin Yang's novel, The 8 Dragons. The power of magic is so powerful that even Xu Zhu, who is not yet familiar with the skills, can suck back Tianshan Tongmao and Li Chushui with deep internal strength. The introduction is just that, very simple. Suyi glanced at it and put the thing directly elsewhere. Absorb other people's inner strength. In this Dragon Ball world, there is a fart internal force. Moreover, even if you can absorb other people's chi, what's the use? Not to mention, if Suyi remembered correctly, to practice this thing, you need to pay for your own internal strength, or true chi, and then convert it into Beiming true chi. This thing is really useless to Suyi. Leave it first. If it's really useless, just throw it into the system space and recycle it. Suyi quickly made a decision and stopped thinking about it. Although there were many other things in the diamond gift bag, they were all small things, so it was not worth his attention. He got up and went to the inner room. Boom! A big bell hung in the living room of the inner room rang, which was the hourly sound. Huh, it's already 11 o'clock. Suyi was stunned for a moment, thinking that the time must have passed too fast. Luli is about to get out of school, and she's going to go on a trip soon, so she naturally wants to bring her little baby with her. Suyi laughed, put her index finger and middle finger a little between her eyebrows, and disappeared in her own home in an instant. The next second, she appeared at the gate of the kindergarten where the little girl was studying. Due to the crowd, no one noticed Suyi, who suddenly appeared beside him. However, at 11:15, the kindergarten ended. Dad. After a while, all the parents picked up their children and went home, but Suyi never received them, which made him a little surprised. But soon, a young girl's voice sounded in his ear. He instantly sensed it, looked up. Good guy, this girl actually floated in the sky at least 1,000 meters above. If it weren't for his amazing eyesight, he would never have seen this little girl. However, what surprised Suyi was, where did this little girl learn the sound transmission technique? He didn't remember that he had taught this girl, or even Bulma and Mato Akatsuki. Soon, Suyi instantly moved to the sky that was 1,000 meters high, and the little girl flew into his arms and rubbed her head comfortably. Let's not go to class for the time being, let's go on a trip as a family. Suyi rubbed the little girl's head and looked down, only to realize that she actually had a cute double ponytail, which really made her feel like a cute little loli. Oye, Luli is going on a trip with Dad. The little girl approached Suyi excitedly, and then Biaji kissed him on the cheek. Ha ha ha. Suyi laughed. ... Back home, Bulma's 3 daughters also woke up. Hello Aunt Razari. The little girl jumped down from Suyi's arms, said hello to Bulma and Akatsuki, and then called Lazli sweetly. Luli is so good. You are too. Razari responded with a generous smile. Luli, I'm going to change my name to Lazli's mother in the future. Bulma squatted down and took the little girl into her arms, smiling. The little girl stretched out her finger and put it in her small mouth and bit it, then tilted her head and called out sweetly, Mama Rasiri. Hearing this, Lazili's mother, Lazili's pretty face suddenly turned red, and then she responded shyly, then lowered her head and stopped talking. Diaresis Bulma, everything should be packed, right? Suyi asked. Packed up and ready to go. Bulma smiled and nodded. Okay. Suyebi made an okay gesture, then took the capsule that Bulma handed over, teleported to the backyard, and threw the capsule on the ground. Boom. A spaceship appeared, and it was the spaceship he started with. Traveling on the Earth, Suyi has already taken Bulma and Mato Akatsuki and the others to play, and there is basically no fun. Therefore, for this trip, Suyi had already decided to go to the universe. As far as he knows, the galaxy in the Dragon Ball world has many habitable planets and more alien creatures. A taste of the alien scenery is actually what Bulma has always wanted. Now, the family officially set off, Howli. Planet Brado, this is the first alien planet that Suyi decided to travel to. It is not too far from the Earth, and the scenery is beautiful enough for them to spend a few months or even a year of playing time. After half a month, the spacecraft stopped outside the planet Brado. Stop the spaceship ahead quickly. The planet Brado has been reserved by King Gyula, and all foreign tourists are prohibited from entering. A roar sounded in front of the spaceship Suyi. Huh, King Gura. Is that Frieza's brother, Gura? Hearing the name said by the stopper, Suyi raised his brows, and a funny smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's really that Gyula, so this first trip is really interesting. Because if this guy doesn't provoke him, it's fine. If he does, it just happens that his family will be reunited in hell. 75. Planet Brado, Frieza's brother Gyula. He doesn't know if this Gyula has heard of him, but presumably, as long as he turns into a Super Saiyan, I'm afraid he should be able to understand. Unfortunately, I can't survive in the vacuum of the universe. This ghost setting is really uncomfortable. Suyi smiled wryly and shook his head, otherwise he would go straight out of the spaceship to see who would dare to stop him. However, speaking of this, he remembered that Bardock was fighting Frieza outside of planet Vegeta. Isn't that in the universe? Perhaps. Can you try? Suyi mobilized the situation outside and took a look. The video was mapped to his spaceship. A large group of alien races were holding laser guns or laser cannons, or traditional ancient weapons just floating outside the planet. It's embarrassing for him to meow. Suyi shook his head and said that he was speechless. It turned out that after a long time, everything had bugs, or the news that ordinary creatures in the previous Dragon Ball anime could not survive in the universe was just a gimmick by the old man. Host, they are currently in the stratosphere of a planet. Note, the stratosphere of every planet has oxygen. When Suyi felt embarrassed, the system's sweet and pleasant voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Hearing this, Suyi blinked. Stratosphere. What is that? 563. To be honest, he has never heard of the stratosphere, whether in his past or present life. Anyway, nothing can survive in the universe. You just need to know that these alien creatures are outside the planet with oxygen. The system explained a sentence. Okay, I'm not literate anymore. Suyi felt a little embarrassed, put his index and middle fingers together a little between his eyebrows, and disappeared into the spaceship. Call out. The next second, Suyi reappeared in front of a large group of alien creatures outside the spacecraft. Well, there is really oxygen. Suyi took a deep breath, and then murmured in his heart. Hey, are you the owner of this spaceship? An alien creature that looked very much like a toad came forward with a rocket launcher and looked at Suyi coldly. Suyi nodded. Oh, be funny, you'd better get out of the way, or King Gyula will get angry and destroy your race. The toad said coldly. CFBH. Hearing this, Suyi pursed his lips, stretched out his hand and was just about to start, but when he saw the rash on the face of the toad monster, he was shocked, took a step back from a distance, and used an energy cannon to kill him directly. For this kind of scum whose combat strength is only a few hundred to 1,000, if Suyi wants to kill, he should not take it too easily. Moreover, He dared to say this kind of threat in front of him. Is it not courting death? Damn, he actually shot. Boom. Several alien creatures roared, but Suyi stretched out a finger, and the energy cannon swept out, turning everyone around him into ashes. There was no obstacle. Suyi teleported back to the spaceship, and then flew to this sky blue tourism planet. Above the sky, Suyi sent a miniature probe to this planet to collect information, and found that this planet is indeed a well-known tourism planet. Not only the air is good, but also the ecological environment. When Suyi was hesitating about where to settle on this planet, a spaceship flew in front of him. Look at the sign, which is the sign of the Space Thieves Army. Well, that's the logo of gangs like Frieza. It seems that the King Beulah that the shrimp soldiers and crab generals mentioned before is indeed Frieza's brother, Beulah. Stop the spaceship ahead. Suddenly, Suyi shook his head and laughed. Since this Beulah was dying, he was embarrassed not to let the three of them reunite in hell. Call out. After teleporting out of the spacecraft, Suyi didn't say much nonsense. After a Qigong cannon came down, the entire spacecraft exploded directly. Huh, not even dead. Suyi raised his brows and looked at an alien creature in surprise. This guy was Frieza's older brother Beulah. The two brothers. No, it should be said that the father and son are very similar in appearance and highly recognizable. However, this blow did not kill Beulah in seconds, which indeed surprised Suyi. Who are you, Tails? Are you a Saiyan? Beulah was frightened for a while, and kept sucking in the cold air, almost scared to death by Suyi's sudden blow just now, looked at him and noticed that when Suyi's tail was wrapped around his waist, his face changed in vain. Their family and the Saiyan family are mortal enemies. Not to mention the legend that their ancestor was killed by a Super Saiyan, but in recent years, he has received news that his father and younger brother were killed by Saiyans. It seems that you are really a Saiyan monkey, hee. Although it is very strange why your strength is so strong, but in my eyes. Beulah quickly calmed down. Although he was shocked just now, he thought that the Saiyan just attacked him unexpectedly, which caused the terrifying scene. There's a lot to talk about. Suyi shook his head and smiled, took a step forward gently, grabbed with one hand, grabbed Beulah's head directly, slowly lifted him up, and said with a light smile, when you died, it happened to be with your father and brother. Reunite in hell, so you should thank me. No. Beulah roared, terrified. At this point, he really regretted that he stopped the spaceship. But even if you regret it, it's too late. Boom. Suyi made a fire in his palm and burned Beulah directly into a mass of ashes. At this time, the breeze blew, and the ashes floated away. The real fire of Juyong, after the cultivation of Juyong's divine power, was born in his body and was controlled by him. It can be seen from this point that this is indeed very different from the Nine-Yang divine art in the original world novel. Wait, this Nine-Yang divine art is so different, maybe I can really try it and see what the Biming divine art feels like. Suyi's eyes lit up suddenly, and he suddenly came to his mind. At least the 5th watch today, because there are some things to deal with. Yesterday's 8th watch, did you enjoy watching it? Ha ha ha, when things are settled, continue to come. 76. 7 years have passed, and the world's #1 martial arts conference has opened. Although he remembered the Biming magical art now, Suyi, who had returned to the spaceship, quickly forgot about it. He found a place to stay with Bulma and others and started sightseeing. Every day in the future, it is time to eat, drink, and play, and it is indeed very enjoyable. Soon, the first year passed, and Suyi and the others traveled to another planet. The 2nd and 3rd years have also passed, and it is still the same. Suyi is basically a salty fish every day, but don't think that his strength has not increased. Suyi, who remembered the Biming magic art, practiced this art. First, he did not abandon his practice of other exercises. Second, he did not possess Biming true chi. Third, this exercise is really scary tilde. He has already understood the different effects that Juyong divine art will produce in this world, and the same is true of this Biming divine art. When cultivating, controlling the Biming divine art in the first stage, the combat power growth rate tripled. The second stage increased tenfold. 20-fold increase in the third stage. Terrible. You know, this is just a broken Biming divine art. Fortunately, I have practiced. This Biming divine art is not the same as the Biming divine art that I know about. Suyi complained that he almost missed a very powerful exercise. Fortunately, he remembered and practiced this practice. In a flash, another 4 years have passed. Suyi and the others came back in the 5th year they left the Earth, and after 2 years on the Earth, they came to the present time. I-774, on the 2nd of May. Suyi just walked out of the training room, wiping the sweat with a towel in his hand. Dad, I want to participate in the world's #1 martial arts conference in 5 days. A blue-haired girl with 2 ponytails who was about 1.6 meters tall suddenly appeared in front of Suyi, then jumped on her body, hugged Suyi's waist, and looked up at him expectantly. Xiao Luli, who is now 12 years old, looks no different from an ordinary high school student. Suyi thought about it and nodded. It's okay to participate, but you must be in the youth group. Suyi doesn't really want this girl to participate in the martial arts conference, even though she can now perfectly control the powerful power she has in her body. However, he was still worried. Because this girl has too little battle experience. And the most important reason is that this time period was when Babidi appeared and Boo was born. Didn't you get sucked in energy once you didn't see Son Gohan? He didn't want to let this Boo story transition out of the way because of his unhappiness. After all, the plot points that he finally ushered in can earn exchange points, and he really didn't want to end it so soon. After 7 years of cultivation, his combat power has surpassed that of the original characters at the current stage. Under normal conditions, the combat power is 10 billion, and the gas burst state has a combat power of 100 billion. In the state of Super Saiyan 1, he has a fighting power of 500 billion, not to mention how terrifying the fighting power of Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3 is. As for the little girl who has basically never practiced, her combat power is too weak compared to her own powerful cultivation talent. Under normal conditions, with only 100 million combat power, she can also transform into a Super Saiyan. In Super Saiyan 1, she has 5 billion combat power. However, since the girl transformed once a few years ago, she hasn't changed. Suyi asked her why, but the explanation he got left him stunned. Transformed into a Super Saiyan state, her hair will turn yellow, and this is a bad girl. Luli is the precious daughter of parents and mothers, and a good girl. What can Suyi say about this? However, with his protection, little girl Luli will not have any accident. After all, the things he has opened in the daily gift pack for the past 7 years and the things he has exchanged in the system mall space are no joke. He definitely armed Xiao Luli. A person with a combat power of less than 1 trillion, as long as they dare to act maliciously against her, they will shock the enemy to death in minutes. I haven't seen it for 7 years, and I don't know how Wukong and the others are practicing. Suyi thought about it. According to the original book, at this time, his combat power in Goku Super Saiyan 2 state is around 200 billion, and he in Super Saiyan 3 state is around 600 billion. As for Vegeta, the second child of 10,000 years, at this stage of the original work, the Super 2 is at most 180 billion. After the demonization, it should be able to be equal to the combat power of Sun Wukong Super 2. After thinking for a while, Suyi shook his head, not ready to think anymore. The father and daughter came to the living room. It was now lunchtime. After the family had eaten, they each got busy with their own work. At night, they were still sleeping together, and it was not too comfortable for Suyi to be served. Asking for flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Akatsuki Mato and Razuri have not been pregnant for so many years. To be honest, this made Suyi very uncomfortable. It's not that he really wants to have more children, but because he knows that the 2 daughters, Akatsuki Mato and Lazuri, are often crying because of this incident in private, and are very disappointed. In this regard, Tsuyi didn't know how to comfort the two girls, but was afraid that her comfort would be counterproductive, so she didn't care about it. He believed that when the fate came, Akatsuki Mato and Lazuri would naturally conceive a baby for him. For this, to be honest, Tsuyi still prefers to have a daughter. After all, a daughter is her father's caring little padded jacket. A few days passed quickly. In IG 774, on May 7th, everyone rushed to the venue of the world's #1 martial arts conference. 0. Little Luli, come on. When Tsuyi took Xiaoluli to the venue of the #1 martial arts conference in the world, the three daughters Bulma, Akatsuki, and Lazuli appeared one after another to see the little girl off. As for Tsuyi, he was left in the cold with a bitter smile. Soon, the farewell was over, and the little girl waved her hands excitedly to say goodbye to the three mothers. Dad, you said that Goten and Trunks will also participate. Xiaoluli and Tsuyi were flying high in the sky, and the little girl asked. Well, they'll take part. Tsuyi nodded and smiled. At this stage, the strength of these two little guys should be around 12 billion. Of course, this is the combat power of transforming into a Super One. However, for them who are so young, this combat power is indeed a bit fierce. Ah, then I can't win the championship like Dad. The little girl blinked, a little disappointed. Ha ha ha, it's alright, Xiaoluli, just focus on participating. Tsuyi laughed loudly, came to Su Luli's side, grabbed her hand, and said, the speed of flight is too slow, move over instantly. Call out. The words fell, and the father and daughter disappeared directly into the sky. When Tsuyi's father and daughter rushed to the venue, Sun Wukong and others also rushed to the venue one after another, and they arrived at the venue of the world's #1 martial arts conference. The fourth update. The fifth update is a bit late. Greeting friends. I don't have time to code words. I will make up for everyone tomorrow. 77. Get together. The youth group starts. Soon teleported to the venue of the world's #1 martial arts conference. Tsuyi led Xiaoluli to sign up. As soon as he walked out of the registration area, he happened to meet Turtle Immortal and the others. Tsuyi. This guy Keelan waved to Tsuyi excitedly. Tsuyi smiled at him, and found that Sun Wukong and Vegeta were not there, not even Yamcha. Long time no see, everyone. Tsuyi greeted them one by one, and then Xiaoluli came forward obediently to say hello. Goku should be here soon. When Tsuyi asked, Immortal Turtle just replied, and Wukong's shout came from behind him, hey. Everyone is here so early. Tsuyi tilted his head and glanced at the past, and behind Sun Wukong were Vegeta, Gohan, Trunks and Goten. The two little guys were jumping up and down, and Tsuyi saw Xiao Wuxian for the first time in 897 inches over the years. After the two sides met and greeted, Sun Wukong and others went to sign up. After a while, the preliminaries began. This is the 25th World #1 Martial Arts Conference. This time, there are 35 contestants in the junior division and 194 contestants in the adult division. After a round of preliminaries, there were only 16 people left in the adult division, and only 8 people left in the youth division, which was considered a top 8. There is only one arena, and the number of juniors is very small, so the quarterfinals of the juniors will start early. Trunks, this time I must win the championship. Backstage in the youth department, Goten waved his fist at Trunks. HMPH, stop dreaming. Goten, you know my strength. So, this champion is mine. Trunks is confident. Su Luli, who was on the side, glanced at the two little guys, pouted the corners of her mouth, and thought to herself, if this young lady doesn't like cultivation, then which round will you two little guys compete for? HMPH, even so, you should know how good I am in a moment. Soon, the quarterfinals of the youth division began. Wuxian, Trunks, and Su Luli each played against one person. Fortunately, they did not meet in advance. Soon the quarterfinals were over, and a few people made it to the quarterfinals without any surprise. This time, Su Luli met Trunks, and Xiao Wuxian met another yellow-haired boy. In the first round of the semi-finals, Xiao Wuxian played against the yellow-haired boy, but within a few seconds, the boy fainted. The little player's son Wuxian is really amazing. He knocked out the little bass player with one punch. The host shouted. Yeah, Goten is great. That's my son. Hee, my son is amazing. Outside the auditorium, Kiki, who has become an ant, waved her hands and shouted. Oolong kept twitching at the corner of his mouth. He tilted his head and glanced at Turtle Immortal. He found that he was staring intently at a place, and he couldn't help but follow him. A beautiful blonde girl was walking around in a bikini. Teacher Wu Tian's nature is still the same. Oolong complained in his heart, but then he took out a telescope from behind his butt, looked up and down the bikini blonde, and couldn't stop drooling from the corner of his mouth. When Oolong and Turtle Immortal were watching the bikini beauties, Su Luli and Trunks had already walked up to the ring. It's on. Backstage, Su Yi and Sun Wukong came over and looked at the field. Who can win? Krillin asked with a smile. Vegeta glanced at Su Yi, holding her chest with her hands and expressionless. Lu Li is not Trunks' opponent. The little girl has never practiced in 10 years. Let her experience it this time. Su Yi smiled and said that he didn't care whether Su Luli could win the championship. Lu Li's potential is actually stronger. It's a pity. Sun Wukong shook his head and smiled. You know, when Xiao Luli was born at that time, the combat power crushed them countless times. After so many years, if they really practiced well, I'm afraid they would be beaten every minute. Can this girl Luli be transformed into a Super Saiyan? Piccolo's eyes flashed on the side, and he asked. Well, I should be able to transform when I was 3 years old. Su Yi thought for a while and said. 3 years old. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. This is too terrifying. No, logically speaking, the strength of the little girl should not be too weak after the transformation, right? Kaylin frowned and said, after so many years, shouldn't there be no growth? He is indeed very strange. After all, this little girl is Su Yi's daughter. Su Yi pondered for a moment, then suddenly looked at the little girl in the field. Maybe this little girl will give him a surprise. Thinking of this, Su Yezhong was about to ask the system to investigate this girl's combat power, but after thinking about it, he still didn't do it. Since the little girl wants to give him a surprise, he should take a good look. The battle is on. Everyone, look, both of them are flying into the sky. My God, it's amazing to be able to fly at such a young age. The host's voice sounded, attracting the eyes of Su Yi and others in the background. Sister Luli, your strength is very strong. In the sky, Trunks and Su Luli fought, and the two sides fought back and forth. Cut. Su Luli raised her head and slashed, suddenly raising her anger a little, raised her hand and punched it out. Boom. The speed was so fast that Trunks didn't react at all, and was directly knocked to the ground. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Trunks, who fell to the ground, blushed, then got up and stamped his feet, transforming into a Super Saiyan. This transformation, the combat power of 12 billion instantly attracted the attention of all masters. The strength of this little guy. At this time, in a corner of the backstage, two people, one tall and one short, walked out slowly, and saw Trunks in Super Saiyan 1 state with a condensed gaze. My lord, this is the Saiyan family. This is their transformed state, called Super Saiyan 2.4. Jabbat on the side opened his mouth and said. Well, I've heard of it. The Eastern Realm King Shen Shen nodded, then inadvertently glanced at Piccolo, who was looking at him with a solemn look, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. His breath. Seeing the Eastern Realm King Shen Shen, Piccolo's face suddenly showed a look of surprise, and beads of sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead. He is not weak now. With all his strength, his combat power is close to 100 billion. However, he felt a lot of pressure from the little man. That is not the pressure brought by strength, but the pressure on the spiritual level. As if. Can this guy naturally suppress him in aura? The update has been sent, and the 5th update may be a little later. I'm sorry everyone, I will make up for everyone tomorrow. 78. They are gods too. Sister Luli, you have to be careful. Trunks in the ring had a confident smile on his face at this time. He knew that he was very powerful after turning into a Super Saiyan. Well, I'll be very careful. Su Luli, who was wearing a white martial arts uniform, nodded with a smile, burst into gas, and her combat power came directly to 5 billion. Feeling the little girl's fighting power, Su Yi's eyes widened. Good guy, this girl is even going to lie to her father. However, the explosive state has a combat power of 5 billion, which really surprised him. Moreover, looking at the relaxed and freehand look on Xiao Luli's face, it is not difficult to see that Trunks did not pay much attention to her Super Saiyan state. Looks like it's going to give me a surprise. Su Yi nodded and smiled in satisfaction, and whispered in his heart. Brother Su Yi, Luli, this girl's strength is probably more than that. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up on the side. Well, Luli 25 in Super Saiyan state should easily beat Trunks. Vegeta glanced at it and nodded very pertinently. When Trunks lost to Luli, Vegeta naturally had nothing to say, because this was the man's man, and he felt very normal. If Trunks loses to Son Gohan, who is a few years younger, I'm afraid he will become irritable. Drink. Trunks didn't pay much attention, so he flew into the sky, with golden flames on his fists, and slammed towards Su Luli aggressively. Su Luli smiled lightly, only stretched out a finger, and nodded lightly into the air. Ding! A sound like bells colliding and jingling sounded in the field, and then a wave of ripples swayed in the air, like a small stone was thrown from the calm lake. Boom! After a second passed, Trunks arrived, and a sky-blue spherical object rushed in front of him, and then slammed into him. Trunks! Vegeta in the backstage changed her expression, roared angrily, and seemed to want to fly forward. Don't worry, you don't even know the strength of your son, your father is a failure. Su Yi stopped him and smiled. As soon as these words came out, Sun Wukong and the others immediately turned their attention to him. Ha ha ha, me too, I failed too badly. Su Yi naturally understood what their eyes meant, laughed awkwardly, scratched the back of his head, and said. Vegeta didn't answer, and looked at the field again, and Trunks flew out of a pit on the ring in disarray. Sister Luli, you are really powerful. Trunks pursed his lips and said nothing. To be honest, if it weren't for his quick reaction, the blow just now hit him, I'm afraid he would have lost his combat effectiveness even if he didn't faint. Hee hee. Su Luli smiled sweetly, and at a young age had already revealed the peerless beauty of the country and the city. Needless to say, Bulma's appearance, Su Yi's appearance is not the kind that everyone loves, but it can still be said to be top-notch, a proper handsome guy. The genes of both of them are very strong, making Xiaoliuli look like a perfect face that has been carved out, without the slightest flaw. Trunks looked at Su Luli, who smiled sweetly, her face blushed for no reason, coughed twice, and shouted loudly, Sister Luli, be careful. Next, I will be very serious. I fought you. You try your best, otherwise, you will lose. Su Luli smiled. Humph. Trunks still blamed the mistake just now on his carelessness. He didn't take the battle seriously, snorted coldly, and flew into the sky again. Su Luli was calm, and the backstage had been paying attention to the Monkey King in the arena. When they saw her expression, they were silent for a while. After all, she is Su Yi's daughter, and the previous generation's confrontation with them is also this calm attitude. Their next generation will play against his next generation, and they will not be able to beat it. Gohan, can you fight Ruri? Piccolo asked suddenly. I haven't tried. Son Gohan thought for a while and replied. Just like the original, Gohan, who was full of fighting power 7 years ago, has become too weak, and now he has entered the period of Nobihin. Perhaps, the mysterious Gohan who fights Buu soon will bring him to the top again, but after that, he has basically been completely reduced to Nobihin. Suyi glanced at Sun Wufan, and the system informed him of his combat power, over 150 billion, over 210 billion. Compared with 7 years ago, it is more than 1 grade weaker. However, for the strength in the original work, Nobihin at this time is still strong. Boom. At this time, there was an explosion in the field. Player Trunks has already flown out of the ring, and Player Su has won this match. The host's voice rang out in the audience. Call out. As the host announced the victory, a sound of breaking through the air sounded, and Su Luli flew over, so fast that only Suyi and Sun Wukong saw it. Dad, is Luli amazing? Flutter. The little girl pounced directly on Suyi, like a koala, rubbing her head against his chest. Ha ha ha, my little Luli is amazing. Suyi rubbed her head and let her get out of his arms. Hurla tilde. Even though the little girl is already 12 years old, in fact, the reason is that she has too little experience, she is still innocent and outrageous, and her mind is exactly what a 12-year-old girl should have. Vegeta, why don't you go see Trunks? Seeing the worried Vegeta, Sun Wukong teased and pushed him. Don't go. Vegeta snorted coldly. My son, Vegeta, can never be so fragile. How to stand up when you fall. Hearing this, Suyi shook his head and smiled, and suddenly there was a sound of footsteps behind him. He turned around and glanced, and 2 people came over. It was the Eastern Realm King God Shin and Jabit. As the Eastern Realm King God Shin and Jabit got closer and closer, the sweat on Piccolo's face became more and more, and he was shocked. They are also gods. 79. The demonized man, the evil magician Babidi. Are they also gods? Hearing Piccolo's slightly trembling voice, Sun Wukong and the others were stunned. Hello, Saiyan Son Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo. Shin came over, and Jabit followed behind him, very respectfully. Hearing Shin calling out their names accurately, Sun Wukong frowned, especially Vegeta, who glanced at Shin and the others indifferently, and snorted without saying a word. Excuse me, which god are you? Shin had already walked in front of a few people. Piccolo stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and then raised his head and asked a question with some doubts. Shish. Shin glanced at Piccolo, made a silent motion, and then smiled at Sun Wukong, who had heard of him when he was in the Eastern Realm. As ordered. Piccolo merged with the gods to become a real Super Namekian, but he was also the god of the canonized earth. In essence, he is Shin's subordinate, so it is not unreasonable to be so respectful. This time, I don't want to disturb too many people. You are busy with yours, and I am busy with mine. Shin opened his mouth and said that although he had heard of the power of these Saiyans, he did not care too much. Because in his eyes, human beings, no matter how powerful they are, can they be more powerful than gods? Impossible. Therefore, he didn't think that Sun Wukong and others could help him. After all, this time he was facing the legendary evil character. On the contrary, he didn't even want to involve Sun Wukong and the others. Okay. Piccolo responded respectfully. Shin smiled and nodded, then glanced at Suyi, who had an indifferent face, and turned back to the previous corner. Soon, Su Luli returned to the ring, and the championship was her and Sun Wushan. Trunks with a combat power of 12.2 billion is not Su Luli's opponent, but Sun Wushan with a combat power of 10 billion will naturally not be Su Luli's opponent. In just a few minutes, it was Su Luli who poured the water, otherwise it would only take half a minute at most, and I am afraid that Sun Wushan would be defeated. There is no suspense, Su Luli won the championship of this year's youth division. The little girl ran over very excitedly, and then went to Suyi to ask for credit. Great. Suyi rubbed Xiao Luli's head and praised. Then, the adult competition began. Suyi wasn't the first, so he watched with Xiao Luli. The first scene was a few characters from the original Dragon Ball. Suyi glanced at it and was not impressed, so he chatted with Xiaoluli. Soon, the first game, the second game, and the third game were played one after another, and it was Suyi's turn for the fourth game. On the stage, the opponent was still a little-known original character. Suyi just stretched out a finger to bombard the arena. This guy consciously admit defeat. During the fifth game, it was Bic, and it was also very easy to solve. Just in the sixth game, Suyi saw that Bidili was on the court, and suddenly came to the spirit. This girl is Satan's daughter, and her strength is okay in front of ordinary people, but in this scene, she is no different from Zon 5 scumbags. Spobich, get rid of this little girl as soon as possible. Outside the backstage, a big man roared. Don't worry. The big man in the ring made an okay gesture and quickly launched a very fierce attack on Bidili. Drink. When the two fought, Bidili's strength was good, but this Spobich was actually a demonized person, and his strength was not much stronger than hers. Soon, Bidili had been knocked down in the ring. Damn. Backstage, the masked Superman costumed Son Gohan gritted his teeth for a while, wishing he could fly out immediately to save Bidili. At this moment, Suyi, who was on the side, stepped out suddenly, stretched out and pushed Sun Wufan. Ah, Uncle Suyi, you. Sun Wufan was stunned for a while, wondering why Suyi pushed him. If you don't come to power, your lover will die. Suyi joked. Uncle Suyi, what are you talking about? Bidili is not my lover. Sun Wufan suddenly jumped up and hurriedly waved his hands. Ah! The screams of Bidili came from the arena. Hearing this voice, Sun Wufan's face under the mask instantly turned gloomy, and he turned around and flew directly to the field. Huh, that little girl, is Gohan's girlfriend. Sun Wukong got close to Suyi and asked a strange question. Suyi glanced at him. People with low emotional intelligence are really scary, and they can't even see it. Diaresis, you'll find out later. Suyi said a word with a smile, and then waited for the plot to progress slowly. He knew that this Spurbich would absorb all of Son Gohan's energy, and after being treated by Jabit, the boot chapter officially began. Soon, just like the plot in Suyi's memory, Sun Wufan's energy was absorbed by that Spobik, and then he quickly escaped from the ring, and then everyone chased after him. Dad, what should we do? Shall we catch up? Sululi's face was very excited, and she asked aloud. Boo. Suyi stretched out his hand and flicked her forehead lightly, and said, Go back, it's enough to be addicted to the hands once in this martial arts conference. Humph. Sululi pouted, she could hang a soy sauce bottle. Good. Suyi saw that Sun Wukong and his party were flying into the sky, so naturally he was a little anxious. He touched King Li's, Xiaoluli's head, then lowered his head and kissed her forehead, using teleportation to leave the world's #1 martial arts conference the venue. Thousands of meters away, Suyi had already caught up with Sun Wukong and his party. So, that terrifying monster Majin Buu, who was created by that sorcerer Babidi in the past, is now being sealed in an unknown place on Earth. As soon as Suyi arrived, he heard that Bic was asking about Shenqin, the king of the Eastern Realm. That's right. Shin, who was flying, glanced at Piccolo, and said solemnly, the only one who can unlock this seal is Babidi, the son of the magician, Babidi. And this Babidi has come to Earth, and is planning to unravel it. Open the seal of the terrifying monster Majin Buu. The first update will be delivered today. At least the 6th update. Looking forward to the 7th update, and pursuing. 80. Dapra, the king of the demon world. Just scum. Hearing Shin's words, Sun Wukong and the others also looked solemn. After a while, Sun Wukong asked, is this magician Babidi very powerful? It should be regarded as a powerful character. This guy is a magician and will use very terrifying spells. Just like the 2 demonized people you have seen before, and, under the control state, whether it is physical quality or combat effectiveness, will be improved by more than 1 grade. However, The premise that he can control a person is that that person must have evil thoughts. Shin explained. That's it. It's amazing. Hee, I really want to fight this guy. Sun Wukong laughed excitedly. Vegeta, who was flying silently on the side, suddenly narrowed her eyes flashing with strange brilliance, as if she was thinking about something. After a while, the flight speed of several people slowed down, and soon landed on a stone pile. From a distance, a basement-like door was placed on the ground in the distance. There were a total of 3 people at the door, the 2 demonized people holding pots before, and a very ugly alien. Is that guy the sorcerer Babidi? Wukong looked over and asked in a low voice. No, not him. Shin shook his head, frowned and said, I think he should kill Babidi's subordinates. After all, there are too many people with evil thoughts in this entire universe. Okay. Sun Wukong suddenly lost interest, responded, looked around, and said solemnly, the ground around here seems to be a little wrong. At this moment, Jabit and Sun Gohan who came later also approached them. Jabidi's face was covered in sweat, and he swept the surrounding environment, clenched his fists and said solemnly, so that's the case, Babidi. That guy hid the spaceship underground, no wonder we couldn't find any trace of him before we searched. Damn it. Are you going to make a move? Piccolo turned around and said solemnly, if they were to give Gohan's powerful energy to the demon Buu in the seal, the consequences would be unimaginable. Don't worry. They resurrected Majin Buu, and they won't let the spaceship be destroyed, so they will definitely come out. Shin calmly analyzed. In short, let's take a look at the situation first, and then find an opportunity to start. Speaking of which, Shin is really bitter. Originally, he didn't want these humans to be involved, but after all, he couldn't hold back his power as too small. Speaking of this, he blushed again, very embarrassed. Because he still looked down on this Super Saiyan or a human before, the power of Gohan's explosion just now gave him a slap in the face. If these powerful people are not looked down upon, then what is his realm god? No longer thinking about it, everyone observed it. Time passed by, and when Suyi was a little impatient, the 2 people who led to the underground door slowly walked up. A tall alien creature with a white cape, pink skin and blue clothes. The other is a very dwarf alien creature that looks very ugly, and a pair of small eyes reveal a very wretched atmosphere. These 2 people, the tall one is Dapra, and the other is the evil magician Babidi. Dapra, how could this guy Babidi be united with Dapra, the king of the demon world? Seeing these 2 people, the faces of the Eastern Realm King Shenshin and Jabit on one side were cold sweat dripping down, hesitating, and whispering in horror. Obviously, this Dapra's fame is very big, enough to make Shindu, who is the king of the gods, tremble. Huh. Hearing this, Krillin blinked his eyes with a worried look on his face. Dapra, is that the tall guy? Sun Wukong turned his head and asked in surprise. That's right. Shin swallowed and nodded. Then, is this guy great? Sun Wukong asked solemnly. Of course it's amazing. You have to know that this CFFA guy is the king of the dark demon world. Shin whispered. When he saw Dapra, the king of the demon world, he didn't even dare to take a breath. Obviously, he was very afraid of this Dapra. Then, what is the dark demon realm? It was the first time that Sun Wufan had heard of this world, and he immediately asked a question out of curiosity. Sun Wukong and others were also very curious. As for Su Yi, he looked sleepy and lazy. To be honest, he was really falling asleep. On the other side of this world, there is actually another world. The number 1 master in this world may be one of you, but the number 1 person in another demon world is this Dapra. Shin was terrified, and the cold sweat on his forehead never stopped flowing from beginning to end. Isn't this demon king Dapra very powerful? Krillin, who was on the side, was taken aback and shrank his neck. Yes. Shin nodded. Hearing this, Sun Wukong looked towards the field, his eyes fixed on Dapra, the king of the demon world. His eyes were full of warlike rays of light. This time, I will definitely be able to play a good game. Sun Wukong laughed. Fight, Wukong, you must not have this idea. Shin's face changed, and he hurriedly persuaded. People who may be very powerful in your eyes are actually so fragile in our eyes. At this time, Suyi suddenly spoke up, and after squatting for a long time, his legs were numb, and he slowly got up. Squat down, squat down, squat down. Seeing Suyi stand up, Shin's face instantly paled, and he reached out to pull Suyi down. However, when he stretched out his hand in midair, he was taken aback by Suyi's indifferent eyes, so he stopped in midair. It's not like taking it back, La Suya, he didn't dare for a while. Sir Shin, this is Suyi. He is very powerful, maybe the king of the devil world. Dapra is the #1 expert in the devil world in your eyes, but in front of him he's probably just a reptile. After thinking for a while, Bix came forward to mediate the atmosphere, and introduced Suyi by the way. Hearing this, Shin only felt his throat dry for a while, shook his head and smiled bitterly. No, Dapra noticed us. Suddenly, Jabbit, who had been staring at Babidi on the ground in the distance, exclaimed. Because, he saw Dapra spit out a mouthful of phlegm toward him and the others. Humph, it's just a mouthful of phlegm to scare you, a god with a divine position, into this. Vegeta folded his arms across his chest and sneered. His childhood experiences made him not have the slightest sympathy for these so-called gods. At this time, he finally couldn't help but sneer. Dragon Ball Daily Gift Pack Chapter 81-100. 81. The Shock from the Eastern Realm King Shen Shin. The third request is for subscription. Now that he was discovered, Vegeta slowly got up, flew towards the mouth of phlegm, raised his hand and slapped the mouth of phlegm. As a result, the phlegm was attached to his gloves. Vegeta, lose your gloves, this guy's saliva can make people petrify. Shin's face changed and he exclaimed. What? Vegeta was stunned for a moment, looked down, and sure enough, his gloves had begun to petrify, and then slowly turned upwards to petrify. This scene made Vegeta hurriedly throw away the gloves. Damn, this guy's attack is really weird. Vegeta gritted his teeth. If it wasn't for Shin's reminder, I'm afraid he would really be petrified. Huh, Eastern Realm King Shen Shin. In the open space, Babidi looked up at the side of Sun Wukong and the others, with a sarcastic smile on his mouth, and said sinisterly, Dapra, it seems that the bait has attracted these big fish again according to my plan this time. Come here. Hee hee hee. Dapra let out a cold smile. It looks like Majin Buu will be able to wake up this time. That's right, it only takes the energy of 3 of them to wake Majin Buu. Babidi laughed and was very happy. I didn't expect Majin Buu to wake up so quickly. It was beyond my expectations. Ha ha ha. Okay, just need the energy of 3 people, the others, kill them all. Yes. Dapra responded respectfully. At this time, Suyi and others appeared directly. Babidi. Shin roared. Shin, I know you, the king of the Eastern Realm. Ugly Babidi put his hands behind his back, turned around leisurely, glanced at the group of people sarcastically, with a faint smile on his face. He said, if 3 of you dedicate your energy, maybe I will consider not to kill you. As soon as these words came out, Vegeta sneered. Huh. Babidi suddenly noticed the existence of Vegeta, his eyes narrowed, and he felt a faint trace of evil thoughts on the man's body. Okay, if you don't want to, then Dapra, let's do it. Babidi flew back, ready to watch the play. Puyi, you should also find an opponent to fight. Babidi glanced at another ugly alien creature and said lightly. As ordered. Puyi stood up and glanced at Suyi and others, but found that he seemed to be no match for anyone, and his face suddenly showed an embarrassed look. Lord Babidi, I. Puyi just opened his mouth, but suddenly a mouthful of phlegm came and attached to him. In less than a second, this guy was petrified directly. Lord Babidi doesn't need trash. Dapra laughed, turned his head to look at the other 2 demonized people who wanted to escape, and also spit out 2 mouthfuls of phlegm, petrifying them. Do these guys treat their own people like this? Seeing this scene, Kaylin's expressions changed. Normal. Suyi stood up and said lightly, if you use it, you will die. Don't think that Dapra is the king of the demon world. If Boo comes out, I am afraid that Babidi will abandon him in minutes. Hearing Suyi's words, everyone was silent for a while, not knowing what to say for a while. Dapra, I'll leave it to you next. I'll go down and see Majin Buu first. Babidi smirked twice, then walked straight down. Yes. Dapra responded respectfully and flew into the sky. What to do? Shin's face was very ugly, and he thought that he and others were no match for this guy at all. It's just scum. Vegeta stood up, raised her palm and bombarded Dapora with an energy cannon. Boom. With a wave of Dapra's hand, this energy cannon was easily shot flying. Too weak, your strength. Dapra sneered and shook his head. Oh. Vegeta laughed, roared, and then transformed into Super Saiyan 2, bombing you, such a weak scum, with such a powerful force, what a waste of expression. As he spoke, Vegeta moved and flew to Dapora in an instant. You know, Vegeta in Super Saiyan 2 has a combat power of 180 billion. With Dapra, which is only 70 billion, he can beat him with his eyes closed. What a powerful force. The expressions of Shin and Jabit on the side changed dramatically, and they were both shocked by Vegeta's amazing momentum. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot flowers 0 katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. How can a human being be so powerful? Shin was really shocked, it was just horrible. Who was in Super Saiyan 2 state, went berserk, arrived in front of Dapora in an instant, and bombarded him with a punch. How can you be so powerful? This repressive force made Dapra, the king of the demon world, roar. I said, you are nothing but scum. I thought you were strong, but that's all. Boom. Vegeta sneered, and a huge energy cannon bombarded Dapra, killing him directly. Oh, scum. Vegeta smiled coldly, landed slowly, looked back at the Eastern Realm King Shin and Jabit, and walked directly into the gate. 0. Shin couldn't help swallowing, shocked by Vegeta's strength. Lord Kaiwangshin, Vegeta's strength is similar to Goku's. And that Mr. Suyi's strength is even more powerful. Piccolo whispered. They are not ordinary human beings, they are the powerful race of Saiyans. Saiyan. Aren't Saiyans a human race? He laughed hard and laughed, but it was not that he had never heard of this race, a race that was born by plundering resources, and was once ignored by him at all. Now. Shin glanced at Sun Wukong again, then put his eyes on Suyi, and sighed in his heart. I am afraid that these few people alone are enough to destroy many realm of the gods. Fortunately, now they do not have evil thoughts. I was wrong before and looked down on you. I'm here to apologize to everyone. Shin turned around and bowed to everyone. Kaiwangshin, don't have to be so polite, let's enter the spaceship below and have a good fight with Majin Buu. Sun Wukong is full of fighting spirit, and Vegeta has been in for a long time. If this guy is the first to fight the very powerful Demon Buu, then he can only watch the show on the side. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Shin opened his mouth, but thought of something, and hurriedly held back. He was afraid that he would be slapped in the face again later, so he didn't dare to say more. The group came to the gate and slowly walked towards the spaceship below. 82. Demonized Vegeta, Majin Buu is born. When Suyi and the others stepped off the spaceship, Vegeta, who had stepped down one step earlier, had already passed all the way and came to Babidi with ease. It's all over, right? That's awesome, Dapra. Babidi was looking at the sleeping Majin Buu, and when he heard footsteps, he thought it was Dapra, and laughed happily. Oh, scum. Vegeta's voice sounded, causing Babidi to be stunned for a moment, and then slowly turned his head to see Vegeta in the Super 2 form suddenly shaken in place. How did you get in? After 2 seconds, Babidi exclaimed and hurried back. Call out. Vegeta stepped out and came to Babidi in an instant, stretched out his hand and grabbed his neck, lifted him up, and said coldly, "Hurry up and release Majin Buu, 687, let me well how strong he is." Sun Wukong wants to have a fight with Demon Buu, he naturally thinks too, and he wants to kill Demon Buu as soon as possible, and then have a good fight with Kakarot to let him know about his 7 years of practice. Result. Then let me go, and I can lift the seal of Majin Buu. When Babidi heard Vegeta's words, he felt that the evil thoughts in his heart were getting stronger and stronger, and the fear in his heart had dissipated too much, and his eyes rolled and he said, "Boom." Vegeta narrowed her eyes, pinched Babidi's neck and threw it down, saying coldly, "Hurry up." Good. Babidi laughed. He felt that the evil thoughts in Vegeta's heart were getting stronger and stronger. Not to mention the excitement on his face, he clapped his hands and said, "The stronger you are, the happier I am." Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Vegeta frowned. ... At the same time, Suyi and the others, who had already arrived at the very second floor of the universe, saw a lot of corpses, and their brows furrowed. This guy Vegeta is too brutal right now. Krillin pinched his nose and complained, the bloody smell around him made him a little uncomfortable. Suddenly, a hidden and powerful evil breath came, Suyi's eyes flashed, and his steps accelerated a lot. Seeing Suyi speeding up, several people looked at each other and hurriedly followed. Soon, a group of people came to the last floor of the spacecraft. At this moment, in a very huge space, a pink-skinned monster stood behind Babidi, and Vegeta, who was next to him, kept his Super 2 state and folded his arms and stared at the entrance of this floor indifferently. Suyi took the lead and walked in, swept it around, his eyes fixed on the pink-skinned monster with an antenna-like thing on its head. This fellow Majin Buu woke up. Majin Buu. When Shin saw Majin Buu, his face changed and he exclaimed, "What? This guy is Majin Buu. Why does it feel like he's not as powerful as he thought?" Monkey King and the others looked at Demon Buu, and they all started to talk in a very strange low voice. Indeed, with pink skin, plus an antenna-like thing on his head, fat toot, this Demon Buu looks very harmless to humans and animals. Seeing that these people were complaining about the appearance of Demon Buu, Suyi's mouth twitched. "Please, didn't you see that Vegeta was a little different?" "Wait, Vegeta, why are you on the other side?" Sun Wukong suddenly exclaimed. "Huh, really?" Seeing Vegeta beside Babidi, Klein was stunned, and there was a black M on his forehead. Vegeta, he seems to be controlled by Babidi. Expression changed when he saw the black M on Vegeta's forehead. What? Everyone was shocked. Ha ha ha, thank you so much, my Vegeta. If it wasn't for you, Majin Buu wouldn't be able to wake up. Babidi laughed. Just now, he controlled Vegeta, who had evil thoughts, and let him release an energy ball at Buu. The powerful energy instantly awakened Buu. Scum, what did you say? Vegeta's face became gloomy, and a strong breath burst out, which scared Babidi back several steps, and fell and sat on the ground. Good. What a powerful force. Shin's face paled, and now Vegeta's strength has risen a lot after being controlled by Babidi, not 1 point or 2 points than before. Humph. Babidi, who fell to the ground, snorted coldly, got up slowly, pointed to Vegeta and said coldly, "Now you are under my control, and you are my subordinate, if you dare." Boom. Before he could finish speaking, Vegeta punched Babidi directly in the face, blasting him away and sticking it to the wall on one side. Scum, say one more word and I'll kill you. Vegeta said coldly. Hi. Seeing that Vegeta dared to take action against Babidi, Shin gasped, with a strange expression on his face. Why doesn't Vegeta seem like someone who is being controlled? Jabit asked in surprise. The pride of the Saiyan prince, how can this kind of scum be controlled? Suyi laughed on the side. If it weren't for this characteristic, how could Vegeta become the second male protagonist in the Dragon Ball world, and it was even more impossible to keep chasing Sun Wukong's strength. Of course, when they arrived at the Dragon Ball Super Tournament, the gap between the two was even more obvious. Although both of them were Super Saiyan Blue, the comparison of their strengths was completely one in the sky and one in the ground. When Vegeta heard Suyi's words, she couldn't help but look over with a smile on her face. To Suyi, Vegeta has a fighting spirit in her heart, but more with respect. 3.1 Because, if it wasn't for Suyi's help, he wouldn't have grown to this point, let alone been chasing the footsteps of Sun Wukong. Now, his pride is understood by Suyi, and he is even happier. Damn, Majin Buu, kill me Vegeta. Babidi jumped out of the wall. He was already ugly, but now his nose was bruised and his face was even more ugly, making Majin Buu's face show a look of disgust. However, he was created by Babidi's father, Babidi. He knew that this Babidi could definitely control him, so even if he was upset, he had to be obedient. Boom. Majin Buu hammered his fists and squinted his eyes to look at Vegeta. When he felt the provocative gaze of Vegeta, his squinted eyes opened slightly, projecting a burst of energy. Dangerous Light. 83. Demonized Vegeta vs Majin Buu. Chapter 5. Majin Buu's gaze swept over, Vegeta's heart skipped a beat, and an inexplicable fear spread under her heart. As soon as this thought came out, Vegeta's face became gloomy. She shook her head and looked at Majin Buu coldly, hooked his fingers at him, and said coldly, "Bubble Gum, be careful that I will kill you directly." Bubble Gum. Hearing these 3 words, a puzzled expression suddenly appeared on Majin Buu's face. What is bubble gum? Puff. Hearing this bubble gum, Suyi couldn't help but burst out laughing. Good guy, Vegeta can even say such a funny thing. You don't need to know. Vegeta was very cold, and slowly stepped forward, and his momentum became stronger and stronger as he approached Majin Buu step by step. That seems to knock you to the ground and you'll tell me what bubblegum is. Majin Buu grinned, a harmless smile on his chubby face. Boom. As Majin Buu's voice fell, Vegeta rushed in front of him like a cannonball and punched him in the face. Majin Buu's face was dented directly, and Vegeta withdrew his hand and punched him in the stomach. Similarly, Majin Buu's stomach was also dented. Huh. Vegeta felt weird. How could it feel like he didn't hurt this guy? Finished. Majin Buu straightened his stomach, his sunken face and stomach returned to normal. He looked at Vegeta with a smile, and a straight punch hit him in the face as well. Boom. Vegeta flew out directly, and a stream of blood spurted out in the air. It's up to me when the fight is over. Majin Buu whispered. His fat body dodged, and instantly came behind Vegeta, then raised his legs and kicked Vegeta up again. Boom. The top of this last layer of spaceships is punctured. Seeing this scene, Babidi's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, Majin Buu, do a little more, stop for a while, and I'll change the place. This spaceship is his lifeblood, and it has a lot of things on it, and it must not be destroyed by Majin Buu. Speaking, Babidi hurriedly released a magic. The scene instantly transformed, and came to the ground. What's the matter? Sun Wukong tilted his head and glanced around, with a puzzled look on his face. It's Babidi's magic, and now we're in the space, but we're actually still inside the spaceship. It's just that no collision can destroy the spaceship. Shin explained. That's it. Sun Wukong nodded suddenly, with a look of admiration on his face. This Babidi is also a powerful character. Hearing this admiration, Shin's mouth twitched. This guy is really big-hearted, and he even admired his opponent. Okay, Majin Buu, you can rest assured to use all your strength to shoot. These guys, I will kill them all. Babidi clapped his hands and laughed. Bang bang bang. Tell me, what is bubble gum? At this time, after the scene changed, Majin Buu and Vegeta were in the sky. Everyone saw that Vegeta was just being beaten by Majin Buu in the sky, and there was no way to fight back. Vegeta. Sun Wukong roared, cheer up, but don't underestimate this demon Buu. Hearing Sun Wukong's voice, Vegeta, who was being beaten, was furious. I was actually mad at me being beaten up by this guy Kakarot. I'm so pissed off. Demon Boo, die. Vegeta roared inwardly, the firepower was full, and the combat power exploded. Boom. One punch. Bombarded Majin Buu. Boom. Another punch. Bombarded on Majin Buu's head, and directly turned his head in a circle. In the end, Vegeta bombarded him with a powerful energy cannon, and a large hole appeared in Majin Buu's stomach. Scumbag. Now you know how good I am. Vegeta stepped back a few dozen meters, stretched out his right hand, and rays of light appeared in his palm. This was him accumulating gas and preparing to use a super large energy cannon to kill the Demon Buu. Majin Buu, be careful. Babidi below roared angrily, a look of panic on his face. Although he was Babidi's child, he didn't know how strong Majin Buu was, and when he saw Vegeta with full firepower, he panicked. Hearing Babidi's words, the Demon Buu in the sky showed a smile on his face, his squinted eyes opened a little again, and a small shadow appeared on the edge of his eyes. You pissed me off, I'm going to turn you into a cookie and eat it. Majin Buu's gloomy expression looked very scary, but the words he said were so childish. At least, Vegeta laughed when she heard this. However, he soon stopped laughing, because the pink antenna-like thing on Majin Buu's head charged Vegeta, who was accumulating gas. Vegeta, be careful. If you are electrocuted by Majin Buu, it will really turn into a cookie. Shin roared angrily. What? Vegeta's expression changed, and he hurriedly stopped accumulating gas, and then dodged the attack of Majin Buu at a very fast speed. Blast wave. Seeing Vegeta dodging 120 degrees away, a lot of water vapor spewed out of the small hole on the top of Majin Buu's head, and then he spread his hands upwards, followed by terrifying coercion rushing towards Vegeta. Boom. This is a kind of air energy cannon. It can't see the trajectory at all, and it has already exploded around Vegeta, directly blasting Vegeta to the death and suffering. Now, tell me what bubble gum is. Majin Buu flew over, stretched out his foot and stepped on Vegeta's head, squinting his eyes with a harmless smile on his face. Vegeta. Sun Wukong shouted, hurriedly flew forward, and sent a turtle Qigong wave to the Devil Buu, who stepped on Vegeta's head. Boom. Demon Buu didn't turn his head, he stretched out his hand and slapped it at will, and the turtle Qigong wave exploded on the other side, causing a huge mushroom cloud. This guy is so strong. Sun Wukong stopped in midair and looked at Majin Buu in disbelief. Drink. However, the stronger Majin Buu is, the more excited Sun Wukong is naturally. So, he exploded, skipped the Super Saiyan 1 state, went directly to the Super Saiyan 2 state, and yelled at Majin Buu, now, let me be your enemy. At this time, Su Yi, who was watching the play, suddenly sounded the system's sweet and pleasant task prompt in his mind. 84. What level of task is this? Too fat. Ding. The mission has been released. To obliterate Babidi and completely unleash the nature of Majin Buu. Mission reward. 1 million exchange points. 6 Vein Excalibur. 100 silver level gift packs. Does the host choose to accept this mission? ... The system's sweet and melodious prompt sounded in Su Yi's mind almost 3 times, and then Su Yi came back to his senses and swallowed. Not to mention the million exchange points, any one of the 6 Meridian Divine Sword is probably comparable to this simple task. And now, there are more than 100 silver level gift packs. This Nima, what kind of heavenly mission is this? It's so scary. System, is your mission real or fake? Or, is there a hidden mystery? Su Yi blinked, unable to believe that this task would be so fat. Host, there must be a mystery. This is to let you completely unleash the nature of Majin Buu. This is the hidden mystery. System explained, if the task of completely unleashing the nature of Majin Buu cannot be completed, the host will naturally be unable to obtain the task reward. Hearing this explanation, Su Yi's eyes narrowed. Unleash Majin Buu's nature completely. What is that? Majin Buu actually has 2 in a general sense. One is more kind and harmless. At present, this fat Boo should be regarded as a slightly kind Boo. The other is the very evil Boo, who kills at every turn. So, is this to let him release that evil Boo? Suyi thought about it, and after a while, nodded and accepted the task. Such a fat task, there is no reason not to take it. Moreover, even if he did not complete this task, he would not have any pressure, because there is no punishment for failure of the task at all. Looking at the field again, Majin Buu has already fought against Sun Wukong. Shin was worried from the beginning to the follow-up when he saw that Demon Buu was beaten by Sun Wukong, and his face gradually showed a relieved smile. Looks like Goku has a chance to destroy this fellow Majin Buu diaresis. Shin said happily. However, he soon stopped laughing. Because, it seems that Majin Buu has undergone a transformation. The whole person is different from the previous piece. The aura of tyranny spreads around him. You've completely angered me, and I'll kill you. Majin Buu reached out and patted his chest, then made a calyx shape with his hands. Could this guy also send Qigong waves? Sun Wukong, who was on the side, was stunned when he saw the action of Majin Buu. Let you see my turtle Qigong wave too. Demon Buu instantly launched this attack. The blue light was too dazzling, and the shock wave was also very terrifying, but in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Sun Wukong. Boom! The explosion sounded, and a large mushroom cloud rose up near where Sun Wukong was. Goku! Piccolo let out a loud roar. Dad! Sun Gohan also roared loudly. Damn, Goku's powerful chi has dissipated, and even he is not the opponent of this Majin Buu. Krillin clenched his teeth on one side, his body trembling constantly. Mr. Suyi, Goku is no match for Majin Buu. Excuse me, do you think you are Majin Buu's match? At this moment, Shin thought of what Bik had said before, and hurriedly came to Suyi and asked politely. Hearing this question, Suyi was a little speechless. Did he find that most people in the Dragon Ball world are people with very low emotional intelligence? Otherwise, how could this guy ask such an annoying question so directly? Without complaining too much, Suyi glanced at the little man indifferently, and said lightly, is it because the opponent didn't say it, he played it? After saying this, Suyi stepped forward and came to Babidi in an instant. The speed was so fast that Babidi was stunned for several seconds, and finally his expression changed. He hurriedly stepped back 100 or 2 meters, and roared at the Demon Buu in the sky. Magic Buu, someone wants to hurt me, you have to protect me. The voice entered Majin Buu's ears, making his slightly opened eyes squinted again, turning around and showing Babidi a harmless smile. Don't worry, wait for me to solve this to make me angry, let's talk about it. Do you want to die? Babidi's face changed again, and he roared. I think, you want to die. Majin Buu opened his eyes again, this time even wider than before, and a black air flow suddenly appeared in his hands. Although the small hole on his head was still spewing water vapor this time, it was jets of black water vapor. Seeing this scene, Suyi raised his brows, because this was a scene that never appeared in the original novel. Diaresis you. Babidi pointed at the Majin Buu in the sky, his face full of horror. Die. Majin Buu flew over and punched Babidi. Boom. Ah. Babidi saw Majin Buu flying over, closed his eyes, and let out a scream. However, after 2 seconds, he found that he didn't seem to have anything, and hurriedly opened his eyes to take a look, but saw Suyi reaching out and blocking the fist of Demon Buu. His face couldn't help showing a look of astonishment. Mr. Suya, how can he help Babidi? Seeing this scene, Shin and the others changed their expressions and panicked. Suyi, shouldn't he be controlled by Babidi too? Keelan suddenly said. As he said these words, a lot of sweat suddenly appeared on the foreheads of Piccolo and Son Gohan. If Suyi is controlled by Babidi, I am afraid that the whole earth will be destroyed. And they, too, had to die in seconds. Keelan may not know Wang Deshao, Suyi's strength, but Son Gohan and Piccolo understand how powerful his strength is. Should not. A few people looked at the field again, and Suyi punched the demon Boo with a punch, directly smashing his whole body into pink meatballs. Good. What a powerful force. Killing demon Boo with one punch, this Suyi's strength is really terrifying. Shin couldn't help but exclaimed. However, he soon remembered something even more terrifying. Was Suyi, who helped Babidi, controlled by Babidi? If it is really controlled, then this Suyi is probably an evil existence that is thousands of times more terrifying than Majin Buu. Will they survive next time? Thinking of this, Shin's body trembled uncontrollably. Not only him, Jabbit, but also Krillin. A panic rose in Piccolo's heart at this moment. 85. Evil Boo differentiated from Fat Boo's body. I believe Uncle Suyi. Let's not say whether Babidi can control him. Even the uncle himself will not have any evil thoughts. Sun Wukong said calmly. Piccolo was his mentor in life and also in practice, and Suyi was undoubtedly not his idol. For his idol, he naturally believed unconditionally. Keelan and the others laughed bitterly, not fully knowing whether Suyi was controlled by Babidi. On Suyi's side, he didn't know that Klein and the others thought he was being controlled by Babidi. On Biddy. Don't kill me, don't kill me. A man who can easily kill Majin Buu with a single punch is a terrifying existence that he can provoke. If I don't kill you, my 1 million exchange points, the 6 Thane Excalibur and 100 silver level gift packs will fly away. Suyi shook his head and chuckled. He blocked Majin Buu's attack naturally because Babidi had to be killed by him, otherwise even letting Majin Buu completely unleash his nature would not be regarded as completing the mission. Babidi couldn't understand Suyi's words, so he could only keep begging for mercy. Boom. 443 Suyi was too lazy to waste time, raised his hand and punched out, directly blowing this Babidi. Babidi's strength is not as perverted as Majin Buu. When this punch comes down, it blows up, but it really blows up, and there is no hope of resurrection at all. Look, I said, how could Uncle Suyi be controlled by a guy like Babidi? Sun Wukong laughed. He believed in his idol, and he was right. Woo. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, they were under a lot of pressure just now. Now that Suyi killed Babidi, it was a relief. Wait, look at you. Piccolo was just about to give Sun Wukong and Vegeta the fairy beans he got from the cat fairy a while ago, but Yu Guangzong suddenly saw the meatballs that the demon Buu turned into slowly gathering, and finally the demon reappeared. Man Buu. Why didn't he die? Shin exclaimed. He thought that the powerful Suyi had killed the demon Buu, but now it seems that he did not. It's over. I've heard that the angry Majin Buu is stronger. Moreover, he seems to have no beyond restrictions on Babidi, so his strength will probably improve a lot. Jabbit patted his forehead, terrified. Don't worry, with Uncle Suyi here, Demon Buu is definitely not his opponent. Sun Wukong is very confident in Suyi's strength. He shook his head with a hard smile. Although he knew that Suyi was very powerful, he was still very worried and felt that Suyi could not be the opponent of Demon Buu. I'm going to kill you, kill you. Demon Buu angrily pounded his chest, steam, buzzing, above his head, and then Suyi looked up and found a black cloud rising above this guy's head. So, is this another Majin Buu coming? Suyi suddenly became interested, and it seemed that his task would soon be completed. In his opinion, Evil Buu should have completely released the nature of Majin Buu. Because the original Majin Buu is the evil one. And now this Fat Buu is actually because the Demon Buu absorbed a great Realm King God, and that Big Realm King God is also a very kind God, thus giving birth to Fat Buu, who is as simple as a piece of white paper childlike Buu. At this moment, Fat Buu had already rushed over and waved his fist at Suyi. At this time, Buu, who was already a completely kind body, was too weak because he scattered the evil Buu. Boom. Suyi threw him a few hundred meters away with a random punch, then ignored the Fat Buu and looked up at the black clouds in the sky. What's the matter? Shin, who was next to him, didn't understand what was going on, especially the black cloud in the sky, which made him even more puzzled. That's another Buu, call it Evil Buu. Suyi explained lightly. Before that fat boo can be said to be a guy who doesn't know good and evil, what you do to him, he will do to you. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in dismay. So, if they didn't take action at the beginning, I'm afraid it really won't cause any serious consequences. Shin thought about it, but quickly put the thought aside. Because, with Babidi, the evil magician who can control Majin Buu is the evil side no matter what. Therefore, it is naturally impossible not to shoot this guy. Boom. At this moment, the black clouds in the sky suddenly burst out with a dazzling golden light. Immediately afterwards, one hand stretched out from the cloud, then another hand and two legs, and finally the black cloud completely dissipated, revealing the appearance of this new Boo. Black, thin, and powerful. Everyone looked at him and had three impressions of him. Sure enough. Suyi's body slowly rose and looked at this evil Boo. Who are you? I can sense how powerful you are. Evil Boo looked at Suyi and did not dare to act rashly. Drink. Suyi was just about to speak, but unexpectedly, Fat Boo, who had been knocked away by him before, suddenly attacked, and pink arcs flew towards him. Suyi knew what it was. As long as he was hit, he would definitely turn into a cookie. So, he hurriedly ducked sideways. Suyi let it go, and the arc naturally flew towards the evil Boo on the same line. Ha! Evil Boo stared, took a deep breath, and then spewed a cloud of black smoke from his mouth. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Fat Boo's arc was bounced back. Laugh! The arc hit Fat Boo, and he seemed to be electrocuted. His whole body trembled twice, and finally turned into a Fat Boo biscuit and fell to the ground. Evil Boo's eyes lit up in vain, and then he quickly flew towards the biscuit, and finally ate the biscuit. 2 or 3 seconds later, a stream of pink air flowed out of Evil Boo's body, killing him. Wrapped in it. What's the matter? Evil Boo eats Fat Boo, what will happen? Krillin asked Shin, who was next to him. No, don't know. How could Shin know? The cold sweat dripped and he shook his head as he looked at the direction where the pink airflow was constantly rising. As for Piccolo, he glanced at the pink mist thoughtfully, wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, and secretly said, probably. No way. 86. The 6 Meridians Excalibur is beginning to show its power. The first request is to subscribe. Rub. Buzz. When everyone except Suyi was wondering, a flash of light appeared, and then a stream of pink steam came out. Ha ha ha. There was a loud laugh, the fog dissipated, and a thin pink tilde evil Boo appeared. This guy. Piccolo's face changed, and as expected, he ate the biscuit, and the two Boo became one. And, even more powerful. You must know that at the beginning, he and the gods were divided into two, and their respective strengths were actually not very strong. But later the two merged into one, which made his strength improved by more than 1 or 2 grades. It's almost on the verge of breaking out. Well, this skinny Boo has a combat power of 500 billion, so his strength is not too weak. Suyi nodded secretly in his heart as he saw this skinny Boo. At this stage, this kind of combat power is indeed invincible. Of course, the premise is that he does not shoot. Once he does, that is the real invincibility. Yo-hoo! Thin Boo howled, looking very happy. His body stretched freely, becoming smaller at a time, and becoming very long at a time. This guy is really rampant. At this time, Vegeta and Sun Wukong, who didn't know when they woke up, came over, and Vegeta gritted his teeth and said something. Dad, Uncle Vegeta, take Shondo quickly. Sun Wufan came over with a small bag and handed it to Sun Wukong. The two ate the fairy beans, and their faces were full of solemn expressions. Adhering to the style of Saiyans that will increase their combat effectiveness after recovery, now the strength of Sun Wukong and Vegeta has risen again. However, in the face of the now stronger Thin Boo, they still have no resistance. What should I do? I don't know if Brother Suyi is this guy's opponent. Sun Wukong smiled bitterly for a while. Seriously, except in Suyi's hands, this was the first time he felt so powerless. He was directly crushed and had no power to fight back. Vegeta's face was gloomy and uncertain. He was similar to Sun Wukong's thinking at this time. How could he, who never admit defeat, just admit defeat? Drink. Immediately, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan 2 state and killed the skinny Buu who was howling with joy. At this time, Suyi was driving a desertion, because the system had already prompted him to complete the task. 6 Meridian Divine Sword, 1 million exchange points, plus 100 silver level gift packs. Over the years, Suyi spent a lot of exchange points, but at the same time he also earned a lot of exchange points. Now, with the 1 million exchange points he just got, he already has more than 11 million exchange points in his hands. This seems like a lot, but in fact, at present, as long as he upgrades the time house, which has reached 100 times the time acceleration, I am afraid that the exchange points of more than 11 million will become more than 1 million in minutes. 100 silver level gift packs, are you trying to make me soft? Suyi complained, but he was still quite happy. 100 silver level gift packs, no matter how bad luck is, there will always be something good, right? When Suyi was about to take a look at the 6-veined divine sword, Sun Wukong and Vegeta flew down near him one after another. That's all you can do with me. Thin Buu's voice entered Suyi's ears, causing him to slightly raise his eyes and look at this guy. System, teach me the 6 Meridians divine sword. The corner of Suyi's mouth evoked a beautiful arc, and she said to the system in her heart. Okay. The system responded. Soon, Suyi found that the introduction of the 6 veins divine sword appeared in his mind, and in the end, it was directly in place, perfectly controlling this skill. The 6-pulse sword that I have in this world is indeed very different from the 6-line sword that I know in the novels of my previous life. Suyi digested the 6 veins divine sword in his mind and sighed in a low voice. Rather than saying that the difference is too big, it would be better to say that this is actually just a name for the 6 Meridians Excalibur. System, is there any other task next? Suyi asked. If there are 2 more fat and oily tasks, he will naturally be happy. The system did not reply to him and remained silent. System. Suyi asked 2 more times and found that the system still did not reply to him. He understood. Okay, since there is no follow-up quest, let me see the power of the 6 Meridians Excalibur. Suyi came back to his senses and stretched comfortably. Yu Guang glanced at Sun Wukong and Vegeta lying on the ground on one side, then reached out with his right hand in the void and grabbed a light saber made of air condensed into his hand. Seeing Suyi's action, everyone in the field was blind, not understanding what move it was. Suyi waved the lightsaber in his hand, and it flashed brightly. With his thoughts, the light changed from gold to red, and then to blue. Interesting, funny. Suyi laughed, and had an inexplicable love for this 6-merged sword. Seeing that Suyi seemed to be playing, Thin Buu's face became gloomy. As a freshman Buu, he believed that his strength was absolute, and he could easily crush everything. Mouth wave. Thin Buu opened his mouth, and then a ball of light appeared in his mouth, and then suddenly attacked Suyi. Suyi glanced at the attack indifferently, smiled disdainfully, and slashed out with the lightsaber in his hand, directly destroying the attack. Buffs of the 6 Meridians divine sword, which can easily destroy Qigong cannons, energy cannons, and various attacks from anyone whose strength is lower than his combat power. 0. Drink. Suyi transformed into a state of Super Saiyan 1, with a combat power of 500 billion, flew up, and slashed at Thin Buu with a lightsaber in his hand. Seeing Suyi moving, Slim Buu's face changed, his eyes looked around, and he finally set his eyes on Piccolo and the others. Absorb. As long as I absorb these guys, maybe I can kill this guy. Thin Buu suddenly became clear at the juncture of life and death. He didn't face Su Yezhong at all, turned around and flew towards Piccolo and the others. Escape. Seeing Skinny Buu flying over, Piccolo and the others changed their expressions and hurriedly dispersed and fled. Slim Buu glanced at Piccolo, who was the closest, and then glanced at Son Gohan with a pity. In the end, a lump of pink meat was fired from his stomach, like a cannonball, and attached to Piccolo in an instant. It's happened. Shin looked back with a horrified look on his face. Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan also looked back and saw that Piccolo turned into a pink mist and slowly drifted towards Slim Boo, and finally the mist entered the small hole on top of Slim Boo's head. Woo! At the same time, there was a happy expression on Thin Boo's face, and he let out a long mouthful of pink airflow, which slowly wrapped around his body. After a while, the airflow dissipated, and a new Boo appeared in everyone's sight. Pink skin, but wearing Piccolo's cape, his appearance is slightly the same as Piccolo. At this time, his combat power is no longer the previous 500 billion, but directly to 1 trillion. 87. Piccolo's powerful strength. Huh, Pic-Boo. Suyi smiled when he saw this new Boo, nodded and said, 1 trillion combat power is not bad, it is worth taking seriously by me in the super second form. Thinking of this Buick Boo, Suyi thought of Gohan Boo again. The 4 trillion terrifying combat power in the original book was simply too strong. If it wasn't for Gogeta, the fusion of Monkey King and Vegeta, at the current stage of the character, I am afraid it is really difficult to win this guy. Hey, how is my current strength? Big-Boo jumped in front of Suyi for a moment, put his hands on his waist, and circled around him, with a hippie smile, completely lacking the attitude that a big devil should have. Boom! For his arrogance, Suyi naturally punched him without giving face, and directly knocked him flying. The state of burst gas transformed into Super Saiyan 2, and the combat power also reached 1 trillion. Gohan, 463, you take them away. Suyi took the time to shout, the next battle is probably not something they can watch on the field, or they will be killed by the aftermath if they are not careful. Sun Wukong responded, nodded and hurriedly came to Sun Wukong and Vegeta to help them up, and then quickly flew away from the place. Leave now. Shin gave Suyi and Piccolo a solemn look, turned and left. Suyi, you must do your best. Krillin gritted his teeth, then turned around and flew away. Without the presence of Kaylin and the others, Suyi also let go of his hands and fired up. Super 2's Suyi and Big-Boo's fighting power is not much different, so the two of them naturally fight back and forth. Magic Light Killer Cannon. Piccolo roared, and put the index and middle fingers of his right hand on his forehead. After only a few seconds of holding his breath, his right hand stretched forward sharply, shooting out a super strong energy beam surrounded by spiral energy from his 2 fingers. Sword come. Suyi had eliminated the lightsaber in his hand before. He roared in a low voice, reached out and grabbed it in the void, and a lightsaber appeared in his hand. Laugh. With a slash forward, it was easy to annihilate Piccolo, a magic penetrating light killing cannon. Fool, I'm behind you. After the magic bullet that killed Piccolo, a voice came from behind Suyi, with a strong sarcastic tone. Boom. Suyi turned his head calmly, and a shock wave hit him in the face. Too weak, too weak. In the first blow, Piccolo shook his head and sneered aloud, then rushed forward, approaching Suyi who flew out, and punched out a series of consecutive punches. Every blow hit Suyi, but Piccolo felt something was wrong, but he couldn't say what was wrong. Just like that, Piccolo bombarded Suyi for several minutes, and finally hit him on the ground with a hard punch. It seems that the skill of clone technique is quite useful. At this moment, Suyi, who was sitting cross-legged in midair, chuckled lightly. He had acquired this skill in a golden gift bag a few years ago. He thought it was a useless skill, but now that he suddenly recalled it, he tried it and found that it was quite useful. At least, this Big-Boo didn't realize that this was a clone. He beat the clone for several minutes, and all kinds of energy cannons and shock cannons were bombarded with stamina-consuming attacks. Is it that weak? Piccolo flew down and came to the place where Suyi fell to the ground. Just as he looked at it, his body suddenly froze, and he turned around in surprise. Another Suyi looked at him playfully in midair. He. Piccolo's expression changed, He pointed at Suyi in midair, then tilted his head and pointed at Suyi, in the deep pit on the side, stunned. Why are there two of you? Besides, if it's a clone, why is he as strong as you? Although that Suyi was being beaten all the time just now, but he also fought back. In his expectation, the avatar technique does exist, but it is impossible to directly avatar with his own strength. Otherwise, this clone technique has been learned by the most powerful person. Isn't it completely invincible? Hearing Big Boo's very puzzled words, Suyi smiled without explaining anything. The reason why he thought this avatar technique was useless before was that he who came out of this avatar was just a paper tiger. What is a paper tiger? That is to look fierce and incomparable. In fact, the strength is not strong at all. As for why Big Boo felt that the clone was powerful just now, the reason was naturally because Suyi was secretly operating it. Suyi made a strong shot, and directly beat Piccolo to the ground. Soon, as he bombarded with one punch, Piccolo was directly beaten back to the prototype, and the two flew out of his body directly. It's Piccolo and Fat Boo. Damn. The evil Black Boo, who was differentiated before, roared, glanced at Suyi unwillingly, and hurriedly fled. Want to run? Suyi sneered, and a turtle Qigong wave directly killed him. In the end, Boo was the one who solved it, which made him still a little helpless. I originally planned to get more exchange points in this plot, but now it seems that this idea is not enough. Taking out two super fairy beans, Piccolo and Fat Boo quickly woke up. You saved me. Fat Boo looked at Suyi with a gloomy expression on his face, and it seemed that he was very entangled. Well, there should be no more evil thoughts in your body now, and then I hope you can live a good life on Earth. Suyi is not going to kill this Fat Boo. After all, he is different from the previous Demon Boo, and all the evil in his heart has been separated. Fat Boo fell silent, glanced at Suyi, and left just like that. Just let him go. Piccolo frowned and said unsurely, But Majin Buu, what if there are more killings? No. Suyi glanced at the back of Boo, who was leaving, and smiled. Only he understands why this guy won't add more killings for no reason. First, his evil is gone. Second, according to the original plot, the encounter between Boo and Satan is inevitable. 3.0. Although the plot of Boo's length was forcibly accelerated by him, what should happen will always be arranged by itself. It's like it was supposed to be transformed into Super Saiyan 3 in this event, and the integrated Gotenks and the mysterious Gohan, and even Gogeta did not appear. But Suyi understands that these things that should appear will always have the opportunity to appear. Suyi moved away from this place in an instant, but what he didn't know was that after he left, a small ball of dark meat was slowly wriggling in the cracks of a pile of stones. Suyi, I will definitely absorb you. A whisper sounded between the stones, and the voice was full of endless resentment. 88. What can you get out of 100 silver level gift packs? In the subsequent whispers, Suyi didn't know, he actually thought that Demon Boo was slaughtered by him. At this time, he had returned to the western capital. Since Majin Buu was slaughtered by Suyi not long after he appeared, there was no crisis in the whole earth. Back home, the little girl Luli was not at home, nor were Bulma and the others. Suyi thought for a while, then came to the living room to open the gift bag. 100 silver level gift packs are enough for him to open slowly. The first silver package, 10,000 exchange points, Tathagata Palm. Buddha's Palm. WOC. The first silver level gift package has this kind of magic skill, it's just crazy. Suyi vaguely remembered that when he was a child, he had seen the martial arts of the Star Master, and he was very longing for the palm technique that fell from the sky. Now, so he has that set of Tathagata's palms. Learn Tathagata Palm. Suyi's heart was fiery. If it was really the 25 sets of Tathagata's palms in Kung Fu, and it was reasonable, then he could try the palms that fell from the sky. Soon, many introductions and moves came to mind. The first form, the Buddha's light, appears at the beginning, and the Buddha's light is released in the start hand style, which can temporarily blind the enemy, and at the same time make the opponent float weightless, making it difficult to resist. The second style, the golden-topped Buddha lantern. The starting style urges a small fireball, and the fire is released when the shot is officially launched. While the palm strength is amazing, it can also release Buddha fire in the opponent's body. The third style, foe moving mountains and rivers, the most powerful style of the first four styles. There are no special skills. Fourth form. Fifth form. ... Until the ninth form, the words Tathagata's palm in the question made Suyi nod and laugh. Yes, there is time to perform a wave of palms that fall from the sky. Suyi closed his eyes and began to control it perfectly. Whether it is the exercises or skills drawn from this gift package, or the exercises and skills exchanged, it is very easy to achieve perfect control as long as you learn them. Soon, the palm of the Tathagata was perfectly controlled by Suyi. Drop drop. As soon as he opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief, the communication device rang, which made him lose the idea of continuing to open the second silver level gift package. Brother Suyi, is Majin Buu dead? It was a call from Sun Wukong with the help of the communication equipment of the Turtle Fairy. Well, dead. Suyi nodded. Huh, this guy is really strong. But it's a pity, I can't be too weak now. If I am stronger, I will definitely increase my strength by a lot against him. Sun Wukong sighed, feeling very pity. Suyi heard this, coughed twice, and said, when I'm busy with this period of time, I'll give you a good training session. It's not just you, Vegeta, Son Gohan, Trunks and Goten. They all come to me to give you a good training session. Quote. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up and he said, yes, I feel like I can go up a level again. Ha ha ha. Sun Wukong is still very sure of Suyi's strength. After all, he is still Suyi's apprentice and has learned a lot from Suyi. Okay, you come to me when the time comes. Suyi said lightly. The phone of the communication device hung up, and then Suyi thought for a while, opened the system space, and opened the silver level gift package again. The remaining 99 silver gift packs, he hoped to be able to open very good things. After all, the first silver gift bag gave out the perverted and powerful palm technique of Tathagata God Palm. Immediately after, the second silver level gift package was opened soon. But it seems that the first silver level package lost all his luck, and the next 49 silver level packages didn't work well. It's very stiff. I thought I could continue the good luck before, but it turned out that I even opened 49 silver level gift packs, which are all useless things. Suyi felt a little uncomfortable, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he couldn't blame others for bad luck. The remaining 50 silver price gift packs, Suyi, are not going to be opened again. He is going to find a good day to open them again. As for which day is a good day, he does not know. But he knew that today's good luck should have been used up, so today's follow-up time is definitely not a good day. Back in the training room, Suyi began to practice. With his current proficiency in perfect biming divine art, he is currently cultivating very fast. Coupled with the time acceleration of the time house, his practice is even more terrifying. Soon after, he was going to ask Sun Wukong and the others to enter the time house to practice, and he would give them the cultivation method of biming magic. But he certainly can't give Sun Wukong all the exercises of their stages. Not to mention the second and third stages, even the first stage is enough for them to spend time to control it. 3 days have passed like this. Suyi's combat power has skyrocketed, but there must be a higher level. Then ask Suyi to fight the first appearance of Majin Buu. He is confident that even if he does not become a Super Saiyan, he can kill Majin Buu with his full power. Of course, this will definitely take some effort. During these 3 days, Suyi tried the Tathagata palms, and he found that this set of palms was indeed very powerful. Light releases this palm technique with his normal combat power, and the resulting power can definitely easily destroy the entire Earth. Don't forget, he has a system mall space, which can be exchanged for a magic circle. this magic circle can detect the destructive power of the palm technique he uses. The result is very simple, that is, a light 950 can destroy the entire Earth. You know, this is the Tathagata palm that he uses under his normal state. Just imagine, if he transforms into Super Saiyan 1, and uses this set of palm techniques, how terrifying the power will be. Can't imagine, can't imagine. On this day, Sun Wukong and the others came to Su Yi's house. Su Yi glanced at the audience and frowned. Because he didn't see any sign of Sun Gohan, he asked, Wukong, where did Gohan go? He is very interested in Mystery Gohan. If Sun Gohan succeeds in becoming Mysterious Gohan, then he has found an opponent. Gohan. Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment, looked back at everyone, and indeed did not see Sun Wufan. His brows were also furrowed. At this moment, an evil aura came from afar. Did you feel it? Su Yi narrowed his eyes and said. It's such a powerful breath, and it's also very evil. Sun Wukong nodded. Let's go and have a look. Su Yi's eyes narrowed. The breath just now was very similar to that of the evil Boo who was slaughtered by him 3 days ago. In addition, Sun Wufan was gone now, which made him have some guesses in his heart. Will it, absorbed by this evil Boo and turned into Gohan Boo? 89. Fight Gohan Boo. 4th more asking for subscription. Soon, Su Yi and the others came to the place where the evil aura erupted. Sun Wukong looked at a person in the distance, his brows furrowed. Is he Majin Buu or who? Vegeta folded her arms across her chest and stared coldly at the guy in the distance. Wearing the martial arts uniform of Son Gohan, but it looks like Buu. Su Yi also looked at it and found that this Buu was different from the original. In the original book, Gohan Buu has pink skin, and this Gohan Buu has black skin. And this black Gohan Buu is very powerful. Su Yi recalled that Gohan Buu in the original book had a combat power of 4 trillion, but now this black Gohan Buu has a combat power of 6 trillion. If it wasn't for the fact that his strength had risen to a higher level in the past 3 days, he might not have been able to fight this black Gohan Buu. Ha ha ha, are you here? This Sun Wufan is really powerful. Su Yi, I know your name. If I can absorb you, I'm afraid no one in the entire universe will be my opponent. Black Gohan Buu's sensory power is very amazing, and Su Yi actually knew their existence the first time they arrived. At this moment, with just one step, this guy instantly crossed a distance of 1 kilometer to reach the crowd and spoke coldly. Huh. Hearing this, Su Yi smiled coldly. If it was really 3 days ago, he really might not have beaten this black Gohan Buu. But now, hee, easy crush. With one hand, Tathagata's palm, made this guy fall to his knees in minutes. Wukong, leave here first. Su Yi turned his head and said, stay far away, you can't bear the aftermath of a battle of this level. Brother, this will be a very exciting duel. I will use the magic circle to isolate this place. You can watch it carefully, and then in turn gaining combat experience, and also how my Super Saiyan 3 transformed into a successful. Quote. In the state of Super Saiyan 3, it is not easy to teach Sun Wukong, because it requires one's own understanding and the strength of the body to be able to transform successfully. In the original work, Sun Wukong became Super Saiyan 3 because he died without any physical limitations in hell, and his own strength exploded. And Su Yi's Super Saiyan 3 is entirely because of his unlimited physical strength, because he has a lot of super fairy beans to supply his unlimited physical strength. In addition, Su Yi's physical strength is very powerful, so he can transform into Super Saiyan 3. Brother Su Yi, be careful. Sun Wukong said very solemnly, and then flew away from the place. Su Yi nodded, then waved his hand, and the isolation circle he exchanged covered the entire island. As for Vegeta, they flew into the sky and quietly watched. This will indeed be a very exciting battle, and the strength of the two completely exceeds the standard of combat power they know. Soon, without much to say, Su Yi and the black Gohan Buu started fighting. Basically, the pair of punches between the two collapsed and the surrounding mountains all collapsed. All kinds of energy waves, qigong waves bombarded, very terrifying. You must know that this is because Suyi's magic circle has restrained the more powerful explosive power. Otherwise, just by the collision of the two against the waves, the entire Earth can be easily blown up. Gohanbu with 6 trillion combat power is indeed powerful, and Suyi, who transformed into Super Saiyan 2, was suppressed and beaten from start to finish. This scene changed the expressions of Sun Wukong and others in the sky. Big Brother Suyi hasn't transformed into a Super Saiyan 3, so everything is still possible. Don't worry everyone, I believe Big Brother Suyi will be able to defeat this guy. Seeing that Piccolo and the others were not looking very well, Sun Wukong began to comfort him. Hearing Sun Wukong's consolation, Vegeta snorted coldly, and then focused on the battle on the field. Suyi is indeed strong, and Vegeta feels that he has learned a lot just by watching his Super Saiyan 2 state and fighting Gohanbu. Soon, Suyi in the field gasped, and the lightning around his body became more violent, and then his blonde hair slowly grew longer. After a while, as his combat power became more and more terrifying, Suyi finally completed the transformation of Super Saiyan 3. It's terrifying, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Ha ha ha, it seems that if I absorb you, then I will definitely be invincible. When Gohanbu saw that Suyi's strength was so powerful, he suddenly laughed out loud, his eyes became very sharp at this moment, and the airflow around his body turned into a black airflow, which slowly fluttered around his body right. Diaresis ha. Suyi just sneered at Gohanbu's inflated words. The combat power of 6 trillion may be very powerful, but Suyi is not bad. In the state of Super Saiyan 3, his combat power is almost close to 8 trillion. If the firepower is full, I am afraid that his combat power will definitely be able to compete with the existence of 10 trillion combat power. However, if there are people with 10 trillion combat power, there should be no one so far. After all, after the Dragon Ball Z plot, according to the plot of the old man, the follow-up should be the plot of Dragon Ball Super. Dragon Ball Super's combat power is not very clear, and we can only roughly guess what level of strength each person is. While Suyi was thinking, the black Gohanbu moved. A sudden impact, punched him with a punch. Bang bang bang. The fists of the two collided, and then there were bursts of explosions. Absorb, absorb, absorb you. Gohanbu stuck in front of Suyi, and then the antenna-like thing on his head suddenly twisted and rushed towards Suyi's head. Sword come. Suyi shouted loudly, and was no longer going to waste time with this guy. He stepped back a little distance, and grabbed his hand in the void, and soon a lightsaber condensed in his hand. Scum. Suyi smiled coldly. As long as his lightsaber, which is formed by the skill of the 6 veins Excalibur, penetrates any part of Gohanbu's body, then Gohan will fly out of Bu's body. Once Gohanbu's fusion state is removed, Suyi can directly kill this guy. This time, he naturally won't be so careless, and he is absolutely confident that he can smash the scumbag of Majin Buu. 90. Suyi, who has initially stepped into the realm of God. Chapter 5 for subscription. The antenna-like thing on the top of Gohanbu's head had already struck, and Suyi raised his hand and slashed it down with a sword, directly severing the antenna-like thing. Ah! Gohanbu screamed in pain, and then he saw Gohan, absorbed by Buu, flying out of his body. Then, a black light flickered, and Majin Buu became that black skinny Buu. Looked at Suyi in horror. Die! Suyi's eyes narrowed, and he lifted the lightsaber in his hand and threw it in the air, then pointed at the black skinny Buu, and the lightsaber burst out with an astonishing ray of light and rushed towards him instantly. Puff! The lightsaber sank into the black skinny Buu's chest. Suyi flew into the sky, and slapped it down with a slap. It was the palm technique that fell from the sky. With this slap, Majin Buu completely disappeared from the world. Yeah. Seeing this scene, Klein and the others in the sky suddenly became excited, and even Vegeta had a smile on his face. In front of Sun Wukong, who had passed out, Suyi crouched down and took a look, and found that he was not injured, but was simply absorbed once. I fed him a super fairy bean. After a while, Sun Wufan woke up with an embarrassed look on his face. Uncle Suyi, it's all my fault for being too weak. 353. Have time to practice hard. Don't seek to surpass anyone. At least, don't be afraid of a crisis. Suyi thought for a while, reached out and patted his shoulder, then smiled. Well, I will. In this incident, Sun Wuhan suddenly understood a truth. Shuiwen cannot save the world, let alone protect his family. Only when you are strong can you protect those you want to protect. ... This incident has been resolved for a short time, and then Suyi understands that it is enough to wait quietly for the arrival of the god of destruction Beerus. The plot of Dragon Ball Super is what Suyi is most looking forward to. The power of Beerus, the power of Whis, and the guys like Jiren are all masters. Of course, the premise is that the plot really follows that old man's plot. Otherwise, it is still possible to follow the plot of Dragon Ball GT. But no matter what kind of ending, Suyi is supportive. After all, it is the Dragon Ball he likes. In the following time, Suyi practiced by himself, and even instructed Monkey King Vegeta and the others to practice. In the first month of Majin Buu's death, Sun Wukong, who had practiced the first stage of Baiming's magical power and the power of dominance, successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Immediately after the second month, Vegeta, who practiced the same technique, also successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 3. However, unlike the Super 3 forms of Sun Wukong and Suyi, his hair has not grown longer, and it remains as he is. In this regard, everyone at that time, including Vegeta himself, felt that he had not become successful. In the end, if it weren't for the skyrocketing combat effectiveness, I'm afraid he really didn't believe it. In the third month, with Suyi's roar, everyone including Sun Wukong couldn't help shaking. Immediately afterwards, they were surprised to find that Suyi's breath disappeared. Brother Suyi, why can't I feel your breath? Sun Wukong came and asked in shock. This is the realm of God. Suyi shouted and turned into a Super Saiyan Blue, with blue light rising all over his body, and his hair was no longer golden, but blue. My God. Afterwards, Vegeta and the others were instantly stunned when they saw Suyi's transformation. Uncle Suyi, what's your fighting strength? Sun Gohan asked suddenly. 1 trillion is equal to 1 trillion combat power, and now my strength is 100 trillion. Suyi smiled. Don't look at the improvement of only 3 months. In fact, he has been practicing for more than 20 years under the time house where his time is accelerated by 100 times. It took more than 20 years for his combat power to increase to 100 trillion, which is 100 trillion. In essence, this is not too powerful. However, for Sun Wukong and others, it is terrifying and cannot be more terrifying. CFEA, when Sun Wukong and others marveled at Suyi's strength, at the same time, somewhere deep in the universe. This place is where Beerus, the god of destruction, lives. This shape is like a big conical flower pot with a tree planted in it, and Beerus lives on that big tree. It can be imagined that it is a tree. What a big tree, and there are many planets around it. In the center of the palace, a man with a very tall stature, blue-green skin and long white curly hair. The pupil and lips are purple, and the man with a large light blue halo around his neck raised his brows, and a surprised smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Ding! The man took the staff on his right hand and gently tapped it in the void, and a mirror was projected in front of him. Inside the mirror were Suyi and others on Earth. A human. No, this is a Saiyan, and he has already stepped into the realm of God. Oh, it's really amazing. Weiss looked at Suyi for a while, then stretched out his hand to cover his mouth and laughed. What a formidable little guy. Earth. It seems that when Lord Beerus wakes up, he may be able to take him to meet him. What about this gifted little fellow? ... Suyi, who was on the Earth, naturally didn't know that he had been noticed by Weiss. At this time, it had been another month since the last time he turned into Super Saiyan Blue. He thought that he could relax at this stage, but when everyone gathered on Turtle Immortal Island on this day, the sudden appearance of Frieza and his son made him stunned. Shouldn't all three of them be dead? Why, suddenly resurrected? Oh hoo 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 hoo. Monkey King, Vegeta, and you stinky reptiles, King Frieza, are back. The Frieza father and son got off the spaceship and looked down at the people on Turtle Immortal Island with an indifferent attitude. Frieza, how could you possibly be alive? Sun Wukong frowned and asked strangely. Oh ho 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 ho, because I'm Frieza, I'm resurrected. Frieza laughed wickedly. Oh, what if we're resurrected? Do you think we're still the same as we were? Vegeta sneered and stood up with a powerful aura. Hey, Vegeta, a dog I used to be by my side. Frieza also smiled coldly, his body slowly floated in midair, his hands were slightly raised, and a powerful breath rose up around him. Suyi felt this breath, and raised his brows. Good guy, Frieza's talent is really strong. Before he died, he couldn't even beat Super Saiyan 1, so his combat power is estimated to be comparable to Super Saiyan 2. However, this kind of strength is far from being beaten by the current Z fighters. Not to mention Vegeta, it is Sun Wushan, the two little guys of Tamanx can match him. 91. One-day trip to the three-person room of the Kurdish king and his son. Huh, dog. Vegeta smiled coldly. In his eyes, a scum like Frieza, after so many years, still has the same strength, and has not made great progress, and still has the face to say such things. I can stab you to death with a single finger. Vegeta flew up and transformed into Super Saiyan 1 state, amazing momentum. This Frieza's strength is equivalent to Super 2, only equivalent to Suyi's previous Super 2 strength. Today is different from the past, Vegeta Light is in Super 1 state and easily beats this guy. What a big breath. Frieza sneered, swept out of the corner of the eye, saw Trunks, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and at the same time, his face overlapped with the shadow of Trunks who killed his father and son a few years ago. Change. Are you that guy? The Kurdish king on the side also suddenly saw Trunks, his eyes widened, and he exclaimed. For the guy who killed him a few years ago, the Kurdish king was angry for a long time, and it was for him to hone his strength in hell. Now he is resurrected for revenge. Father, I'll kill that guy. Beulah, who was on the side, suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked at Suyi, pointing at him in a cold voice. Small thing, with your crazy level of practice in hell, you can definitely torture these guys to death now. The Kurdish king said lightly. Just as he finished speaking, a cold wind hit him. He shuddered and continued to ask in astonishment, why is the weather on this earth so abnormal? It's hot and cold for a while. A bunch of idiots, look at that guy behind you. Ha ha ha. The inexplicable joy is really funny. He died again after being resurrected. I'm afraid this guy feels uncomfortable in his heart. Sun Wushan and Trunks rolled on the ground with their stomachs in their arms. Tears of laughter came out. Klimbik and others couldn't help but laugh for a while, feeling sad for this guy. What? King Kurd and Frieza turned around and saw a headless corpse floating in the air. This scene was extremely strange. Beulah, Beulah. The Kurdish king finally came back to his senses, his face changed, he reached out and hugged his son's body, and looked around, where is my son's head? If he has a head, he feels that there is still a chance to save Beulah. If he has no head, I am afraid that in 2 minutes, the functions of the body will be completely cold, and I am afraid that I really have to go back to hell. Compared with the one-day trip to the world during the Monkey King Boo period in the original book, this Beulah is the real one-day trip to the world. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. The Kurdish king roared, and turned around, his skin turned white and silver, and it did look a little overpowering. He's transformed. When Sun Wukong saw this scene, he immediately became interested, flew from the ground, flew to the side of the Kurdish king, circled around, praised him, and finally knocked on the head of the Kurdish king, who was almost furious. The sound of dong 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 sounded. Not only Sun Wukong was stunned, but the Kurdish king himself was also stunned. Ha ha ha. Everyone on Guixian Island burst into laughter inexplicably, and Suyi couldn't help laughing. This kid Sun Wukong is really naughty. Okay Wukong, get rid of these two guys, let's continue to the barbecue. Suyi shouted, this kind of scum-like character, where did he like it? He led Xiao Luli, who was secretly drinking yogurt next to him, to the barbecue. Bulma's three daughters don't like such occasions very much, and they also have their own busy affairs, so they basically don't go out with Suyi for such small gatherings. Dad, give me some oil and I'll brush this chicken wing. Su Luli gave a crisp cry. Where is it? I'm coming. Suyi rolled up his sleeves and worked hard. Casual, ignorant, indifferent. The Kurdish king and Frieza in the sky showed monstrous killing intent on their faces, but when they were just about to kill, Vegeta and Sun Wukong shot at the same time. Spike. A very simple energy cannon instantly killed Frieza and King Kurd. Sad, what a great sadness. The turtle immortal on the island shook his head and sighed. When he turned around, two bloody arrows suddenly appeared from his nose. Ask for flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Dear little girl, why haven't I seen you before? A beautiful woman in a blue bikini swayed in front of a mortal turtle, and he immediately provoked him and reached out to grab it. A mortal turtle, you must be too lustful. With a bang, a cloud of smoke came out of this bikini beauty, and then turned into a pig, not Oolong or who. Damn, what's that about you? Where's my bikini girl? The turtle immortal was furious and had an uncomfortable look on his face. A little bit. My Oolong is your bikini little sister. Oolong jumped on the spot, and then transformed into the bikini beauty just now. I'm going to kill you. Turtle immortal roared angrily, then took his crutches and chased the bikini beauty who turned into Oolong. As for the guy Oolong, he kept screaming in the appearance of a beautiful woman, which made Immortal Turtle even more angry, and then kept chasing and beating. Ha ha ha. This little farce made everyone laugh, and the atmosphere was very harmonious for a while. Suyi looked up at the spaceship in the sky, thought about it, and pointed it out, which directly turned the spaceship into a gorgeous firework. It's a pity, it would have been better at night. Su Luli glanced at it and smiled. Does Xiao Luli like it very much? Dad will show you a grand fireworks show that night. Suyi reached out and rubbed Xiao Luli's head and smiled. At this moment, the Eastern Realm King Shin and Jabit suddenly appeared. Mr. Suyi, Mr. Sun Wukong, Mr. Vegeta and everyone. Shin slowly fell, with a look of sadness on his face, and said, I didn't need to trouble you, but who knew that the evil existence would evolve? The group of people he said were all confused. Only Suyi's eyes flashed, thinking of the inexplicably resurrected Frieza, and subconsciously asked, is it Xie Nianbo? Huh. Seeing that Suyi actually knew, Shin immediately came over, bowed to him, and said in surprise, Mr. Suyi knows this evil existence. 92. The birth of Xie Nianbo, teach Wukong fusion technique. Well, I heard something. Suyi nodded lightly, seeing that the eyes of the people around him were all on him, and continued, Xie Nianbo is a collection of evil in the entire universe, and it was born in the past, but recently this Xie Nianbo is still in a new state, it should not be, wouldn't it be too powerful? Suyi had never been born before, and Suyi didn't know it at all. All he said was just bragging, to cover up what he just said he knew about Xie Nianbo. After all, he just said Xie Nianbo's name just now, and he just said it subconsciously. If he doesn't explain it, it's easy to make people suspicious. Hearing Suyi's words, everyone was shocked. This just finished fighting an evil demon Boo, and now another wave of evil thoughts has emerged. This earth is really full of disasters. They are thinking that if there is no 957 on the earth, then the earth may not know how many times it will be destroyed. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, Master Dongji Wangshan, may I ask how strong this evil mind wave is? He is very powerful, and Majin Buu is no match for him. Shin looked at Sun Wukong with a dignified expression. The key is that he will evolve. I thought he only had the first form. At that time, we could barely fight against him. Now he has suddenly evolved into the second form. No one is his opponent. Quote. Hearing this, Sun Wukong showed more fighting intent on his face, and Vegeta did the same, and the whole person was full of fighting intent. Brother Suyi, why don't we take action and kill this evil thought? Sun Wukong said very excitedly. Hearing this, Suyi glanced at Sun Wukong, who was extremely excited, and Vegeta, who was looking at him. In case I teach you a very powerful spell. This very powerful calligraphy is naturally a fusion technique. If Sun Wukong and Vegeta are fused, it will be Wujita, and the combat power will increase by hundreds of times. If Suyi remembers correctly, Gogeta in the Super 2 state has a combat power of 20 trillion, and a combat power of 20 trillion is 20 trillion. If it is Gogeta in the Super 3 state, it should be at least 100 trillion combat power. This strength can already be compared with the current Suyi. Therefore, Gogeta with a combat power of 100 trillion can be said to be invincible at the current stage, and no one can beat him. No matter how powerful that evil thought wave is, Suyi can only remember a maximum of 1 trillion, that is, 1 trillion combat power. Comparing the two, it is clear at a glance who is stronger and who is weaker. What powerful spell! Sun Wukong and Vegeta spoke at the same time, their faces full of excitement. They have learned a lot from Suyi in recent years, and they naturally know that he is full of treasures, and if he can call him a very powerful thing, it must be very powerful. Fusion technique. Suyi laughed. Fusion. Hearing these three words, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were slightly taken aback. Fusion technique. Mr. Suyi, are you talking about the fusion technique of the Metamorians? As the king of the Eastern Realm, Shin naturally has heard too many secret techniques. He has also heard of this fusion technique, but according to rumors, isn't this race already destroyed? So, how did Mr. Suyi find out? Yes, it is the unique secret technique of this race of Metamorans. Suyi nodded, not surprised that the Eastern Realm King Shen knew the fusion technique. What is this fusion technique? Sun Wukong is very curious. This fusion technique is performed by two people dancing a strange left-right symmetrical dance, and then two people stretch out their hands with one finger on each other, and they fuse into one person's fusion technique. Suyi opened his mouth and said, then walked to the open space and started dancing fusion dance in front of everyone. This weird dance made everyone laugh out loud. After the fusion dance, Suyi smiled awkwardly, and then asked Sun Wukong with a sullen face, did you see the dance I danced just now? Hearing that Suyi's tone was not very good, Sun Wukong scratched his head, nodded solemnly, and said with a smile, Brother Suyi, please rest assured, I have already remembered the dance just now, and I will join Vegeta in a moment. I'll show you the demonstration again. Hey, who wants to do such a shameful dance move with you? Hearing Sun Wukong's words, he carried the guitar, his face changed, his hands clasping his chest suddenly put down, then looked at Sun Wukong, and said coldly, if you want to dance, dance yourself, I won't dance anyway. How could such a shameful dance move allow the arrogant him to do it? Suyi smiled and didn't care, because Sun Wukong remembered that, anyway, when the two of them were at a critical juncture of life and death, they would naturally have to let Vegeta do such a dance move. A wave of evil thoughts with 1 trillion combat power, it is absolutely impossible to fight one-on-one with the strength of two people. Even if two people fight one, it is very difficult. At that time, in a desperate situation, Suyi didn't believe that Vegeta would not give up his shame and make this very shameful dance fusion technique with Sun Wukong. Master Dongji Wangshan, take us to find this evil thought wave. Sun Wukong also knew Vegeta's character, and he didn't care anymore, he told Shin Dao. Okay. Shin nodded, then waved his right hand, a passage appeared in front of everyone, smiled and said, this is a space ability that only gods can use, Mr. Goku and Mr. Vegeta come with me. Sun Wukong and Vegeta greeted everyone, and Xianxin stepped into the space passage. Don't Mr. Suyi watch 0.5. Compared with Monkey King and Vegeta, Shin believes more in Suyi's strength, so he asked this question. No need, Goku and Vegeta are strong enough. Suyi waved his hand. The two would naturally choose to fuse if they couldn't fight. Once Vegeta came out, if they couldn't eliminate the evil thoughts wave, then it would be a real joke. Not to mention, the current Vegeta is not simply transformed in the form of Super 2, but in the form of Super 3. Okay. Seeing that Suyi believed so much in Monkey King and Vegeta, Shin felt much more settled down, said, goodbye, and then entered the space passage with Jabit. 93. Handsome but 3 seconds Vegeta, difficult battle. At this time, the Monkey Kings who entered the space passage came to the underworld. Where is the evil thought wave? Sun Wukong shouted, put his hand on his forehead, and looked around. Kakarot, can you stop being such an idiot? Vegeta glanced at him and felt that this guy didn't look like a strong man at all. Hey. Sun Wukong didn't get angry after being scolded. He touched the back of his head and laughed humbly. Suddenly, a powerful breath burst out not far away. I found you. I found you. Sun Wukong and Vegeta's eyes lit up at the same time, tilted their heads to look at the same position, and said a word in unison. Yeah, Vegeta, the two of us still have a tacit understanding. Ha ha ha. Sun Wukong laughed. Oh, this momentum is so powerful, don't die in a while. Vegeta snorted coldly, rose from the ground, and flew towards the powerful breath that burst out just now. Wait for me, Vegeta, you can't grab my opponent first. Sun Wukong also flew up and lowered his head to the Eastern Realm God. Shin said, Lord Realm God, this level of battle is too easy to hurt you, so you should leave here first. Hearing this, Dongji Wang Shenshin showed a wry smile on his face, nodded and said, then you must be careful, if you are not the opponent of this evil thought wave, you must remember to use fusion or escape. Don't worry. Sun Wukong waved his hand, turned around, and frowned. This guy Vegeta has already burst into a fight with people, and from the chi he feels, the person with the evil aura has firmly gained the upper hand. Vegeta, you have to wait for me. Sun Wukong understood that the two of them would definitely not be able to beat this wave of evil thoughts one-on-one. To the fight one, maybe try it. If that doesn't work, I'm afraid the two have only one choice, and that is fusion. Soon, Sun Wukong arrived at a place similar to a candy house, with giant candies floating in the sky all around. At this moment, Vegeta was being swayed in the sky by a very long hand grabbing her neck. And an ugly-looking monster smiled and looked very excited. Vegeta. Sun Wukong roared and flew over quickly. However, Xie Nianbo suddenly turned his head in midair, glanced at Sun Wukong, and spewed out light cannons from his mouth. Boom. One after another light cannon exploded on Sun Wukong, causing a burst of smoke. Another one who is not afraid of death. No, I should say, another fun toy. Xie Nianbo grinned, and then the Vegeta in his hand shook a few times in the air and finally dropped it in a pile of iron thorns. Vegeta. The smoke dissipated, revealing the figure of Sun Wukong. He saw where Vegeta had fallen, his expression changed, and he hurriedly flew towards him, trying to save him. Call out. In an emergency, fortunately, Sun Wukong can move instantly. After using it, he immediately came to Vegeta and helped him to land safely. Kakarot, mind your own business. Vegeta gritted her teeth tightly, sweating profusely, her face stained with blood. She raised her head slightly and said indifferently, I don't need you to save me. Ah, I know. Sun Wukong smiled, turned his head to look at the evil thoughts wave floating in the air, and said solemnly, besides the guy from Majin Buu, this is the second evil guy that makes me feel that it is difficult to defeat. But, it's really exciting. Sun Wukong got up slowly, and the evil thoughts wave over there slowly fell from the sky, slowly approaching them. At the same time, on the Earth Turtle Immortal Island, In order to satisfy Piccolo and the others, Tsuyu exchanged a mirror-mapped spell, and then revealed the current battle in the underworld. Vegeta. The lens in the mirror was on Vegeta, who was seriously injured, which gave Piccolo and the others a bad premonition. How long after they left, Vegeta was beaten like this? Dad. Trunks looked at Vegeta in the mirror with a worried look on his face. Beside him was a woman with long blue hair, who was Vegeta's wife Elu. The woman's face is also very worried now, and she is secretly praying that Vegeta will be safe. Don't worry, you can only grow in adversity. Tsuyu comforted. Also, I taught them the strongest technique, but they haven't used it yet. So, don't worry too much. Hearing Tsuyu's comfort, the group relaxed slightly. After all, even if Sun Wukong and the others couldn't beat him, at least Tsuyu was still here. If the two of them were really going to be killed, no one would believe that Tsuyu would sit back and ignore it. At this time, Vegeta in the mirror stood up from the ground, gritted her teeth and glanced at Sun Wukong, and said coldly, "Do you still have super fairy beans on you?" Although he thinks that his strength is not comparable to this evil thought wave, he feels that it is impossible for him to be so unbearable. He must have been too inflated and underestimated the other party before. No. Sun Wukong shook his head. At this time Xie Nianbo had already approached them 200 or 300 meters. Drink. Sun Wukong hurriedly transformed into Super Saiyan 3. In this state, his strength is similar to the previous thin cloth 527 euros, more than 500 billion. This is already very powerful, but it is still not enough for him to fight in front of the evil thoughts wave of 1 trillion combat power. Useless, useless. Xie Nianbo rushed over, not only blasting a few shock cannons at Sun Wukong on the road, but also scattered, and some flew towards Vegeta. Vegeta, be careful. Sun Wukong reminded. I know, I don't need your reminder. This guy Vegeta is probably the most arrogant man in the Dragon Ball world. Perhaps to a certain extent, this kind of personality is completely the arrogant double ponytail girl in the lowly anime. Of course, this is just a metaphor. Shish. At this moment, Xie Nianbo stretched out a finger and swiped lightly towards the void, followed by laser cannons appearing one after another, bombarding Sun Wukong and others. Damn it, this guy is too strong. Sun Wukong, who is in the Super 3 state, roared angrily. In this situation, let alone defeating this evil thought wave, it is difficult to say whether he can accept this guy and survive. 94. Fusion failed. Leftovers are empty. Oops, the strength of this evil thought wave is too strong. At this time, the hearts of most people on Guixian Island were raised. Tsuyu pursed his lips and did not explain any further. He believes that when Gogeta appears, I am afraid these guys will be boiling excited. In the underworld, the laser cannon released by Xie Nianbo was gone, Sun Wukong was still normal, and Vegeta fell to the ground. Vegeta, are you alright? Sun Wukong ran over and asked. Damn, why did I fall first? Vegeta is furious. Every time he fights a person, he falls first, and Sun Wukong's strength is stronger than him. How does this make him feel better? Sun Wukong's expression was solemn, and he fell silent. After having known each other for so many years, the two of them knew each other's characters very well. Sun Wukong understood that it was Vegeta's pride as a Saiyan prince that made him very uncomfortable. Vegeta, don't be in a hurry, that guy Xie Nianbo is coming, let's find a place to hide and wait for you to recover. Sun Wukong didn't feel that avoiding the battle was a cowardly act, and he stretched out his hand to help Vegeta up. Don't touch me. Vegeta roared, and then slowly got up from the ground. Vegeta. Sun Wukong looked at him suspiciously. Kakarot, fuse with me. Vegeta turned his back to Monkey King, and his voice was very indignant. You have to remember that I definitely did not voluntarily merge with you. Vegeta. Sun Wukong looked at Vegeta's back, shouted softly, and was about to laugh, but a figure suddenly flew down from the sky. It was Xie Nianbo. I am still in the mood to talk, hee hee. The evil thoughts wave is another laser cannon falling from the sky, as if it is the next laser cannon rain. Escape. Sun Wukong's face changed, his index finger and middle finger were brought together a little between his eyebrows, and then he pulled Vegeta next to him and instantly moved away from the place. A few seconds later, Xie Nianbo came to the place where the two of Sun Wukong were staying just now. He glanced around and didn't feel the anger of the two, and suddenly burst out and roared. At this time, a few hundred meters away on a mountaintop. Vegeta, I'm running out of time, so I'll keep it short. Sun Wukong said solemnly. Before leaving the Earth and entering the space channel, Brother Suyi gave me a voice transmission. If the two of us can't fully agree on the chi and the fusion dance movements are not completely consistent, then the fusion will inevitably fail. Quote. I see. Vegeta slowly got up from the ground and looked at Monkey King solemnly. Do you need me to show you the fusion move again? Sun Wukong asked. No need. Vegeta replied coldly. Soon, the two kept a certain distance and stood side by side, then they stretched out their hands to face each other, their legs were slightly bent, and they slowly moved a few steps. They shouted, Fusion, at the same time. The other party bent down and stretched out a finger to meet. As the two fingertips met, a dazzling blue light burst out. At this moment, Xie Nianbo, who was far on the other side, felt the momentum and his eyes narrowed suddenly. He looked back, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After a while, the blue light dissipated, and Xie Nianbo turned around and flew to the location of Sun Wukong and the two. Immediately afterwards, he looked up, and a chubby little man fell from the sky. I'm sending you to hell. This chubby little man stood on the ground and his voice sounded like Sun Wukong and Vegeta. It should be the sound of the two. He pointed Xie Nianbo and said this sentence. At the same time, everyone on the Earth Turtle Immortal Island suddenly stared at the fused Monkey King and Vegeta. Is this the person Goku and Vegeta merged with? Piccolo was shocked. This is too funny. Ahem. They failed to merge. Suyi coughed twice. Just like the plot of the original novel, the tacit understanding between the two was still a little worse, so the fusion failed and became a defective fusion product called Beikong. Then, how about their strength after the fusion failed? Krillin exclaimed in shock. If the combat power of the two who failed to merge did not improve, what should they do in the face of the incomparably powerful wave of evil thoughts? Suyi smiled indifferently. According to the original work, although Beikong was not strong, he still resisted the evil thoughts wave for 30 minutes. At this time, the battle in the underworld began. Beikong burst out with momentum, and then rushed over with a wave of evil thoughts. Xie Nianbo was a little flustered for the first time, but when he saw Beikong rushing straight towards him stupidly, he suddenly punched out and hit Beikong in the face. And then, he punched again, knocking Beikong away again. Ah! Screamed twice, and then doing bounced and rolled on the ground like a meatball for a long distance. After he stopped rolling, Beikong was trying to turn over with a carp, but he couldn't. Then he slowly got up from the ground, looking at Xie Nianbo with a bruised nose and a few teeth, and said indignantly, Diaresis, I didn't expect you to have 2 strokes. But, that's it. PFF'd. Seeing this scene, Suyi on Earth Turtle Immortal Island couldn't help but burst out laughing. Swish swish. Immediately, all eyes were on him. Ahem, sorry, this guy is too funny. Also, don't worry, Goku and Vegeta will be fine. Suyi coughed twice and said. Hearing Suyi's words, everyone didn't say much. In fact, they wanted to laugh just now, but after thinking about it, they still didn't laugh. I, Lord Vegeta, will take care of you, Xie Nianbo. At Xie Nianbo with tears in his eyes. He just took 2 punches, but now he is in great pain. As he spoke, he raised another finger, feeling that he was cool, and then prepared to speak harshly, but the opposite evil thought wave rushed over. Bang bang bang. Left hook, right hook, Xie Nianbo madly blasted Beikong. Ah! Beikong roared. Bang bang bang. Xie Nianbo ignored his yelling and kept punching Bei Kong, knocking him around in the air a few times. Puff puff. At this moment, Bei Kong suddenly let out a series of farts, then flicked twice on the ground, and finally pressed towards Xie Nianbo, and his butt was 2 more farts on his face. Seeing this, everyone on Guixian Island looked at each other. You look at me, I look at you, and for a while I didn't know what to say. Is this really a fusion warrior? 95. Fusion again, Super 3 Gogeta. Damn it. In Guixian Island, when everyone was speechless, in the underworld, Xie Nianbo turned over, roared, and then rushed towards Bei Kong at a speed. Bang bang bang. Xie Nianbo punched out a few more times and beat Bei Kong to the point where he was powerless to fight back. Bei Kong was sweating profusely, ran left and right, and then ran to the other side, and Xie Nianbo quickly caught up, just about to continue to beat him. Bei Kong pointed his evil thoughts and said coldly, "Stop, today's affairs are like this. Don't do bad things again in the future, see you tomorrow." While speaking, Bei Kong turned around and ran away while riding the evil thoughts wave in a daze. Huh. Xie Nianbo sneered, and then aimed at Bei Kong and bombarded an energy cannon. Just like that, the 2 of you chased after me, and almost half an hour passed. When Xie Nianbo was about to kill Bei Kong, the fusion time of the 2 ended here. Go to Vegeta. As soon as the fusion time ended, Bei Kong disappeared and became Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and then turned into Super Saiyan 3 and killed the evil thoughts wave. Bang bang bang. The 2 of you punched and I punched Xie Nianbo back. No, I still have to find a chance to reintegrate again. Sun Wukong said. Need to fuse. The fusion just now is not as strong as our respective individual units. Are you sure that fusion is useful? Bei 137 Gita was sweating profusely and said coldly. There should be a problem with the fusion method of the 2 of us, otherwise this cannot be the case. Sun Wukong believes in Suyi very much, so he doesn't think that Suyi's fusion technique is useless. At this moment, Suyi's voice sounded in the ears of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Vegeta's gesture was wrong just now, and fusion must stick out his index finger. Hearing Suyi's words, Sun Wukong was stunned for a while Vegeta was very embarrassed and speechless. Stand out your index finger. My god, that would be too. Vegeta, do it again. Sun Wukong roared. Vegeta blushed and did such a shameful dance move once, and now she has to do it a second time. Boom. At this time, Xie Nianbo launched an attack again. There's no other way, I can only integrate it again and take a look. Vegeta gritted his teeth and followed Sun Wukong several hundred meters away. Xie Nianbo naturally couldn't let them escape, so he quickly caught up, but a person who suddenly appeared at this time was the Eastern Realm King Shenshin. Mr. Goku, Mr. Vegeta, hurry up and fuse. This guy will be handed over to me first. I will try my best to help CFCE you to delay the time. You try to fuse as soon as possible, and then it will be handed over to you. The Eastern Realm King Shenshin roared. Okay, Kaioshin-sama, Vegeta, let's go. Sun Wukong nodded. The 2 quickly flew to the top of a mountain, and Vegeta bent her legs awkwardly, ready to start merging. As for the Eastern Realm King Shenshin, as soon as he appeared, he was given a second by Xie Nianbo before he said 2 words. Just as he was about to kill Sun Wukong and Vegeta, a brighter light exploded in the distance. The evil thought wave who just finished solving the Eastern Realm King Shenshin looked over there, his face changed. At this time, unlike the fat and short Bei Kong who failed to fuse before. Now, with a perfectly proportioned figure, coupled with a very handsome face, amazing lightning bursts all over his body. This is... Xie Nianbo had a horrified expression on his face, and said inarticulately, "What is this?" At the same time, everyone on Guixian Island saw Gogeta who had successfully merged, and their faces showed a shocked expression. It's too strong, this Gogeta who has successfully merged. Piccolo exclaimed in shock that even in the human world, he could feel this astonishing and incomparably powerful aura. That's right, After Dad and Uncle Vegeta merged, the strength was overwhelming. A surprised smile appeared on Sun Wufan's face, and he saw the dawn of victory. Wu Tian. At this time, Goten and Trunks on the side began to discuss. I also think it's feasible. This fusion transformation is so cool. Wu Tian's face was full of excitement. Then let's try it now. Trunks whispered, then pulled Sun Wushan aside and started the fusion dance. Fusion. Rub. A bright light flashed out, which made the people next to him stunned for a while, and quickly turned their eyes around. When they saw a chubby little fat man, they all burst into laughter. Damn it, the fusion didn't work. However, the mighty Gotenks-sama won't give up easily. I'm a super soldier. Ah. Speaking, the inferior Gotenks roared, jumped up and punched 2 sets of punches, but soon became too tired, and crawled on the ground gasping for breath. Seeing this, Piccolo and the others burst into laughter again. Suyi chuckled and shook his head, and continued to look into the mirror. At this time, Vegeta pointed to Xie Nianbo and said, I'm not Sun Wukong, nor Vegeta, I'm the one who is about to defeat you. This familiar mantra sounded, and Suyi smiled knowingly. When he saw Gogeta and Vegeta appear in his previous life, let alone how excited he was. Next, let's take a good look at it. This evil thought wave can't be Gogeta's opponent. Suyi said. Jia Wang Shenshin, I will avenge you. In the underworld, Vegeta's calm voice sounded, and the Eastern Realm King Shenshin, who had completely fainted, naturally couldn't hear it. Oh, arrogance. Xie Nianbo was sweating profusely. In fact, he was shocked by Gogeta's momentum, but he believed in his own strength very much, sneered, and began to prepare to attack. After the explosion, Xie Nianbo reached out to Gogeta and launched a frantic bombing. Boom. Boom. For Gogeta in the Super 3 form, the evil thought wave of 1 trillion combat power is really weak enough, and it can easily blow his shock wave away. Call out. Gogeta flew forward, punched Xie Nianbo's stomach, and then punched and kicked quickly. In the end, after kicking the evil thought's wave away, Gogeta reached out his hand with a cold face, raising his hand to look like he was preparing to make a wave. Actually, this is not a shock wave type attack, but an attack that can drive away evil. Soon, the waves in Gogeta's hands were condensed, and it was a wave of mixed colors. Xie Nianbo stared at the wave in Gogeta's hand with a gloomy expression on his face. After thinking for a while, he roared and killed Gogeta. Gogeta's expression was indifferent, and he reached out and threw the wave in his hand towards Xie Nianbo. Boom! This wave directly pierced Xie Nianbo's stomach, and soon saw him turn into a little ghost. Huh! Gogeta glanced at the kid indifferently. Ah! The kid gave a loud cry, jumped up, then turned around and ran away. Huh! Gogeta smiled as he watched the back of the kid fleeing. 96. The opportunity to break through Super Saiyan IV. It has been more than a month since the time of Xie Nianbo, and this day Suyi is ready to break through Super Saiyan IV. I'm afraid I'm basically a Dragon Ball fan, and I'm very curious about whether it is the Super Saiyan Final 4 or the Super Saiyan Blue Strong. Because Suyi had a chance to evolve the Super Saiyan 4, he wanted to wait for him to break through the 4th and compare whether it was the Super Saiyan Final 4 or the Super Saiyan Blue. However, when he asked the system, he was completely stunned. Because this actually requires him to enter the world of Dragon Ball GT himself, so as to get the opportunity to transform into Super Saiyan Ren 4. System, you must be too stupid. Suyi was unable to complain, feeling that this system was too pitiful. He said yes, how about breaking through and transforming into Super Saiyan IV? Host, you need to know that there is no free lunch in the world, so you should enter the world of Dragon Ball GT obediently. The system's sweet and beautiful voice sounded in Suyi's mind. In this regard, Suyi was very helpless, nodded and said, okay, then how do I enter the Dragon Ball GT world? Also, where do I find the opportunity to break through Super Saiyan IV? The most important thing is, can I also be able to? Give Sun Wukong and Vegeta a chance to become Super Saiyan 4 too. The Monkey King and Vegeta in this main world cannot transform into Super Saiyan IV. The system replied. Okay. Suyi nodded and continued. Then, let me enter the Dragon Ball GT world next. He guessed that it should only be possible to transform into Super Saiyan IV in the world of Dragon Ball GT, otherwise the system would not explain that Sun Wukong and Vegeta in this main time and space world cannot transform successfully. By the way, I entered the GT world, how is the time flow of the main time and space world calculated? Suyi suddenly asked. If the time flow of the main time and space world is the same as the time flow of the Dragon Ball GT world, then it is possible that he has been there for more than 10 years, then it has definitely passed here for more than 10 years. For more than 10 years, I am afraid it is really a matter of right and wrong. Don't worry, host, you have been in the Dragon Ball GT world for a year, and I am afraid that the main time and space world will not exceed 1 day at most. People who don't know it will only think that you are practicing. The system replied. Like this. Well, then send me into the world of Dragon Ball GT. Suyi laughed. Soon, a space channel suddenly appeared in front of him, which was a time-space tunnel that could lead to the world of Dragon Ball GT. Suyi didn't think about it at all, and walked directly into this time-space tunnel. This is still the Earth, but it is not the Western capital he is familiar with. As for where he has no time to care about, he just wants to quickly transform into Super Saiyan IV. After searching the Earth for a while, Suyi found that Goku Vegeta and these guys all exist. I don't know if Bulma is the wife of this guy Vegeta in this plane. Suyi's eyes narrowed, and when she thought of this, she was very upset. Call out. Using the ability of teleportation, Suyi came to the Western capital within a few seconds. He walked according to the road in his memory, and soon came to the gate of a villa. In his master time-space world, this is Bulma's home. If this time and space has the existence of Bulma, I am afraid it is really possible to be the wife of the Tragedy Tower. Thinking of this, Suyi rang the doorbell of the villa's gate. Soon, a man with standing hair came out. Who was it if it wasn't Vegeta? Seeing him, Suyi narrowed his eyes, revealing some killing intent. No other man could bear this situation, even if it was another time and space. Who are you? Vegeta saw Suyi at the gate and caught the killing intent just revealed, and asked coldly. Who am I? Suyi smiled coldly, loosened the tail wrapped around his waist, then swayed behind him, and said lightly, I heard that the Saiyan Prince Vegeta is very powerful, so I want to ask for advice. You're a Saiyan too. Vegeta was taken aback, because if he remembered correctly, there are currently very few people in the Saiyan family. Except for the Saiyans on the Earth, there should be only his younger brother who is far away from the Earth. And now, the appearance of Suyi really shocked him. Not to mention, the strength of this Saiyan who just came out is probably not inferior to him, and this is what Vegeta is most shocked by. System, what is the combat power of Vegeta in Dragon Ball GT world? Suyi stared at Vegeta and asked in her heart. Vegeta's current normal combat power is 700 billion, and the Super 2 combat power is 80 trillion. The system replied. Why doesn't it feel right? Suyi is a little strange. Logically speaking, the multiplier of the Super 2's increase in combat power is 100 times, so this guy's Super 2 form should be 70 trillion, right? Host, Vegeta in this world will not transform into Super Saiyan 3, so when he has a Super 2 rampage state, his combat power can reach 80 trillion. The system explained it. Hearing this, Suyi was stunned. At this moment, a voice sounded. Vegeta, who's here? Immediately afterwards, a blonde woman walked out of the villa inside. Suyi glanced at the past and was stunned. It wasn't Bulma, but his wife, Vegeta, the main time and space world, Elu. Elu, you go back first. Seeing that Suyi's eyes were on his wife, Vegeta hurriedly glanced back at Elu and scolded. Seeing that something was not right, Elu stepped forward instead of retreating, glanced at Suyi, hugged Vegeta and said, "If something happens, let's face it together." When Vegeta heard this, her body trembled, and then she tilted her head and said coldly, "The western capital is too small, come with me to an open place." As she spoke, Vegeta released Elu's hand and flew up. "Vegeta!" Elu shouted. "Don't worry, I have the blood of a noble prince flowing through me. How could this guy be my opponent? Erlu, wait for me to come back." After Vegeta said this, she flew away from the western capital. Suyi scratched his head on the spot. Does this guy have such a big heart? Aren't you afraid that he is a bad person and then do something to his family? Shaking his head, Suyi flew after Vegeta. This guy's combat power is 80 trillion, as long as he doesn't turn into Super Saiyan Blue, the rest of the state is a very good grinding stone for Vegeta. Therefore, Suyi naturally would not let this whetstone go. His goal is very simple. After transforming into Super Saiyan 4, he feels that his strength reaches 10,000 trillion, or 10,000 trillion combat power. 97. The Shock of Super Saiyan Blue. Chapter 6. Soon, Suyi followed Vegeta to an uninhabited island. Suyi put his hands behind his back and looked at this guy. Since there is no Bulma in this time and space, Suyi's unhappiness also disappeared naturally, and the killing intent also disappeared naturally. Now, he just wants to hone his state of Super 1, to Super 3. The last time he broke through the Super Saiyan Blue, his combat power was 100 trillion, or 100 trillion. A month later, in the Super Blue state, he has already reached 14 trillion combat power. This is not too fast for him, because he has more than 20 years in the house in the previous 3 months to pave the way, and his combat power after that seems to increase very naturally. Drink. Vegeta's roar made Suyi stop thinking, and his eyes shifted to him. This guy directly played Super Saiyan 2 against him. 433, huh? Suyi smiled lightly, and also burst into a loud drink, but it was not a Super 2, but a simple Super 1 state. It is said that it is tempered. How can it be possible to burst out the most powerful power? You can turn into a Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta's pupils shrank, shocked. Suyi didn't say much, made a calyx shape with his hands, and then used teleportation to come to Vegeta. This is a teleportation turtle Qigong wave, and such a quick blow made Vegetaza eat a solid wave. Turtle School Qigong wave, who are you? Vegeta quickly backed away, looking at Suyi in disbelief. It's not just the turtle Qigong wave, this Saiyan who just appeared can still use the teleportation that Sun Wukong can, which is the most shocking. When fighting, you can't desert. Suyi rushed forward and exploded instantly, transforming into Super Saiyan 2, which once again shocked Vegeta. Boom. But soon, Vegeta came back to her senses, looked at Suyi uncertainly, and said coldly, "You're right, you can't desert in battle, so let me see your true strength." Quote. Vegeta roared again and entered the Super 2 rampant state. This state was not the rampant state of Big Trunks before. The Super 2 rampant state was not only an increase in strength, but also an increase in speed. In other words, this is Vegeta's exclusive Super 2 full power state. The two fought, and they fought back and forth. At the same time, somewhere on the earth, Goku, who had been reduced by the wish of the Pilaf trio, suddenly felt the breath of Vegeta and others, and suddenly stopped practicing. Who did Vegeta fight with? The same powerful breath. Sun Wukong frowned, thought for a moment, got up and used teleportation to quickly rush to the battlefield. However, after a few breaths, Sun Wukong arrived at the battlefield and saw Suyi who was fighting with Vegeta, with a shocked expression on his face. This is a Saiyan, and he's going to transform into Super Saiyan 3. Sun Wukong stared. He thought that only he and Gotenks could transform into Super Saiyan 3, but now there is another person who can transform, which really surprised him. You know, he transformed into Super Saiyan 3 because of the right time and place, and he was able to transform successfully. And this guy, could it be that he is so lucky? Drink. The two fought on the field, and Sun Wukong couldn't hold back, turning into Super Saiyan 3 and flying over. Kakarot, what are you doing? At this time, Vegeta's nose was blue and swollen, and blood was overflowing from the corners of her mouth. When she saw Sun Wukong intervening, she burst into a loud drink. Vegeta, this is the enemy, we are friends, so I will definitely help you. Sun Wukong said with a smile. He is small and transformed into Super Saiyan 3. He looks different from the adult state. He looks domineering, but still powerful. To deal with two people at the same time, Suyi said that it would be impossible without pressure. After all, the normal combat power of Sun Wukong in the Dragon Ball GT world is 1 trillion, and when he transforms into Super Saiyan 3, with a 400-fold increase, that is 400 trillion combat power, which is 400 trillion strength. You must know that the combat power of Suyi's Super 3 state is only 100 trillion, which is not a star and a half compared to Sun Wukong's 400 trillion. Drink. In desperation, Suyi naturally had to transform into Super Saiyan Blue. The 14-fold increase in strength brought his combat power to 1400 trillion in an instant. What kind of transformation state is this Saiyan? Sun Wukong and Vegeta saw this Saiyan who had just emerged. The hair and eyebrows turned sky blue, the pupils turned fluorescent blue, and the whole body was surrounded by blue aura and star-like particles unique to the realm of the gods, and the arrogance flowed from time to time. Water droplets. And the speed of the flow of arrogance is much slower than the breath of their normal state and other states of Super Saiyan, and it has very slight electric sparks. Looking at it carefully again, the arrogance is divided into two layers of arrogance, which are sky blue and white from the outside to the inside. So cool. The two looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. This is Super Saiyan Blue, you can understand it is Super Saiyan God. Suyi said lightly. Super Saiyan Blue is upgraded from Super Saiyan Red. Suyi has never broken through Super Saiyan Red, but he has already completed his transformation, reaching an infinitely close to God's physique. So, turning into Super Saiyan Blue seems like a natural fit. Super Saiyan God. Hearing Suyi's words, the two of them were shocked again, especially Sun Wukong. He had come into contact with too many gods and knew that gods are not perceived by humans. Thinking about it carefully, the breath of this guy has indeed disappeared now, maybe. Is this guy really a Super Saiyan God? How can I reach your realm? Sun Wukong returned to normal, bowed politely, and asked. As a person who wants to practice 1.1, Sun Wukong is not willing to give up any opportunity to become stronger. You can't do it. Suyi shook his head and said lightly. Just as in Super Saiyan 4, the Monkey King and Vegeta in his time and space world can't do it, so the Sun Wukong and Vegeta in this time and space world naturally can't transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Oh, you can do it, why can't we do it? Vegeta sneered. 98. Artificial Full Moon, Suyi's Golden Giant Ape Form. Suyi smiled. This guy Vegeta is so conceited no matter what time and space he is in, to say something unpleasant is actually more of an expansion. Young people, have some respect for older people. Suyi raised his hand and slapped it out. This was just to suppress Vegeta with his physical strength, but with his strength, he could easily beat him so much that he couldn't lift his head. Ah! This guy Vegeta was screaming. It was the first time he had encountered such an unreasonable person. In fact, he should be glad that Suyi read Vegeta's old love in another time and space, and did not make a full shot. If Suyi made a full shot, with his strength, he could easily slap him to death. Vegeta, say a few more words. Sun Wukong glared at Vegeta. With Suyi's current strength, let alone the two of them, I am afraid that even under the fusion, there is no plan to win 100%. Not to mention, with Suyi right in front of them, how could it be possible for them to successfully integrate? Humph. Vegeta, who was slapped on the ground with a slap of 25, snorted coldly, and found that the power to suppress herself was much smaller, so she could not help getting up slowly. He admits that this Saiyan who doesn't know his name is very powerful, but he believes that his future is infinite. One day, his Vegeta will definitely lead the race of Saiyans to the peak of this universe and become the first race. Sir, can I ask why we can't transform into your realm? Sun Wukong was very polite, flew to Su Yi, stretched out his hand and squeezed his shoulder. In this regard, Vegeta on the side snorted again, and was very disdainful of Sun Wukong's gesture. However, although he was very disdainful, his ears were pricked up a bit. Obviously, he was also very curious about this issue. Because your world and mine are worlds in different time and space. Su Yi didn't hide it and told them, I am a Saiyan from another time and space. Can this help you? The real fact is actually not so, although there is such a small factor in it. It can be said that the most important reason is that this is the world of Dragon Ball GT. Although it was recognized by the old man, it was not really what he did. To put it in a cruel way, a fan is always a fan. Just like the world of Su Yeju's time and space, Sun Wukong and others can only go step by step towards the strength of the original plot. As for the Monkey King of this time and space, they can only start from Super 4, Super 5, Super 6, Super 7. And go on slowly. To explain again, that is, in terms of the law of power, the follow-up of the two worlds is not the same. As for why Su Yi can, it is very simple. He is a person who has jumped out of this world and belongs to the biggest variable. What? Besides this world, is there any other world? Monkey King and Vegeta expressed surprise. The concept was so incredible to them. In your world, after Super Saiyan 3, it is Super Saiyan 4. Although the increase in combat power on the original basis is not as much as that of Super Saiyan Blue, it is not much different. Su Yi continued, looking up at the sky. It was still daytime, and naturally the moon could not be seen. However, he can easily create it. No, it should be said that he can exchange an artificial full moon from the system Mall space. Super Saiyan 4. When Sun Wukong and Vegeta heard these 6 words, their whole bodies trembled, which was a manifestation of their extreme excitement. Sir, do you know how to transform into Super Saiyan 4? Sun Wukong asked hurriedly. Vegeta listened carefully. The news about whether she could catch up with this guy Kakarot, you can't miss it. Of course I do. Su Yi directly exchanged an artificial full moon in the system Mall space, then threw the full moon into the sky, and said lightly, don't look at this full moon, take a good look at how I transformed. This is a very important thing for you guys. Good viewing opportunity. Quote. Having said that, Su Yi first pushed Sun Wukong away with a wave of his hand, and then looked up at the artificial full moon in the sky. At this moment, his dark pupils began to glow red in vain, and then as his body swelled after a while, the pupils turned completely red. This. Hearing Su Yi's words, Vegeta and Sun Wukong naturally didn't dare to look at the full moon, and when they saw that he was about to transform into a giant ape form, their faces suddenly turned pale. With the strength of this gentleman, if he turns into a violent giant ape, wouldn't it easily destroy the entire Earth? Kakarot, what should I do? This guy is not a Saiyan with the blood of the Saiyan royal family, so he must not be able to control his tyrannical reason. Once he. Vegeta was still talking. At this time, Su Yi in the sky had completely transformed into a giant ape form, but what shocked them was that it was different from their brown giant ape form. This guy turned out to be a golden giant ape. What's the matter? Why is his giant ape form golden? Sun Wukong was shocked and didn't understand what was going on. I don't know. Vegeta was also shocked. 100 forms since they turned into a Super Saiyan, so I don't know that the golden giant ape form can be transformed into gold as long as it is a Saiyan who can transform into a Super Saiyan. Giant ape form. Roar. The violent roar sounded, and the momentum skyrocketed, very terrifying. It's over. Vegeta glanced at it and found that the golden giant ape that Su Yi had transformed into slammed into the void, and saw cracks open in the void. Oh my god, how terrifying is this gentleman? Is the power of this fleshly body so terrifying? Sun Wukong was stunned. It was the first time he had seen this kind of destructive power caused by the power of his flesh. At this time, Suyi in the sky glanced indifferently at Sun Wukong and Vegeta on the ground, then flew down slowly, and squatted down in front of them. When the two turned into Super Saiyans and prepared to resist, the golden giant ape incarnated by Suyi split his mouth and laughed, and then a dazzling light burst out under the shocked eyes of the two. Why did he suddenly become smaller? Sun Wukong looked up and said in shock. 99. Become a Super Saiyan IV, Suyi's plan. Roar. The last roar came from the sky. Suyi's Super Saiyan 4 was completely completed, and everything seemed to go with the flow. He felt the strength of Super Saiyan 4, and the increase was indeed 10 times that of Super 3. After all, this Super 4 was actually a Saiyan in the form of a giant ape. The giant ape has increased tenfold, and this Super Saiyan IV has naturally increased tenfold. However, this is not the key is Suyi's thoughts. That is, can we go further on the basis of Super Saiyan IV and enter the realm of God? He regained his senses, and even shrunk. Vegeta was shocked. He thought that Suyi couldn't control his reason, but it turned out that he controlled it and achieved a transformation. Is this Super Saiyan 4? Sun Wukong flew into the sky and asked in shock. That's right, this is the follow-up evolution of your space-time Super 3. Suyi nodded. Now he is covered in red body hair, looking very cool, and a long red thick tail swings behind him. He controlled his tail and patted the void, and lightning bolts appeared. The destructive power of the tail alone was probably very terrifying. It's so cool. Sun Wukong sighed, and circled around Suyi, his face full of excitement. Vegeta also flew over slowly and looked at Suyi uncertainly. It is undeniable that even he who leans towards perfectionism is also amazed at the transformation of this Super Saiyan IV. Sir, I want to ask, how did you become the golden giant ape? Vegeta wanted to become stronger, so she naturally respected Suyi. Suyi glanced at him, pondered for a moment, and said, you shouldn't have been transformed into a giant ape form since you were able to transform into a Super Saiyan, right? Yes. The two nodded at the same time. Well, that's right. After being able to transform into a Super Saiyan, and then transforming into a giant ape form as the golden giant ape form. Suyi opened his mouth and said, took another look at Vegeta, recalled for a moment, and continued, but Vegeta itself has the blood of the Saiyan royal family, and she can transform into the form of a giant ape without losing her sense, which will change you. It helps a lot. Quote. Hearing this, Vegeta's eyes lit up and hurriedly said, if that's the case, am I going to transform into a giant ape now? Vegeta will naturally be very excited to be able to reach Super Saiyan IV ahead of Son Goku. Don't worry, if you don't have the ability to control the power of Super Saiyan IV, then even if you transform into a golden giant ape, you will not be able to transform into Super Saiyan IV. Suyi waved his hand, glanced at Vegeta, and found that his tail had been cut off long ago, and couldn't help but say, if possible, it's best to let the tail grow again. The Saiyan's tail is from your time and space. The source of Saiyan evolution. Quote. I see. Vegeta glanced at Sun Wukong. This guy returned to his childhood, and his tail also grew out. It seems that he can no longer chop off his tail in the future. Suyi felt the surging power in his body. Compared with the power of Super Saiyan Blue, the power of this Super Saiyan IV is much purer. After all, it was transformed based on the form of a giant ape. Wait. Suyi suddenly thought of a very exciting thing. That is, in this world, he can transform without limit, Super Saiyan 5, Super Saiyan 6, or even Super Saiyan 7. Thinking of this, Suyi's heart suddenly became hot. System, can I still come to the world of Dragon Ball GT in the future? Suyi hurriedly asked. Yes, host. The system returns. Nice. Suyi's eyes lit up, glanced at Monkey King and Vegeta, and said, since I have successfully transformed into Super Saiyan IV, then it is time for me to return to my time and space. Goodbye, I hope when we meet again, you have reached the realm of Super Saiyan IV. After saying this, a space tunnel suddenly appeared in front of Suyi, then waved to the two of them and stepped directly into the tunnel. Will they come in? Inside the space tunnel, Suyi glanced back, guessing whether Sun Wukong and the two were out of curiosity, and then followed him into the space tunnel. Please rest assured, host, no one except you can cross the isolation between time and space. The sweet and pleasant voice of the system continued to sound, causing Suyi to give a thumbs up in his heart. With such a powerful system, why can't he rise up? Soon, Suyi walked out of the time-space tunnel, and at this time he returned to his training room. Glancing at the time, he realized that only 2 or 3 minutes had passed. Diaresis, it's kind of interesting. In fact, it can be said that this Dragon Ball GT world is my time house. Suyi suddenly said, I remember you once said in the system that the time in the Dragon Ball GT world has passed 1 year, and the time in the main time and space world has passed 1 day at most. So, this is the ratio of the day to the year. If I am in the GT world more after a few decades, only a few dozen days have passed in this main time-space world. Quote. Hearing Suyi's words, the system fell silent for a short time. System. Suyi shouted twice. Ding. What the host said makes sense, so the system thought about it for a while. This is indeed a bug, so starting from today, get it, if the host enters the Dragon Ball GT world, he can only stay for a month at most. More than a month, you can no longer enter the world of Dragon Ball GT within 1 year of the main time and space. Quote. System first made a ding, and then said such a sentence. I want to ask, can you incarnate in the system and come out and hang out in front of me? Don't worry, I promise I won't beat you up. Also, if I brought up this bug, is there nothing to compensate? The corners of Suyi's mouth twitched. He was really rude, and he even took the initiative to wake up this stupid system. Host, you don't have to be too uncomfortable, let me tell you the problem first. First, the system cannot incarnate an adult. The second is that the system will give you a compensation package for the bug reward you put forward at this time. The system's tone is still as sweet. 100. Luli, Wood tilde, for the 3rd update. Hearing that there was a compensation package, Suyi felt a lot better. After all, he has a time house in his hands, so he doesn't really need to be able to enter the world of Dragon Ball GT all the time, or even spend a lot of time. Ding, the compensation package has been sent, please pay attention to the host. The system beep sounds. Good. Suyi nodded, but he didn't see what the compensation package was for the first time. Now, he wanted to see if he could transform into a Super Saiyan IV in this main time and space. Soon, Suyi set up a magic circle to prevent his breath from leaking out. The last time he entered the realm of the gods, he was told by the system that he was spied on, and now he naturally has a mind. Drink. He has already successfully transformed in the world of Dragon Ball GT. Suyi no longer needs an artificial full moon, then transformed into a golden giant ape, and then transformed into a Super 4. With his roar, he began to change, first of all kinds of ape incarnate, and eventually become human again. Very good. The main space-time world can be transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Quote. Suyi nodded and smiled, this is very good news. Next, we have to verify whether we can add our own realm of God on the basis of Super Saiyan 4. 817 inches system, is it possible for you to say that I have this idea? Suyi asked about the system. Other people's systems don't know if there is such a possibility, but with your words, I believe there are infinite possibilities. The system replied. Haha, thank you very much. Suyi burst out laughing. This is a sure and encouraging way. Since the system is confident that he has infinite possibilities, then he also believes that he can reach an unprecedented state. I'm afraid, when he truly achieves this state, his strength will not be able to hang Binus, at least he will be able to fight with him, right? Continuing to practice, Suyi no longer thought about how to increase his combat power, but began to think about how to transform into a super race god blue on the basis of Super 4. This idea is a bit far-fetched, but he is willing to try it. With the existence of the time house, he has a lot of time to fail. At one point, he believed he could find a point and keep going. ... Just like that, the main time and space world quickly passed 2 months. During this period, Suyi entered the world of Dragon Ball GT again. What surprised him was that when he saw Sun Wukong and Vegeta again, these two guys had transformed into Super Saiyan IV, which really surprised him. But thinking about it carefully, the time flow rate of the Dragon Ball GT world is faster than that of the main time and space world, and Suyi feels normal. Even if he spends a year in the Dragon Ball GT world, it is equivalent to 1 day in the main time and space world. That is because of his existence, the flow of time will be faster. Without him, the time flow in the world of Dragon Ball GT is a bit fast, but it can't be that fast. Out of the training room, Suyi's current combat power is normally 5 trillion, which is 5 trillion combat power. Transforming into a Super 1 is 250 trillion, which is 250 trillion combat power. Super 2, 5 trillion, 500 trillion. And so on. The combat power of Super 3 will increase by 400 times.